My Son is a Reborn Villain Chapter 1 to Chapter 37. Ruoro, you're back? Yes, Aunt May. I'm here to pick up the baby. I'll have to trouble you to take care of him for me. The baby is so obedient. It's no trouble at all. I bought these apples in town. They're very fresh. You and Uncle should try them. You're too polite. Is the baby asleep? No, he's been paying attention to the movements at the door. He's waiting for you to come back. He's not willing to carry him into the house. Is that so? The baby is just too clingy. You're the child's mother. How can he not be clingy? At the entrance of the farmhouse, the gray-haired Aunt May smiled until her face was wrinkled. She chatted enthusiastically with the young and beautiful woman. Under the shade of a tree in the courtyard, Chiwen was lying in the cradle. He listened to the woman chatting with someone and blew bubbles out of boredom. Hearing the content of their conversation, Chiwen sneered in his heart. How was he waiting for her to come back? He was just trying to make sure that this woman would abandon him one day. Chiwen was indifferent and looked like he didn't care at all. But after a while, he started to get angry again. This woman didn't even look at him for a long time. As expected, she didn't care about him at all. No wonder she would abandon him in the future. Chiwen was angry. He didn't want to pay attention to her, but he couldn't help but be attracted by her voice. A few cute wrinkles appeared on his chubby and tender little face. At this moment, the gauze above was lifted, and a silly smiling face appeared in front of him. What's wrong with the baby? He's wrinkled like a little old man. Fu Yan's soft fingertips gently tapped the baby's forehead. She bent over and picked up the baby. She rubbed her face against his and said, "Baby, are you unhappy that Mommy didn't bring you out? Baby, don't be angry. Mommy will definitely bring you out next time." Fu Yan had just gone to town to get the express delivery. This village was too remote, and the express delivery point was in town. She had asked someone to buy a lot of baby products online. She couldn't even carry them with both hands. How could she bring the baby out? Furthermore, the baby was only 3 months old. He was too young to go out so far. That was why Fu Yunrua had entrusted the baby to the trusted auntie next door. Chiwen did not believe the woman's nonsense at all. How many times had it been? He did not see her bringing him along. He would never believe her again. Thinking like this in his heart, Chiwen relaxed his brows under Fu Yunrua's soft and gentle voice. When she was close to him and rubbed his face against hers, he unconsciously moved closer. Realizing that the baby was no longer throwing a tantrum, Fu Yun felt that she had coaxed him. She smiled and greeted Aunt May. "Aunt May, we'll go back first. Hey, be careful on the road. Look for me if you need anything." "All right." Fu Yunrua carried the baby out of the courtyard and walked leisurely on the cement path in the countryside. Soon, they entered the rented house. The courtyard she rented did not have a good appearance. It was a yellow mud house that farmers had discarded after they built new houses. The house was well maintained, and the walls around the house were very sturdy. It was suitable for orphans and widows to live in. There was also a yard within the walls, which was tidy and clean. The vegetable field was filled with vibrant vegetables. There were chili trees with bright red fruits, juicy cabbages, and tall persimmon trees. When Fu Yunrua was pregnant, she had planted many flowers and plants under the walls. This year, many flowers had bloomed. They were colorful and beautiful. Although they were all flowers and plants that could be seen everywhere in the countryside and were not expensive species, the decorations were neat and tidy. The entire courtyard of the farmhouse had a poetic atmosphere. This was Aunt May's old house. When she first came here more than a year ago, it was Aunt May who gave her a place to stay and took care of her. When she had a difficult time giving birth, it was Aunt May who helped her take care of the child during her confinement. The farmers were simple and warm, but there were also some who were talkative and looked down on her. It was Aunt May who stood in front of other people's houses and scolded them. She firmly defended her reputation. Uncle May's family was very famous in the village. After their family showed their intention to protect Fu Yunrua, she had a much better life in the village. Therefore, Fu Yunrua was very grateful to Aunt May's family. Chiwen was carried home by the woman. He waited for her to feed him, but after waiting for a long time, the woman went into a daze again. Her eyes were empty, and her mind was wandering. Chiwen stared at her in dissatisfaction. "Woman, what's wrong with you? Can't you see that I'm hungry?" As expected, she did not take him to heart. Chiwen had always remembered it in his little notebook. Since this woman was out of confinement 2 months ago, today was the second time she had abandoned him. He held it in for a while and finally could not hold it in anymore. He let out a cry of protest. Fu Yunrua was immersed in the past. Suddenly, she was pulled back to reality by the baby's tender voice. She looked down and met her son's big round eyes that were like black grapes. "Baby, you must be anxious from waiting, right? You'll be able to eat your fill soon." Fu Yunrua hugged the baby and gently rubbed her face. She placed the baby on the small bed and skillfully raised his 2 small feet to change his diaper. Then, she picked up the baby and wiped him with a hot towel before feeding him milk. Long before Fu Yunrua lifted his clothes, Chiwen had closed his eyes. He waited until he smelled the familiar milk fragrance before opening his mouth. His small body was as red as a shrimp as he ate his food with all his might. Even though 3 months had passed, Chiwen still could not get used to it. Even though this woman gave birth to him, he still felt ashamed that he had an adult's mind. He struggled from the beginning to give up. He could only silently comfort himself that he was still a baby. Fu Yunrua saw that the baby was eating quickly and quickly. She knew that he was hungry. She felt a little guilty and gently supported the baby so that he would not choke. This time, she had been gone for too long. It had been almost an hour and a half. Next time, she would definitely rush back within an hour. After eating, Chiwen felt sleepy. He had not slept since he woke up in the morning and had to pay attention to the movements outside. He was too tired. Nestled in the familiar and soft embrace, listening to a few humming words, he quickly fell asleep. After the baby fell asleep, Fu Yunrua placed the baby on the small bed. Looking at the baby's pure and innocent sleeping face, she revealed a satisfied smile. Fu Yunrua was very glad that she had decided to keep this child. It had been more than a year since she had transmigrated to this world. Thinking back to more than a year ago, on the day she had just arrived, she was tortured by the strange feeling in her body and almost lost her mind. She hid at the stairs and curled up on the ground, trying to keep her mind. She heard the movements of a strange man outside. It seemed to be getting closer and closer. She subconsciously struggled and tried to climb the stairs. She did not know how long she had climbed. In the end, she only remembered that she seemed to have fallen into a stranger's arms. When she woke up again, she was shocked by the experience in the original owner's mind. She had actually transmigrated into the body of the female lead Feng Shuirua's evil stepsister in the movie Empress that she had just watched not long ago. She was about to usher in a miserable life. A dignified young miss was chased out of her home and was scolded by the entire internet. She was in a sorry state, and because she could not live a hard life, she abandoned herself, and in the end, she fell into the water and died. The plot developed to the point where countless reporters broke in and recorded her embarrassing situation of trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. This caused the entire internet to ridicule and scold her. Fu Yunrua recalled the fate of the original owner. Her first reaction was that she could not be discovered by the reporters, so she hurriedly ran away. She even forgot to look back to see who the man she had spent a chaotic night with last night was. She subconsciously hid and did not want to be found by anyone. Although this was a parallel world in the book, the names of the places were the same as her original world, except for the different people and lives. Fu Yunrua had nowhere to go and felt that it was not safe anywhere. Almost subconsciously, she thought of her hometown in her previous life, so she took an unlicensed taxi back. Finally, she returned to her hometown in her previous life, a small remote village in the south. Along the way, she was scared witless and clumsily covered her tracks, afraid that she would be found. Afterwards, she was a little scared. If the stranger who took the unlicensed taxi had bad intentions, her ending would not be better than her original ending. Fortunately, she arrived safely in the end. There was also this village in this world, but she did not have her own home and the villagers were strangers. At the location of her old home, the village chief lived there, which was Uncle May and Aunt May's family. That day, when she knocked on the door of her old home and saw that it was not her grandparents from that world, her tears immediately fell. In her original world, she lived in the countryside with her grandparents when she was young. When she reached the age of school, she was brought to the city to live with her parents. Her parents were workaholics. It was not that they did not love her, but they were very career-minded people. Even if they lived together, they would not see each other all year round, so she did not have a deep relationship with her parents. Her grandparents were worried about her and were not used to living in the city, so they took turns to go to the city to take care of her. It was only when she went to boarding school and high school that they occasionally went to the city. Her grandparents were already in their 70s. She suddenly transmigrated, and she was not sure whether she was dead or not in that world. If her body died, how sad would her grandparents be? Would their bodies not be able to take it? Perhaps it was because she dreamed of what she thought of in the day. She dreamed that the original owner had transmigrated into her body and was accompanying her grandparents happily. After having such dreams for several nights, it was as if she had a feeling that they should have exchanged souls. She was no longer so worried about whether her relatives in the other world were doing well or not and hid here peacefully. Fu Yunrua was most worried that those people with bad intentions would find her, but she deliberately did not think about that night and pretended that nothing had happened. She also did not notice the abnormality in her body. By the time she realized it, she was already 3 months pregnant. Fu Yunrua suddenly remembered that because of the popularity of the original book, the first movie Queen, the author serialized a second book, the second movie Queen. The new female lead was the daughter of the previous male and female lead. In the book, there was a villain from an orphanage called Chiwen. He had been working hard to find trouble for the male and female lead, but because he was weak, he could not deal with the male and female lead who had a strong background. In the end, his reputation was ruined and he jumped down from the top floor. Because of the female lead's vague words at that time, although senior, but after all. Then she took the initiative to bury the villain. This action brought the female lead countless praise, and everyone praised her for her beauty and kindness. There was also a discussion in the comment section that this villain might be the illegitimate son of the evil stepsister in the first book. The topic of whether it was true or not was torn in the comment section, but the author did not express his opinion. Fu Yunrua could not be sure because in the first book, after Fu Yunrua was chased out of the house and ridiculed by the entire internet, she went offline. 2 years later, because of her death, her experience of being an escort was dug out and she was ridiculed again. In the end, Feng Shuirua stood up and asked the netizens to give her sister some face. It was not until she was pregnant that Fu Yunrua was sure that the unlucky villain was really the one in her stomach. So, not only was she trampled on by Feng Shuirua, but her son was also trampled on by Feng Shuirua's daughter? What kind of tragedy was this? Fu Yunrua gritted her teeth. Although she had read the novel, it did not mean that she agreed with the 3 views in the novel. No matter how well the author wrote, it could not cover up some essential problems. Other things aside, the male lead was the original body's fiancé. How could a woman who seduced her stepsister's fiancé be kind? The novel described that she could not control herself, but because of the bottom line of morality, she did not want to be a woman who destroyed other people's relationships. However, in the original body's memory, she was the epitome of green tea since childhood. Because of this, the original body's personality became more and more extreme. It could be said that the original body was played to death by the green tea behavior of the Feng family's mother and daughter. Back to the topic, after Fu Yunrua found out that she was pregnant, she hesitated for a while. In fact, she did not have much memory of that night. When she woke up the next day, she was shocked by the huge amount of information from the original body. Even the shadow of losing her virginity was covered up. Now that she thought about it, she should have avoided the man with bad intentions. The person she bumped into was probably just a passerby, and she took the initiative to pounce on him. This was also good. She would rather treat it as the product of a one-night stand without paying attention to the consequences. She did not want to be pregnant with the child of a man who was arranged by someone. That would be even more disgusting. Fu Yunrua decided to give birth to the child after careful consideration. Firstly, the child's future would be too tragic. She wanted to start over again. She wanted to love the child well and make up for what she owed the child with the original body. Secondly, she was too unfamiliar with this world. The original body's only relative was unreliable. She was too lonely. She wanted a tie. The most important point was that she could not make up her mind to abort the child and kill a life. From the moment she felt the movement of the child in her stomach, she knew that she would not regret this decision in her life. Jiwon woke up from his restless sleep and stared at the childish gauze curtain. The room was quiet, and he wanted to cry out loud, but he held it back in time. As a 3-month-old baby with adult thoughts, he would not cry the moment he woke up like other children. He struggled to pull his hand out of the not-too-tight swaddle, blinked his big black eyes, and pondered seriously. Where did that woman go? As he pondered, he subconsciously stuffed his chubby hand into his mouth and sucked it with relish. Transparent liquid flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and Jiwon's small body stiffened. He nonchalantly took out his wet hand and rubbed it in his drool pocket. Suddenly, his small face scrunched up, and his fair cheeks turned red. He tried hard to control his body's reaction, but something still flowed out. Jiwon could not hold it in any longer, and he started to howl. Soon, there was movement outside the door, and someone walked into the room towards him. "Baby, you're awake?" Fu Yunhua smiled and picked up the baby. She tossed him up and coaxed him before walking out. "Go and pee first." "Aya, you're already peeing. Mommy will change your diapers for you." Why did she have to say such things out loud? Did he not want to lose face? Jiwon was being fiddled with by the woman, and he looked like he had seen through the world of mortals. Actually, he would get used to this kind of thing as he got used to it, right? A warm and soft pacifier was suddenly stuffed into his small mouth, and he subconsciously sucked it. Warm water? He sucked a few more mouthfuls. He was thirsty, and howling was too taxing on his throat. He needed to moisten it. After drinking the water, the woman hung a brightly colored bell on the top of his pram, and it jingled when he shook it. He did not care, and he did not take another look. Was he such a childish person? Jiwon was in good spirits at this time. He lay on his back, and he could see the woman, so he looked at her attentively. Of course, it had to be emphasized that he did not want to look at her, but his small body was still weak, and he could not even move his head. It was not what he wanted to look at. Fu Yun tidied up the baby, put him in the pram, and pushed him out to the courtyard. It was a cloudy day today. The temperature was not high, and there was no wind. The child could be placed in the yard. She could see him as soon as she looked up. If Fu Yun went to the vegetable field to pick vegetables, it would be noon soon. She prepared to stir-fry some vegetables. There was already bone soup simmering in the kitchen. It was enough for her to eat alone. After Fu Yun finished picking the vegetables, she looked at the rows of mustard greens. It was time to put them away and dry them, she thought. She went to the tap and shook the water to wash the vegetables. Then, she went to the kitchen to stir-fry a plate of vegetables. She ate her lunch with the bone broth and also ate her baby's lunch. She added some salt to the bone broth in the pot and put it in a thermos. She was going to give it to Uncle May and Aunt May. Because she was still feeding the children, the food that entered her mouth was rather bland, while Uncle May and Aunt May's tastes were rather heavy. Perhaps the older generation of farmers were more frugal. Even if the family was not short of money, they would not often buy meat to eat, especially when there were no children at home. They might only buy meat once every 10 days or half a month. As the village chief, Uncle May's family did not often eat meat and fish. They were used to simple tea and plain food. Fu Yun often made soup, she would specially make more soup and send it to them. She carried the thermos and pushed the baby carriage out of the courtyard towards the May family's house. The old house was only about 10 meters away from the May family's house. If she shouted in the old house, they would be able to hear her. When Fu Yun came over, Uncle May and Aunt May were bringing out the food and preparing for lunch. After getting along with each other for a long time, Fu Yun also knew their lunch schedule. They usually started eating after 12:30 p.m. Uncle May, Aunt May. Fu Yun shouted and pushed the baby carriage into the house. Rua Rua, you're here. Come and sit. It's time to eat. Aunt May greeted her warmly. I've eaten at home. Aunt May, this is some bone soup I made. I'll give it to you and Uncle May to drink. There's too much, I can't finish it. You child, if you can't finish it at noon, keep it for dinner. I'll keep it. I made too much. I won't be able to finish it at night. It's too wasteful to throw it away. Before Aunt May could say anything, Fu Yun said coquettishly, Aunt May, quickly bring the soup basin. I'm tired from carrying it. Besides, I still have to trouble you to teach me how to dry vegetables when you're free. You're so polite that I'm embarrassed to call you. Fu Yun also knew how to dry vegetables, but she had eaten the dried vegetables given by Aunt May before and felt that it was better than hers, so she wanted to learn from Aunt May. Uncle May said, this is the child's kind intentions. Just accept it. When Aunt May heard this, she went to the kitchen to get the soup basin and poured the bone soup from the thermos into the basin. Fu Yun carried the empty thermos and said, then I'll go back first. I have to coax the baby to sleep. Okay, I'll go over when I'm free. Okay. Fu Yunrua pushed the pram and walked back slowly. When she reached home, the baby also started to fall asleep. She also felt sleepy when she saw him. Hence, she carried the baby to bed and coaxed him to sleep. She also fell asleep at the side. Fu Yun slept until almost 2 o'clock. Her head was still dizzy, and her body was soft as she lay there. The baby was sleeping soundly beside her. His puffy little cheeks were flushed red. His little chubby hands were clenched into fists by his sides. When she got closer, she could hear his soft snoring. Her heart melted into a puddle of water. Her baby was the most adorable baby in the world. Fu Yunrua reached out and took the phone on the table. She took countless photos from various angles before she ended the session reluctantly. She was completely awake now, but she still did not want to get up. Hence, she sat at the side and played with her phone. Her original phone card was useless from the moment she escaped. She was worried that someone would use it to track her, so she bought an anonymous card. The anonymous card affected the use of some functions, but Fu Yun only used it to surf the internet and check for information. She did not use it to contact others. She did not pay as much attention to the outside news as she did in the beginning. She would only browse the entertainment news occasionally. Feng Shui's news articles were basically about what endorsement she took and what role she played as the female lead. They gossiped about her relationship with the son of a wealthy family. Everything was thriving and calm. She also browsed through the news related to the Fu family. There were no rumors that President Fu had chased his daughter out of the house. She thought to herself that perhaps he was afraid of being embarrassed and did not want others to expose it. Fu Yun had been paying attention to the news on the internet, but that incident did not cause any ripples. This was completely different from the bloody storm in the original novel. Fu Yunrua didn't think that the female lead had found her conscience. Even if she had escaped in time, with the ability of the female lead and her stepmother, they would have made a storm out of it. For example, she had drugged the female lead, or she had fled to avoid punishment? Fu Yun saw from the original owner's memories that this novel was not true. The independent, kind, and tenacious female lead was a question mark. The female lead was the original owner's stepsister. Ever since this mother and daughter entered the Fu family, they treated her very well on the surface. But in reality, she did not know how much they had wronged her. At that time, the original owner was young and did not know how to express herself. She complained to her father many times, but was reprimanded time and time again. Gradually, the original owner understood that her father was not reliable. She became sharper in an attempt to protect herself. The chauvinistic Fu Shirqin's father did not know that there were many ways for a stepmother to torture her stepdaughter. Fu Yun combined the original owner's memories with the original owner's memories and felt sad. It was not easy for the original owner to grow up. So it was normal for her personality to become more extreme. But she was not really evil. It was just that her father was taken away. Her identity as the young lady of the Fu family was also taken away. In the end, even her childhood sweetheart fiancé was taken away. The original owner's method of revenge was to drug her as a warning, but she did not expect herself to drink it. Fu Yun thought back to how she felt at that time. It was definitely not as simple as a drug. So, this female lead was not innocent and kind. She was just gentle and kind on the surface, slowly taking away everything from the original owner. She could not understand why the female lead and her daughter would let go of this opportunity. Was it because she escaped in time and was not caught on the spot, so there was no evidence? Forget it, there was no need to worry about this matter. If they wanted to make an issue out of it, they would have used it in a year. It must be because they could not use this matter to deal with her. Since it was like this, there was no need for her to be afraid. Then should she bring the baby out? Fu Yun thought about it and dispelled this idea. The original owner died 2 years after being expelled from the family. The exact time was not clear. Outside, she had to be afraid that she would accidentally die one day and that she would not be able to protect the child. It was better to wait for the original owner's death to pass. It was just that she was almost out of cash. She did not dare to use her card to withdraw money now. Her card might have been frozen long ago. When she was running away, she hurriedly took out 100,000 yuan and put it in a backpack that she bought at the last minute. After saving, she spent 70,000 to 80,000 yuan in a year. Moreover, she could save for herself, but not for the baby. The baby's appetite was getting bigger and bigger. There was not enough breast milk to eat. In the future, when he mainly drank milk powder, she might not even be able to afford milk powder. She still had to think of a way to earn some money. Chi-Wen slept well. Perhaps it was because there was a familiar scent beside him, he was not awakened. When he opened his eyes, the woman was still sitting beside him. She was playing with her phone with one hand and stroking him from time to time with the other. He looked at her and unconsciously grinned. Fu Yun saw this scene. The baby was smiling innocently at her. She put down her phone and lowered her head to rub against his little belly. Her voice was so soft that it could be pinched out of water. What good dream did the baby have to be so happy? Ka. Oh. Eh? The baby can't see me. Eh? I see you. Waha. He smiled? How could he possibly smile? Chi-Wen thought so logically, but he could not control his body's instincts. He was teased and rubbed against by the woman and let out a chuckle. Fu Yun played a little game with her son for a while before she was satisfied and carried him to solve the problem of eating, drinking, and defecating. Chi-Wen's little chubby face was red because of Fu Yun's efforts. Well, it was all because the baby's instincts were too strong. He could not control his emotions and express them. In fact, he was not happy. Also, he had to seriously emphasize that this woman was too childish. He had to lower himself to play such a childish game with her. In summer, the sun always rose quickly in the morning. Perhaps it was because she had slept a little too much yesterday, but Fu Yun woke up a little early today. She looked at the baby and saw that he had not woken up yet, so she got out of bed quietly. She put a pillow on the edge of the bed and went out. The baby didn't even know how to turn over and was sleeping in the bed. There was no need to worry about falling down. Fu Yun had left the door open. She had just made breakfast and tidied up the courtyard. Then, she went into the house to see if the baby had woken up. Sure enough, when she went in, the baby had already woken up. He was entertaining himself on the bed without making any noise. After taking care of the baby for more than 3 months, Fu Yun also knew some of the baby's habits. No matter how soundly the baby slept, as long as she was not by his side, he would wake up very quickly. Fu Yun carried the baby with a smile. "Good morning, baby. The baby is even cuter today." Fu Yun spoke softly as she tidied up the baby swiftly. After feeding him, she placed him in the pram. The most obedient thing about the baby was that he didn't have to be carried by her all the time. The little guy was chubby and her hands would get sore if she carried him for a long time. Therefore, she often put him on the small cart and waited by his side. The baby was very quiet and obedient and wouldn't make a fuss. Fu Yun had just finished her breakfast and was washing the dishes when she heard a voice outside the courtyard. "Ruoruo, are you there?" "Aunt May, I'm here." Fu Yun raised her voice slightly as she replied. Aunt May quickly entered the courtyard. She smiled and said, "I guessed that you would wake up at this time." Fu Yun pursed her lips and smiled, feeling a little embarrassed. "Have you had breakfast?" "I made some porridge." "You don't have to care about me." Aunt May saw that the vegetable field was full of work, so she walked over and said, "Didn't you want to dry the vegetables?" "I'm free today." Aunt May bent down to pull out the mustard. Fu Yun's eyes lit up and she said sweetly, "Thank you, Aunt May." Then she prepared to go over and pull out the vegetables. Auntie May waved her hand at Fu Yun, "Go and get a vegetable basket." Therefore, Fu Yun Rua went to the kitchen to get the basket. The two of them worked together to remove the vegetables and rinse them before carrying them to the kitchen. Fu Yun took off her straw hat. Although it blocked the direct sunlight, it was still red from the sun. However, she did not care. She wiped her sweat. Thinking about how she was about to become a delicacy, she was filled with motivation. In the kitchen, Fu Yun Rua sat in front of the earthen stove to light the fire. Aunt May stood by the stove and put mustard vegetables into a big iron pot of boiling water. There was a baby carriage next to her, and her back was facing the stove, so she didn't have to worry about the baby splashing water. Bao Bao was too attached to Fu Yun Rua. As long as she showed signs of leaving his sensing range, a pair of big black eyes would chase after her. He didn't make a fuss and just looked at her quietly. Her heart softened and she felt that it was a sin to leave the baby alone. "Have you decided on the child's name?" Aunt May asked casually as she boiled the vegetables. "Not yet." Fu Yun looked extremely distressed. Ever since she decided to give birth to the child, Fu Yun Rua had been thinking about this problem. She even bought a dictionary for this reason. She knew that Bao Bao was called Chi Wen in the original novel, but Chi Wen's life was a tragedy. She wanted Bao Bao to have a brand new and happy life, so she had been hesitating whether to change his name. Fu Chi Wen seemed to be a good name, but with her aesthetics, she would not give the child this name. Fortunately, she was unable to register the child's household registration for the time being, so she was not in a hurry to name him. After Bao Bao was born, taking care of him consumed a lot of her energy, so she forgot about the matter of naming him. Now that Aunt May suddenly mentioned it, Fu Yun Rua felt that it was urgent to name the baby. Aunt May said with a smile as she boiled the mustard vegetables, "When the child was just born, your uncle even calculated the time for the child and said that he was short of water. You never mentioned naming the child, so he was too embarrassed to tell you. Although science is promoted now and not superstitious, it is still for the sake of the child. I hope that the child can have a smooth life. Believe it or not, you can take it as a reference." Aunt May did not ask Fu Yun Rua to name the child according to their elders' wishes. They were particular about this, but after all, Fu Yun Rua was not from here. This child was obviously from the city. Although she saw that she did farm work very well, she also thought that she was a city girl who had lived in the countryside before. Although she did not know why she came to such a remote countryside, Aunt May still remembered that when she opened the door, Fu Yun Rua cried as soon as she saw her. She cried until her heart softened. This was also the reason why she took care of Fu Yun Rua. She felt that this child was to her liking. She and the old man only had this son, and he was also the only university student in the village. Now that he was studying in a big city, they felt sorry for him. It was not easy for him to come back, so they only let him come home once a year. Last New Year, he said that he found a very good internship job and did not come back for the new year. No matter how much they worried about him, they did not cause any trouble for him. If they had a daughter, she would definitely be as lovable as this child. Fu Yun Rua smiled. Uncle is considerate. She did not say whether she believed it or not. Instead, she thought about it. Could it be that the name Chi Wen Rua was given because of this? But she did not see Chi Wen Rua's life go smoothly in her previous life. The original book did not mention the origin of the name Chi Wen Rua. Could it be that the original owner gave it to her? It was not impossible. Perhaps when she was sent to the orphanage, this name was written on her body, so she was given this name? What if? If that was the case, it would not be good for her to give the baby a new name. Fu Yun Rua suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She clapped her hands. Fu Wen Rua. Aunt May looked over, and Fu Yun Rua said affirmatively, "Let's call him Fu Wen. I hope that the baby's life will be warm." She did not want to experience the coldness of the world early on. This way, it could be considered to be in line with her intention of giving a new name, and she would not let down the original owner. Fu Yun looked at Aunt May expectantly, hoping that she would give her confirmation. Aunt May laughed and said, "It's a very nice name. It's very cute and very suitable for the baby." Chi Wen, who was playing with her chubby feet out of boredom. He rejected the name. It did not suit his mature and elegant image at all. Chi Wen made a protesting wah. Fu Yunrua looked over in an instant and smiled. She said in surprise, "Looks like Bao Bao likes this name very much too. Isn't that right, baby Wen Wen?" "Ah. No." Chi Wen bared his fangs and brandished his claws, trying to let the two adults see his protest. "Look at how excited the baby is." "That's right, haha." Chi Wen. This hateful woman didn't understand his thoughts at all. Chi Wen unilaterally decided to give her a cold shoulder. He decided to ignore this woman and let her see his determination to resist this childish name. Chi Wen closed his eyes and refused to let this woman appear in his sight. "Is Bao Bao going to sleep?" Fu Yunrua came over to take a look. Chi Wen did not say a word and did not give any response. Hence, Fu Yunrua and Aunt May lowered their voices and continued talking. "By the way, Aunt May, what kind of jobs can I earn money from here? Are you short of money?" Aunt May asked in surprise. No. Fu Yunrua denied repeatedly, "I'm just thinking that I can't just sit around and eat. I still have to raise Bao Bao." Aunt May reluctantly believed her. She thought for a while and said, "The village is remote, so most of them are self-sufficient. Some daily necessities can be bought in town. The shops in town are managed by their own people. They won't hire outsiders." Fu Yunrua looked disappointed. Thinking about it, how could there be any jobs in the countryside? You still have to take care of Bao Bao. How can you have the time to work? If you're short of money, you have to ask me and your uncle. We don't spend much money, so we still have some savings. I'm already very grateful that you're willing to give me a place to stay. How can I give you any more trouble? You're right. There's still Bao Bao. I can't go out to work either. There's no hurry. If there's a suitable job in the future, I'll ask for you." Aunt May thought that she was a girl and had to raise a child. She might not have much savings, so she secretly kept this matter in her heart. "Then I'll have to trouble you." Chi Wen was originally not listening, watching, or paying attention. But after a while, he was attracted by their conversation and secretly pricked up his ears to listen. He closed his eyes. As he was sleepy, he thought, "Can't this woman afford to raise me? Is she going to abandon me just because she's short of money?" He thought angrily, "Anyway, I'll become a best actor in the future. I'll casually shoot an advertisement and earn a lot of money. I'll make you regret it." Then, he could not resist his instincts and fell asleep. Fu Yunrua saw that Bao Bao was sleeping soundly, so she carried him back to the room to sleep. Then, she turned on a small fan to blow at an angle. She had just gone out and was about to dry the scalding mustard greens with Aunt May on a dustpan under the sun. Aunt May said, "The sun is strong now. Don't come out to bask in the sun. Your tender skin is going to get sunburned." "It's okay. My skin is rough and my flesh is thick." How could Fu Yunrua just watch? Go back to the room to look at the child. If the child falls off the bed, he will suffer. No, Bao Bao doesn't know how to turn over yet. 3 flips, 6 sits, 7 rolls, and 8 crawls. Bao Bao is already more than 3 months old. He might be able to turn over before you see him. Is that so? Fu Yunrua had a look of enlightenment. So there was such a saying. Thinking of this, she was not at ease. Then I'll go and take a look. Fu Yunrua quickly walked into the room. Originally, there was only a pillow by the bed. Now, no matter how she looked at it, she felt that it was not safe. Hence, she moved Bao Bao to the wall and folded a tall blanket by the bed. After ensuring that he could not escape, she went out. When she reached the courtyard, Aunt May had already finished drying the vegetables. She said to Fu Yunrua, "Let's wait for 5 days and they will be dry." Yes. Aunt May, at noon. Before Fu Yunrua could finish speaking, Aunt May twisted her body and nimbly ran out of the courtyard. "I'll go back first. The old man is still waiting for me to go back and cook." Fu Yunrua watched her disappear quickly. Aunt May refused to stay for dinner. Fu Yunrua still wanted to express her gratitude. Coincidentally, there were fruits at home, so she brought them over. At night, it was still very early. There was no entertainment in the countryside, and she did not like to watch dramas, so she played with Bao Bao on the bed. At this time, Bao Bao was still very energetic, but he was too cold today. No matter how she teased him, he did not respond. Fu Yunrua thought in distress. Could it be that these toys were no longer charming? She remembered what Aunt May said during the day and suddenly had something to do. She lay beside Bao Bao. Bao Bao, look at me. Quickly look at Mummy. Hey. Fu Yunrua pretended to turn over with difficulty and then turned to look at Bao Bao. I turned over. Isn't Mummy very powerful? Look again. Fu Yunrua turned over again and looked at the baby expectantly. Has the baby learned it? Has the baby learned it? Fu Yun was even more motivated to demonstrate when she saw the baby's dark eyes staring straight at her. His little cheeks were puffed up and he looked extremely adorable. Hey! Watch me turn the tables. I'll flip, 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 flip. Chiwen was speechless. He watched as the woman tossed and turned as if he was looking at an idiot. Who wouldn't know such a simple action? He didn't care about this childish woman. Aya, what about the baby? Mommy doesn't know how to flip over. How can I flip over? Her pretty face scrunched up as she looked over pitifully with a pleading expression. Chiwen. This stupid woman is really hopeless. She can't even remember how to turn over. Look at me. Chiwen held his breath and shook his small body vigorously. Finally, he turned over with difficulty and looked at the woman. Did you see that stupid woman? That's how she flipped over. Wow, the baby is so powerful. Fu Yunrua clapped her hands in surprise and turned over to lie on her stomach. Then, she continued to frown. Then how do I flip back? Sigh, it's really too difficult for me. Wasn't this simple? Look. Chiwen raised his head and supported his small body as he tried his best to flip back. He crossed his chubby arms and legs and looked at her proudly. Did you see that stupid woman? Fu Yunrua praised him. Wow, the baby is so powerful. You're awesome. The baby is the most powerful baby that Mommy has ever seen. The baby will be even more powerful if you flip over again. That was natural. Chiwen was extremely proud. It was just flipping over. How could it be difficult for him, the Golden Horse Best Actor? Under the woman's sweet words, Chiwen flipped over again and enjoyed the woman's fancy flattery. After a long time, he suddenly reacted. That's not right. Wasn't he in a Cold War? Why was he playing such a childish game again? He looked up angrily and saw a proud face smiling especially brightly. He couldn't get angry. Chiwen fell into an autistic state. He had already decided to ignore her, but in the end, he was always seduced into playing with her. Was he so childish and ridiculous when he was young? When he was young, when he saw other children chasing and playing with their parents outside, he would scoff at them and look down on them. Since he could remember, in order to snatch a bite of food, he would fight with children who were older than him. In order to stand out, he crawled and crawled. In the entertainment industry, he was treading on thin ice and trembled with fear. Even when he became famous later on, he still had to plan step by step. So when he could not remember, there was also such a simple time. He could not remember at all. Fu Yunrua did not know the ups and downs of her son's inner thoughts. After her son turned over a new leaf, she could not wait to share it with others. Early the next morning, she carried the baby to Aunt May's house. Before entering the house, she said excitedly, "Aunt May, the baby can turn over." Aunt May was drying clothes in the courtyard. When she heard that, she smiled and said, "Io, the baby can turn over." That's great. Uncle May came out of the house with a fan in his hand. When can turn over? Yes, Uncle May, Fu Yunrua replied with a smile. Last night, Wen turned over 3 times. Fu Yunrua pondered for a moment. Since they had already decided on the baby's name, there was no need to call him by such a common nickname. She decided to change his name to Wen in the future. That's amazing. Uncle May immediately smiled. Aunt May took out a bamboo mat and laid it on the floor of the living room. Then, she placed a thin blanket on it. Fu Yunrua gently placed the baby on it and encouraged him, Wen, turn over and show your grandparents. Uncle Mei and his wife also came over and watched happily. Wen lay on the mat and looked at them silently. He subconsciously stuffed his chubby fingers into his mouth. He did not want to perform. Fu Yunrua pulled his chubby little hand out and wiped the saliva on it. She also wiped the corner of his mouth. Wen, you can't eat my hand. Fu Yun coaxed the baby for a while, but the baby was still quiet and did not respond. Aunt May was disappointed that the baby didn't turn over, but she smiled and said, the child is still young and doesn't understand. When he wants to turn over, he will naturally turn over. That's right. Children grow fast. They'll be able to crawl and walk very soon. We'll have a lot to see then. Fu Yun said proudly, Wen is very obedient, she must be very worry-free. Wen looked at the woman and then at Grandpa May and Grandma May. Then, he moved his limbs and used all his strength to turn over. After flipping over a few times last night, he had already mastered this skill. He knew how to flip over faster and more effortlessly. As soon as he turned over and laid on his stomach, his ears were filled with praises and flattery, as if he had done something amazing. He really couldn't understand these adults. It was just a flip, and he didn't know what kind of fun it was. Every time he moved, he would cry out in surprise for a long time. What a big fuss. He flipped over again and looked at the three faces that were smiling like flowers. Well, he gave them face because Grandpa May and Grandma May had taken care of him a lot. He comforted himself in his heart. He just took it as a form of entertainment. After showing off, Fu Yun carried the baby home in satisfaction. Since then, she fell in love with this game. Every day, she would coax the baby to flip over for her to see. She wanted to record the child's growth process. It was just that the baby was too cold. Every time, she had to personally demonstrate a few times before he would give her face and flip over. Fu Yun sometimes wondered if the baby was treating her as a toy. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. The old house had a courtyard, trees, and wind, so the house was not particularly hot. It was fine to just turn on the fan. Children were tender and weak, so they couldn't be exposed to such a strong sun. Fu Yun basically took care of her son at home every day. Everyone didn't like to go out during the day, but the village was lively in the evening and at night. The neighbors in the village fanned themselves and sat on small stools, talking about family matters. The older children ran around with the younger children laughing and playing. Fu Yun also carried the child out for a walk to get some fresh air. Even a homebody would feel bored staying in the same house all day. Most of the people who stayed in the village were the elderly and the children who were left behind in their hometown. Most of the young people went out to work. Fu Yun and the baby, this pair of good-looking mother and son, were very conspicuous in the middle. She had been here for more than a year and had a good relationship with most of the people in the village. She also had a good relationship with the neighbors. Of course, her relationship with the children was even better. When the older children saw such a beautiful older sister who was so friendly to them, they naturally circled around her. As soon as they saw Fu Yun appear with a baby carriage, a group of children surrounded her. The 4-year-old little Shirtu used his sturdy body to occupy the front position. He stuck to Fu Yun's side and repeatedly called her older sister. Then, he shouted that he wanted to see his younger brother. Little Shirtu looked strong and very energetic. Fu Yun opened the gauze curtain and a few small heads came over. Little Shirtu held the edge of the baby carriage and leaned closer to look. He asked in a childish voice, older sister Ruoro, when can my younger brother play with me? Children didn't care about the seniority of the adults. In their eyes, a beautiful older sister was a beautiful older sister and a younger brother was a younger brother. It'll be soon, Fu Yunrua said gently. Older sister Ruoro, this is my new toy for my younger brother to play with. Thank you, Junjun. But my younger brother is still young and can't play with him. Junjun, you can play with me when you grow up. I will take good care of him and let him play with me in the future. I want to play hide and seek with my younger brother. Okay. I want to play hopscotch with my younger brother and play house. I want to pick fruits with my younger brother. Okay. I will arrange everything. Fu Yun generously agreed on behalf of the baby. Wen. He didn't want to play these childish games. After the children got the promise and saw enough of their younger brother, they were satisfied and ran off to play. Soon after, a group of aunties gathered around and praised, "Baby is really good looking. He looks even more beautiful than a little girl. Io, his eyes are so dark and swarthy. They are so lively. Baby is so obedient. He doesn't make a fuss at all. If my little brat was half as obedient as him, I would wake up laughing in my dreams." Wen's baby was quite popular in the village. He could be said to be popular with both men and women, old and young. He was raised to be fair and chubby. He was especially cute with a pair of big eyes like Fu Yun's that he inherited from her. His black grape-like eyes were full of spirit. The child was also very obedient and didn't make a fuss at all. He just looked at you so obediently that your heart would melt. Fu Yun sometimes felt that her life in the village was getting smoother and smoother because of her baby's charm. She felt proud of him. Wen was surrounded and discussed like a panda. He was as calm as the wind and as motionless as a mountain. He didn't panic. This was just a small scene. He had experienced this many times. Wen listened to the various voices around him. The young and soft voice of the woman was especially prominent. Suddenly, a sharp voice said, "Ruwa, look at how hard it is for you to raise a child as a single woman. Raising a child is not a simple task. You have to give the child a complete family. I'm here to matchmake with you. I have a relative's aunt's daughter's son. He has a house and a shop in town. Although he is older than you by 7 or 8 years, he has never been married. He doesn't mind if you bring the child over. What do you think?" Fu Yun's face stiffened. She was about to refuse when Aunt May scolded with her hands on her hips, "Wang Suiju, what nonsense are you spouting? Who doesn't know your relatives? He's already 30 years old. He's lazy and has high standards. Would you want such a son-in-law? He's not reliable at all." "That's right. Ruwa is beautiful and kind. It's enough for her to marry into the city. Why would she want a slacker who does nothing all day?" The others also condemned Wang Suiju for being unreasonable. Wang Suiju straightened her neck, "Aren't I doing this with good intentions? Although he's a bit lazy, there's nothing wrong with him. Moreover, he has a shop at home. He won't starve to death. Ruwa won't have to work so hard if she marries over. No matter how good Ruwa is, she still has a child. Then why don't you let your daughter marry over?" Wang Suiju's face turned ugly. She muttered that her good intentions were not rewarded and hurried home. Ruwa, don't mind her. Wang Suiju just doesn't watch her mouth. She doesn't think before she speaks. Fu Yun smiled and shook her head, indicating that she did not take it to heart. In the end, there were also people who advised her that if she met a reliable family, she should consider it. A young woman with a child alone was not a good thing. She still needed a companion. Fu Yun knew that they were doing this for her. They grew up in remote rural areas and did not experience the baptism of the big city. Most of them were more traditional and conservative. She was really afraid that they would really look for her. She only said that she would focus on accompanying her child for the next few years and would not consider her own affairs for the time being. Then, she ran away with her child. Fu Yun only felt relieved when she returned home. She decided not to go out for a walk for the next few days. She would wait until the limelight was over. Being urged to get married was really too scary. Fu Yun looked down. The baby was quietly staying in the stroller, as if in a daze. She saw that it was about time. She picked up the baby and coaxed, "The baby wants to sleep." Wen lay on the bed and listened to the woman's light snort. He felt the breath beside him, but he did not feel sleepy at all. He unconsciously clenched his small fists. There were many messy thoughts in his mind. From the time he was born until now, there had never been another relative in his family other than a woman, let alone a blood-related other half. Wen could also see that the woman was incompatible with everyone in the countryside. Obviously, they were not from the same world. The truth was actually very easy to deduce. He thought that this woman was so stupid. She must have been deceived by scum. Her family was very disappointed in her and did not care about her. She had nowhere to go, so she wandered around. and wandered to the countryside. This woman was almost out of money and could not afford to support him. Perhaps not long after, she would not be able to persevere and find someone to marry. Perhaps the family she found later did not want a burden like him, so she hardened her heart and threw him to the orphanage. Realizing this result, his heart suddenly turned cold. He could not help but sneer. This heartless woman. Negative emotions surged from the bottom of his heart. He could not help but let out a few cries. Fu Yun, who was coaxing the baby to sleep and almost fell asleep herself, was suddenly startled by the high decibel sound of the baby's cries. She was instantly awakened. She focused her eyes and saw that the baby who was supposed to sleep did not show any signs of sleeping. Instead, he looked very energetic. He was babbling in a language that no one could understand and was even dancing with great energy. When, be good. You have to sleep. You have to sleep more to grow up. Ah. Baby, be good. Wah. Wah. Ah. Fu Yun later realized that her son had become lively. He no longer only babbled when he was hungry or when he needed to pee. At other times, he was obedient and did not cause trouble. At that time, Fu Yun still felt that her son was like a girl. She was worried that boys were too quiet. Now that he was lively, she felt that it was better this way. In the past, he was too quiet, and it made her inexplicably worried. Now that he liked to cry, it was as if a big stone had been removed from her heart. However, after a few days, Fu Yun could not take it anymore. He was really too noisy. He seemed to have endless things to say every day. Other than when he was sleeping, there was only his voice. It was as if he had ADHD and could not stop for a moment. Only when he was tired and fell asleep would he have a moment of peace. Moreover, when he was placed in the stroller, he was unhappy and insisted that someone carry him. No one else could carry him, he only wanted her to carry him. Previously, Auntie May could still carry him. Now that she carried him, his small body straightened and he was very resistant. The little guy was really strong. Fu Yun was really afraid that she would not be able to hold him and fall, so she could only carry him herself. And recently, the baby did not like to drink milk powder. After the baby was 3 months old, Fu Yun bought a can of milk powder suitable for this age. She fed him once before he went to bed at night and breastfed him at other times. When Fu Yun drank milk powder for the first time, she felt that the baby liked to drink milk powder more. However, when Fu Yun heard that breast milk could strengthen his immune system, she was determined to only soak in milk powder once a day. Now, he was very resistant to drinking milk powder. When he saw that she was going to make milk powder, he babbled excitedly. After she made milk powder, he still refused to drink it. Fu Yun was worried that the baby's body was not well, so she specially went to the clinic to take a look. The doctor diagnosed that there was no problem. When she saw that he was still drinking milk normally and that the baby fat on his body did not decrease, she felt relieved. Perhaps he felt that milk powder was not as good as breast milk, but the child's taste changed. Fu Yun finally understood the hardships of the complaints of the mothers on the internet. At that time, she compared herself to the mothers on the parenting forum and felt very proud. Her son was the most considerate and obedient in the world. As expected, one should not be too arrogant. She finally understood what it meant when a child was a little angel when asleep and a little devil when awake. If Fu Yun was really working hard and happy. Recently, the baby did not like to play with toys. Every time she took out a toy to play with him, his little chubby hands would wave and push her away. His little voice would babble, as if he was saying that he did not like toys. Fu Yun thought that he liked the new and was tired of the old, so she specially went to buy a new toy. She did not expect the baby's voice to become even louder, as if he was angry with her. Chiwen was indeed angry. This woman was too much of a wastrel. He didn't know how to save money at all. In order to prevent this woman from starving to death so quickly, in order to save some money for her, he even saved his own rations. In the end, he even spent a lot of effort to buy these useless toys. She just wanted to spend all the money earlier so that she could have an excuse to get rid of him, right? Since that was the case, it was better to get tired of him and throw him away as soon as possible. Chiwen deliberately caused trouble every day. The sooner she could not hold on, the sooner she would throw him away. Anyway, he did not care. There was a heavy rain yesterday afternoon and it lasted until the second half of the night. When they woke up in the morning, the weather was cool and the heat was washed away. There was still a shallow circle of water marks on the ground that had not dried up. Chiwen had not gone out for a few days. Today, he saw the woman carefully put him in the stroller and seemed to be preparing to go out. He originally wanted to cause trouble first, but when he saw the dark circles under her eyes and the obvious fatigue on her face, he knew that she had not rested well for many days. Chiwen, who was about to make a fuss and ask to be carried, did not make a fuss until he was put down and pushed away. Chiwen thought that he should not make a fuss today. If he angered her and she did not bring him out, the gains would not make up for the losses. He had not gone out for many days, although there was nothing fun to do outside. Fuyun pushed the stroller along the road and looked at the countryside scenery by the roadside. The rice fields in June were still green, but they had already borne rice ears. It looked very pleasing to the eye. The mountain peaks in the distance were washed by the rain, and they looked even more green and lush, making people feel relaxed and happy. The sun was high in the sky today, but it was not hot. Many people came out to work. After walking for a while, she heard someone shouting behind her, "Rua Rua, Rua Rua." Fuyun Rua turned around and saw Aunt May walking towards her quickly with a hoe on her shoulder. Aunt May. Fuyun Rua's eyes immediately curved, and her small face became even brighter. I went to your house but didn't see you. I didn't expect you to come here. Aunt May walked in front of Fuyun Rua and placed the hoe on the ground with one hand holding the hoe. It's not very hot today, so I came out for a walk. Aunt May nodded and then smiled. Rua Rua, you said that you wanted to work last time. There's some progress. Really? Fuyun Rua's eyes lit up, and then she hesitated. But, Wen is not easy to take care of recently. Maybe. She was worried about going to work alone. If she left the baby at home, she would definitely be worried and would not be able to stay for an hour. How could she work like that? Could she bring the baby along too? You can bring the child to work. He won't mind. Aunt May waved her hand. It's just that the salary won't be very high. 1,000 yuan a month, including lunch, but you still have to cook lunch yourself. There's no fixed holiday in a month. If you have something to do, you can just apply for leave. 1,000 yuan is enough. Thank you, Aunt May. Fuyun Rua did not mind at all. She knew that in such a remote village, there were basically no job opportunities. Even if there were one or two, there would probably be many people who would be willing to work for a few hundred yuan. Aunt May probably used a lot of favors to help her get this job. Fuyun Rua thought happily. 1,000 yuan a month could buy 2 cans of milk powder, buy cheap toys and 2 sets of clothes for the baby, and also save lunch. Fuyun Rua immediately agreed when she heard that she could bring the child to work. Aunt May saw that Fuyun Rua was purely happy and did not look reluctant at all. She heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. It was good that she did not mind. She was worried that Rua Rua would be disappointed. She knew that in a big city, a salary of 5,000 to 6,000 yuan was very low. Many white-collar workers only had a salary of tens of thousands of yuan a month. However, she was an old woman in the countryside. There was no place for her to find a job with a salary of tens of thousands of yuan. Even this job was only given after the old man licked his face and asked for it. It was good that she could be of help. Aunt May was happy. She picked up the hoe and said, "All right then. Come over early tomorrow morning. I'll bring you there and get you to know the way. I'll go to the field first." Okay. Fuyun Rua replied sweetly, "Thank you, Aunt May." Fuyun Rua was elated. She lowered her head and said happily to the baby who was looking at her with wide eyes, "Aunt May is so nice. We must be filial to Aunt May in the future." She did not have to worry about running out of money anymore. 1,000 yuan was not much. At least, the baby would not have to worry about 2 cans of milk powder a month. Fuyun Rua did not expect Aunt May to really find a job for her. No matter how tiring the job was, she had to persevere. She could not let Aunt May down. She was too excited just now and did not think to ask Aunt May what the job was. But it did not matter. She would know tomorrow. Fu Yunrua walked for a while in a happy mood. Then, she turned around and went home. Just as she entered the village, she was stopped by someone. Fu Yunrua looked and saw the village's Aunt Wang walking towards her with a smile. Rua Rua. Aunt Wang looked around and saw that there was no one around. Her face immediately bloomed into a chrysanthemum. Have you considered the matter I mentioned last time? Fu Yunrua saw Aunt Wang's mysterious look and thought that it was something serious. She did not expect that. Aunt Wang was unwilling to give up. Fu Yunrua said helplessly, Aunt Wang, I just want to raise the child well. I don't want to consider anything else. Sigh, you child. Aunt Wang was anxious. The child can't do without a father. You should find a father before the child can remember anything. Otherwise, the child will not be close to the stepfather. I really don't want to consider it. You don't have to worry. You're a young woman. Life won't be easy for you. If you don't like this one, there are others. I have another one. Auntie Wang was eloquent and introduced Fu Yun to other people. Fu Yun could not get a word in at all. Ah. Chi-Wen couldn't take it anymore and yelled angrily. That woman had already said that she didn't want him anymore, so why was she still clinging on to him? Are you bullying her because she's young and doesn't dare to fall out with you? He didn't want a stepfather at all, okay? The baby pooped. I have to change his diaper quickly. Bye, Auntie Wang. Fu Yunrua found an excuse and hurriedly pushed the stroller back home. Auntie Wang could not stop crying from behind. Fu Yun finally got rid of Auntie Wang with great difficulty. She looked like she still had lingering fears. She patted her chest. Fortunately, she had escaped quickly. Fu Yunrua bent over and picked up Chi-Wen. She grinned and rubbed her face against Chi-Wen's. Fortunately, we have the baby. The baby is so awesome. Otherwise, Mom will be taken away by the big monster. Chi-Wen let her rub her face expressionlessly. She laughed in her heart. Although there was such an episode in the middle that affected her mood a little, she was still very happy. She was going to work tomorrow. The next day, Fu Yunrua was dressed in an ordinary short-sleeved shirt and casual pants. She did not look outstanding, but her pair of straight legs, her figure did not change much, and her outstanding temperament made it seem like she was wearing a high-end dress that cost dozens of yuan. Otherwise, why would there be people who did not mind that she had a child? There were also so many people who asked her about her marriage openly and secretly. Men were very happy to marry such a beautiful daughter. Even if there were conservative elders who had a grudge in their hearts, they could not persuade their own sons. During the new year, many unmarried young people came back, but many people had seen Fu Yunrua. Even though Fu Yunrua had not been out many times, her appearance and temperament were praised again and again. Many people had seen her in their hearts. Generally speaking, when people heard that a girl was unmarried and had an unknown father, their first impression would definitely be very bad. However, it was difficult for the old or young to have any bad feelings towards Fu Yunrua because her temperament was too good, and her eyes were very clear and clean. She did not look like a bad child at all. When she smiled, her smile was very warm, and people who looked at her could not help but feel close to her. In short, Fu Yunrua was a very likable girl. At that time, she was still pregnant, so the single young people did not think too much about it. However, recently, when they called home and heard their families talking about finding a partner for her, the unmarried young people were ready to make a move. Those who were willing to lose face asked their relatives and family members to probe her. It could be said that once Fu Yunrua nodded, there would probably be young people coming back immediately for a blind date. Fu Yunrua carried her son on her back with a sling. She then carried the child's clothes, small towels, small milk bottles, and other things and walked towards Aunt May's house. When she arrived, the May family's courtyard door was open, and she could faintly hear Aunt May's voice. She shouted at the door and pushed the door open after getting a response. Uncle May, Aunt May. Aunt May smiled and said, Rua Rua, come here. She pointed at a relatively small donkey in the courtyard. In the future, you will ride this donkey to get to work. You can charge it at night. No need, I can buy it myself. Just lend it to me for a day or two. Fu Yun's face turned red. Uncle May and Aunt May had helped her so much. How could she have the nerve to take their things? Moreover, the donkey was considered a rather valuable item in this family. We don't really need it at home. You can use it without worry, Aunt May said casually. Alright, let's hurry over before that old fellow nags again. Aunt May pushed another donkey out of the courtyard. This was the car she borrowed from next door. After sending Fu Yun over, she still had to come back. Okay. Fu Yun did not say anything else. She secretly decided that she would go to town to buy a donkey in 2 days. The two of them pushed the donkey out of the yard. Aunt May suddenly asked, Hey, where's your baby carriage? Ah? Do you want me to bring it with me? Of course. Why don't you carry it the whole day? The adults are tired and the children are uncomfortable. Fu Yun thought about it and agreed, so she went back home to bring the car. Then, he rode on the road. Their car drove very slowly. Aunt May still had to teach Fu Yun the way. Fu Yun was learning the way while listening to Aunt May's words. When we get there, you can just call him Uncle Gua. He's of the same generation as me. The old man is 70 years old and has no children. He's a little stubborn. He's from the Gua village in the neighboring town. Your Uncle May's aunt is married to Uncle Gua's youngest uncle. With this layer of relationship, he'll more or less take care of you, so don't worry. He's old and has a bad temper. You should be more tolerant of him. Old man Gua was very powerful when he was young. More than 50 years ago, he was the only university student in the Gua village who passed the exam. After that, he had been mingling outside. Everyone thought that he had made a name for himself. Who would have thought that he would suddenly come back alone 20 years later and spend all his savings to contract a large piece of land? The old man's aunt couldn't find out what happened to him outside. He buried his head in the flower field all day long and didn't allow anyone to go in. His temper is very bad. Old man Gua is old. Some time ago, he fainted in the field. If someone didn't pass by and see him, he might have passed away. That's why his family strongly wanted him to take in someone to help him. He despised his nephews for being clumsy. Look, I thought that you, a girl, are very attentive, so I asked your uncle for a chance. We'll go directly to the flower field. When you go there in the future, pay more attention to old man Gua's health. Fu Yun nodded as she looked at the road. This job was much better than she had expected. Wasn't this a flower farmer? Which girl didn't like flowers? Working in such an environment, her mood also became good. The flower field that Aunt May mentioned was not far from the village. It would only take them about 30 minutes to get there if they drove slowly. In the future, when she was familiar with the road, she would drive faster and arrive in 15 minutes. The flower field was at the foot of a mountain and was surrounded by steel wires. From the outside, one couldn't see the inside. Although it was at the foot of the mountain, it wasn't very remote. The flower field was close to the side of the villagers' gathering place. It was about 20 meters away, and there was a red brick house built. They pushed the car and stopped in front of the iron gate with steel wires. Aunt May raised her voice and shouted inside, Old Gua. Old man Gua. Come and open the door. A minute later, there was movement inside the door. Not long after, the iron gate opened and an old man with a wrinkled face walked out. He said in a particularly angry tone, Are you calling for a ghost? Fu Yun Rua was shocked and patted her back subconsciously, afraid that the baby would be frightened. Aunt May was not afraid at all. She said in a loud voice, I brought her here. You'd better control your bad temper. Don't scare my Ruoruo. Old man Gua's critical gaze swept over. Fu Yun Rua quickly smiled. Hello, Uncle Gua. My name is Yun Rua. Old man Gua snorted and looked away. I'll go back first. Ruoruo, I'll pick you up tonight. It's okay, Aunt May. I remember the way. There were many twists and turns in the countryside. Fu Yun Rua would definitely not get lost if she remembered the turns she took every time. Aunt May was worried. It's settled then. I'll pick you up at 6. Aunt May said a few words and then left on the donkey. Fu Yun Rua stood there in a daze. When she saw Uncle Gua turn around and go in, she hesitated for a moment. Old man Gua turned around. Why aren't you coming in? Are you waiting for me to invite you in? His tone was still not very good, but he expressed his meaning. Fu Yunrua agreed and hurriedly pushed the little donkey in. When she found a place to put the donkey and turned around, Uncle Guo was already gone. Fu Yunrua. What was she going to do? Where was she going? Fu Yunrua couldn't enter the house casually. She could only put the big bag next to the donkey and the baby carriage on the ground. Then she quickly went to find her. She looked left and right curiously and carefully. She was quite interested in this flower garden that Uncle Guo didn't let other people in. There were many flower seedlings in the potted plant field outside, but Fu Yunrua didn't know what kind of flowers they were. In the original body's noble daughter class, there was the skill of picking flowers. However, with such a hypocritical stepmother, how could she really learn it? In the end, wasn't there a rumor that she was an ignorant and incompetent vase girl who only had looks? The mud outside was a little messy. Fu Yunrua didn't dare to touch it casually, for fear of mixing things up. Jianlan, Xiaohong, Dendrobium, Chunlan. Some of them had already bloomed. Fu Yunrua could recognize some of them, but she couldn't recognize all of them. Fu Yunrua thought, could all these flowers and seedlings be varieties of orchids? Did Uncle Guo like orchids so much? Fu Yunrua soon saw a big flower shed that was tightly covered. She guessed that Uncle Guo was in the big flower shed. So she carefully called out, Uncle Guo? After waiting for a while, there was no response. Uncle Guo, can I come in? She poked her head out to look for a while and asked tentatively, then I'll come in? Fu Yunrua waited for a while and didn't hear any rejection. She took it as a tacit agreement and slowly walked in. She walked into the house with her heart in her mouth. She glanced around and was stunned by the pots of different and elegant orchids inside. Her heart pounded as she looked at the most dazzling one. Was this a mutated butterfly orchid? She had never seen such a beautiful butterfly orchid before. Her intuition told her that it was worth at least a few million yuan. Looking at the other orchids, she estimated that they were worth hundreds of thousands to a million yuan. Fu Yunrua thought, no wonder Uncle Guo didn't let outsiders enter his flower garden. No one had entered his flower shed before. Fu Yunrua didn't know where to put her hands and feet. She walked very carefully and slowly to Uncle Guo's side. She asked softly, Uncle Guo, what do you need me to do? Uncle Guo was observing a flower seedling with his head lowered. When he heard what she said, he frowned and stared at her for a while. Then, he said, just cook lunch for me. Okay, what about me now? Fu Yunrua thought to herself. She came very early. It was only 8 o'clock now. It was still early to cook lunch. You're not allowed to touch my flowers without my permission. You can do whatever you want with the rest of the time. Okay. Fu Yunrua didn't dare to touch it casually. After all, if she accidentally dropped a pot, she couldn't afford to pay for it now. Fu Yunrua stood in a position where she would not disturb others. She quietly stayed beside Uncle Guo and watched him fiddle with the flowers and plants. Not long after, she felt the baby move behind her. Only then did she remember that she had not fed the baby since she came here. So she said to Uncle Guo, Uncle Guo, I'll go and tidy up the baby. Go ahead, Uncle Guo said impatiently without turning his head. Fu Yunrua hurriedly left the flower shed. The moment she went out, a hot wave of heat hit her in the face. The temperature was much higher than the flower shed. Fu Yunrua was still afraid that the baby could not take it, so she quickly went to the bungalow. At this moment, Fu Yunrua did not care about moving things. She saw a ceiling fan in the living room and quickly turned it on. Then, she untied the baby. Fu Yunrua placed the baby on her lap and touched the baby's body. It was much warmer than usual, but the baby's black eyes were sparkling. He did not look uncomfortable. Fu Yunrua rubbed the baby's tender and smooth little face. The baby is great today. The baby did not cry at all. She was really worried that the baby would cry regardless of the occasion. If Uncle Guo got angry and chased them away, their job would be ruined. The baby was really too sensible. It was rare for the baby to be so obedient. It was as if they had returned to half a month ago. Fu Yunrua was very excited for a moment. She changed the baby's diaper, fed him milk, and placed him in the stroller. She looked at the sunlight outside. It was scorching hot. The road to the flower shed was not far, but Fu Yunrua did not dare to go out with the baby. The baby was only 4 months old. It would be bad if he got a heat stroke. This small bungalow had good insulation. The stuffy heat outside could not seep in. She turned on the ceiling fan and blew it to cool it down. The baby did not cry. He stayed quietly in the stroller and moved his hands and feet from time to time. Fu Yunrua saw that it was not 11 o'clock yet. There was no need to cook for the time being. The baby was so obedient, so she turned on her phone and searched for orchids. She wanted to do this job well, but she could not help much with her little knowledge of orchids. She prepared to make a last-minute effort to see how to get started. Chiwen moved his hands and feet from time to time. His gaze drifted to the woman who was focused on scrolling through her phone. He decided not to mess with this woman for the time being. If she had a job, she should be able to support him, right? However, 1,000 yuan was too little. He still had to save it. When he could walk and talk, he could help to make money. Chiwen thought that if he could earn money early, this woman would have no reason to abandon him, right? Fu Yun carefully identified the complete collection of orchid species on the internet, and then prepared to identify the real thing for comparison. Outside the bungalow, potted plants were placed in a mess. There were many green flower seedlings. She identified them nearby so that she could see the baby when she looked up. If anything happened, she could go over in time. Fu Yun thought that she was really too smart. She had found something to do on her own. So she pushed the stroller to the door and fixed it. The temperature here was neither too high nor too low, and it was right under her nose. Baby, mommy is nearby. You have to be good. Fu Yun took a few steps and turned back to look. The baby did not make a fuss, so she squatted down by the side and carefully observed the flower seedlings. Every species of flower seedling had different characteristics. Those who knew would naturally be able to tell at a glance. Fu Yun could distinguish some species based on the shape and color of the flowers, but if she just looked at the flower seedlings, she basically could not distinguish them. She set a goal for herself. She would learn to distinguish 10 species of orchids by today. It was more time-consuming to look up the pictures of the species on the internet based on the real thing. Fu Yun identified them for a long time and finally recognized them. At that moment, she was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Fu Yun wiped the sweat on her forehead. Her entire face was red from the sun. She was in high spirits and was about to continue to identify the next plant when she heard the baby's tender babbling. Fu Yun quickly got up and turned back to the door of the bungalow. When, what's wrong? Mommy is here. Gee. Wen angrily slammed the stroller and yelled at the woman. You really make people worry. Can't you see that the sun is so hot outside? You keep being exposed to the sun. Aren't you afraid of getting a heat stroke? I'm sorry, Wen baby. Mommy is doing something serious and accidentally neglected you. Baby will definitely forgive mommy, right? Fu Yun rubbed her face in an attempt to please her. Ah. Chiwen's soft and chubby little hand pressed against her face. Woman, don't rub your sweaty face against me. It's so dirty. The chubby and soft hand touched her face as if it was wiping her sweat. Fu Yun was extremely touched. She pinched the little hand and kissed it a few times. Baby is the best. Chiwen's face was a little red from being kissed. She yelled a few times. Although her heart was filled with disdain, her voice was even sweeter. Fu Yun could not help but kiss her a few more times. Fu Yun checked the baby's diapers. He did not pee, so she did not change his diapers. Then, she interacted with Wen for a while. She felt that she had coaxed the baby. Just as she was about to continue working seriously, Chiwen, who had quietened down, started making noise again. Ah. Ah. Chiwen said. Woman, don't do whatever you want just because you're born beautiful. Just because you can't get tanned now doesn't mean that you won't get tanned in the future. If you get tanned a few more times, your face will become charred. No amount of skincare products will be able to recover your skin. You really don't know how to cherish yourself at all. In the end, Fu Yun did not go out to identify the types of orchids. Whenever she went out, Wen would make a fuss. She stayed in the house and was very obedient. Although she found it unbelievable, she had a feeling that her baby was feeling sorry for her. Fu Yun was extremely touched. Hence, she decided not to let her baby down. She stayed by his side and tried her best to memorize the common knowledge on her phone. At 11:30 p.m., Fu Yun prepared to make lunch. The kitchen was in the small room on the far right of the small bungalow. Although the room was small, it had everything. There was a counter against one wall. There was an induction cooker, rice cooker, and electric pot on it. There was a small pool beside it. On the other side, there was a square table and a few stools of the same color. In the corner not far from the table, there was a refrigerator and a rice vat. Fu Yun rummaged through the fridge. There was nothing in it. She steamed the rice first, then looked for vegetables. Finally, she found 2 potatoes. She remembered that there was a vegetable field beside the house. Although there were only seedlings, she could still get a vegetable. Fu Yun broke off some lettuce and pulled out a few scallions. She could barely make 2 vegetables. She thought to herself, no wonder Uncle Guo looked so skinny. He ate so vegetarian for 3 meals a day. How could he not be skinny? The potatoes were cut into thin shreds and soaked in water. The vegetables were also washed. Fu Yun looked at them and felt a little conflicted. The vegetables were only delicious when they were just fried. She forgot to ask Uncle Guo when he would come back for lunch. She also didn't have his phone number. The baby couldn't leave her sight. It was the hottest time in the afternoon. She didn't dare to carry him out and walk under the sun. How could she inform Uncle Guo? Fu Yun thought about it and came up with a plan. She hurried to the furthest distance from the small house and shouted at the flower shed, "Uncle Guo, it's time to eat." Then, she hurried back. It took less than a minute. Fu Yun was panting. Seeing that the baby didn't cry, she silently praised herself. Not long after, Fu Yun Rua heard the commotion and looked up. Sure enough, Uncle Guo was walking over. Fu Yun hurriedly said, "Uncle Guo, I'll cook 2 dishes. It'll be ready soon." Then, she hurried to cook. Old Man Guo's face was sour. He snorted and was about to speak. Then, he saw a baby staring at him and then showing him a cute toothless smile. Old Man Guo. He didn't say anything, but his face softened unconsciously. Chi-Wen looked at the old man who was obviously not easy to get along with. He thought that he had to treat the woman well. So, he took the initiative to smile. "Ah. Hello, Grandpa Guo." Chi-Wen waved his little chubby hand at him and greeted him in a friendly manner. Old Man Guo turned his head and glanced at him again. He didn't even move his feet, let alone smile and coax him to hug him. It was as if he ignored Chi-Wen's existence. Chi-Wen. This old man had a strange temper. He probably didn't like children. He didn't even react to him. This was the first person who was unmoved by him. Fu Yun spent about 10 minutes stir-frying the shredded potatoes and vegetables. Then, she called Uncle Guo to eat. "I only found these dishes, so I made some." Fu Yun was a little embarrassed. However, she didn't have the money, so she couldn't cook better. He looked at the 2 dishes on the table and didn't say anything. The 2 of them ate quietly. Fu Yun came out after washing the dishes, but Uncle Guo was nowhere to be seen. Fu Yun guessed that he went to the flower shed again. She wanted to go and take a look, but Wen should be drinking milk and taking an afternoon nap now. She hugged Wen and coaxed her to sleep. Then, she put her in the stroller and covered her with a thin blanket. The little girl slept soundly and snored happily. Fu Yun narrowed her eyes and continued to do what she didn't finish in the morning. The afternoon passed very quickly. Unknowingly, it was 6 o'clock. Aunt May came to pick them up very punctually. "Uncle Guo, we'll go back first." Fu Yun found Uncle Guo and said goodbye. Uncle Guo didn't say anything. He only gave her a bunch of keys and waved his hand impatiently. "Let's go." There weren't many keys, only 3. Fu Yun thought that they might be the keys to the main gate and the small bungalow, so she accepted them. She reminded him, "I've made dinner. Remember to eat dinner." There was nothing to do in the afternoon. She thought for a while and watered the vegetable field and cooked dinner. After Fu Yun said goodbye to Uncle Gua, she carried the baby and went home with Aunt May. Aunt May smiled and asked, "How was your first day at work? Old Gua didn't make things difficult for you, right?" "No, Uncle Gua is quite a nice person. Although he ignored her the whole day." "That's right. Other than cooking a meal, I couldn't help with anything. I didn't do anything for the whole day." Fu Yun felt that she was here to get a salary. She felt embarrassed to take such a small salary. "It's only your first day. Take it slow. Besides, that old man treasures his flowers and plants. If he's willing to teach you, he'll teach you. If he's not willing, don't worry about anything else. Just eat lunch." Fu Yun nodded. When she got home, she tidied herself and the baby up. She lay on the bed comfortably and continued to search for information. She wandered around the internet and actually found an orchid lovers forum. She saw that the posts were full of useful information. It was as if she had opened a new world. She read the popular science posts seriously. Early the next morning, Fu Yun picked a few lettuce from the field, took a winter melon, and went to the pork stall to buy a caddy of pork ribs. She brought the 20 free-range eggs she bought from Aunt May's house last night and rode the donkey to work with the baby on her back. She already knew the way, so she did not ask Aunt May to send her. Today, she rode a little faster and arrived at her destination in 20 minutes. The car stopped in front of the iron gate. She took out her keys and looked at the keyhole. She felt that one of the keys was more suitable, so she used it to open the iron gate. As expected, the door opened. Fu Yun opened the door and pushed the donkey in. She arrived very early. It was only 7 o'clock when she arrived. The later it was, the higher the temperature. In summer, the sun rose early. She woke up early, so she came early. She parked the car and placed the vegetables in the kitchen refrigerator in 2 trips. Fu Yun came out of the kitchen. The moment she entered the living room, her attention was attracted by an extra baby wooden bed. The rectangular wooden bed was about 1.5 meters long and 70 to 80 centimeters wide. It was covered with a thick layer of soft cushions. There were even small pillows and quilts. It looked very new and clean. The bed was surrounded by railings. It was so high that even a 1-year-old baby would not be able to escape. The small wooden bed looked a little old, but it was well maintained and intact. The 4 legs were installed with rollers and could still move. This bed wasn't here yesterday. Was it specially found for the baby? Fu Yun could not help but think. She recalled Uncle Gua's attitude towards them yesterday. It could be said that he was very perfunctory and ignored them. Now, it seemed that this was not the case. Uncle Gua walked out of the flower bed. His black boots were still wet with mud. He must have woken up early in the morning to water the flowers. He went to the tap to wash the mud off his shoes and walked into the living room. When he saw Fu Yun staring at the small bed in a daze, he felt uncomfortable for a moment. However, he still said with a straight face, "There are things at home that have accumulated dust. If you need them, use them. If you don't need them, throw them away." "Thank you, Uncle Gua." Fu Yun Rua turned around and immediately revealed a big smile. "It's useful. Wen and I both like it very much." She remembered that Auntie May had said that Uncle Gua had no children. He must have asked someone for this stroller. He had even carefully laid out a set of clean cushions. Fu Yun Rua was moved. Ever since she came to this place, she had felt too much kindness. All the evil that the original body had encountered felt like it had happened in his previous life. It was too far away. Uncle Gua continued to keep a straight face. He walked to the side and pushed open a door on the right side of the living room. "From now on, you can tidy up your room however you like." Fu Yun walked over and looked at it curiously. The room was very small. There was only a small bed that was 1.8 meters long, a small wardrobe and a small table. There was a mat on the bed, and curtains were hanging on the glass window. Other than the baby's things that she had left on the table yesterday, there was nothing else. The small house was clean and empty. Fu Yun Rua was very happy. Uncle Gua looked like he was not easy to get along with, but in fact, he was stubborn and soft-hearted. Seeing that it was not convenient for her to take care of the child here, he had thought of everything for her. She said gratefully, "Uncle Gua, thank you." Uncle Gua did not seem to be used to accepting other people's gratitude. He glanced at the baby behind Fu Yunrua and turned to leave. Fu Yunrua put the baby down and said happily, "I thought that Uncle Gua was not easy to get along with. I didn't expect him to be so nice." However, she felt that she had to rely on the baby. She had said that her baby was the cutest in the world. How could anyone not like the baby? Fu Yunrua finished laughing and placed the baby on the bed. Then, she packed up the baby's things and prepared to tidy them up. Chiwen stretched his limbs and felt very surprised. Yesterday, when he saw the old man's attitude towards him, he thought that he did not like him. He did not expect him to do so much for them silently. Seeing the woman humming happily, Chiwen also felt very happy. Of course, he was happy that he did not have to stay in the pram all the time. This room was obviously for the mother and son to rest in the afternoon. The cabinet was empty, but it was very clean and there was no wormhole. Fu Yunrua folded the baby's small clothes and placed them inside. The bottles and cans were placed on the table and the diapers were placed in the drawer. There were not many things, so she quickly packed them up. The room did not look so empty anymore. Fu Yunrua turned her head and saw that the baby was entertaining himself on the bed. He seemed to be very happy. She thought for a moment and carried the baby to the small bed in the living room. There was only a mat on the bed here. The bedboard was very hard. She was afraid that the baby would feel uncomfortable if he stayed there for too long. With this bed, it was much more convenient for her. At least she did not have to worry that the baby would fall from the pram if she did not keep an eye on him. Although the baby did not know how to crawl and walk, she did not feel safe leaving him in the pram if she did not keep an eye on him. With this bed, she was very relieved. Sometimes, the baby needed to sleep. Although he would wake up quickly when she was not by his side, he would still sleep for a period of time. She could take this opportunity to do something. At this time, the child was still very energetic. Fu Yunrua did not leave. She looked around to find something to do and then found a broom to sweep the floor. The small bungalow was quite big. On the left side of the living room, there was a kitchen and another room. She guessed that it was Uncle Gua's room. On the right side, there were two rooms. One was temporarily used by her, and the other was ajar. There were a lot of miscellaneous things inside. For example, shovels, hose, fertilizers, and other miscellaneous things. She had 3 keys in her hand. One was for the main door, one should be for the small room that she was using now, and the other one was for the main door of the house. Outside the kitchen, there were 2 small rooms for the bathroom and toilet. On the other side, there was an iron staircase that led to the roof. She went up to take a few glances. The roof was filled with potted plants. Some of the stepped potted plants were empty. Some of the seedlings were green, and a few of them had bloomed. Fu Yunrua found that the baby had become obedient again. She did not have to carry him all day long and did not make a fuss. It was just that every time she sneaked out to identify the varieties of orchids, she would be summoned back soon. It was not yet 12 o'clock when Uncle Gua suddenly came out of the flower shed. Fu Yunrua was still very surprised when she saw him. She said embarrassedly, "Uncle Gua, I haven't finished cooking yet." She thought that when she was almost done cooking, she would call him and come back to eat. She had made winter melon and pork rib soup, but it was not done yet. Old Man Gua's expression was indifferent. He grunted, but she could not tell if he was angry or not. Fu Yunrua could not wait any longer. She said, "Uncle Gua, help me look after Wen. I'm going to cook." Then, Fu Yunrua ran to the kitchen. Chi Wen, who was lying on the small bed, looked at Old Man Gua with wide eyes. Thinking that he had specially gotten this small bed and even gave them a room to live in, he revealed an innocent smile. Yeah. Chi Wen was a person who knew how to be grateful. He always remembered the kindness that others had shown him. He was a person who could distinguish between kindness and hatred. Old Man Gua stood by the small bed and watched. He did not say a word and there was no smile on his face. If he was not sure that he liked him, Chi Wen would have thought that he did not like children. Usually, when children saw such a strange old man, they would probably be scared to the point of crying, right? Chiwen accepted his kindness, so he naturally would not be scared. He waved his fat hands and feet to express that he did not mind being hugged. After Fu Yunrua entered the kitchen and saw that the pork rib soup was almost done, she quickly stir-fried some lettuce and brought it to the table. She set the bowls and chopsticks and went to the living room to call for someone. What she saw was her son dancing excitedly on the small bed. Uncle Gua, who was standing at the side, was very stiff, as if he was at a loss. Fu Yunrua could not help but laugh. She walked forward and picked up the baby. Wenwen likes Uncle Gua very much. She gently waved the baby's little chubby hand. Isn't that right, Wenwen? Ah. The baby made two sounds as if he was responding. Fu Yunrua's eyes curved. Uncle Gua, it's time to eat. Old man Gua did not say anything. He snorted lightly and turned to the dining table. Fu Yunrua put the baby in the stroller and pushed the stroller to the dining table. Old man Gua did not say anything when he saw the pot of pork rib soup. When it was time to get off work, he gave Fu Yunrua 1,000 yuan in cash and said that it was for this month's food expenses. He even said in a bad tone, lunch is included. I can afford it. Fu Yunrua accepted it good-naturedly. She thought for a while and asked, Uncle Gua, can I come later tomorrow? Fu Yunrua was a little embarrassed to postpone work after only 2 days of work. In fact, Uncle Gua did not specify the working hours. She did not think it was a big deal if she came early, but she had to tell him if she came late. I want to go to town tomorrow to buy something. Uncle Gua said lightly, up to you. Fu Yunrua knew that he had agreed and left happily. Fu Yunrua went to town first and bought a small donkey. 2,000 yuan was a lot of money to her now. She felt a little pain to spend it, but it was necessary. She could not always use Aunt May's money. Then, she went to the grocery store to buy a set of mattresses, quilts, and other bedding. She went to the street to buy some fruits, some seasonings, and half a kilogram of lean meat. The prices in town were relatively low. 1,000 yuan was enough for lunch. Fu Yunrua decided that if she was free in the afternoon, she would also cook dinner. There were vegetables in the flower bed. Her old house also had melons and vegetables. She mainly bought seasonings, meat dishes, and fruits that were not available in the flower bed. It was good for the elderly to eat more fruits. Fu Yunrua was like a little hamster. She moved a little today and moved a little tomorrow. Soon, the small room was decorated warmly and comfortably. The kitchen was also full of things, and the refrigerator was full. When baby's territory in the living room had also increased. Other than the small moving bed, there was also a corner in the living room. It was covered with a floor mat and many toys for the baby to play with. Of course, this was not made by Fu Yunrua. The baby's things were all bought by Uncle Gua. Fu Yunrua could tell that Uncle Gua liked Wenwen very much. The way he expressed his love was to give her some small toys from time to time. Fu Yunrua wanted to say a few words, but he still insisted on doing it. After half a month, Fu Yunrua, her son, and Uncle Gua got along well with each other, and their days became more regular. Every day, they would arrive before 7:30 a.m. When baby would stay on the small bed or the floor mat. He would eat at 12 o'clock a.m. sharp. Uncle Gua would usually be back before 12 o'clock a.m. When Fu Yunrua was cooking, he would stay in the living room to look after the baby. Although he would still watch from the side and rarely carry the child, the baby would become familiar with Uncle Gua and would not make trouble. At 6 o'clock a.m., Fu Yunrua would bring the child back to the old house and occasionally chat with the neighbors. At the same time, her knowledge of orchids slowly increased. Uncle Gua saw that she often observed the flower seedlings, but he did not say anything. It was as if he had completely forgotten that he had once said that she was not allowed to touch the flowers without his permission. Fu Yunrua took an inch and wanted a mile and slowly studied it. On this day, she fiddled with an orchid plant and felt that this orchid plant was sick. After thinking for a while, she carried the potted plant and asked Uncle Gua. Uncle Gua, this orchid plant feels strange. Could there be a problem? Uncle Gua was a few meters away from her. He looked at the potted plant that Fu Yunrua carried over. He took it and observed it for a moment before returning it to Fu Yunrua. What's the problem? Eh? There was no problem? Then her judgment was wrong. Fu Yunrua blushed. It's good that there's no problem. Old man Wu glanced at her. What do you think is the problem? Fu Yunrua blushed and said, I just felt that the color of the leaves changed, so I thought there was a problem. Recently, she had been observing these potted plants often. It was not her first day studying this potted plant, but she felt that it had changed a little. It was indeed an illusion. If Fu Yunrua showed off in front of Master Guan, she would be so ashamed that she could not wait to hide in a crack and run away. What's the problem? Uncle Gua's tone was unreadable. Fu Yunrua braced herself and said, maybe the root system is a little damaged. She crammed her knowledge every night and specially studied the signs and symptoms of the disease of orchids. If the leaves at the root suddenly turned dark brown, it should be a sign that there was a problem at the root. Okay, you can go and deal with it. After Uncle Gua finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the flower shed, leaving Fu Yunrua holding the potted plant in a daze. Ah? What did this mean? Fu Yunrua was stunned for a long time before she reacted. Did Uncle Gua mean that her judgment was not wrong? Let her deal with it? But she did not know how to. Fu Yunrua had a bitter expression on her face as she carried the potted plant to the little cottage. She stared at it for a long time and felt like she did not know where to start. However, this was the task that Uncle Gua had given her. What if she did not do it and Uncle Gua felt that she was not up to the job and fired her? She was very satisfied with this job. To be safe, Fu Yunrua went to her phone to check all kinds of information again. That was not all. She thought about it and even went to the Orchid Lovers communication forum to post a request for help. Fortunately, the orchid lovers were very enthusiastic and told her the steps to treat the root of the disease. Fu Yunrua confirmed it again and prepared all the necessary things before she decided to do it. She carefully removed the plant from the pot, shook off the soil on the root system, and then found the root of the disease. Sure enough, there was a little rotten root system. Fortunately, it was found in time, and it was only a little. After she cut it out and confirmed that there was no problem, she disinfected it and transplanted it into a new pot. After everything was done, she heaved a sigh of relief and wiped her sweat. Next, she would see the effect. She hoped that everything would go smoothly. For the next 5 days, Fu Yunrua focused all her attention on this potted plant. After seeing that the orchids had obviously improved, she handed it to Uncle Gua to check the results. After Uncle Gua checked it, he was very satisfied. It was rare for him to nod his head and give her an affirmation. He even gave her a smile. Not bad. Fu Yunrua was flattered. She had been here for so long, but this was the first time she had received a smile from Uncle Gua. He even praised her. Fu Yunrua's mood at this moment was like when she was young and was praised by the teacher in school. She was so happy that she almost flew. Since then, Uncle Gua would guide Fu Yunrua whenever he was free. Fu Yunrua was ecstatic at first, but later, she eagerly absorbed more knowledge. She realized that the theoretical knowledge that she learned online for 10 days to half a month was not as beneficial as Uncle Gua's 30 minutes of guidance. After Fu Yunrua found that Uncle Gua was very tolerant of her in the field of orchids, she often shamelessly went to learn. Because Uncle Gua stayed in the flower shed all day and the temperature in the flower shed was relatively constant, Fu Yunrua would occasionally carry her baby and study by the side. Fu Yunrua only realized the passage of time when she suddenly saw Wen baby sitting up on the small bed. Ah, my son knows how to sit. She calculated the time and realized that the baby was already 6 months old. Fu Yun felt that she had neglected the baby during this period of time and felt guilty, so she spent more time by the baby's side. It just so happened that Uncle Gua had given her a basic handbook. She could read more and memorize it. If she didn't understand it, she could ask for advice. Therefore, when the baby was sleeping at the side, Fu Yun was reading at the side. Halfway through, she suddenly heard movement. Fu Yunrua stood up doubtfully and walked outside. Indeed, she heard some movement at the metal gate. She walked over. Who is it? Hello, I'm looking for Teacher Gua. Fu Yun was answered by a middle-aged man's voice. She looked outside and saw a man in a suit standing outside the iron fence. The man gave Fu Yun a friendly smile. My name is Qi Weiqing. Her eyes were a little surprised. This person obviously came from a big city outside. He was a very handsome man who looked to be in his early 30s. However, she did not open the door. Instead, she said, I'll go and ask Uncle Gua. Fu Yunrua had been working here for so long. Other than the Gua family who came to take a look and send some rice and vegetables, no one else had come. This was the first time a foreigner had come to look for Uncle Gua. Fu Yunrua was quite curious. This person called Uncle Gua as a teacher. Was Uncle Gua a teacher in the past? She went to the flower shed to find Uncle Gua and said, Uncle Gua, there's a person called Qi Weiqing outside looking for you. When Uncle Gua heard this name, he immediately frowned. What is he doing here? He was obviously in a bad mood. Fu Yunrua leaned on the door and asked, Do you want him to come in? Uncle Gua said impatiently, Let him in. Let him stay by himself. Hurry up and send him away. Fu Yunrua understood what he meant. Then I'll go and open the door. Remember to come over. Fu Yunrua hurriedly ran to open the door. Sorry for the wait. That person had been waiting outside the door. When he heard Fu Yunrua's words, he said, I took the liberty to disturb you. The moment Qi Weiqing saw Fu Yunrua, he was stunned. He had never seen such a beautiful woman before. Previously, he had caught a glimpse of her and thought that she was already stunning enough. He never knew that such an outstanding woman existed in such a remote village. Which junior of his teachers was this? Qi Weiqing entered the door and smiled at Fu Yunrua in a friendly manner. Fu Yunrua could not help but return a smile. She had not seen such a graceful person in a long time. She was a little surprised. Fu Yunrua led him to the living room and invited him to take a seat. She then served him a cup of tea. Qi Weiqing had rushed over and was a little thirsty. After drinking half a cup of tea, he spoke to Fu Yunrua warmly. I didn't see you the last time I came over. Are you teacher's niece? No, I'm not. Fu Yunrua waved her hand. I'm here to work. My name is Yunrua. She introduced herself and then asked curiously, Mr. Qi, are you Uncle Gua's student? Yes, he was my teacher when I was in university. He could not help but laugh when he said that. But as far as I know, Uncle Gua went back to his hometown 20 years ago. You're only around 30 years old. Could it be that this person went to university when he was 10 years old? Fu Yunrua's eyes were filled with suspicion. Qi Weiqing could not help but laugh. I'm already 40 years old, young lady. Fu Yunrua. She really could not tell that he took such good care of himself. I'm sorry. Fu Yunrua was embarrassed by her own suspicion. It's okay. I'm very happy that you praised me for being young. Qi Weiqing did not mind at all. According to age, you should call me uncle. But since you call teacher uncle, then I'll be thick-skinned and call you brother Qi since we're of the same generation. Brother Qi, Fu Yunrua called out and then explained, Uncle Gua is in the flower shed. He'll be here soon. Qi Weiqing nodded. He did not mind being neglected at all. He understood his teacher's temper very well. He calmly chatted with Fu Yunrua. After talking for a while, his occupational habit kicked in and he could not help but ask, Yunrua, have you ever thought of entering the entertainment industry? Ah? Fu Yunrua did not react for a moment. To be honest, your appearance is very good. If you enter the entertainment industry, you'll definitely be very popular. If there's a chance, you'll definitely soar to the sky. But I don't know anything. You can learn if you don't know anything. Qi Weiqing took out a business card. I'm a manager under Apple Entertainment. Our company has always treated its artists very well. If you sign with our company, I can definitely make you into a super A-list celebrity who's even more popular than Feng Shuirua. Feng Shuirua? Fu Yunrua's eyes moved. She had not heard this name from others for a long time. She knew about Apple Entertainment. It was the only entertainment giant that even Orange Entertainment, where the male and female leads were from, could not shake. Apple Entertainment's ability to create stars was very strong. They had created countless veteran best actors and best actresses. However, in recent years, Feng Shuirua had been very aggressive. A group of female stars had been suppressed and could not make a name for themselves. Because of Feng Shui Rua, Orange Entertainment had become one of the three giants in the entertainment industry. They had even faintly suppressed the other giant, Mango Entertainment. Fortunately, Apple Entertainment had an unshakable best actor, CU. Otherwise, even Apple Entertainment would have to avoid the limelight. Qi Weiqing spared no effort in persuading her. He had always had a good eye for people. He saw hope in Fuyun Rua that could surpass Feng Shui Rua. To be honest, Fuyun Rua was very tempted. However, it was only for a moment. She thought of the curse that was pressing on her body. She did not want to appear in front of the male and female leads until the 2-year period of her death. It was fine to say that she was timid and afraid. She already had a son. She had to protect him well. Outside, she could not even protect herself, let alone others. Fuyun Rua had a feeling that as long as this period of time passed, everything would be fine. Sorry, I'm not interested in the entertainment industry. Are you worried that the entertainment industry is too complicated? You don't have to worry about that. Apple Entertainment is your biggest support. As long as you don't want to do something, no one can force you. I naturally believe in Brother Qi. Fuyun Rua's eyes curved. But I have to raise my son. I can't leave. Moreover, the fact that I have a son is not suitable for me to develop. In the entertainment industry, right? Fuyun Rua picked up baby Wen, who had woken up at some point in time. She waved her chubby little hand at Qi Weiqing. Qi Weiqing was dumbfounded. He only saw the baby's crib at the side. He did not notice that there was a child under the mosquito net. And this child belonged to the little girl in front of him? Wen, this is Uncle Qi. Come and say hello to Uncle Qi. The 6-month-old child was carried vertically. One of his chubby little hands was gently pinched by Fuyun Rua. She waved at Qi Weiqing. The little guy's skin was fair and soft. His little face was chubby. His big eyes were like black glass. He was a cute child. Qi Weiqing subconsciously reached into his pocket. But he did not expect to meet a child here. He did not bring a gift. He could not take out the 200 to 300 yuan in cash in his wallet. So he smiled awkwardly. This little guy is very cute. He secretly decided to make up for the gift tomorrow. Fuyun Rua seemed to have been praised. She smiled very happily. Thank you. Cough, no matter what, I still hope that you will consider it. I won't let you lose out. Before Fuyun Rua could answer, Uncle Guo's voice sounded. What nonsense are you talking about again? Teacher. Qi Weiqing immediately greeted him respectfully. Don't call me teacher. Who is your teacher? Old man Guo's gaze was unfriendly. What are you doing here again? I'm here to see you. How have you been recently? Did you go for checkups on time? Before Qi Weiqing could finish, old man Guo interrupted him harshly. I won't die. Fuyun Rua looked at this and that. She was very curious. Qi Weiqing's tone was helpless. No matter what, you have to take care of your body. I'm here this time to bring you to the city for a checkup. No matter what, the medical equipment in the city is more advanced. Old man Guo did not appreciate it at all. You're not here just for this, right? Qi Weiqing smiled bitterly. I really can't hide it from you. I want to buy a pot of orchids. Old man Guo flatly refused. Not for sale. Qi Weiqing said, Teacher, listen to me first. This time, the employer is willing to pay 10 times the price. You have to spend money to maintain the operation of this flower garden. The price you sell one pot of orchids is equivalent to selling 8 or 10 pots. You won't lose out. Old man Guo's tone was sarcastic. Sell it to your employer and then destroy the orchids that I painstakingly cultivated? Qi Weiqing. This, he had nothing to say. Old man Guo started to chase him away. Not for sale means not for sale. Get out, get out. Qi Weiqing could only walk out as he said, then it's settled. I'll take you to the city hospital tomorrow. Qi Weiqing had already been chased away. Fuyun Rua could only vaguely hear some voices behind him. In the end, she could not hear anything at all. When Uncle Guo came back, he was still cursing. Bastard. Fu Yunruo looked at the business card in her hand. She hesitated for a moment before putting it away. Qi Wenruo was stunned. He was immersed in his own thoughts. He did not expect to see a woman talking and laughing with a man when he woke up today. What made him feel like he was struck by lightning was that this person's surname was Qi. Qi was his surname in the future. Was there a connection? The director of the orphanage had the surname Qi. He had always thought that he followed the director's surname. Maybe that was not the case? This person was also an agent of Apple Entertainment. Qi Weiqing? He remembered that this man would completely disappear from the entertainment industry in 5 years because he offended Feng Shuirua and was exposed to drug abuse. He remembered because this man was his manager's idol, and he had always told him that his idol had been framed. Was this man the woman's final choice? Fu Yunruo did not know about her son's fluctuating thoughts. She returned home. When it was bedtime, she was still thinking absent-mindedly as she coaxed the baby to sleep. Ever since she had a job, she did not pay attention to the entertainment industry and the big family. Now that she suddenly mentioned it again and even met someone from the entertainment industry, she thought a lot. However, it was useless to think too much. It was safer to stay here. She could not enter the entertainment industry at this stage. The entertainment industry was now the world of the male and female leads. Wouldn't she be digging her own grave if she entered it? Unless she found the backing of the only person who could make them avoid the limelight, CEO. However, even if she signed with Apple Entertainment, there was no guarantee that the big actor from the same company would protect a small fry like her. How could an invisible person like her find a backing? Why would he notice an invisible person like her? Forget about it. Fu Yunruo suddenly thought that if she did not enter the entertainment industry, she could try live streaming. Perhaps it was because this world was based on the entertainment industry. The entertainment industry was very developed, and live streaming was a very popular industry. Some very famous live streamers were almost as famous as A-list celebrities. However, such live streamers were very rare. There were many types of live streaming. She could live stream without showing her face. Perhaps she could even earn some money. This was very suitable for her now. A salary of 1,000 yuan was not enough to save money. If she had a small illness or disaster, she would not even be able to pay for the medical bills. Earn money. Fu Yunruo was shamelessly tempted. However, the content of the live stream was a problem. Chiwen did not sleep well that night. He fell into a gray dream and could not break free no matter how hard he tried. He struggled for a long time before he finally broke free from the nightmare and opened his eyes. He stared blankly at the empty space and was immersed in a depressed mood. He did not remember what he dreamed of. He only remembered how he felt at that time. Fear, uneasiness, fear. He did not want to cry, but a baby's tear ducts were not controlled by humans. Fu Yun had just fallen asleep not long ago when she suddenly felt movement beside her. Before she opened her eyes, she reached out her hand to comfort him. Wen, what's wrong? Hearing the child's short cries, Fu Yun instantly woke up. She took a closer look and saw Wen's face was red. Tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes and he was sobbing. She quickly carried the child up and got off the bed. She paced back and forth and coaxed him, oh, don't cry, don't cry. She quickly changed his diapers and made milk powder, but no matter how she fed him, he refused to drink it. Instead, he cried even louder. Is the baby feeling unwell somewhere? Fu Yun was anxious. She gently rubbed his little tummy. Is the baby's tummy uncomfortable? Mommy will rub it for you. It hurts. The crying stopped for a moment. He looked at Fu Yun with his big wet eyes. She had just heaved a sigh of relief when the next moment, a shocking cry sounded. Hearing this woman's gentle voice, Chiwen felt even more wronged. Perhaps it was because of the nightmare, he broke down his psychological barrier and could not help but cry out loud. He recalled the days when he was hungry in the orphanage and fought with other children over a steamed bun. When he was 12 or 13 years old, he heard that the entertainment industry was making money. He ran to the film studio to be a low-level actor and was bullied because he was young and had no background. Since she was destined to abandon him, why was she so good to him? Why was she so good to him? Why was she so good to him? Why was she so reluctant to leave him? If you don't want me, I don't want you either. If you don't want me, I don't want you either. Qi Wen's cries were heart-wrenching. Her small hands tightly grasped Fu Yunrua's hair and refused to let go. Her tear-stained face was bright red, and her childish cries turned from loud to hoarse. Fu Yun tried to coax him for a long time, but to no avail. When she heard her son's cries, her nose turned sour and tears streamed down her face. Baby. Don't cry. Mummy is here. Fu Yun coaxed as she cried. Don't be afraid. Sob. Baby, don't be afraid. When Aunt May came over, she saw two teary eyes, one big and one small. Wen's baby had been very quiet and obedient ever since he was born. He rarely cried, so when Aunt May saw that Fu Yun could be brought over alone, she would only occasionally lend a hand. Aunt May was also shocked by the sudden crying in the middle of the night and faintly heard it. She quickly got up to check on the situation. Aunt May. Sob sob. The baby is crying. What should we do? Fu Yun looked helpless and asked for help. What should we do? Sob. It's okay. Let me take a look. It's normal for children to cry in the middle of the night. Don't panic. Aunt May wanted to carry the child over to take a look, but she did not expect that the moment she did so, the baby would cry even louder. Afraid that the baby would cry until his throat was damaged, Aunt May could only instruct from the side, Rua, change your posture and carry him like this. Oh. Fu Yunrua had a backbone and quickly adjusted her posture according to Aunt May's instructions. She carried the baby vertically and pressed his small body tightly against her. Hoo fur, you won't be scared. Aunt May stroked her back and gently comforted her. Fu Yunrua quickly copied her. Hoo fur, you won't be scared. Mummy is here. Baby, don't be afraid. Fu Yunrua stopped crying and paced back and forth while carefully comforting her. She did not know if it was effective, but not long after, when Wen's cries gradually stopped. Her small throat was still sobbing, and there were still tears hanging from her eyelashes. Fu Yunrua touched her small face. It was ice cold. Come and wipe Wen's face for her. While Fu Yunrua was comforting the baby, Aunt May did not stay idle. She filled a basin with clean hot water, washed a small towel, and handed it to Fu Yunrua. Fu Yunrua wiped Wen's face and neck, and she also wiped her small hands. She touched the baby's back. The little guy was sweating from crying, so she quickly wiped her body and changed into a small set of clothes. Come and drink some water. Aunt May handed over a small milk bottle in time. There was some warm water that was just right for the baby to drink. Fu Yunrua put the pacifier in the baby's mouth, and he was willing to drink it now. His red and soft little mouth gurgled, and his eyes, which had been washed by tears, were even more clear. He held the milk bottle with one hand, and the other hand was tightly holding the ends of Fu Yunrua's hair. Her heart was about to melt. When baby gurgled, and his eyelids slowly closed. After a while, he stopped moving. Fu Yunrua waited for a while before she took the milk bottle away. She leaned over to give the baby a kiss, and then carefully lay down beside the baby. Aunt May poured away the water in the basin, tidied up the things, and then said softly, I'll go back first. Fu Yunrua turned her head and said softly to her, Aunt May, why don't you sleep with us? It's so late, don't go back. It's too troublesome. Then she said, if Wenrua cries again, I won't feel safe if you're not here. No, Wenrua won't cry again. Although she said that, Aunt May stayed. She tidied up a little and then slept inside. The bed was very big, and it was more than enough for 2 adults and a child to sleep. Aunt May said gently, sleep, I'm here. Okay. Fu Yunrua replied with a nasal voice, and then closed her eyes. However, she did not feel sleepy for a while. From the time the baby was born until now, this was the first time Fu Yunrua saw the baby crying hysterically. She was very concerned and sad. Wen rarely cried. Even if there was a period of time when she liked to make trouble, she did not cry. Occasionally, she would cry, but it was just a symbolic cry and she would stop crying after a while. It was unlike tonight, when her crying made her heart ache. She was worried about it, so she did not sleep well for the rest of the night. When she suddenly woke up, Aunt May was no longer in bed. She lay down for a while, but her mind was still not clear. For a moment, she did not know what time it was. She heard a slight movement outside. Just as she was about to get up, a tuft of her hair was still in Wenwen's hand. Wenwen slept with her limbs spread out. Her little chubby hands were clenched tightly, and she was even snoring. She touched Wenwen's little face. It was normal body temperature, and her mood was slightly relieved. After thinking about it, she continued to lie down. But soon, there was movement beside her. Fu Yunrua looked up and saw Wenwen's eyelids moving. She blinked her eyes and quickly focused. Ah. He looked at Fu Yunrua. Her little voice was soft and tender, and it was not affected by last night's crying at all. Fu Yunrua lowered her head and rubbed his little face. Little rascal. Ada. Ah. Chiwen danced and said something that no one could understand. Perhaps it was because he had vented last night, but Chiwen's mood was much better. He was much more indifferent to the fact that he would be abandoned in the end, and he was no longer depressed. He thought that since he had memories, he had already remembered the name of this woman's house. Even if he was abandoned in the future, he could still run back. When he grew up and earned a lot of money, he would throw a lot of money in front of her and let her cry bitterly and repent for abandoning him back then. Humph. At that time, the choice and initiative would be in his hands. Fu Yunrua did not know what her son was thinking. She saw that the baby was very energetic, so she carried the baby and walked out of the room. Aunt May was in the kitchen. When she saw Fu Yunrua and her son coming out, she smiled and said, Rua, I've made breakfast. Remember to eat when you get up. Okay, thank you, Aunt May. Fu Yunrua smiled. She had also cried for a long time last night. At this moment, her eyes were still a little red and swollen, and she looked very delicate. Come, let me carry Wenwen. Aunt May carefully took it. Seeing that he did not reject it this time, her face immediately bloomed into a smile. You little sweetheart. Fu Yunrua went to wash up. Aunt May smiled and helped Wenwen wash up. Fu Yunrua looked at the breakfast Aunt May made. She had made a pot of soft and fragrant millet porridge. She took out 2 bowls and held them out. Aunt May, come and eat. Fu Yunrua went into the room to feed the baby. After she was full, the millet porridge was almost dry. She placed the baby in the stroller and watched from the side. Then, she spoke to Aunt May. Aunt May, why is Wenwen crying so hard? She still could not let go. He's not hungry, nor is he feeling unwell. This is very normal. Other than feeling unwell, children will also cry when they are shocked. In my opinion, Wenwen was shocked, causing him to feel insecure. Children don't know how to speak, so he cried. Shocked? Fu Yunrua blinked. Did Wenwen have a nightmare? Maybe. Let's see if he'll be like this tonight. If he still cries, I'll help you take a look. Okay, sorry to trouble you, Aunt May. Are you going to the flower garden today? Yes? Fu Yunrua hesitated for a moment. Yesterday, Brother Qi said that he was going to bring Uncle Gua for a physical examination. She still did not know the situation. She could not leave the flower garden alone. Fu Yunrua confirmed, is Wenwen all right? He's fine. Don't worry. Only then did Fu Yunrua feel at ease. After breakfast, she bid farewell to Aunt May and rode her little donkey to work. When she and the baby arrived at the flower garden, Uncle Gua was still there. Qi Weiqing had also arrived early. He was still wearing a suit, but he was instructed by Uncle Gua to water the flowers, fertilize the fertilizer, and take care of the flowers and plants. Fu Yunrua looked at his orderly movements and was very surprised. Wasn't this a manager? He actually knew how to take care of the flowers and plants. Yunrua, you're here. Qi Weiqing smiled and greeted her. Fu Yunrua was prepared to put Wenwen on the small bed to help Qi Weiqing. She did not expect Wenwen to be unusually clingy to her today. Once she carried her and put her down, her small body was like soft noodles. Her 2 chubby little feet refused to touch the ground, and her small hands and feet touched her body softly. Fu Yunrua did not succeed in putting Wenwen down a few times, so she could only carry her and watch Qi Weiqing work not far away. Qi Weiqing suddenly thought of something. He put down the work he was doing and went out. When he came back, he was holding a small car. This is my greeting gift to Wen. I was in too much of a hurry yesterday, so I have to make it up to you today. Qi Weiqing smiled as he handed it over. It was obvious that this was a high-end toy car from a big brand. Fu Yun hurriedly refused, "You're spending too much money. It's good that you're sincere. How can I accept such an expensive gift? This is my gift to the child. You must accept it. Besides, I've already bought it. It would be a waste if you don't accept it. You can give it to the kids at home too. I'm not married yet." Qi Weiqing laughed. Fu Yun could only accept it on behalf of her child. "Thank you, Brother Qi." Then he placed the toy in front of Wen and said softly to Wen, "Come, Wen, thanks Uncle Qi." Qi Wen looked at the little cart, then looked at it again. Then, he pushed it with his chubby hands and shouted fiercely at Qi Weiqing, "Ah! Don't even think about buying him over with a mere toy." Fu Yun had never expected that her obedient and sensible son would suddenly be so impolite. If she wasn't wrong, the baby was hostile to Brother Qi, but why? She thought that Qi Yang was quite a nice person. Fu Yun smiled awkwardly and said, "Wen has always been very obedient. Maybe it's because she didn't sleep well last night that she's a little grumpy. Children are very cute." Qi Weiqing actually didn't like children. He felt that children were mischievous and difficult to raise. But at this moment, seeing this little brat baring his fangs and brandishing his claws at him, he felt that it was very interesting. Even that frowning little eyebrows and that fierce little voice made him very happy. He couldn't help but reach out to hold little Fatty's hand. Unsurprisingly, he was waved away. He thought that he looked very fierce when he frowned, but in fact, when his puffy cheeks trembled, he looked especially cute, so cute that it made people's hearts melt. Qi Weiqing's smile deepened. He felt that this child was very much to his liking, and he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that this child looked a little familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Fu Yun was quite happy to see her son being so lively, so she did not stop the two of them from interacting. Qi Weiqing teased the child for a while before he reluctantly withdrew his hand. Then, he went out to continue tending to the orchids. Seeing this, Fu Yun wanted to help, but the child was too clingy. She put the baby on the small bed with great difficulty. Just as she was about to step out of the door, she was called back by Ya. Fu Yun tried a few times, but she could not step out of the door of the living room. Qi Wen sat on the small bed and stared at Fu Yun unhappily. They hadn't even confirmed their relationship yet, but she was already abandoning her son to follow that man. He wasn't willing to see them go off to spend time alone and leave him behind. If Fu Yun knew her son's inner thoughts, she would definitely not know whether to laugh or cry. She really did not have those messy thoughts. Qi Weiqing was a good person, but she really did not have those thoughts. Moreover, he didn't seem to have any thoughts about her. She just felt that it was her job, and it wasn't right to let others do it for her. Fu Yun spent the entire morning around this little ancestor. At noon, she made a sumptuous lunch. She made a bowl of minced pork and egg soup for Wen. A 6-month-old baby could already be fed some supplementary food. Fu Yun specially learned a lot of nutritious baby meals and made different dishes for Wen. Ever since Wen was given supplementary food, he especially liked it. He liked it even more than milk. Basically, he was not willing to drink breast milk anymore. If Fu Yun thought about it, other people's babies might need a process to be weaned, and the babies would even cry and make a fuss. Her family did not have this worry at all. If Fu Yun had not heard from an experienced elder that the best time to wean a child was 8 months old, and the child was completely weaned between 1 year old and 1.5 weeks old, Wen would have started weaning at 6 months old. During this period of time, she would occasionally feed him, but the frequency had decreased. She would only feed him once or twice a day. At noon, Qi Weiqing stayed for lunch. Uncle Guo's expression was still ugly, but he would pay attention to Qi Weiqing. Not long after lunch, Uncle Guo bluntly asked Qi Weiqing to go to work. He went to take an afternoon nap. Fu Yun also took the child to take an afternoon nap. After Coaxing Wenwen to sleep, Fu Yunrua thought about it and put her phone to the side. Then, she made a call with another phone. This was a method that she had thought of previously. Uncle Gua did not ask her to work at any time, but she was paid. It was not good to take care of the child and not do anything. Children were more sleepy, so she wanted to do some work while Wenwen was sleeping. It was fine near the house. She could notice the movements in the house at any time. But if she was far away, she could not hear anything. So she thought of a method. For this reason, she specially bought an old phone that cost 100 yuan. She placed the phone on the table. Both sides were constantly on the phone, so she could pay attention to the child's movements at any time. She did not have many opportunities to do this, and the free phone call time every month was enough. At least, the effect of doing this before was quite good. This time, after coaxing Wenwen to sleep, she did this again. Then, she hurried over. She was really embarrassed to be so heartless and wait to sleep while others were working. When Fu Yunrua arrived at the flower shed, Qi Weiqing was fiddling with a potted plant. When he saw Fu Yunrua coming over, he smiled very amiably. Fu Yunrua also took the tools over and looked for work to do. But after looking for a long time, it seemed that there was nothing for her to do. Currently, the only thing that needed to be done was the pot of orchids in front of Qi Weiqing. She said, "Brother Qi, why don't you rest for a while and let me do it?" "No need, I'm almost done." Fu Yunrua could only stand not far from Qi Weiqing and watch him trim the leaves of the orchids. She could not help but sigh. "Brother Qi, you know so much." Actually, she was quite embarrassed. Qi Weiqing had done all her work. "I majored in plant science in university. My teacher was my mentor," Qi Weiqing said with a smile. Fu Yunrua blinked her eyes in surprise and sighed. "Then your specialization is a little too big." A plant science major actually went to the entertainment industry to be an agent, and he seemed to be doing very well. "There's no other way. Although I majored in this major, I'm really not cut out for it, so I changed my profession." Qi Weiqing was a little helpless. One situation was really unpredictable. Back then, he chose this major because he was interested in these things, but he really did not have the talent. Moreover, he was a layman. He wanted to earn more money and live a good life. He used to envy his teachers and classmates. Some of them specialized in cultivating rare herbs. Once they cultivated them, it was not a problem to become rich overnight. But the prerequisite was that they had to be patient enough to do research and cultivation. They also had to have the talent. From university to the 2 years after he graduated, he also immersed himself in cultivating rare orchids, but he did not have any achievements. He was so poor that he could only afford to eat instant noodles. Later on, he entered the entertainment industry. It was really a coincidence. He did not expect that he seemed to be quite suitable for this industry. The first time he brought a newcomer, he became popular. Later on, he took root in this industry. Fu Yunrua understood this very well. Just like many of her classmates in the past, they majored in this major, but many of them did not engage in this industry. Moreover, what they liked might not be able to make a living. There were very few people who could choose to engage in an industry that they liked. "Brother Qi, you are very suitable for the entertainment industry." Qi Weiqing smiled, "It's okay. I can barely make it." Then he said, "You are also very suitable for the entertainment industry. Have you considered the matter about entering the entertainment industry?" "Ah?" Qi Weiqing said seriously, "My judgment of people is rarely wrong. You have a very unique and beautiful face, and it's very easy for the audience to remember you. Your face has a wide range of acting roles, and it's suitable for any drama. You have a lot of natural advantages, and I can see the potential in you to become famous." Fu Yunrua could not help but touch her face. Was she really that good? In fact, her current facial features were similar to her previous life. It was just that her current appearance was the enhanced and refined version. The original owner of this body had been wearing heavy makeup since junior high school. The heavy makeup and big red lips made her look very aggressive. Ever since she came to this world, she did not touch any makeup. At most, she would use some moisturizing cream. She even used the same moisturizing cream as the baby. Now, she could be considered a natural carving. Anyway, she felt that she looked better without makeup than with heavy makeup. In fact, the original owner of this body had appeared in public before. Because of her relationship with the female lead, she had a very bad reputation in the entertainment industry. She believed that Qi Weiqing must have heard of her before. He might have even seen her in public before. It was just that he did not connect the two of them. As for the acting skills that you are worried about, the company has a professional teacher. You don't have to worry about it at all. Yunrua's existence was already half popular. With some polishing, she could definitely shine. Fu Yunrua felt that Qi Weiqing's eloquence was really good. She was moved by his words. After hesitating for a moment, she still reluctantly rejected, no, at least for the next 2 years. Her life was more important. Everything else was meaningless. Thinking about what she was thinking about last night, Fu Yunrua said, but I want to do some live broadcasts. For example, the kind that does not show my face. It's just that I am not particularly good at anything. I don't know what to do. Last night, the baby cried in the middle of the night. She had forgotten about this matter. Only now did she remember. Fu Yunrua was very distressed. She did not know what to broadcast. If it was a musical instrument, she could play the piano. However, she was not considered professional. Broadcast? Qi Weiqing said, this is not bad. He was very enthusiastic about the idea. Why don't you broadcast raising flowers? Fu Yunrua hesitated, is this okay? Of course, there are many kinds of broadcast content. There are a lot of live broadcasts about raising pets like cats and dogs. There are also live broadcasts about raising flowers. Orchids have always been one of the most popular flowers in our country. This is definitely the right choice. Qi Weiqing's idea was very reasonable. The main reason was that Yunrua worked in the flower nursery to cultivate orchids. This broadcast was very suitable. Fu Yunrua nodded repeatedly. Her eyes were shining. Professionals were indeed different. What he said was very reasonable. If you want to do a broadcast, choose Panda Broadcasting. I know this broadcasting company. The contract is relatively fair. Moreover, I know the person in charge. Qi Weiqing thought that although live broadcasting and the entertainment industry were two different industries, they were actually inseparable. There were many people who went to the entertainment industry after becoming popular through live broadcasting. It was also common for celebrities in the entertainment industry to maintain their popularity through live broadcasting. Yunrua going to do a broadcast was also considered to have one foot in the entertainment industry. He could not let such a good seedling be picked up by others. Panda Broadcasting and Apple Entertainment were subsidiary companies of the same company. In the future, Yunrua could develop wherever she wanted. Fu Yunrua nodded very seriously. I will consider it carefully. Qi Weiqing knew that going too far was as bad as falling short. He did not continue to be entangled in this topic. Instead, he naturally changed the topic. I will bring the teacher to the city tonight. I might not be back until the day after tomorrow. I will leave this place to you. This is what I should do. Fu Yunrua agreed readily. Then, she asked with concern, is there any problem with Uncle Gua's health? It's not a big deal. It's just that he is getting old and needs to do more checkups. Okay. Fu Yunrua was relieved. You know, the teacher's temper is a little stubborn. Fu Yunrua understood and said, don't worry. I will ask Uncle Gua if there is anything I need to tell him later. Sorry to trouble you. It's no trouble. Fu Yunrua did not care. This was originally her job scope. Fu Yun took Qi Weiqing's words to heart. At night, she carried the baby and turned on her phone to download the Panda live streaming app. Qi Wen leaned in Fu Yun's arms and stared at the phone screen. He looked very serious, as if he could understand it. Fu Yun did not want the child to come into contact with electronic products too early, but this little guy was especially naughty tonight. Unless you did not play with your phone, you would stick to her as soon as you saw her pick up the phone. She had no choice but to carry the baby. Fortunately, the baby only wanted to watch and did not reach out to snatch the phone, so he did not disturb her. Fu Yun decided to start the live streaming as soon as possible. She felt that Brother Chi's suggestion was very helpful. She still had a job in this rural area, so she did not have many choices for live streaming content. She did not know how to cook famous dishes and only knew how to cook some home-cooked dishes. She could not sing better than professional singers. She had to show her face in a mukbang broadcast. She could not possibly film these unpolluted rural scenery, right? Fu Yun scrolled through the recommended live streaming on the homepage, and she could not stop scrolling. The live streaming room with millions of fans was super lively and interesting. No wonder the live streaming industry was so popular. It was indeed poisonous. Once you entered, you could not leave. If it were not for a little fat hand slapping on the screen, Fu Yun would continue to be addicted to the live streaming and could not stop. Only then did she remember her business. She had to study how the live streamer did it. She studied the rules, registered an account, opened the live streaming room, and chose the tag. What was the tag for cloud nurturing flowers? She searched and indeed, there was a live streaming related to flower nurturing, so she chose the tag accordingly. After studying the live streaming room, Fu Yun began to study the contract. If possible, Fu Yun did not want to sign the contract. She was worried that if her identity information was leaked, it would be easy to find traces. Then, her efforts to hide for so long would be in vain. The profits of Panda live streaming were divided into two categories, those who signed the contract and those who did not sign the contract. Those who did not sign the contract and the platform would get a 30-70 split. Those who signed the contract would get a higher percentage than those who did not sign the contract. Fu Yun felt that she was thinking too much. She might not be able to make any waves, so she did not have to think about signing the contract for the time being. Uncle Guo left with Qi Weiqing after dinner that day. Fu Yun Rua took on the heavy responsibility of taking care of the flower beds. Early the next morning, she carried Wenwen over. This was the first time that Fu Yun was in charge of the orchids in the flower shed alone. She was quite nervous and tensed up even more. The value of the orchids in the flower shed was immeasurable. She had to take good care of them. If Fu Yun wanted to do a live broadcast of growing flowers, but the flower bed was not her own, she felt that she had to seek the opinion of the owner of the flower bed first. If Uncle Guo did not agree, she would think of something else. In short, she had to make the live stream a success. If Fu Yun had been taking care of and studying the orchids carefully during this period of time, she would not be able to get out of this pit. She was fascinated by the various forms of orchids and felt that it was a great thing to raise a flower calmly and let it bloom in its most beautiful form. She looked at the mutant orchid that Uncle Guo had spent so much effort to cultivate and wondered if she could cultivate a mutant orchid. Baby Wenwen was very quiet and obedient. If Fu Yun was working at the side, he would stay in the pram and hold a small toy car in his hand. He sat steadily and looked in Fu Yun Rua's direction with his big black eyes from time to time. She was indeed the woman who gave birth to him. Even if she was barefaced, under the contrast of the orchids, she was more beautiful than a flower. His appearance was very similar to a woman's, but he was more handsome. In his previous life, even though there were many scandals and controversies about him, there were still many fans who were fascinated by his face. He approved of this woman's idea of becoming a live stream host to earn money and not show her face, but he was not willing for her to enter the entertainment industry. No one could understand it better than him, who had been in the entertainment industry for more than 10 years. He had climbed from the bottom to the top and had seen many dark and dirty things along the way. This woman was so naive and stupid, she would definitely be eaten until there was nothing left. So, it was fine to be a live stream host who did not show her face and earn some money. When he grew up, he would be able to earn money on his own. At that time, he would not have to worry about money anymore. Uncle Guo and Qi Weiqing came back in the afternoon of the second day. Uncle Guo was in front and walked quickly. Qi Weiqing carried 2 big bags and tried his best to catch up. They entered the house one after the other. Fu Yun Rua had just coaxed Wenwen to take an afternoon nap in the room. When she heard the commotion outside, she quickly walked out and greeted the two of them. Then, she asked with concern, "Uncle Guo, how's the checkup?" Uncle Guo snorted, "It's unnecessary." Then, he returned to his room. Qi Weiqing smiled and said, "It's not a big problem. It's just that her blood pressure is a little high." You just have to pay more attention to it. Fu Yunrua was relieved when she heard that. It was good that she was fine. These are my teacher's medicine. When I'm not around, I'll have to trouble you to help supervise her. Okay. Fu Yunrua looked at the number of times she had taken the medicine and silently remembered it in her heart. When Qi Weiqing returned, Fu Yunrua was embarrassed to leave him to take an afternoon nap. She whispered to Qi Weiqing in the living room. Qi Weiqing was very concerned about Fu Yunrua's future development and asked her if she had made a decision. Fu Yunrua honestly told him about her progress and then said, "But if I really want to do a live broadcast, I still have to ask Uncle Gua. Teacher won't mind." Qi Weiqing said, "How do you plan to do a live broadcast?" "I've thought about this for a long time. I want to broadcast the process of me cultivating a mutated orchid." Fu Yunrua's eyes were sparkling. "Although I haven't cultivated one yet, I really want to cultivate a good-looking orchid like Uncle Gua." This was also a kind of flower cultivation. Fu Yunrua felt that compared to the process of watering, fertilizing, and patting the flowers every day, she felt that this was more challenging. Although it was very difficult, what if it worked? If she succeeded, she could also boast shamelessly that she was an expert in this field. Orchids normally took about 4 to 5 years to grow from seed to flower, but now that they paid attention to scientific cultivation, they could be artificially induced to shorten the time to 2 to 3 years. Fu Yunrua felt that she could start from seed. Even if she couldn't make it mutate in the end, it could still flower. It could be considered a perfect ending. After chatting for a while, Qi Weiqing's phone suddenly rang. He smiled apologetically at Fu Yunrua. "I'll take this call first." "Go ahead." Fu Yunrua smiled and replied. Qi Weiqing walked to the side to talk. Fu Yunrua thought that she had been out for quite a long time, so she quickly returned to her room. The moment the door closed, she could faintly hear Brother Qi say to the other side of the phone, "Soon." After she entered the room, Wenwen was still asleep. Fu Yunrua heaved a sigh of relief. She thought that if the baby woke up and heard Brother Qi's voice, why didn't he make a fuss? She didn't know where the little guy's hostility came from. Fu Yunrua thought of the 2 words she accidentally heard and thought that Uncle Gua's physical examination had already been completed, so Brother Qi should be going back soon. Apple Entertainment was in the capital. As a top manager, he probably couldn't leave for too long. It was rare to have a friend who she could chat with. Thinking that they wouldn't be able to meet again soon, she felt quite reluctant. However, it was normal for people to meet and part. Because Qi Weiqing was around, Fu Yunrua wasn't in a hurry to get off work. She cooked dinner for them at around 5 o'clock and ate with them at their invitation. Fu Yunrua guessed correctly. After dinner, before she left, Qi Weiqing said goodbye to them. Fu Yunrua asked, "Are you leaving tonight?" "My flight is tomorrow. I have to leave tonight. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to make it." This remote village was very far from the city, and the road conditions were complicated. He had to drive 5 to 6 hours to find a hotel in the city to stay the night. The next day, he had to drive another 2 to 3 hours to the airport and take a flight back to the capital. Qi Weiqing didn't stay for long and was about to leave. Before he left, he asked Old Gua for a pot of orchids. Old Gua, who was already in a bad mood, suddenly frowned and said, "Get lost. Don't ruin my orchids." Although he was scolding, Old Gua still gave him a pot of orchids that looked the best to take care of. Qi Weiqing held the pot of orchids and quickly left with a smile. "Teacher, I'll come again next time when I'm free." Uncle Gua roared angrily, "If you come again, I'll break your legs." Fu Yunrua didn't dare to say anything. She thought that Uncle Gua must be reluctant to let Brother Qi leave. He was actually very happy that someone remembered him, but he didn't mean what he said. However, she didn't expect that the next day, Uncle Gua was still angrily scolding Qi Weiqing for ruining the orchids. Fu Yunrua listened for a long time and couldn't help but say weakly, "Actually, Brother Qi is very good. He can take good care of the orchids." He was much more professional than her. Uncle Gua was still angry. That damn brat didn't want to take care of them himself. He wanted to give them to that brat. Every pot of orchids died. What a waste of my flowers. Fu Yunrua blinked her eyes. She was curious as to who that brat was. But Uncle Gua didn't say anything else. Fu Yunrua didn't ask further. She was afraid that the more she asked, the angrier he would be. After a long time, Fu Yunrua guessed that Uncle Gua wasn't angry anymore. She went up to him and asked, "Uncle Gua, do you think I can cultivate orchids now?" During this period of time, she had been assisting Uncle Gua. She had also read the few books that Uncle Gua gave her. But she didn't try it out, so she didn't know if it was possible. Uncle Gua looked over. Fu Yunrua felt a little embarrassed, but she still expressed her thoughts. "It's like this. I want to do a live broadcast." She explained her thoughts and the content of her live broadcast in detail. After Uncle Gua heard it, he snorted coldly. "You only know how to think of such fancy things." Then, he walked away with his hands behind his back. Fu Yunrua blinked. Did Uncle Gua mean that he agreed or disagreed? She couldn't figure out Uncle Gua's thoughts until she reached home. In the end, she thought listlessly that it probably wouldn't work. Fu Yunrua hugged her son and said dejectedly, "Son, it looks like we won't be able to earn pocket money part-time." She still had to continue thinking of suitable live broadcasts. Chiwen exclaimed. He placed his soft chubby hand on her face. He thought to himself, "Stupid woman, Grandpa Gua didn't object to your live broadcast." Fu Yunrua didn't know what her son was thinking. Her depressed mood lasted until the next day. Fu Yunrua brought her son to the flower shed. She acutely realized that the layout of the flower shed had changed. Uncle Gua's flower shed was very big. It was nearly 1,000 square meters. In the past 20 years, he had cultivated orchids that were in good condition. There were only 73 pots of orchids that were in the process of being cultivated. Hence, there was a lot of space between them. But now, she clearly realized that many of the orchids that were convenient to move around had been moved. It was more orderly and saved more space. In the right corner of the flower shed, there was a large empty space. This empty space was surrounded by 2 shelves, leaving only one door open. Fu Yunrua walked in to take a look. There were many incubators with constant temperature, as well as potted plants and plant materials. Fu Yunrua's eyes welled up with tears. Uncle Gua walked in. He placed the seeds and sprouts in his hands on the plain table. "Uncle Gua, thank you." Fu Yunrua's eyes reddened. She thought that Uncle Gua didn't like her doing live broadcasts. She didn't expect that he would give her such a big surprise. She was so surprised that she wanted to cry. That was why she really, really liked this place. Her hometown in another world had a lot of kindness and beauty. Uncle Gua saw that she was so touched that her eyes were brimming with tears. He felt very awkward. "If you want to hua here. Don't touch my flowers." His tone was much gentler. "Okay." Fu Yunrua replied with a heavy nasal sound. Uncle Gua put down the things and laughed to observe his precious flowers. Fu Yunrua wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and began to arrange the seeds and sprouts. She smiled like a flower. This pear blossom with tears was very moving. On the other side, Chi Weiqing was travel-worn. He spent a day and a night returning to the capital. He didn't even have time to return home to put away his luggage before he was urgently summoned to the company. "Ah Cheng, you're finally back." Yuan Xian specially waited at the entrance of the building. When he saw Chi Weiqing, he immediately went up to him excitedly. "If you didn't come back, I wouldn't have been able to take it." Yuan Bro, Chi Weiqing shouted. Then he smiled and said, "Didn't I rush back? It's been hard on you." Yuan Xian carefully took the pot of orchids from Chi Weiqing's hands. He let out a big sigh of relief. He could finally deal with that ancestor. Yuan Xian immediately returned to his well-dressed elite appearance and walked in side by side with Chi Weiqing. Yuan Bro, Chi Bro. Along the way, the company's celebrity employees all greeted them when they saw them. If Chi Weiqing was one of the publicly recognized top managers in the entertainment industry, then Yuan Xian was the king of the aces. Yuan Xian was 45 years old this year and was a legend in the entertainment industry. He was publicly recognized as the #1 manager and also the head of Apple Entertainment's management department. In his management career, he had only managed 3 celebrities. Each one of them eventually became a legend of their era. The first celebrity left the industry after reaching the top to get married and have children. The second celebrity unfortunately died of a terminal illness 3 years after reaching the top. Now, the third celebrity he managed was Apple Entertainment's number 1, Xiu, who had won the Golden Horse Award for 3 consecutive years. Xiu debuted at the age of 20. In his first movie, he won the Best Actor award and the Best Newcomer award. However, he didn't reach the top immediately after his debut. Every time the marketing accounts said that he was going to fall, he would always use more and more dazzling results to refresh the world's understanding of the peak. Originally, managing such a superstar was the most dazzling achievement in Xianxia's career. However, after working together for so many years, he just wanted to beat himself to death for trying so hard to sign him. He was hard to please and his temper wasn't bad. It was just that sometimes, he was too much of a dog. He felt that he had lost a lot of hair. For example, recently, his new orchid died after 5 days. Then, his attitude was the same. A famous television station invited him to participate in a variety show. The flower died and he didn't want to go. A famous director invited him to be the male lead in a movie. The flower died and he didn't want to do it. A popular IP script was sent to him to see if he was interested. The flower died and he didn't want to watch it. This wasn't the most infuriating thing. After hearing that Qi Weiqing was going to visit his teacher, he started to cause trouble again. He insisted on buying a pot of his teacher's orchid to raise. The reason was because his teacher's orchid had only withered after half a month. At first, he could still buy it. Later, his teacher somehow found out that all the flowers he sold had died and refused to sell them. No matter how high the price was, there was no room for negotiation. No matter who tried to persuade him, it was useless. This time, when he heard that Qi Weiqing was going, he insisted on buying a pot. He clearly knew that if he raised a pot, it would die. However, he didn't believe it. In his opinion, the orchid was so cute. Wouldn't it be better to let it be beautiful alone? If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted this dog of a man who hadn't accepted any scripts for more than a year to do some work, he wouldn't have followed him to harm this pitiful plant. Xianxia pushed the door open and entered. When he looked up, he saw a man in a casual suit leaning against a black office chair. His long legs were propped up on the table and the back of his head was resting on the back of the chair. His upturned face was covered with a book. Hearing the movement at the door, the man didn't move. It was as if he hadn't heard anything in his deep sleep. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. He placed the potted plant on the table and unhurriedly took out a few scripts from his briefcase. He placed them separately on the table. Then, he knocked on the table. "These are the good scripts I picked out recently. Which one do you want to act in?" After a moment, his slender fingers took down the book, revealing a handsome face. The man lay lazily. He lifted his eyelids and said casually, "The flowers are dead." Halfway through his sentence, his eyes inadvertently swept across the potted plant on the table. A potted green orchid came into view. Thus, he changed the topic very naturally. "I really need work to soothe my sadness." Xianxia puffed out his chest. He knew he could control this ancestor. Then, he pushed the script to him. Xiu's eyes casually swept over the script and pointed at one of the scripts. "I'll take this one." Xianxia picked it up and glanced at it. Then, he nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll contact the director now. I'll push the rest for you. This production crew will officially start filming in half a month. You have to join the crew on time. I'll send you the complete script later. During this time, think about it carefully so that you don't embarrass me." Xiu clicked his tongue. "Can't you say something nicer?" Was this something a human would say? He was the winner of the Golden Horse Best Actor awards. How could he fail at acting? Xianxia snorted to show his merciless mockery towards Xiu. Xiu's eyes were glued to the potted plant again. "Qi Weiqing is back?" "He's back, Xianxia was about to continue speaking when he was interrupted by a knock on the door. Xianxia looked at the door and said, "Come in." A secretary with exquisite makeup and high heels pushed the door open and said formally, "Best Actor C, Brother Yuan, Miss Feng Shuirua is here." She wants to see Best Actor C. The woman tried her best to appear businesslike, but when her gaze landed on Siyu's face, she couldn't help but blush. That handsome face was too lethal for women. It was dazzling and mesmerizing. Why is she here again? Yuan Xian frowned when he heard the name. The word again was used cleverly, indicating that this was not the first time she had come here, and it also showed their attitude towards this. Siyu replied impatiently, I'm not seeing him. Yuan Xian had no objections. He said to the woman, tell her that Best Actor C isn't here. Tell her to make an appointment with me before she comes. All right. The woman nodded in response. She couldn't help but take a few more glances at Xingdi before closing the door and leaving with a red face. Yuan Xian clicked his tongue, and said, you're a scourge. Couldn't these girls see their nature? Appearances can blind one's eyes. I was born with it. Siyu strode around the table with his long legs and walked to Yuan Xian's side. He picked up the potted plant naturally and turned to leave the office. I'll go back first. Call me if there's anything. Yuan Xian replied and reminded him repeatedly, remember to read the script. Siyu didn't even turn his head. He just waved his hand in response. Apple Entertainment had a special staircase for celebrities to leave from a secluded intersection to avoid being followed by the paparazzi. Siyu walked to the car park. Siyu carefully placed the potted plant in the front seat and fixed it properly. He closed the car door and walked to the driver's seat, preparing to open the door and drive away. Best Actor C. A crisp and pleasant female voice sounded from not too far away, followed by the sound of high heels clicking on the floorboards. Please wait. He had thought that he hadn't alerted anyone, but he hadn't expected that the woman who had been waiting for him to leave would appear here. It seemed like the people at Apple Entertainment needed to be taught a lesson. Siyu glanced at her casually. Feng Shui lowered her head slightly, took off her sunglasses, and looked up. Best Actor C. Feng Shui's exquisite face was cold. We need to talk. Siyu clicked his tongue. I don't think there's anything to talk about. Siyu opened the car door and prepared to leave. When Feng Shui saw that Siyu was really about to leave, she hurried forward and reached out to pull the car door open. Siyu pursed his lips unhappily. Miss Feng, you're the star of the rival company. Isn't it inappropriate for you to appear at Apple Entertainment like this? Apple Entertainment and Orange Entertainment were sworn enemies. As the pillar of Orange Entertainment, it would be interesting if he appeared in Apple Entertainment and specifically came to stop him if he was photographed by the gossip reporters. He didn't want his name to be mentioned in the same breath as this woman. Feng Shui looked up at him, revealing her fair and slender neck. Her expression was weak and stubborn. Where's my sister? Siyu sneered. He crossed his arms and his lips curled into a cold smile. How strange. Where is Miss Feng's sister? Why are you asking me about her? What kind of logic is this? A trace of embarrassment flashed across her face. She bit her bright red lips and said, You were at the hotel that day, right? My sister disappeared after leaving the hotel. We couldn't find her. Uncle is very worried about her safety. If you know where she is, please let us know. We're really worried about her. The day after they found out that her sister was missing, they sent people to investigate. However, they didn't expect to meet with resistance. They only found out that she left the hotel and where she went after that. They couldn't find any trace of her. It was as though someone had erased all traces of her. Other than Siyu, who was also at the hotel that day, she couldn't think of anyone else who had such power. That day, a reporter accidentally took a picture of her sister. However, it was suppressed and didn't cause a stir. Her friends in the industry told her in private that it was Apple Entertainment. She didn't know when her sister met Siyu and why he helped her. Siyu looked at Feng Shui as though she was a clown. There were at least a few dozen people at the hotel. Why don't you ask others? If you can't find her, you can go to the police. Okay? But Siyu didn't want to listen to her nonsense. He opened the car door forcefully, got into the driver's seat, and slammed the door shut. Feng Shui staggered and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Best Actor C. Best Actor C. She took a few steps forward, but because she was in a hurry, she accidentally twisted her ankle. Just as she was about to fall, a figure rushed over and pulled her into his arms. Feng Shui gasped and fell into his broad chest. She only had time to see the tail end of a low-profile black car before it drove out of the parking lot. She looked away in disappointment. Then, as though she remembered something, she looked up and said in surprise, "Brother Chang? Why are you here?" Chang Zhiyu looked at Feng Shui affectionately. "What if you got bullied if I didn't come?" Chang Zhiyu felt uneasy when he thought about what he had just seen. He had come too late and caused the woman he cared about the most to suffer. Feng Shui retreated from his embrace and tucked her hair behind her ear. She said gently, "I can handle it." Chang Zhiyu sneered. "I think Siyu doesn't care about the Chang family and the Fu family at all." Feng Shui's eyes darkened and she said in a low voice, "I'm not really a member of the Fu family." Before she could finish, Chang Zhiyu interrupted her. "Why do you think that way? Uncle Fu treats you like his own daughter. No one dares to deny that you're a member of the Fu family." Feng Shui smiled faintly without a trace of sadness. "You know that I don't care about these things. I know that you're kind and considerate of others. You're so tenacious and kind. No one would dislike you," Chang Zhiyu said affectionately. Chang Zhiyu said affectionately, "Falling in love with you is the least regretful thing in my life." Feng Shui blushed slightly and frowned. "Uncle Fu treats me so well. I want to help him find my sister, but..." Chang Zhiyu's expression darkened at the mention of the Fu family. He sneered. "She treated you so badly and you still care about her? She might not even appreciate it." Feng Shui said softly, "It doesn't matter if she admits it or not. In my heart, she's my sister. How can I be at ease now that her whereabouts are unknown?" "You're just too kind." Chang Zhiyu felt that it was unfair to his sweetheart, but he couldn't bear to blame her. After all, she wouldn't be at a disadvantage with him around. Feng Shui said worriedly, "But Best Actor C still refuses to reveal anything. If there's no other way, we can call the police and sue you for kidnapping someone." "Don't." Feng Shui refused. "That's not a good idea. Best Actor C's fame didn't come easily. If this matter is exposed, his reputation will be ruined." Chang Zhiyu said jealously, "Why do you care so much about him?" Feng Shui shook her head. "It's not that I care. We can't blow this matter up." She took Chang Zhiyu's hand and said gently, "All right, let's think of another way. Let's leave. It'll be hard to explain if the reporters see us." "Okay." Her soft and delicate hand held his. Chang Zhiyu instantly forgot about everyone and everything else. There was only one thought in his mind. Shui Rua took the initiative to hold his hand. Siyu drove the car away. From the rearview mirror, he could see a man rushing out and hugging the woman. He sneered. This adulterous couple was a match made in heaven. The car drove onto the road and merged into the traffic. Siyu pursed his lips into a straight line. When the woman mentioned the incident, he couldn't help but recall that terrible but not too bad night. He had been careless and had wanted to rely on his willpower to survive for a while until Xianxia came to pick him up. He hadn't expected that a woman would suddenly pounce on him. Moreover, it was a woman who had also been drugged. He had wanted to hold it in, but he hadn't expected the woman to hug him and squirm against him. He had lost his rationality and spent a chaotic night. When Xianxia rushed to the hotel, he knocked on the door but there was no response. The first thing he did was to take control of the hotel and check the surveillance cameras. When he saw Siyu bringing a woman back to his room, he knew that he was too late and could only try to remedy the situation. Xianxia immediately destroyed the surveillance cameras and found out that the woman wasn't arranged in advance. Instead, she was the Fu family's eldest young mistress with a bad reputation. Xianxia didn't sleep the entire night. He was afraid that this matter would be exposed. He used all his connections to take care of everything. When he found out that the media was preparing to release negative news about Fu Yunrua, he suppressed it. He hadn't expected that Fu Yunrua would escape in a hurry after he dozed off. Looking at her posture, it seemed that she wanted to completely disappear in front of people. Xianxia hurriedly knocked on the door to wake Siyu up and quickly explained the matter. Xiyu was very satisfied with Yuan Xian's way of handling things. When he found out that someone was looking for the woman with bad intentions, he wiped away the traces. In fact, he really didn't know where the woman had gone in the end. He didn't specially look for her. Even though they had crossed paths that night, they had never met before. Since she didn't want him to take responsibility, he didn't care. However, although the woman had a bad reputation, he didn't hate her that night. On the contrary, he felt that she was quite good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped her. But he didn't want to be targeted by an annoying woman because of this. Xiyu knocked on the steering wheel. Since they were so free, he would find something for them to do. Fu Yunrua didn't know what was happening thousands of miles away. She tidied up her greenhouse and made sure that everything was prepared before the live broadcast. Then, she nervously started her first live broadcast. She only had a cell phone as her live broadcast equipment. This cell phone was her most valuable asset at the moment. It was the most high-end cell phone in the country. The resolution of the camera was very high, and the original image was comparable to a professional camera. After opening the live broadcast room, Fu Yunrua started the live broadcast based on her intuition. Hello everyone, I'm Yinwan Yunshu. This is my live broadcast room. The purpose of my live broadcast is to raise flowers with everyone. I hope that we can raise amazing orchids. This is the greenhouse. She walked around the greenhouse with the camera. Then, she introduced the utensils, seeds, and seedlings one by one. Then, she talked about her own thoughts. Regardless of whether there was an audience or not, she still spoke very seriously. As she spoke, she suddenly saw a pop-up comment on the screen. Mrs. Voice is so nice. I love it. I love it. Fu Yunrua's eyes curved as she happily said. Thank you for the compliment. Only then did she notice that the number of viewers in the live broadcast room had jumped from 0 to 8. She was even happier. It seemed that live broadcasting wasn't that difficult. Miss must be very beautiful. Show your face, a second pop-up comment floated past. Fu Yunrua playfully replied, I won't show my face. My live broadcast doesn't show my face, only the orchids and grasses. Huahua is so beautiful. Can you bear to only look at the streamer and not Huahua? The streamer is so interesting, Huahua wants to see it. The streamer also wants to see it. Fu Yunrua laughed. The streamer won't let me see it, only the orchids and grasses. The number of viewers quickly jumped up, and it suddenly became 23. Fu Yunrua chatted with 1 or 2 active viewers for a while, then said, back to the topic. I'm going to start planting flowers. This is the seed of the lotus petal orchid. This is the jade magnolias. Fu Yunrua introduced the types of seeds, fixed her phone, and aimed the camera at the empty flower pot on the table. This was an angle that she had spent a long time studying. It could clearly capture her movements, but she would not appear in the camera. Originally, Fu Yunrua only planned to raise 1 pot of flowers and try to raise a mutated orchid. However, Uncle Gui gave her a lot of orchid seeds and sprouts. Fu Yunrua decided to choose 10 types of orchids and only cultivate 10 pots. Her energy was limited, so she could only focus on raising so many orchids. Of these 10 types of orchids, I've decided to choose a lucky audience to choose the seeds every day. I chose the lotus petal orchid seed myself, so I'll plant this today. As Fu Yunrua explained, she adjusted the soil ratio and placed it into a container to plant the lotus petal orchid seed. Finally, she took her phone and looked at the screen. The number of viewers had already reached 259, and there were many more messages on the screen. Everyone seemed to be very interested in the matter of choosing the seeds. Also, they were interested in her, the streamer. Fu Yunrua finally said, next, I'll post a message on the forum and launch a poll for tomorrow's seeds. Everyone, please vote and leave a message to support whatever flowers you want to raise. Click on the top right to follow the streamer and don't get lost. See you tomorrow. After saying that, Fu Yunrua turned off the live broadcast. She went to the personal center to check the data of her live broadcast room. At the peak of her popularity, there were nearly 400 people, but they just came in and out. In the end, an average of 200 people stayed. She was very satisfied with the data and felt very surprised. She thought that no one would watch her live broadcast on her first day. Panda live streaming was quite friendly to newbies. There was a column dedicated to recommending new live streaming rooms, and there was a 15-day recommendation period. During these 15 days, she would have the opportunity to show her face in the recommendation column when she was live streaming. It was possible that she would only show her face for 15 seconds if she live streamed for 2 hours a day. However, one had to know that Panda live streaming was one of the largest live streaming platforms in the world. There were 3 billion registered users, and the average daily traffic was 1 billion times. The daily traffic in the country also reached 100 million people. It could be said that even if it only appeared in the recommendation column for a second, there would be thousands of people on average. There might be 200 to 300 people who would click on it. At this time, it was time to see whose cover would attract more people to watch. The cover of Fu Yunrua's live streaming room was a blooming orchid. The category she chose was also related to plants, so it attracted people who were generally interested in flowers. Among the audience who had settled down to watch, nearly half of them paid attention to her. The next time she live streamed, these people would be the foundation of her popularity. After Fu Yunrua saw the data, she quickly went to the forum to post a message and started voting. There was a forum in the app, and the traffic was not low. It was comparable to a second Weibo. If the fans of celebrities were on Weibo, then the fans of broadcasters were on the forum. However, the two were also interconnected. Many popular figures would manage fans on both sides at the same time. After posting, Fu Yunrua could not help but go back to the bullet screen in the live streaming room. Previously, she was more focused on explaining and did not see many of the comments. Now that she looked again, the audience was very friendly. These viewers were roughly divided into 2 categories. One was attracted by her live streaming content, and the other was attracted by her voice or her hands. No matter what, at least she stayed for the time being. Moreover, she received a gift. Although it was a free little bamboo given by the app every day. Fu Yunrua clenched her fists and jumped happily. Then, she continued to fiddle with the orchid with a smile on her face. Although these were not live streamed, the flower seedlings that had been separated had to be planted and raised well. Uncle Gua was watching Wenwen baby outside. He knew that today was Fu Yunrua's first live stream, so he carefully played with the child and tried not to make any noise. He could vaguely hear her voice, and she seemed to be very happy. He did not understand these things, but this should be very good. Uncle Gua sat beside the floor mat and looked at the chubby, white, and cute little guy kindly. After replanting the area of the flower shed, a special area was created. The surrounding area was surrounded by wooden strips, leaving only a small path for one person to pass through. The area was not large, only enough to fit a floor mat. However, for a child who had just learned how to crawl, this area was enough for him to explore. Jiwen really wanted to know how the woman's livestream turned out. Did anyone say anything bad about her? Would the woman be hurt and upset after seeing it? Jiwen had a lot to worry about. He played with the building blocks absent-mindedly and pricked up his ears to listen to the movements inside. It was not easy to hear that the room seemed to have completely quieted down. There was no sound of talking. Jiwen thought that it should be over. Jiwen waited for a long time, but no one came out. He couldn't hold it in any longer and let out a few loud cries. Why didn't he come out when it was already over? She couldn't have forgotten about him, right? Old man Gua immediately picked up the small building blocks scattered on the side and tried to put on a kind face. Grandpa, play with Wenwen. Let's build a small house together. Jiwen said to Grandpa Gua. He didn't want to play. He just wanted to know how the livestream turned out. If there was no audience, he would be merciful and comfort her. In any industry, everything was difficult at the beginning. Don't give up easily because of a small setback at the beginning. Fu Yunrua had just planted the seedling into the flower pot when she heard her son's childish voice. She quickly put the potted plant away and ran out to find her son. Baby, mommy is here. Fu Yunrua quickly walked over, took off her shoes, and entered her son's territory. She picked up his soft and fragrant little body and kissed him a few times. Then, she rubbed his little face. After coaxing her baby son, Fu Yunrua smiled and said to Uncle Gua, Uncle Gua, thank you for looking after Wenwen. Uncle Gua was rarely gentle. Wen is very obedient. It's not hard. Uncle Gua stood up and took a few more glances at Wen. Chiwen turned his head to look at Grandpa Gua and made a sound at him. He even waved his little chubby hand at him as if he was saying goodbye. Old man Gua immediately left with his hands behind his back, satisfied. Fu Yunrua sat on the cushion and held Wen's baby in front of her. She pinched the baby's chubby little hand. Every time she pressed, the baby's hand would bounce back. She simply couldn't stop. Fu Yunrua's greatest sense of accomplishment was raising her son to be fair, chubby, and healthy. His little hands and feet were like lotus roots, and his beautiful and cute little face was also chubby and bouncy. He really made people love him so much that they couldn't bear to part with him. Chiwen allowed this woman to touch him. His chubby little face was full of helplessness. He tried his best to keep a straight face, but his black pearl-like bright eyes were full of smiles. Chiwen looked up at Fu Yunrua and patted her with his little hand. He was serious, as if he was talking to Fu Yunrua. Fu Yunrua was so adorable that she couldn't take it anymore. She rubbed her son again before hugging him in satisfaction and muttering, "Baby, we'll be able to earn a lot of money soon. Mommy's livestream is very popular. Who knows, I might be able to reach the peak of my life very soon and bring you to eat and drink well." Once Fu Yunrua started talking, she couldn't help but want to talk, even if her baby didn't understand. "Do you know how many people are following me after I ended the livestream? 119. I already have so many fans. This is my first day of live streaming. If I gain 100 fans today, it will be 1,000 in 10 days. Wouldn't it be 10,000 in 100 days? I'll livestream for 1 or 2 years. Oh God, the number of fans she had was almost uncountable. Fu Yunrua seemed to see a beautiful road ahead. Chiwen. He really couldn't bear to discourage her. Fans weren't calculated like this. He used to have an account on Panda Livestream. At his peak, he had more than 100 million followers. On average, the number of active fans per day was at most 10 million. Moreover, fans would come and go. Some people would follow and some would unfollow. The fans now might be passers-by who followed in passing. They couldn't be considered fans yet. In order to turn passers-by fans into real fans, he needed to have better quality works and show a side that fans appreciated and were fascinated by. There had to be something that touched the fans. Moreover, Panda Livestream's newcomer recommendation period was only 15 days. After 15 days, if there was no contract or platform promotion, they would purely rely on popularity to get on the list. The rookies, who had no way to stand out, were left with no chance of making a splash. Finally, they fell silent. Forget it, he didn't know how to speak. If she lost fans, he would reluctantly give her a kiss to comfort her. Fu Yunrua was extremely excited the whole day. She couldn't help but look at the forum's comments from time to time. There weren't many people voting at the voting window. There were only about 20 people, and there were only 3 to 5 comments. However, Fu Yunrua couldn't help but refresh from time to time to see if there were any new votes or new comments. Adding a new comment in half a day made her extremely happy. However, there were many things to do in the flower bed. She also had to take care of a baby. She didn't have much free time. The day passed quickly. At night, after washing up, Fu Yunrua hugged the baby's soft body. She couldn't help but pick up her phone again. She hadn't looked at it for 3 hours. She didn't know if there were any more comments. She wanted to see which type of orchid to plant tomorrow. As Fu Yunrua scrolled, she suddenly screamed. Her popularity and followers had decreased. Fu Yunrua refreshed a few times. She was very sure that there were 8 fewer followers. She suddenly looked sad. Why didn't it increase? Chiwen subconsciously raised his 2 chubby little feet forward and grabbed them with both hands. His flexible little body bent into an incredible arc. He raised his little feet and turned to look at the woman. He wasn't surprised that she had lost fans. Thinking of the thoughts he had during the day, he put down his little feet and twisted his body. He climbed onto her body and leaned over to give her a domineering kiss. All right, don't be discouraged. Don't be disheartened. Fu Yunrua's cheeks were suddenly touched softly. She was so shocked that she almost dropped her phone. Her baby rarely took the initiative to get close to her. Fu Yunrua looked at her son and was so touched that her eyes welled up with tears. Was her baby comforting her? She was too touched. The touched Fu Yunrua molested Wen from head to toe. The struggling baby was like a little tortoise that had been flipped over. His 4 limbs were flailing in the air. Ah, this despicable woman. Qi Wen's small body was as red as a crayfish. He struggled to break free from the woman's molestation and crawled to the innermost part of the bed. He lay on his stomach and shut himself in. This woman was too despicable. He was comforting her out of kindness, but she actually treated him like this. Did he not want his face? He was angry. Fu Yunrua snickered behind his back. The baby was still so shy. He was really too cute. Even though she wanted to pounce on him again, she knew that if she continued, the baby would fly into a rage out of humiliation and ignore her for a few days. However, after the baby's comfort, Fu Yunrua's depressed mood was swept away, and her mood became cheerful. Fu Yunrua waited for a long time. When her son's angry hair was soothed, she carried the shy baby over and hugged him by her side. Her palm patted the baby's back regularly and gently. Qi Wenrua closed his eyes tightly and buried himself in. He half lay on the soft body and adjusted his comfortable position. Under the rhythmic patting, he quickly fell asleep. After coaxing the baby to sleep, Fu Yunrua continued to browse the forum. She was originally very satisfied with her data, but now that she was hit by reality, her high mood cooled down. She began to worry about her gains and losses. She did not know what kind of data a newbie's first livestream would pass. Fu Yunrua flipped through the forum for a long time and finally found a more reliable data analysis. Then, she compared her data. She immediately knew what was going on. She was considered to be above average. Her results were not bad. Although she could not compare to those streamers who became popular as soon as they started their livestream, they were in the minority. Most of them were people who slowly accumulated popularity. As long as she could stabilize herself, there would be a day when she could do it. Fu Yunrua had an idea in her heart. Only then did she put down her phone. She hugged the hot stove and fell asleep contentedly. The next day, Fu Yunrua brought the child to the flower bed early. She was prepared to help Uncle Gua with the work in the flower bed first before doing her own things. However, Uncle Gua chased her away in disdain and told her to only care about the work in the small greenhouse. Uncle Gua said very clearly that the task he gave her was to take care of the seeds and flower seedlings that he gave out. Fu Yunrua had to go to the small greenhouse. She tidied up a little, then turned on the live broadcast. The camera was aimed at the soil where she had just planted the seeds yesterday. Good morning, my friends. We meet again today. What if Fu Yun had just said something, and the upper right corner of the screen showed that there was only one viewer? Fu Yun was puzzled. Didn't she have more than 100 followers yesterday? Why didn't anyone watch her livestream? It couldn't be fake attention, right? Fu Yunrua suddenly slapped her head. Why did I forget to inform you of the broadcast time yesterday? Since the fans didn't know when the broadcast would start, they naturally wouldn't come. The blogger is so cute 2333, at this moment, a comment floated over. Although it was only one fan, Fu Yun still treated it seriously and explained seriously, this is my first time doing a live broadcast. I don't have any experience. You'll know next time. Bloggers can activate the automatic push function. That's right, why didn't she think of that? She turned on the push function. As long as she started the broadcast, it would automatically be pushed to her fans. If she didn't turn it on, it wouldn't be automatically pushed. On the other hand, if fans felt that it was too troublesome to constantly receive notifications, they could block all or part of the notifications from the blogger. This was a two-way choice. Fu Yunrua held her phone and quickly found the settings. Then, she turned it on. Just as she returned to the livestream interface, she saw another comment. The blogger can also upload the video of her every livestream to the homepage. This way, future viewers can watch your previous livestreams. That's right. Fans can also watch it in the future. Soon, there were already 18 people watching the livestream. Fu Yunrua listened to their opinions very seriously. Yes, that's true. Previously, she was only thinking about how to start a livestream. She didn't think about what to do after starting a livestream. But how was the screen recording done? Under the guidance of her fans, Fu Yunrua finally understood. This screen recording was automatically recorded by the platform. There would be an initial livestream video in her personal platform. The streamer could edit or modify the video slightly to make it more lively and interesting before uploading it to the homepage. It was inconvenient without a computer. Fu Yunrua had not started to earn money yet and was already thinking about spending money. However, this was a necessary investment. After calculating the money she had available, it was pitifully little. Fu Yunrua silently dismissed this idea. It was better to wait until she earned more money. She could not touch that money. She had to raise her baby. She did not know if it was because of the push function, but the number of viewers quickly jumped up. Fu Yunrua also started to plant the second variety of orchid seeds. After a night, the number of people voting on the forum was still not many, but there was obviously a higher support rate in the choices. The second variety was the seeds of the jasper magnolia. She explained as she planted the seeds. Then, she said, "Alright, the second child has been planted. Next, let's look forward to the birth of the second child. Second child HHHHH, yes, this is our second child. Next, let's pay attention to the eldest child. Although we already have a second child, we can't reduce our attention to the eldest child. Otherwise, if the eldest child gets jealous and doesn't germinate, the second child will germinate first. That wouldn't be good. Yunrua is really funny. Yes, we can't let the second child be born before the eldest child." Ha 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 ha, Fu Yunrua could not help but laugh. Time passed very quickly. Fu Yunrua saw that it was about time and was ready to go offline. Then, she said, "Alright, according to yesterday's rules, I will start a vote on the forum later. Whoever you want to be the third child, move your fingers and cast a precious vote. Finally, remember to click on the top right to follow the live broadcast. Let's continue chatting tomorrow." Then, she said the time of tomorrow's live broadcast before closing the live broadcast. Fu Yunrua's live broadcast time was actually not friendly. She started the live broadcast before 7 in the morning and ended around 10 in the morning. At this time, she was either still dreaming in bed or rushing to work. During work hours, it was also the time when students went to school. That was the time when there was the least traffic. The most traffic was on weekends, holidays, and after 6 in the evening. Fu Yunrua's live broadcast time happened to miss the peak traffic period. Most of the people who came to watch her live broadcast in the morning were office workers who turned on the live broadcast during the taxi period. For the time being, they could not take advantage of the peak traffic period at night. They could only take advantage of the small peak traffic period around 7 in the morning and 12 in the afternoon. Fu Yunrua felt that it was most suitable to plant flowers early in the morning. Therefore, she decided to do a live broadcast at this time for the time being. After the live broadcast ended, Fu Yunrua started the second round of voting and looked at the data. Today's data had more than tripled from yesterday. The comment section was also much livelier. Her number of followers was close to 400, and there was one more than yesterday. She had received a gift. Yesterday's gift was the little bamboo that the platform gave her for free every day. Today, it was not only the little bamboo, but someone had also given her a reward. She looked at the platform. Those gifts were converted to RMB, which was 20 yuan. One had to know that this was the amount after she split it with the platform. Fu Yunrua was very happy and was even more motivated. She wanted to do better, so she became more and more attentive to the live broadcast. In another city, in a high-end villa area with high privacy, Yuan Xian stood in front of a villa in an aggressive manner. He pressed the doorbell and shouted at the camera, "I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. See you, open the door for me. I know you're inside. If you have the guts, hide in the house. If you have the guts, open the door for me." Yuan Xian shouted outside for a long time before the door slowly opened. He rushed in without stopping. Siyu walked out leisurely with a languid expression. "Who made our Yuan angry? Look at how angry you are. Your hair has exploded. you're already bald. If this goes on, you'll become bald. You still have the cheek to say that. Xian was furious. Filming is starting tomorrow and you're still so relaxed. As the male lead, do you still want to be absent? Xiu frowned. I'm not in the mood. Master, I called you ancestor. What's wrong with you? Xiu's gaze shifted to the greenhouse in the courtyard. The flowers are dead. Xiu's greenhouse was specially built to raise flowers. It was well equipped, but it was bare inside. There were no flowers, not even sprouts. Xian. The orchid that he had painstakingly obtained finally couldn't withstand Best Actor C's poisonous gas attack after stubbornly surviving for 12 days. Had it died in battle? Xian said coldly, give up. You can't raise a flower. He really admired Xiu. How did he manage to kill every flower he tried to raise? He was simply crazy. Xiu was possessed by a drama queen. His eyes were filled with resentment and hatred, mixed with love and lust. It was heartbreaking to watch. Why? All my thoughts are on it. I've always kept it in my eyes and in my heart. I've sacrificed so much for it, but it's still determined to leave me. Even though Xian had seen his acting countless times, he couldn't help but be led by the nose. This time, he steeled his heart and avoided looking at him. Could it be that I'm too handsome, so handsome that it's too ashamed to face me and decided to just die? Xiu instantly switched to his narcissistic mode. He touched his face. Today was still a day of frustration over his extreme handsomeness. Shameless. Xian spat in his heart. He really didn't have the energy to complain. Tell me, what will it take for you to go to the set? Xian crossed his arms. He really wanted to drag him to the car and go to the set immediately. I want to raise flowers. People always said that if they couldn't get something, they would want it even more. Since young, Xiu naturally had countless people eagerly giving him whatever he wanted. There was nothing he couldn't do. However, since kindergarten, his teacher had given him a homework assignment. He had to learn how to raise a flower with his family. That was the only assignment that he couldn't complete until now. He didn't believe in ghosts. At that time, he had chosen orchids for the assignment, so he had a conflict with them. After so many years, he had gotten used to raising orchids from time to time. Xian face-bombed. This problem was unsolvable. He also didn't know how to make Xiu raise a flower. Was he supposed to ask someone else to do it for him? Xian had a flash of inspiration. He had an idea. So as long as you succeed in raising the flower, you'll focus on acting? Xiu raised his eyebrows and nodded lazily. Xian pushed his luck. There's a talk show. As long as I can raise the flower, I'll go on the talk show. This year's Spring Festival Gala? Xiu looked at Xian suspiciously. He was so arrogant. Did he really have a way? I'll do it. Xian instantly smiled. He swiped his phone screen and opened an app. Here, you can raise flowers here. What do you mean? There's a blogger who's raising orchids here. You can raise flowers here. Xian thought about the livestream that he had seen 2 days ago. He had found it interesting and casually asked about it. He knew that it was a livestream about raising orchids. Qi Weiqing had also told him about it. He thought, isn't this just right? Since Xiu couldn't raise orchids, he could raise them in the cloud. This guy couldn't possibly poison orchids that were thousands of miles away, right? He searched for the livestream that he had seen that day. After confirming that it was this livestream, he sent it to Xiu. You can raise flowers here in the future. The streamer starts from seeds. I heard that she wants to try raising a mutated variety. Who knows, you might not only be able to raise living orchids, but you might also be able to raise a mutated variety. Xiu raised his eyebrows. Xian said confidently, raising flowers in the cloud is still raising flowers. You won't deny it, right? Xiu glanced at him indifferently and thought, when did this guy become so smart? Xian kept recommending, I don't like to watch such live streams, but I have to say that this blogger was born to do this. Raising flowers isn't boring at all. Also, she started these voting campaigns to let the audience choose the variety. It's very attractive to those who really want to raise flowers but have to put it on hold due to various problems. Xiyu was a little interested. However, there was no live stream at this time, so everything had to be decided. She said, I hope it's as interesting as you say. Otherwise, you can forget about the interview and the annual meeting. As she spoke, Xiyu went back into the house and brought out her luggage that she had packed earlier. Xian wiped the sweat off his forehead. He thought to himself, one day, I'll go on strike. Whoever wants to serve this B***starred can do it. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. On the first day of filming, the crew was busy preparing for the opening ceremony under the instructions of the assistant director. The ceremony started at 8 o'clock sharp. By 7 o'clock, the venue was already bustling with activity. Xiyu appeared before 7 o'clock and sat in his private lounge. As the male lead, he wasn't busy. He was just waiting for the right time to show his face. He seemed lazy and pretentious in front of his agent, but in reality, his image was perfect. He was dedicated and never acted like a big shot. He had already memorized the script and rehearsed it in his head many times. As he played with his phone, he suddenly thought of the flower-rearing livestream that his agent had recommended. Xiyu opened the platform and logged in with his alternate account. He found the livestream and entered at the right time. The host had just started broadcasting for 2 minutes. The first thing he noticed was a pair of perfect hands. They were slender, fair, and smooth. Xiyu didn't think that he was obsessed with hands, but he was still attracted to them. Other than being attracted by the flower-rearing livestream, the rest of the viewers were probably attracted by the host herself. The comments on the bullet screen were very lively. When is Yunyan going to upload the previous livestream? My heart hurts when I miss the treasure. I set my alarm so that I could watch the livestream immediately. You're not alone. You're not alone. I just want to see when our 7th child will be born. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. Xiyu didn't want to interfere with the livestream, so he turned off the bullet screen and focused on watching the livestream. After watching for a while, his interest was piqued and he continued watching with interest. Although Xiyu's potted flowers would die, his knowledge and practical ability to grow flowers was not inferior to most professionals. At the very least, Xiyu could see that the host was very professional. It was obvious that he had been taught by a master and wasn't trying to please the crowd. Brother Yu, Sister Ning is here. She wants to say hi to you, Xiyu's assistant, Xiao Gao, said after knocking on the door. Xiyu nodded casually. Just as he was about to leave the livestream, his attention was attracted by the host's words. After a while, Xiao Wanning came in accompanied by her assistant. She took off her sunglasses and said apologetically, Sorry, Brother Yu, I'm late. Xiao Wanning was an artist under Haitang Entertainment. She was the previous Best Actress award winner and one of the A-list female celebrities. Her status seemed to be on par with Xiyu, but in front of Xiyu, she still had to respectfully address him as brother. Xiyu nodded and replied politely, You're not late. I came early. Xiyu was the most popular person in the production crew, so he had arrived early. Those who were well informed had also arrived early, except for those who had backings. Xiao Wanning's team rushed over as soon as they received the news. However, she had been filming an advertisement in another location the day before, so she was delayed on the way. Xiao Wanning felt uneasy. This was her first time working with Xiyu, so this collaboration was very important to her. She hoped that she wouldn't leave a bad impression on him. Xiao Wanning saw that Xiyu was focused on his phone as if she didn't exist. She felt even more uneasy. She wanted to say something, but she was worried that she would disturb him and make him even more unhappy. Xiao Wanning thought about her manager's discussion with Xiyu. She wanted to see if she could discuss a couple with his team while she was filming. This way, her fame would definitely surpass that of Feng Shui's. However, would a man who had never had any scandals since his debut really agree to create a hype with her? Xiao Wanning suspected that their plan wouldn't work at all. Xiyu really forgot about the existence of Xiao Wanning all of a sudden. For him, the streamer was more attractive than anything else when she explained the situation while feeling the temperature of the soil with her hands. Xiyu suddenly heard the host say, very soon. Once I buy a new computer, I'll organize it and upload it. No, I have enough money. You don't have to send me gifts. CU opened the bullet screen. The bullet screen was filled with comments asking the host to upload all the previous videos. They all wanted to see them and urged the host to buy the computer as soon as possible. Then, they sent a wave of gifts. CU felt that this live broadcast was very interesting and wanted to see what the previous live broadcasts were like. Naturally, he had to start from the beginning. He naturally wouldn't be so intimate with her halfway through. CU casually sent a wave of gifts. He wasn't short of money, so he chose the highest gift, 9,999 yuan. He even typed 100 gifts and casually gave out 1,000,000 yuan. This truly showed what it meant to be inhumane to be rich. At this moment, his assistant came to inform him of the opening ceremony. CU clicked follow and then exited the live broadcast room. He stood up and was about to walk out when he noticed Xiao Wanning, who was sitting beside him on pins and needles. He was surprised for a moment and secretly thought that women were troublesome. He then smiled in a friendly manner and said, "Teacher Xia, please." "Brother you're too polite," Xiao Wanning replied with a smile and felt a little relieved. CU didn't seem to be deliberately giving her the cold shoulder. CU was busy with work. Naturally, he didn't know that his casual gift had caused a huge uproar. Today was the 11th day of Fu Yun's live broadcast. She had just planted the seeds of all 10 varieties of orchids. At this time, she didn't pay much attention to the data. Her main focus was on these seeds. Different varieties of orchids had different environmental requirements such as germination temperature, soil nutrient ratio, humidity, and so on. If Fu Yun wanted them to germinate as soon as possible, she had to pay attention to the situation in the container and adjust the temperature and humidity at all times. It was no wonder that Uncle Gua told her to only focus on the work in the small greenhouse. She really didn't have the energy to do anything else. At this time only the first, second, and fourth seeds had sprouted. They revealed fresh green, white, and tender sprouts. The little green sprouts poked their heads out of the soil shyly or energetically. It was especially pleasing. As usual, today was a very normal live broadcast. Occasionally, she would answer questions on the bullet screen. Fu Yun thought that it was already very impressive for her to receive a bouquet of flowers every day. She never expected that she would suddenly be rewarded by a nouveau riche. The surprise came unexpectedly. Fu Yun was dumbfounded when she saw a sea of flowers appear immediately after the screen disappeared. What was going on? The platform's reward model was very user-friendly. There were many ways to present gifts for people to choose from. Based on the price, for example, the house model. For example, 1 yuan was a warehouse, 5 yuan was a small single room. 9,999 yuan was a skyscraper. For example, the food model. 1 yuan was a steamed bun, 5 yuan was a steamed bun. 9,999 yuan was a Manchu Han imperial feast. If Fu Yun chose the flower model, 1 yuan was a flower, 5 yuan was a bouquet. 9,999 yuan was a sea of flowers. And if a nouveau riche tipped 9,999 yuan, a sea of flowers, a table of Manchu Han imperial feast, and a skyscraper would appear on the screen. Other than that, the host's live broadcast room would appear on the homepage. Every time the effect disappeared, the live broadcast room would rain red packets, and the audience could snatch red packets. Due to the unending rain of red envelopes, her livestream room was flooded with visitors in an instant. Her popularity numbers instantly shot up from 5,000 to 10,000, to 20,000, to 30,000. F***CK. Watch the big boss. Come and snatch a red packet. Good luck, host. Shocking rich people. The host is stunned 2333, the comments on the bullet screen were densely packed. Fu Yun only came back to her senses after a long time. She hurriedly took a closer look at the user's name. It was a series of numbers, shining with golden light. She jumped to the top of the live broadcast room's reward list. Thank you, Big Boss 998-353-5444, for your generous reward. I've spent a lot of money. The 100 sea of flowers in. The live broadcast room lasted for a full 10 minutes before disappearing. And this big boss seemed to have activated some strange mechanism. A few fans also tipped 1 or 2 seas of flowers, and even more fans tipped 1 or 2 bouquets of flowers. So there were so many rich people in her live broadcast room? Other than thanking them, Fu Yun repeatedly asked them not to spend money and not to send any more gifts. She was afraid of them. It's okay, it's just money for a meal. Just take good care of my 6th brother. You big bosses, you've scared Union 2333, I don't care about anything else. I just want my 2nd brother to debut in the center position among a group of brothers. Until the broadcast ended, Fu Yun was still in a daze. She suspected that she was dreaming. This was a beautiful thing that she dared to imagine in her dreams. However, she looked at her popularity. Originally, it was only about 10,000 followers, but it had already risen to more than 89,000. The number was still rising. Because of this wave of rewards, she jumped to become the new star of the day on the homepage and was ranked first on the popularity list. When she checked her income from the gifts, her hands were trembling. Calm down, Fu Yunrua. You've seen the world. It's just a small amount of money. Don't be like a country bumpkin. Calm down. Fu Yunrua took a deep breath and counted the numbers a few times. She silently calculated. Adding up the gifts, big and small, and excluding the portion that was given to the platform, she had actually received close to 400,000 yuan today. She was a little dizzy. But when she thought of how most of the rewards had been given to the platform, Fu Yunrua instantly had difficulty breathing. Her heart hurt so much. Qi Wen, who was fighting a battle of wits and courage with the puzzle 9 rings, heard the commotion and instantly turned her head to look. Fu Yunrua walked out of the small greenhouse with a dazed look on her face and a depressed expression. Qi Wen instantly put down her little toy and crawled over while babbling. What was going on? Could it be that there were haters who came to the live broadcast room to make trouble? Were they attacked by those slanderous words? Fu Yunrua hugged Xiaoxiao's soft body and did not say anything for a moment. Qi Wen took the initiative to go over and touched her face softly with her little hand. Ah! He comforted her in all seriousness. There were many haters on the internet who wanted to find a sense of existence in the virtual world because they were unhappy with their lives. There was no need to care at all. In the past, he had encountered many of them. Even if he was scolded like a sieve, he would still be calm and even treat it as a joke. From another perspective, being scolded by others meant that you were going to be popular. This was a good thing. It's okay. I'll remember all the people who are scolding you now. When I grow up and know how to speak, I'll help you scold them back. Qi Wen babbled for a long time. Her little mouth was dry from all the talking. Fu Yunrua then raised her hand and fiercely bit her own wrist. Hiss. It was so painful. Qi Wen saw her silly and worried look. Could it be that she had been attacked until she became a fool? It was real. She was not dreaming. Fu Yunrua said with a dreamy look, "Son, I'm going to be popular. We've made a lot of money." She had become rich in an hour. She did not have to worry about money anymore. Fu Yunrua was full of pride. In the future, drink milk powder as much as you want. Buy toys as much as you want. Choose clothes as much as you want. She did not have to worry about her and her son's livelihood anymore. They were being kept by a nouveau riche, ha ha ha. I've made almost 400,000 yuan today. 400,000 yuan. Qi Wen. He had been worried for a long time, thinking that there was a problem. It was a good thing that she was popular. 400,000? Qi Wen was stunned. How many days had this woman been streaming? She suddenly earned so much money. Could it be that she had been cheated? No, Panda Streaming was a legitimate platform. The only explanation was that she had been heavily rewarded by her nouveau riche fans. It was not that he did not have nouveau riche fans. There were many who spent a lot of money for him, but that was after he became famous. He did not expect this woman to be so amazing. She was indeed the woman who gave birth to him. Qi Wen proudly stuck out his little belly. Fu Yunrua finally felt that it was real. She immediately decided that she would buy. She used Uncle Guo's identity card to register for a shopping website. It did not affect her shopping at all. She immediately bought the laptop with good configuration that she had been eyeing for a long time. She also bought a lot of live streaming equipment under the recommendation of the forum's comments. She even bought a professional camera. Then, she bought a lot of small clothes for the baby. There were not as many styles for the baby boy as there were for the baby girl, and they were not as good looking. Fu Yunrua looked at those beautiful little dresses reluctantly. In the end, she could not help but buy a few. Qi Wen, who had been watching from the side. It was impossible for him to wear a little dress. It was impossible in this lifetime. He would not wear a little dress even if he was beaten to death. Fu Yunrua also bought a massager for Uncle Gua. Recently, he had been massaging his waist and neck from time to time. His body might be a little tired and could be massaged to relieve his tiredness. She still remembered that Uncle Gua had high blood pressure. She also bought a home pressure tester. There were also Uncle May and Aunt May. Fu Yunrua bought almost everything that she liked. She bought everything that could be interest-free in installments. Those that could not be interest-free were put in the shopping cart first. She only stopped after she had used up all the items that could be spent in advance. She went to look at her own platform again. She became popular all of a sudden. The number of viewers in her livestream broke 90,000, and it might break 100,000 very soon. The sudden exposure brought about a lot of sarcastic remarks in the comments section. They were not as friendly as before. Fu Yunrua tried her best not to pay attention to these. Overall, this was a good thing. Fu Yunrua clicked on the private messages that kept flashing non-stop. This time, the invitation from the platform to sign a contract was much more sincere. On the third day of her livestream, she received a private message. It was a short message from the platform inviting her to sign a contract with the platform. The language was very standard, and it was a very standard short message. Fu Yunrua did not consider signing a contract at that time. She immediately turned off the private message. But this time, she had earned so much in one go. The platform had noticed her again. When she thought of the money that she had to share with the platform, her heart ached. Fu Yunrua hesitated. Before she could make a decision, a WX voice call invitation suddenly popped up on the screen. Fu Yunrua took a closer look. It was a call from Qi Weiqing. When Qi Wenrua saw this name, he immediately became nervous. He hurriedly leaned closer to hear what this man wanted from her. Ever since this man left, he had paid special attention to her for many days. They did not have their backs to him and contacted each other. It seemed that their relationship had not developed yet. Qi Wenrua was still thinking that he might have guessed wrongly. Did this woman not marry this person in the end? Later on, he thought that it might be because he always came up with ways to mess things up when they were together that their relationship did not develop. At first, Qi Wenrua felt a little guilty. Later on, he was secretly happy. In this way, she would not abandon him, right? At most, he would earn more money for her to spend in the future. Fu Yunrua did not know what her son was thinking. She only thought that she heard the music from her phone and was curious. She picked up the call. Qi Weiqing's smiling voice came through. Congratulations. Fu Yunrua immediately thought that Qi Weiqing already knew about her livestream. She felt a little embarrassed. You already know? I was just lucky. The people around her did not know much about her livestream. If Fu Yun did not have a friend of the same age who she could talk to, no matter how happy she was, she could only share it with her son. Now that Qi Weiqing mentioned it, she felt quite shy. Don't belittle yourself. Luck is also a kind of strength. Qi Weiqing paused for a moment and said, my friend called me specifically. Although Fu Yun refused to enter the entertainment industry, Qi Weiqing was very concerned about her. He even specially asked his friends to take care of her if there was anything. Qi Weiqing still felt that it was a pity. He had watched the live broadcast and realized that she was very popular with the audience and was very likable. If someone were to calculate her data, they would find that the proportion of visitors who clicked into her live broadcast room was very high. To be honest, live streams like flower raising in the cloud were rather boring. Only real flower lovers would watch such live streams. They were relatively unpopular and could not be compared to live streams like pet raising in the cloud. However, Fu Yun just had to become a popular celebrity among the unpopular. Perhaps Fu Yun still did not know that among her fans, other than those who were attracted by the flower itself, there were also those who were attracted by the hand control, those who were attracted by the voice, and those who felt comfortable and relaxed listening to her. Most of the fans would also know people who shared the same interests. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and the popularity came. Qi Weiqing regretted that he could not get her into the entertainment industry. After all, he needed to work and could not watch live streams often. He did not know about today's livestream at all. It was his friend who called and asked him to persuade her to sign on the platform. After Qi Weiqing greeted Uncle Gua and Wen, he went into the main topic. I heard that you don't want to sign the contract? Why? Qi Weiqing said, Panda livestream has a good reputation in the industry. If it's about the contract, with me around, I can't let you lose out. No. Fu Yun found it hard to say. If it's possible, I would like to sign the contract, but... She was worried that her information would be found out and then be traced back to her. Qi Weiqing sensed that she seemed to have something that was hard to say. He was considerate and did not ask further. Instead, he said, no matter what, you have to think about it carefully. If you don't sign the contract, the platform will not give you good recommendations. You can only rely on yourself in the future. The platform also had to make a living. The recommendation spots were prioritized for their own platform's contracted livestreams. Basically, there would not be any recommendations for non-contracted livestreams. They could only rely on themselves to get on the popularity list. But how difficult was this? There would not be rich people who would give gifts of millions every day. Fu Yun thought for a moment. Although she had only known Qi Weiqing for a short time, he was a trustworthy friend. She said, I don't want to reveal my personal information. Qi Weiqing said in surprise, the platform keeps the personal information of contracted livestreams confidential. It will not be revealed. I don't want to be found out by others. Fu Yun said vaguely. Qi Weiqing understood. Yun Ruo should be hiding from someone. He knew that this girl did not look like a child raised in a remote place. You don't have to worry about this. The platform pays great attention to personal privacy. It will not be found out. Moreover, even if you don't sign the contract, when you convert your income, you have to bind your bank card. This? Fu Yun's idea was to bind Uncle Gua's bank card and transfer it to his bank card. Uncle Gua would not care about this little bit of money. Moreover, Uncle Gua fully cooperated with her and provided her with the venue and various equipment so that she could successfully livestream. It was Uncle Gua who taught her professional skills. Even if all the money was given to Uncle Gua, she would not complain. There are many livestreams on the platform that do not show their faces. If the livestream's identity information is so easy to find out, then those livestreams' identities would have been found out long ago. Even if some livestream's identity information was found out in the end, it was not leaked by the platform. It was the livestream who accidentally exposed the information. On the contrary, if you sign the contract with the platform will pay more attention to the protection of your information. If that was the case, then there was nothing wrong with signing the contract. Ah. Qi Wen patted Fu Yun's hand and looked up at her. Ah. What was she hesitating for? Sign the contract. Look, baby Wen already wants you to sign the contract. Qi Weiqing heard Meng Meng's cute little voice and said with a smile. Fu Yun lowered her head and looked at Wen. The balance that was wavering suddenly tilted to one side. She said solemnly, I'll sign it. Okay, if you don't mind, I can help you to negotiate the contract. When the time comes, you can see if you want to sign it or not. Fu Yun did not hesitate and agreed. She did not understand the internal situation. Qi Weiqing was in this circle and he knew more about these things. Then I'll have to trouble you, brother Qi. It's no trouble. Qi Weiqing said a few more words before hanging up the phone. Fu Yun continued to live a busy life. That night, Qi Weiqing sent her a contract. Fu Yun looked at it carefully. All the conditions were listed very clearly and there was nothing disadvantageous to her. On the contrary, she would be treated very well. As long as she guaranteed more than 60 hours of live streaming a month, it would be an average of 2 hours a day. This was very easy to achieve. During this period of time, she had been streaming for about 3 hours a day or even more. The contract also thoughtfully listed detailed privacy protection clauses. The contract would be signed for 5 years. This period of time was neither long nor short. It was within her acceptable range. The treatment was also not bad. It was still a 30-70 split. However, she would get 70% and the platform would get 30%. The contract also stipulated how many recommendation spots would be guaranteed in a month. This ratio was something that only very famous streamers could enjoy. Fu Yun was a pure newcomer. Her popularity in the same batch was among the top, but she was not the most outstanding. To be able to sign such a generous contract, Qi Weiqing must have put in a lot of effort. Qi Weiqing even sent her a message, "See if there's anything you're not satisfied with. I'll help you talk about it." Fu Yun immediately replied, "There's no need. I'll take this. The treatment is very good. I can accept it." If Fu Yun knew that she was taking advantage of this, how could she be greedy? She quickly signed the electronic contract. Contracts were divided into electronic contracts and paper contracts. Both contracts had the same legal effect. Nowadays, contracts were usually signed electronically, unless a paper contract was specifically requested. After officially becoming a signed streamer of the platform, her treatment instantly changed. After changing the recommendation spots once a week, she was pushed to the front page of the newcomers list. Her live streaming popularity and attention increased significantly every day. During this period of time, the things she bought online arrived one after another. On the first day that the computer came back, she immediately learned how to edit videos. After a few days, she finally produced a result. After uploading it to the platform, the response was not bad. Soon, it was forwarded and commented by fans. The camera also arrived. Fu Yun used the camera to take photos of orchid grass. She did not use her phone anymore. She took a photo every morning and night, then coded the date and saved it on the computer. Originally, she did not know what to say on the forum. Now, she self-taught herself and shared the photos every day. She even learned how to Photoshop cute pictures. Indeed, the fans became more enthusiastic. Fu Yun occasionally focused on doing things and forgot that she was streaming. The audience chatted in the comments. It was very lively. Sometimes, she was too serious. Unknowingly, she streamed until 11 o'clock and had to cook before she remembered to turn off the live stream. Now, other than streaming regularly, she did not have to worry about the live stream. The platform assigned a room manager to her. There were also 2 fans who volunteered to be room managers to maintain order in the live stream. As long as there were bad comments, they would immediately be kicked out. They would be restricted from entering and the comments would be deleted. In any case, there was rarely any negative news in front of her. Fu Yun's live streaming career was in full swing. Occasionally, she would suddenly think of the nouveau riche who could be said to have changed her. However, ever since that day, that person had suddenly tipped 1,000,000 yuan, that person had not appeared in the live stream. It made people suspect that she was the one who had spent the money. Fu Yun thought to herself that if she had the money, she would have been lying down and enjoying it. Why would she bother to stream? However, she had too many things to do every day. Her days were very fulfilling. Occasionally, she would think of this nouveau riche, but she would quickly forget about it. Unknowingly, 2 months had passed. Baby Wenwen was already a 9-month-old baby. Fu Yun's most relaxed and happiest time every day was when she had parent-child activities. "Baby, don't be shy. This dress is very comfortable." Fu Yun coaxed from behind. She was holding a set of autumn one-piece pajamas in her hand. Her entire body was fluffy and pink. There were 2 rabbit ears on the top of the pink little hat. There was a fluffy ball behind her butt. She looked playful and cute. It was clearly a female baby's pink bunny pajamas. The 9-month-old baby Wenwen had nimble hands and feet. Her 4 limbs were very fast as she crawled around the bed in circles. Pft! Pft! Qi thought, what kind of strange dress is this? It's fine if she's wearing a little skirt, but she still wants to wear this. He would not wear it even if he was beaten to death. Chi-Wen had been very troubled recently. He felt that he had indulged this woman too much, allowing her to ride on his head and behave atrociously. Look at what she had done wrong recently. Not only did she dress him up in gaudy clothes, but she also made him wear small skirts to take photos. She did not even let go of his sleeping time. He was a handsome, confident, and dignified man who was 185 meters tall. She was not a delicate woman. He should not have indulged this woman. She was used to being insatiable. If it were not for the fact that she had been so busy and tired recently, he would not have been so obedient. Chi-Wen huffed and puffed as he crawled quickly. However, no matter how he crawled, he was only crawling within the range of a bed. How could he escape from Fu Yunrua's 5 fingers? Fu Yunrua easily suppressed Wen. She smiled like a wolf grandmother. Wen, don't be shy. I know you will definitely like it. Pft. Opt. Chi-Wen's chubby face turned red. His little chubby hands and feet were flailing around. His little butt could not control itself and twisted like a caterpillar. He had the ability to act out what it meant to refuse. Baby, are you really not going to wear it? If you wear it, Mommy will love you so much more than yesterday. If you are not willing, then Mommy will only love you a little more than yesterday. Fu Yunrua had a coaxing look on her face as she vividly gestured so much and so little distance. Wen's baby stopped struggling and revealed a hesitant expression. Fu Yunrua revealed a smile and was about to put it on for him when Wen started to crawl again. He was not going to fall for it. He crawled. Why was he still at the same spot? Chi-Wen moved his limbs for a long time, but he was still at the same spot. He turned his head to look. It turned out that the small clothes on his back had been grabbed. No wonder he could not move. Fu Yunrua could not stop laughing. Her baby was really too funny. Why was he so cute? Chi-Wen's small body was being pulled over. Seeing that he was about to be harmed, Chi-Wen panicked and instantly broke through his self-control. No. The word no was clear and sonorous. Fu Yun said in surprise, "Baby, you can speak?" She heard it clearly. The word no was spoken clearly and clearly. That cute little voice was simply too cute. Fu Yun's tone softened a little. Her voice sounded like it had been mixed with sugar. "Call me Mommy, come and learn from Mama, Mama." She shut her mouth and stopped talking. She tilted her head and squeezed into Fu Yunrua's embrace, arching her small body. Mom Fu Yun was not discouraged and patiently taught him how to speak. Chi-Wen did not utter a word. Her entire body was buried in Fu Yunrua's embrace, only revealing her plump little butt. Fu Yun dug Wen out and hugged her. All right. Baby just learned how to talk. If you don't want to talk, then don't talk. Fu Yunrua was very distressed. When other babies just learned how to talk, their babbling was similar to their mother's voice and father's voice. She also often said the word mama, but the baby just did not know how to follow. He was still imitating adults and babbling, but he was not like other babies who were curious to explore a new world and talk non-stop every day. The baby was very quiet. He would only say vague words when he was forced into a corner. This was the first time the baby said such clear words. Sigh, I really want to hear the baby call me Mommy. The baby seemed to feel Fu Yunrua's depressed mood. He quietly raised his head and leaned over to kiss her chin. Then, he continued to bury his face. The soft cotton candy-like kiss landed. Fu Yunrua was instantly elated. She smiled and said, Ayaya, baby's kissing magic is really amazing. Mommy's mood has become better then, as if by magic, she raised the pink rabbit pajamas. If baby wears this pajamas, Mommy will be even happier. Chi-Wen baby was speechless. Don't tell me baby doesn't love Mommy anymore? Fu Yunrua looked aggrieved and was about to cry. Baby, don't you love Mommy anymore? Mommy is so sad. It's happening again. Chi-Wen Rua looked like he had nothing to live for. He knew it. This woman knew how to do this. Chi-Wen Rua gave up struggling and did not move at all. Fu Yunrua changed the baby into a one-piece pajamas with a smile on her face. The chubby little body was wrapped in the warm and fluffy pink rabbit pajamas, only revealing a pair of bright and round eyes. His cheeks were puffy, and the pink color made the baby's skin look even fairer and more delicate. He was so cute that it made people's hearts melt. Baby is so cute. So cute, so cute. Fu Yunrua could not help but take a few photos with her phone. As soon as he faced the camera, Qi Wenrua subconsciously put on his best pose, showing the side that he thought was handsome but was actually cute. After Qi Wenrua finished posing, he closed himself off again. It was a habit that he had developed in his previous life. Once he faced the camera, he would subconsciously show his best side. He wore such childish clothes and actually cooperated with the camera. He added another stroke to his dark history. Fu Yunrua did not know her son's conflicted state of mind. She looked at the photos on her phone that could be used as a model without any editing. She thought to herself, what kind of peerless cuteness is this? The cutest and most handsome baby in the world was born by her. She was really too great. After playing for a long time, Fu Yunrua saw that it was already past 10 o'clock and quickly coaxed the baby to sleep. In less than 2 minutes, she coaxed the baby to sleep. Fu Yunrua picked out 9 photos with great difficulty and put a cute emoji pack on the appearance. She placed the emoji on the forum and wrote, "My family's peerless cuteness." Fu Yunrua did not deliberately hide the fact that she had a child. Her fans also knew about it. She was not an idol or a celebrity, and she did not rely on her looks to make a living. The fans could accept that she had a son. They even liked her sharing the baby. Then, they all thought that this was their family's Xiaoyi, who was also their youngest. Sure enough, as soon as she posted the photos, many comments immediately appeared. Sixth brother's mama fan, even if I can't see the youngest's appearance, I can feel a strong sense of cuteness from the screen. Youngest sister fan, Yunyan Rua is talking nonsense. This is clearly my little cutie. Have you watered the flowers today? As expected of our family's Laoui. Imagine that white and tender skin, those big black eyes, that small and delicate nose, that pink and pouty mouth. I'm so adorable that I need a kiss from Laoui to get up. Fu Yunrua was overjoyed and proud. Her baby was so popular. The baby would be a great best actor in the future. Sure enough, even if he was still a baby, he was very popular. After showing off her baby and reading the comments for a long time, Fu Yunrua finally hugged Wenwen baby and fell asleep in satisfaction. The next day, Fu Yunrua was woken up by the vibration of the alarm clock. She lay in bed and hugged the small warm stove, not wanting to get up. However, she had to go to work and could not laze in bed. Fu Yunrua got out of bed and changed her clothes. She turned back and tucked in the corner of the blanket. After making sure that her son was still sleeping soundly, she walked out of the room quietly. As soon as she walked out of the room, the cold wind blew on her face. She instantly shivered. In early winter, most of the cities in the north had already snowed heavily, but the cities in the south were still sunny. However, Fu Yunrua was in a remote mountainous area, and the terrain was higher. It would frost in the morning and evening, and the coldness seemed to seep into her bones. Only when there was a warm sun in the afternoon would there be some warmth. Fu Yunrua woke up every morning and stood in the courtyard for a while. Her hands and feet were as cold as popsicles and could not warm up for a long time. After she finished washing up, she filled a basin with hot water and brought a cute little towel, a small washing cup, and a small toothbrush into the house. The weather had turned cold. Fu Yunrua was not the only one who wanted to stay in the warm bed and not get up. Fu Yunrua carried Wenwen baby, who was still in a daze, and gently coaxed him to finish brushing his little baby teeth. She washed him with hot water and wiped his face with a warm towel. Then, she changed into thick clothes and put on a small vest. Finally, she applied the fragrant baby cream. A fragrant round ball was freshly baked. Chiwen moved his hands and feet with difficulty. He was already full of milk fat. After putting on a few thick clothes, it was even more inconvenient for him to move. He felt that he did not need to wear so many clothes, but there was a saying that made your mother feel cold. Chiwen could only be wrapped into a ball and carried behind Fu Yunrua with a strap. Then, he was tightly wrapped in a cloak and taken away. Riding on a donkey early in the morning, the air was cold. However, Fu Yunrua did not feel very cold at this moment. The small heater on her back was constantly transferring her body heat, and her body was starting to warm up. Fu Yunrua arrived at the flower garden and entered the flower shed before putting Wenwen down. The indoor temperature of the flower shed was controlled to a constant range, but the ground was still cold. The area where Wenwen was playing had already been covered with a thick and soft blanket. It was warm and not cold to sit on it. Fu Yunrua opened the live broadcast room skillfully and greeted the audience. When she saw the audience sending bullet screen comments saying that it was sad that she had to get up early in the morning to rush to the subway on such a cold day, she comforted them. Fu Yunrua felt the same way. She felt that it was also very sad for her to drive the donkey for more than 20 minutes every day. In such weather, it was difficult to persevere without a certain level of perseverance. Especially when it rained, it was wet and cold. Fu Yunrua was already considering whether or not she should stay here. However, she could not bear to leave the environment of the old house. She lived in the village and had a good relationship with the neighbors. She also had Uncle May and Aunt May to take care of her from time to time. If there was anything, she just had to shout and someone would come over to help. However, she lived here, which was a little far from the village. As she stayed in the flower shed all day long, she was not familiar with the people outside the village. This place was also a little remote. But on the other hand, it was more convenient for her to live here. She did not have to go to work every day in the wind and rain. In the future, she could also do a live broadcast at night. The baby was still so young. She was worried that he would not be able to take it in the long run. Fu Yunrua thought for a moment and decided to spend most of the winter here. When the weather was hot, she would return to the old house. The old house was still rented. When the time came, she would live on both sides. However, she had to ask for Uncle Gua's opinion first. Although she had given a room here, it was only used for lunch break. If she brought her son over to live, it would be more troublesome. Fu Yunrua thought of a lot of things in her heart, but in reality, it did not take long. The work in her hands was not delayed at all. She casually glanced at the screen and saw someone spamming flowers and bouquets of flowers. She thanked them seriously. There were not many rich people who spent a lot of money, and there were even fewer people like that digital user who spent a lot of money. Although her popularity had been rising, the number of followers was close to 900,000, and the average number of people who watched her live broadcast every day was 300,000. Only a very small number of these people would send her gifts every day or occasionally. Only one audience member would send her a sea of flowers every 5 or 6 days. However, now that her average daily income was tens of thousands, Fu Yunrua was already very satisfied. Viewers like the previous one who spent millions could only be found by chance. As expected, people could not stand being nagged. Speak of the devil. Her live broadcast room was instantly flooded with a glittering message. Your leaderboard master 998-353-5444 has entered the live broadcast room. The script that CU had accepted was a film script. In order to achieve the best results, the crew had gone to a remote location to film. The internet signal was intermittent. In order to rush for the Chinese New Year, the filming schedule was tight. Everyone's scenes were compressed again and again. As the male lead with the most scenes, no matter how good his acting skills were, CU felt that it was too much for him. Just because he could pass in one take didn't mean that his co-stars could pass in one take. Usually, he had to bring them into the scene. The director was very picky. Even though the crew was in a rush, they had to ensure that every scene was perfect. Fortunately, the filming was finally completed. The night he returned home, CU slept hard. He was fully energized the next day. After working out in the gym, he went to the bathroom to take a shower. He wore loose pajamas that faintly revealed his Apollo's belt. With a towel draped over his head, he walked out of the bathroom while drying his wet hair. After drying his hair until it was no longer dripping, he casually threw the towel aside and lazily sank into the soft sofa. His short black hair was messy, and a few strands fell on his full forehead. His slender fingers picked up a low-key and luxurious black phone. As he unlocked the screen, he leaned back and stretched his body. It was time to take care of flowers again. He instinctively wanted to poke his manager to hurry up and send a pot over. Then, he remembered the live broadcast he had watched the other day. His finger swiped over the chat up icon and clicked on the live broadcast platform. At this time, the only streamer he followed was in the middle of a live broadcast. Xiu entered the live broadcast room. He raised his eyebrows when he saw that the popularity was completely different from what he remembered. If he remembered correctly, the first time he had entered the live broadcast room, the streamer had only been a nobody with a few thousand viewers. After a short period of time, there were already 300,000 to 400,000 viewers. Had there been a change while he was away? The colorful bullet screen covered the entire screen. Xiu clicked his tongue and closed the bullet screen. When he saw the refreshing interface, his eyebrows relaxed. The streamer seemed to have noticed him and specially greeted him. Her voice was clear and pleasant. "Thank you, 998-353-5444, for your tip." Xiu thought about the gift she had casually given the other day and commented, "You're welcome." The host's voice was full of sincerity. "I still have to thank you. You've helped me a lot, and I'm very grateful. I don't know if there's any live broadcast you want to watch, or if there's any orchid you want to watch. You have the right to make one request, and I will do it." As if the bullet screen had said something, the host explained, "There won't be any in the future. I don't recommend that everyone give me so many gifts at once. If you can afford it, I'll be very happy if you can occasionally give me a flower or a bouquet of fresh flowers." Xiu scrolled through the comments section of the livestream and saw a comment from the host. She briefly introduced the 10 types of orchids that she cared for. Thereupon he commented, "Is there no copper sparrow or gold emperor?" Xiu was the #1 fan in the livestream. She was also the #1 fan in the livestream. Every comment she made had a fluorescent circle that was very eye-catching. Fu Yun saw that the comments section had become even more lively after the digital audience appeared. Everyone was obviously very curious about this mysterious tycoon who had suddenly tipped 1,000,000 yuan and then disappeared. Are tycoons so down to earth? 666 Fu Yun smiled and replied, "No, if you want to raise it, I can raise it." As one of the easiest types of orchids to raise, the Golden Emperor could not stand out in the voting. The orchids that Fu Yun planted were the ones that were more difficult to raise and were more valuable. Fu Yun was very surprised that the digital audience had mentioned such an ordinary type of orchid. She had thought that he wanted to see her raise the ghost orchid. The ghost orchid was one of the rarest types of orchids in the world. It was forbidden to harvest wild orchids and was very rare in the world. It was very difficult to cultivate it artificially. Even Uncle Gua, who had been immersed in the art of orchids for 40 to 50 years, could not cultivate a ghost orchid. It was a rare treasure that could only be found by chance. If it was the Golden Emperor, she could completely take care of it. There are some seeds of the Golden Emperor in the flower shed. I'll find them now. The Golden Emperor did not need to be taken care of too much. It could be seen everywhere in the flower bed. She had just planted a batch of them and it was just right to transplant them into the flower pot. Fu Yun carefully dug out the seeds that were showing signs of germination and planted them in the flower pot alone. "Okay, this is our family's little 12. As soon as Fu Yun finished speaking, the comments exploded. "No, I don't accept it. No one can shake Zai's position as the old young master. So what if he's rich? I only accept him as little 11. He can't be the old young master. Yes, the old young master can only be Zai." Fu Yun could not help but laugh. Why were the fans so cute? She comforted them, okay. Bao Bao is the old young master. This is our new member, 11. Fu Yun thought that the fans were already used to calling Bao Bao old young master. If there was another orchid behind, it would not be old young master anymore. She simply agreed to the fans' request and changed the position. In the future, her Bao Bao would be little 12. Only then did the fans become obedient. Xiu was also very satisfied. He did not care about these so-called rankings. It was fine as long as the broadcaster could raise the orchids he wanted to see. Then, he casually sent a few gifts and left a message, "Raise it well." When Fu Yun saw the sea of flowers appear on the screen, her heart instantly jumped. She hurriedly said, "Don't send gifts. You have already sent a lot previously. I will take good care of the flowers. Big Boss has scared Yun Yun. 233333, the screen was filled with good-natured laughter. Fu Yun repeated it twice. When she saw that there was no more sea of flowers on the screen, her heart slowly relaxed. Although it felt good to become rich overnight, Fu Yun preferred a steady stream. She was not short of money now. She would not change her ways to ask her fans for gifts. She would also stop them when she saw that they had sent too many. Fu Yun felt that she was the broadcaster that the platform disliked the most. However, the platform had not interfered with her before, so she did as she wished. It was best if she was happy doing it. When the time for the live broadcast was up, Fu Yun bade farewell to her fans and audience and turned off the live broadcast. When she went out to help Uncle Gua, she also mentioned that she wanted to move here. Uncle Gua was very displeased with this. If you want to stay, then stay. Why are you asking me? He had long wanted the mother and son to stay here. There were rooms and everything. Every day, he could not bear to see this orphan and widow go through the wind and rain. However, he also knew that this place was not as convenient as living in the village, so he did not say anything. If Fu Yun took the initiative to mention it, Uncle Gua would have something to say. Fu Yun smiled. Okay, then I'll go back and pack up tonight. I'll move here starting tomorrow. She thought that Uncle Gua was quite lonely here alone. It was good for her and her son to stay here. They could take care of each other. After 5 o'clock, Fu Yun brought her son back to the village. After the weather turned cold, Fu Yun went back early every day. After autumn, the nights slowly became longer and the days shorter. Basically, the sky would turn dark after 5 o'clock. It would be completely dark before 6 o'clock. It was not safe to drive back in the dark. Fu Yun went back at 5 o'clock every day. However, because she had to do a live broadcast, she still woke up at the same time in the morning. She carried her son and specially went to look for Aunt May. She told Aunt May about this matter and asked her to help take care of the old house occasionally. She would continue to rent it and come back to stay often. Aunt May was very supportive of Fu Yun's decision. It was not a good idea to bring such a small child back and forth every day. The weather would get colder later. Not to mention children, even adults would not be able to stand it. Even if Fu Yun did not mention it tonight, she would still look for her to talk about this matter. Aunt May promised, "You can stay there with peace of mind. I'll be here." Sorry to trouble you, Aunt May. After chatting with Aunt May for more than an hour and listening to her talk about some trivial matters in the village, Fu Yun brought her son home and prepared to pack up. There were not many things that she had to pack, mainly her winter clothes. The flower bed was their second place of residence. There were many things that belonged to the mother and son. At the very least, there were daily necessities such as toothbrushes and towels. Especially baby Wen. He spent more time in the flower bed every day. His personal belongings there were more complete than here. In the end, Fu Yun only packed a luggage bag. She thought that she would buy whatever she lacked in the future. The next day, Fu Yun came to the flower bed and put her luggage in the room. She went to the flower shed and started the live broadcast on time. Not long after the live broadcast, Fu Yun saw the number of viewers from yesterday again. Fu Yun thought to herself. At that time, she thought that this was just a big shot who did not enter the live broadcast room and left after casually tipping 1,000,000 yuan. Now that he had appeared for 2 consecutive days, perhaps this big shot really liked orchids. He had disappeared for so many days previously because he was delayed by other things and did not have time to watch the live broadcast. Fu Yun's thoughts flashed through her mind. She focused on taking care of her 11 brothers and sisters. Then, she chose a good angle to take photos of them one by one. Fu Yun suddenly realized that her 3rd and 5th children had finally appeared. She looked at the faint buds on the soil and could not help but smile. Then, the forum posted a picture, 3rd and 5th children have finally appeared. Those fans who thought that they were the mother, father, brother, and sister fans of 3rd and 5th children were the most excited. The comment section was very lively. Fu Yun picked a few comments to reply to, then continued to take care of the flower bed. From time to time, she would check on baby Wen. Chi Wen quietly stayed in the circled area. He was focusing on the 9 consecutive rings. Fu Yun bought a difficulty level S9 consecutive rings online. He had not succeeded in solving it for many days. Qi Wen thought to himself. It was just a 9 consecutive rings. How could he not be able to solve it? He had even pieced together a 6-sided Rubik's Cube, let alone this small thing. He had to solve it today. Otherwise, that woman would definitely laugh at him. He would definitely not give that woman a chance to laugh at him. Qi Wen struggled for a long time and finally solved the 9 consecutive rings. He stood up steadily with the help of the wooden fence and shouted in the woman's direction. Duh. Look. He solved the 9 consecutive rings. Fu Yun, who was observing the potted orchid, turned around when she heard the sound. She saw Wen standing up with the help of the wooden fence and looking up at her with sparkling eyes. Duh. When Fu Yun looked over, Wen shouted again in a loud and clear voice. He let go of the hand that was supporting him and waved his little chubby paws at her. His short and chubby body lost its balance and swayed twice. Then, he squatted on the ground. Then, he looked at Fu Yun blankly. As if he did not understand why he suddenly collapsed. Fu Yun immediately felt that he was so cute. She quickly walked over and squatted down. She said gently, "Baby, what do you want to show mommy?" When Wen heard Fu Yun's voice, he immediately raised his little hand at her again. His eyes were sparkling. Fu Yun looked at his little chubby hand. He was holding a 9 consecutive rings that had been solved. She exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Ayaya," when actually solved the 9 consecutive rings. He's really amazing. Baby is really the smartest baby that mommy has ever seen. Qi Wen subconsciously puffed up his little belly with a proud expression. He was really amazing. It was just a 9 consecutive rings. He solved it so easily. He had a reserved look on his face as he enjoyed the woman's fancy compliments. Fu Yun could not help but carry Wen up and give him a small kiss. Why was the baby so cute? Qi Wen placed his little chubby hand on her face, meaning to reject her. He thought helplessly that this woman was really too clingy. Fu Yun and baby Wen officially lived in the garden. After a few days, they felt how convenient it was to live here. In the morning, they did not have to wake up more than an hour earlier. They did not have to rush back and forth in the cold wind. Moreover, she could do more things at night. After eating, Uncle Guo would help to take care of the children. She could make videos and even occasionally take an hour to do a live broadcast. Moreover, she did not reduce the time she spent with Wen. It was just that this place was too quiet. Other than Uncle Guo, no other neighbors came to chat with her occasionally. However, there was no other way. There were gains and losses. Today's weather was very good. There was a period of warm sunlight in the afternoon. Fu Yun saw that the temperature was so good. She took out the bed sheets and blankets to dry and took the children to bask in the sun. Fu Yun carried Wen and lay on the recliner. There was a blanket on it, and their bodies were warm from the sun. Their eyes were squinted lazily, and their similar faces had the same expression of enjoyment. Uncle Guo suddenly came out of the small bungalow. He did not look too good. Fu Yun suddenly woke up and sat up. Uncle Guo? When Uncle Guo saw the mother and son, his gaze softened. He glanced at Wen, who looked sleepy as if he would fall asleep at any time, and his voice was a little lower. I'm going to the Guo family for a while. I'll be back tonight. You don't have to make me dinner. Okay. Fu Yun did not know what happened, but she did not ask further. Uncle Guo said a few words and left quickly. Fu Yun's sleepiness was completely gone. She gently patted Wen's small body and coaxed him to sleep. When the child fell asleep, Fu Yun carried the child back to the house, put him under the blanket, and lay down. Looking at Wen's sleeping face, she leaned over and kissed him gently. The sleepiness that had just been driven away came back again. She closed her eyes and quickly fell asleep. The mother and son had a good afternoon nap. After waking up energized, they washed up and went to the flower shed. Uncle Guo was not around, so she had more things to do. Fortunately, Wen was very obedient. As long as she was within range, he would not make a fuss. Wen sat on a thick furry blanket, surrounded by a pile of toys. He was not interested in these toys. He climbed to the side and stood up again with the help of the wooden railing. His small body was still very short. When he stood up, he was not even as tall as the wooden railing. He held the wooden railing and walked a few steps shakily. After Chiwen could stand up, he began to slowly learn to walk. In his memory, walking was a very simple matter. Logically speaking, he should be able to walk as soon as he walked. However, in fact, if he did not hold on to something, he would soon lose his balance and fall. A child's bones had not completely grown, and his balance was not strong enough. He could not control himself at all. He did not like to sit on a baby walker to learn to walk. Every day, he would learn to walk by himself. At night, he would be led by a woman in bed to learn to walk. He would be praised for every step he took. After walking for a while, Chiwen was covered in sweat. He felt very hot and wanted to take off his clothes. He secretly glanced in the woman's direction. Seeing that she was not paying attention to him, he sat down and pulled his clothes up with great effort. A cool wind blew into his stomach, taking away the sticky heat. Phew! It was much more comfortable. Fu Yunrua observed an orchid for a while and found that the orchid's nutrition was a little unbalanced. It took her half a day to change the soil. After confirming that there was no problem, she went to see Wen. She did not know what he was playing at the moment. Fu Yunrua thought about buying some intellectual toys for the baby. He liked to play with these more. Fu Yunrua walked over and found Wen lying on the blanket, seemingly asleep. No wonder she did not hear any movement. He was really a little sleeping pig. She softened her brows and walked over softly, preparing to carry him. Although the temperature in the flower shed was higher than outside, it was winter after all. The later it was, the colder it would be. As soon as her hand touched him, she felt that something was wrong. She carried the baby over. His face was red and sweating, and his forehead was so hot that it was scalding. The baby's breathing was very heavy, and the air he exhaled was hot. Wen had a fever. Fu Yunrua's face was full of anxiety. She hurriedly wrapped Wen up and carried the child out. When she was about to reach the door, she remembered that she did not take her wallet, so she hurriedly ran into the room, took her wallet, and ran out in a panic. Fortunately, there was a health station not far from the flower bed. She hurriedly ran over and said anxiously, "Sister, can you help me take a look at the baby? He's sick." The doctor at the health station was a woman in her early 50s. At this time, there were still 2 or 3 patients at the health station. Everyone saw a young woman carrying a sick child in a panic, so they did not mind her cutting the queue. An auntie hurriedly said, "We can't neglect a child who is sick. Iyun, take a look at the child first." Dr. Iyun hurriedly let Fu Yunrua sit on the bench inside. She stuffed a heat probe under the child's armpit and then placed the stethoscope on his chest. Wen seemed to be very uncomfortable. His little mouth mumbled a few words, but he did not wake up. Fu Yunrua's heart was in pain. She tried to stay calm and asked, "Sister, how's the child? Is he okay?" Dr. Iyun estimated the time and took out the heat probe. 38.5 degrees. The child has a fever. Dr. Iyun's expression was grave. Fortunately, there was no noise in the chest. However, this illness was very aggressive. If she was not careful, it could turn into pneumonia. She still had to be careful. Then what should we do? How do we reduce the fever? Wen's cheeks were abnormally red. His breathing was very heavy, and it seemed that the situation was very serious. Fu Yunrua was anxious. Wen has never had such a serious illness since he was born. He only had signs of sneezing when the season changed. But he will be fine after drinking some baby powder. I'll put a fever patch on the child and prescribe some medicine. If the temperature can be lowered, there will be no problem. Dr. Iyun put a fever patch on Wen's forehead. Then, she quickly prescribed some medicine for the child and gave 3 fever patches. If he still has a fever at night, put another fever patch on the child. Take the medicine according to what I wrote. Don't take too much. Fu Yunrua nodded again and again. Dr. Iyun looked at the young mother who was at a loss. She knew that this young mother was inexperienced and felt uneasy. She sighed in her heart and said gently, "If you are really worried, you can go to the hospital in town." There was a specialized pediatrics department in the hospital. It was much more professional than her small clinic. Yes, yes. Thank you, sister. Fu Yunrua was very grateful. She paid the money and took the prescribed medicine. She had never been to this clinic before and was not familiar with this doctor. When she left the health station, she felt even more uneasy. She wished that she could continue to stay in the health station. She could only feel at ease if there was someone who knew medicine by her side. She saw a fully enclosed tricycle parked by the roadside outside the health station. The driver stepped on the accelerator and was about to leave. She quickly went forward and shouted, "Uncle, wait." A middle-aged man with a simple and honest face looked over. "Sister Yun, is the child sick?" The middle-aged man was from the village outside the flower garden. He had met Yunrua and her son a few times. Fu Yunrua nodded. "Uncle, are you going to town?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Are you going to the hospital? Hurry up and get in the car." He actually did not want to go to town. After all, it was already a little late. However, seeing that this child was pitiful, he sent her this trip. "Thank you, uncle." Fu Yunrua got into the car. The tricycle sent Fu Yunrua and her son to the entrance of the town hospital. Fu Yunrua thanked him again and then carried the child into the hospital. She really could not feel at ease. It was better to go to the hospital to be at ease. Fu Yunrua queued up to see the pediatrician. He also diagnosed that there was nothing serious. She also saw the medicine prescribed by the health station and said that it was fine to take the medicine according to this. She was really worried. She stayed in the hospital for a while and waited for the child's temperature to drop before leaving. Fu Yunrua naturally chose to stay in the hospital first. The nurse brought her to a ward and asked when to stay here. If there were any abnormalities, they could look for the doctor. Fu Yunrua sat by the bed and looked at her son who had his eyes tightly shut and a fever patch on his forehead. Her tears suddenly fell. She was too careless. She knew that the baby was so young and could not be separated from someone, but she still relied on him to be obedient and often ignored him. If she had paid more attention, the baby would not have fallen sick. It was all her fault. Chiwen slept very uneasily. He dreamed that he was being roasted in a stove. When he finally struggled to wake up, he saw a plain white. His body felt uncomfortable. His head was dizzy and his whole body was very tired. Chiwen immediately noticed the woman who was silently crying by the bed. "Ah," he said. His voice was not as soft and cute as before. It was a little hoarse. "Baby, you're awake." Fu Yunrua hurriedly carried Wenwen up. "Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" "I'm sorry, baby. Mommy didn't take good care of you." Chiwen reached out and placed his hand on her cold face. His hand was wet with tears. He wiped her tears and said, "Pfft. Not. Out. Don't cry. It's not your fault. It's his own fault." He felt hot and secretly took off his clothes. When he felt uncomfortable, he did not say anything. He thought that he would be fine after sleeping. Chiwen did not expect that his considerate comfort would make her cry even harder. He was stunned. Was this woman made of water? The room was about to be flooded. Chiwen couldn't even wipe away her tears. Fu Yunrua cried. The baby was too obedient. He was so obedient that it made her heart ache even more. She could not help but cry. As she cried, she also wanted to see if the baby's fever had subsided. She was not sure if she could tell, so she hurriedly pressed the bell. Not long after, the doctor arrived. She checked that Wenwen's fever had subsided. There was no problem. She gave them a few instructions and let them leave. Fu Yunrua thanked her profusely. She carried her son, who was tightly wrapped up, and left the hospital. It was already 9:30 p.m. after a round of torment in the hospital. The hospital was not far from the market in town. There was a road that was more than 800 meters long that led to the center of the street. The road was quiet. The street lamps were quite far away, and a few of them were dim. They must have been broken and had not been repaired yet, making the road look dim. The places where the street lamps could not shine were even darker. There was not a single pedestrian on the road. Fu Yunhua walked in a hurry. As she walked, she was a little scared. She was afraid that a monster would suddenly jump out from those dark places. It was not easy to walk to the street, but she did not expect to see a single passerby. Fu Yunhua had never been to town at night. She did not expect that it was not even 10 p.m., but all the shops were closed. The doors were tightly shut, and there was not a single pedestrian on the street. Even the residential buildings above the shops had basically turned off their lights. Most of the people in town and the village were elderly and children. There were not many young people. In addition, the weather was cold now, so people were more willing to curl up in comfortable and warm beds early. They would not go out if there was nothing to do. At night in town, other than during the New Year, most of the young people would only see supper stalls and pedestrians when they returned. It was not like in a big city. Even if it was 2 or 3 in the morning, one could still see cars and pedestrians, and one could call for a taxi. Fu Yunhua was flustered by her son's sudden illness, so she did not consider these at all. She walked for a long time and only her own footsteps echoed. A gust of cold wind blew past, lifting the plastic bags and white paper towels on the street. She was the only one on the long street. The pale street lamps pulled her shadow extremely long. Fu Yunhua shivered. She stopped in her tracks and thought that there should be no one at the place where the tricycle usually parked on the street to pick up passengers, right? Without a car, she could not go back. The distance between the town and the village was not short. There was still a long road that was rugged and winding. There were no residential houses on either side, only empty fields. It was fine during the day. Fu Yunhua had never thought that she would be afraid, but at this moment, when she imagined herself taking such a road at night with such a young son, her heart trembled with fear. Why not stay in the hospital for a night and take the car back during the day? Fu Yunhua turned around and walked hurriedly towards the hospital. After walking for a while, she suddenly thought of something. Was there a hotel in town? Fu Yunhua broke out in cold sweat. After thinking for a long time, she remembered that there was a small hotel at the end of the street. That place was closer. It was better to stay in the hotel. Usually, when she went shopping, she did not feel that the road was far. It was as if she could walk to the end in an instant. At this moment, she kept walking, but it seemed that she could not reach her destination. She did not know if it was because of the environment, but Fu Yunhua's nerves became more and more tense. Her heart beat faster and faster, as if it was about to jump out of her chest. In a flash, Fu Yunhua suddenly remembered that the original body fell into the water on the 2nd year after she was chased out of the house. The specific day was not specified in detail, but the time frame was within this period of time. In other words, any day during this period of time could be the note of her death. Fu Yunhua muttered to herself, after hiding for 2 years, I still can't avoid the inevitable ending of death? The power of the plot was so great. Even if she did not fall into the water and die, would she encounter other accidents? Chiwen was tightly wrapped up and hugged, he could not feel the cold temperature outside. He stuck close to Fu Yunhua's soft body and listened to her heartbeat, which made him feel at ease. He felt sleepy and wanted to sleep. She had lost some of her vitality after falling sick this time. But not long after, Chiwen could clearly feel her body tensing up. Not long after, her heartbeat became faster and faster, as if she was afraid. Chiwen suddenly became alert and wanted to look outside, but he was hugged tightly. He was worried that he would hurt her if he struggled too much. So he listened to the movements outside. It was very quiet outside. Chiwen thought to himself, this woman couldn't be afraid of the dark, right? She was really timid, she was actually afraid with him around. But, he looked at his own small arms and legs. Alright, he did not have any masculinity now, but he would grow up soon. Suddenly, he heard the woman muttering to herself. After hiding for 2 years, I still can't avoid the inevitable outcome of death. At that time, his mind was blank. This sentence repeated in his mind several times before he understood the meaning of this sentence. Chiwen felt as if he was struck by lightning, his entire body was stunned. Death. His body started to turn cold and tremble. This word made him afraid, terrified. He wanted to shout and scream, but it was as if his throat was being choked. His mouth moved silently, as if he was shouting, but he could not make a sound. After an unknown amount of time, it seemed like an instant, a short and sharp cry sounded. The next moment, a loud cry pierced through the darkness. Wah, 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 ah. The sudden cry of a baby broke the eerie silence, and also pulled Fu Yunrua back from her endless fear. At the same time, the residential buildings on both sides of the street lit up. Oh my God! Whose child is crying? Who brought their child out to disturb others in the middle of the night? Sorry. Fu Yunrua did not care if they heard it or not, and apologized again and again. Hearing someone's voice, the fear in her heart slowly dissipated. Her cold and numb body also regained consciousness. Fu Yun hurriedly looked at her son in her arms. Oh, baby, don't cry. Are you feeling unwell? Fu Yun jolted and hugged him, using her forehead to press against his forehead. But her face was exposed, and her surface temperature was very low, and when she touched his forehead, his temperature was very high. If Fu Yun was not sure, was she having a fever again? As Fu Yun coaxed the child, she turned around and ran towards the hospital. However, the cries did not stop at all. Wherever she went, the cries would follow. Fu Yun was filled with anxiety and only wanted to reach the hospital as soon as possible. Yun. Fu Yunrua seemed to hear someone calling her in a daze. She was in a daze for a moment before she recognized the familiar voice. She turned around and saw a tricycle stop beside her. Uncle Gua got off from it. Uncle Gua? How is Wen? Uncle Gua asked anxiously. Hearing the cries along the way, his expression became even uglier. Why is she crying like this? I don't know either. Seeing the familiar elder, Fu Yun could not help but choke. Wen is not feeling well. She wished she could take her place and bear all the pain. Uncle Gua hurriedly said, "Get in the car quickly. Let's go to the hospital to have a look." Fu Yun nodded, tears falling down. She did not bother to wipe her tears and hurriedly got into the car. The tricycle rumbled as it drove towards the hospital. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the hospital. Fu Yun rushed into the hospital with the crying child in her arms. The doctor on duty came over to check on the situation. "Doctor, help me take a look at the child. He keeps crying. Is he having a fever again? Let me take a look." The middle-aged female doctor wanted Fu Yun to put the child down, but the child held on to Fu Yun tightly. The moment he moved, he cried even harder. She could only let Fu Yun carry him. After she checked, she said, "He's having a fever. Is he feeling unwell? He's crying so hard. Is he hungry? I'll go look for milk powder." Fu Yun had already stopped breastfeeding the child, so she could only find some supplementary food or milk powder. It was not easy for her to make milk. Wen vomited after drinking a few mouthfuls. She vomited, drank, and vomited again. Later, she went to the hospital cafeteria to cook porridge before eating a little. The group of adults was tossed and turned. It was not until the second half of the night that Wen stopped crying. It was not that she had cried enough, but that she had cried herself to sleep. Wen's sleep was still very restless. From time to time, she would sob. Fu Yun looked tired and haggard. She said gratefully to Uncle Gua and the middle-aged man beside her, "Uncle, thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to take care of him alone." She could only take care of Wen. Uncle Gua and this uncle were the ones who helped to run up and down the other things. Fu Yun noticed that this uncle who drove the tricycle was the one who sent her and her son to the hospital. His surname was Lin. "It's my duty." Uncle Lin was also tormented, but there was no resentment on his honest face. Uncle Gua said, "You've been tired for a long time. Sleep well for a while. If there's anything, we can talk about it tomorrow." Okay. It was already very late. They stayed in the hospital first. There were not many people hospitalized in the town hospital. Fu Yun and Wen slept in the same room and bed. Uncle Gua and Uncle Lin went to the room next door to rest. Fu Yun did not sleep well. From time to time, she would be awakened. She would reach out to check her son's temperature and breathing. After confirming that there was nothing unusual, she would close her eyes. This cycle continued until dawn. Fuyun could not leave the baby, so she did not get up. Instead, she watched the baby sleep. Perhaps it was because he was still sick last night, but the baby, who should have woken up, was still sleeping soundly. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Fuyun carefully got up to open the door. Uncle Gua stood in front of the door with 2 bags in his hands. Have some breakfast. Thank you, Uncle Gua. Have you eaten? Fuyun did not have much of an appetite, but she still accepted Uncle Gua's kindness. Yes. Is Wenwen still not awake? Fuyun shook her head. By the way, Uncle Gua, why did you think of looking for me last night? Uncle Gua frowned. I didn't hear anything when I came back. Your door was open, and there was no one inside. I couldn't get through to your phone, so I went to ask someone. Only then did I know that you brought the child to town. Fuyun then remembered the phone in her pocket. She pressed it, but it did not turn on. My phone is out of battery. Uncle Gua scolded, you didn't know how to ask for help when such a big thing happened. It was not convenient to travel from the town to the village. It was even more inconvenient and unsafe to travel at night. She did not know how to ask for help. Fuyun lowered her head and listened to the scolding. She thought of herself yesterday. She really did not care about anything and acted rashly. However, her mind was filled with Wenwen. She panicked and did not think of how to act properly. Why did you run around so late last night? If they had not suddenly heard Wenwen's cries, they would have directly turned to the hospital and missed her. Fuyun said embarrassedly, I thought there was a car and we could hitch a ride back. She did not think of it for a moment. You can't be so reckless in the future. Yunrua was a young and beautiful woman. If she was unlucky and met a strange man in the middle of the night, it would be easy for her to have bad intentions. If something happened, Tian Tian would not be able to help. Okay. Uncle Gua was about to continue lecturing her when a loud cry suddenly sounded behind him. Fuyun quickly turned around and walked forward. Wenwen, mommy is here. Wenwen had woken up at some point. At this moment, she was sitting on the bed and crying non-stop with her eyes wide open. As she cried, she looked around as if she was looking for someone. When she saw Fuyun, she immediately opened her arms and cried while asking for a hug. Fuyun quickly went over to carry the baby. Baby, don't cry, don't cry. Mommy is here. Mommy loves baby the most. Don't cry, don't cry. Chiwen cried even more sadly. He did not know that the truth was like this. It was harder to accept the truth than the various reasons for abandoning him previously. It was this woman's death that caused him to be reduced to an orphanage and become an orphan. For the first time, he felt that death was such a terrible thing. Chiwen was so sad that he could not control himself. She did not abandon him. She did not abandon him. He would rather this woman marry another man for glory and wealth than for a burden like him. He was also unwilling to believe that she had met with an accident. He would rather that she was living well somewhere in this world. Why was the truth like this? Chiwen hugged Fuyun tightly and cried heartbreakingly. Fuyun's tears also came out. She seemed to feel that her son was very upset and was suffering from angina. No matter how she coaxed him, he would not stop crying, just like that night when he suddenly cried in the middle of the night. No, it made her feel even worse than that night. She almost could not breathe. Doctor, come and take a look. The child is crying again. It turned out that Uncle Gua had gone to find the doctor. The doctor could not find the reason for the child's non-stop crying. Because of his emotional fluctuations, his body temperature, which had just subsided, rose again. Chiwen cried and fell asleep again. Fuyun took the opportunity to feed him some porridge and water. Not long after, she fed him some salt water. Chiwen's eyes were still filled with tears. His little mouth moved unconsciously as he swallowed the food. Moo, ma, 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 ma. The hoarse little voice suddenly made a similar sound. Fuyun was stunned. Her tears fell just like that. She lowered her head and kissed him. She replied gently, Mom is here. After Wenwen's fever subsided, he went for a checkup, but they could not find the reason for his non-stop crying. Aunt May, who heard the news and came to the hospital to visit, slapped her head and said, "The child must have been shocked." When Aunt May heard that Fu Yun brought the child out of the hospital in the middle of the night and walked outside alone, she immediately looked at her with disapproval. Children should try not to go out at night. It's easy to be shocked. You. Fu Yun's face was full of guilt. She thought of Wen suddenly crying last night. She thought of how she felt that day and still had lingering fears. That day, she seemed to have been possessed. She felt that she was shrouded in a strange space, as if she would encounter an accident in the next second. If Wen had not suddenly cried, she would still be trapped in that inexplicable fear. Fu Yunrua couldn't help but think. Could it be that there really was something strange? Thinking that she was an unscientific existence, the more Fu Yun thought about it, the more shocked she became. Prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, professionalism, honesty, and friendliness. Fu Yun silently recited the core values of socialism a few times before she felt that it was not so scary. The child's fever has subsided? Is there a problem? Yes, the doctor said that the temperature has dropped. As long as it doesn't rise, it will be fine. Then hurry back. It's not a good idea to stay here. The child's emotions are unstable. He should stay in a familiar environment to stabilize his emotions. Yes, okay. With the experienced Aunt May around, Fu Yun felt like she had a stabilizing force. She felt that what she said made sense, so she quickly did as she was told. Fu Yunrua brought the child back to the old house. Aunt May and Uncle Gua also followed. Uncle May was also in the courtyard. Obviously, he was also very concerned about Wen. However, Wen was now asleep, so everyone did not communicate much. They lowered their voices and said a few words. Aunt May was busy and even asked Fu Yunrua to quickly enter the room. Put Wen on the bed. The little guy was not light. Her hands would be very sore and tired if she carried him all the time. Moreover, it was cold outside and it was not good to be exposed to the wind. Fu Yunrua responded and quickly entered the room. She bent down and carefully placed Wen, who had cried himself to sleep, on the bed. As soon as her hand left his body, he did not seem to feel the familiar warmth. His eyes were still tightly shut, and he let out a cry. Fu Yunrua quickly lay down and hugged Wen into her arms. She hummed a nursery rhyme and gently comforted him. Wen quickly calmed down. He leaned against Fu Yunrua and gripped her clothes tightly with his small hands. Not long after, Aunt May walked in with a bowl of fragrant meat porridge in her hands. She said in a low voice, "This is meat porridge made by the old man. Yunrua, have some." Fu Yunrua did not have much of an appetite, but when she smelled the rich fragrance of meat, her stomach started to growl. She had not eaten anything since last night and was already famished. Okay. Fu Yunrua moved her body slightly and sat up. She caressed Wen with her hand first. After making sure that she did not wake him up, she thanked Aunt May softly. "Thank you, Aunt May. Uncle May has also worked hard." Fu Yunrua took the porcelain bowl and stirred it with a porcelain spoon. Then, she scooped it up and put it into her mouth. The temperature of the meat porridge was just right, and it was very fragrant in her mouth. She quickly finished the entire bowl, and a warm feeling spread from her stomach to the outside. Aunt May smiled as she watched her finish eating. She took the empty porcelain bowl and said gently, "Yunrua, sleep with Wen for a while. You didn't rest well last night, right? Rest well." Fu Yun had not slept for almost the entire night and was indeed physically and mentally exhausted. She responded softly and watched Aunt May walk out softly. She carefully closed the door before lying down and closing her eyes. She hugged Wen and fell asleep. Perhaps it was because she was familiar with the environment, but this time, Fu Yun did not sleep uneasily. She did not wake up, but she did not sleep for long. The first thing she did when she woke up was to see Wen in her arms. Wen was sleeping soundly this time. If Fu Yun pressed her forehead against Wen's small forehead, her body temperature would not be high. When she used her hand to check under her small nose, her breath would not be so hot. Fu Yun calmed herself down. Fortunately she did not have a fever. She heard some voices outside. It seemed like Aunt May and Uncle May were talking. She felt much better now. She wanted to go out and take a look, but she was worried about Wen, so she didn't go out. Not long after, Wen half opened his eyes in a daze. His listless eyelids opened and closed. Seeing this, Fu Yun knew that he was about to wake up. She hurriedly carried him and quickly walked out. Wen's consciousness was still half asleep. He placed his hands on Fu Yun's shoulders and laid his head on her shoulders. He was drowsy. A moment later, he let out a sob. His instincts made him want to cry uncontrollably. Wen, we're home. Quick, look who's here. Fu Yun gently patted Wen's back and spoke softly. The moment Wen opened his eyes, he saw the familiar furnishings. He stopped crying and looked around with his red and swollen eyes. The familiar furnishings made him quiet down for a moment. Fu Yun was about to heave a sigh of relief, then she saw Wen open his mouth and was about to cry in the next second. Wen couldn't control it at all. His consciousness, his body, from the inside out, were enveloped by a huge sadness. He was still a child and couldn't control his emotions like an adult. Even if his heart was full of holes, he could still act as if nothing had happened. Io, whose sweetheart is this? His little nose and face are as red as a monkey's but from crying? Aunt May's tone was rhythmic. Uncle May also walked over. Come, Wen, look over here. Grandpa made you a little toy. The handmade wooden horse was lifelike. Uncle May said as he spun the wooden horse in his hand. Look, the wooden horse is running. Run. Io, it runs so fast. Uncle Gua said, you old man, how is this fast? You're making a joke out of yourself. Don't listen to your Grandpa Gua. Our wooden horse is running really fast. Wen, Grandma made a little puppy for you. It's so chubby and cute. It can even bark to greet Wen. It can say, Wen baby, how are you? My name is Wang. What's your name? Uncle May, Aunt May, and Uncle Gua, the three elderly people, did all kinds of things in order to coax Wen. Wen cried and hiccuped. After all, he still had the instincts of a child. Wen was immediately attracted by this exaggerated performance. He couldn't take his eyes off it and even forgot to cry. Fu Yun, who had been carrying Wen, saw this and slowly relaxed. He was finally coaxed. Then Fu Yun smiled and joined in the coaxing of the baby. Baby, do you like it? Grandpa and Grandma made it for baby. Grandpa and Grandma are so good to baby. Baby, do you like a little wooden horse or a little puppy? When Wen heard this voice, he turned his head and saw Fu Yun. He was instantly stunned and looked at her without blinking for a long time. Then, his eyes slowly filled with tears. Fu Yun blinked and was also stunned. Why was he crying again? Wah. Ah. An earth-shattering cry sounded, but it was not Wen's cry, but Fu Yun's. Wen hiccuped and looked at Fu Yun, who was crying loudly, in a daze. Tears still hung at the corners of his eyes. Boo-hoo. Baby, don't you love Mommy anymore? Why do you cry when you see Mommy? Mommy is so sad. Baby, don't you love me anymore? Wah. Boo-hoo. Baby doesn't love Mommy anymore. Fu Yun was sad. Was it because she neglected him and caused him to fall ill, so he cried in protest when he saw her? Would baby always remember it in his heart? Would it be useless no matter how she tried to make up for it? Baby, I'm sorry. Don't be angry with Mommy. Wen was anxious. He did not care about crying and quickly put his little hand under his eyes, trying to stop her tears. Pfft. No. It's like. Don't cry. Wen spouted out word by word. He had spoken more words than he had in the past month. Mommy, ah. 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 Mommy. Fu Yun was anxiously coaxed by her son for a long time. Then, her tears turned into laughter and she pressed her forehead against his. Mommy loves baby too. Mommy will grow up with baby until you grow up and don't need Mommy anymore. Yes. How could he not want her? Even if he was 70 or 80 years old, he still wanted Mommy. Really? Baby will always love mommy, right? Yes. Mommy will always love baby too. I love baby the most. Jiwon reached out to hug both sides of her face and took the initiative to rub his face against hers. Ah. He was sorry. He should not have misunderstood. He should not have resisted her existence and held a grudge against her. This woman was the one who gave him life. She was the one who brought him into this world and gave him her wholehearted love. How could he doubt someone who loved him so deeply? I'm sorry. I was wrong. Jiwon felt the unerasable sadness in his heart dissipating. When it completely disappeared, his mood suddenly became much better. He took the initiative to rub his face against her cold, crying face. Mommy, mommy. His expression and tone were full of attachment. It was only at this moment that he completely accepted this woman's existence. This was his mother. Jiwon revealed a pure and satisfied smile. It was like a ray of light that tore through the night. It became brighter and hotter, dispelling the boundless darkness and bringing warmth. Fu Yun's heart swelled and warmed. She could not help but smile. Her voice was as sweet as sugar. Uncle Mei, his wife, and Uncle Guo looked at the mother and son from the side, full of gratification. Perhaps it was because he had cried so much previously, or perhaps it was because Fu Yun was done crying, but Wen stopped wailing and quieted down. Perhaps it was because staying in a familiar environment was really useful. Wen did not have a fever after that. It was just that he was still a little listless. Moreover, because of his illness, he was even more dependent on Fu Yun. Only by sticking to her would his heart feel at ease. But if Fu Yun did not have the strength to carry him all day long, he could not bear to let her tire herself out. In the end, he was carried by Fu Yun wherever she went. Jiwon lay on her back quietly. His little face rubbed against her from time to time, sniffing the familiar, comfortable, and clean fragrance. This was his mother. Jiwon already knew that not only did he have the memories of his previous life, but his mother also came back from the future. She brought him to live in the countryside to avoid the cause of her death. Perhaps from the moment they came back, everything had changed. But no matter whether it had changed or not, Jiwon secretly decided that he would definitely protect his mother. No matter who it was, no one could hurt his mother. Jiwon did not know if he should tell her that he also had the memories of the future. He was worried that if he told her, she would no longer treat him as a child and protect him wholeheartedly. Instead, she would treat him as an adult. Jiwon thought that he would rather not have those memories. He would rather be a pure child. He would cry when he wanted to cry, laugh when he wanted to laugh, be carefree, and be able to have fun with the people closest to him without restraint. He used to scoff at those children who pestered their parents and acted spoiled and unreasonable. He was very disgusted. But deep down, he was actually envious and even jealous. Only children who were doted on had the right to be willful. Now, he was doted on. The director was wrong. He was not abandoned by his parents and thrown into the orphanage. His mother loved him very, very much. If he could do it all over again, he would enjoy it and be a real child. In his previous life, the heavens did not treat them well, but he would not complain that the heavens were unfair. It had already given them compensation in this life. He had to cherish this hard-won fate between mother and son. After Fu Yun cried, Wen was completely comforted. After Wen did not act strangely, Uncle Mei and Uncle Guo left the old house to do their own things. Fu Yun only had time to do her own things at this time. She remembered that her phone was already turned off and quickly charged it. Aunt Mei was worried about the mother and son, especially Wen, so she kept accompanying them and chatting about trivial matters in the village. The old house had not been lived in for a few days, but it was still very clean and tidy. It was not cold and lifeless either. It could be seen that Aunt Mei often came here. Aunt Mei was someone who could not sit still. She saw that the courtyard was full of work, and she cleaned up the vegetable garden. She even made a sumptuous dinner. Aunt Mei's heart ached terribly. Wen's illness had caused her to suffer, and even the adults had suffered as well. They had to be well nourished. Wen's health improved, and Fu Yun also had an appetite to eat. After eating a delicious dinner, her stomach felt warm, as if the fatigue in her body had been expelled. She saw that her phone was almost fully charged, so she unplugged the charging cable and turned on her phone. The moment she turned it on, she saw dozens of missed calls. More than 10 of them were from Uncle Gua, and the rest were from her livestream assistant and the room manager. "Oh no!" Fu Yun exclaimed. She had forgotten to tell the platform and fans that the livestream was cancelled today. It was already afternoon, long past the normal livestream time. And because her phone was turned off, her assistant could not contact her. She did not know how chaotic the livestream was. Fu Yun hurriedly replied to her assistant, "Sorry, something happened here. I didn't have time to inform you that I won't be able to livestream for the next few days." Less than 2 seconds after the message was sent, the phone rang. Her assistant, Tian, asked in a concerned voice, "Yun, are you okay?" "Yes, I'm fine." Tian, "I'm sorry. I forgot to tell all of you that I might not be able to livestream for the next few days." Fu Yun said apologetically, and then briefly told her about Wenwen's illness. She was so focused on Wenwen that she had long forgotten about the livestream. If she had not seen the missed calls on her phone, she would not have remembered about it. Tian expressed her understanding and put the child first. She asked her to take good care of the child and expressed her concern before ending the call. After Fu Yun hung up the phone, she hurriedly logged into the platform. Sure enough, her platform was about to explode. Her private messages were exploding. Most of them were concerned about whether something had happened to her and asked why she was not livestreaming. Fu Yunhua hurriedly posted a status. She explained the reason for missing the livestream and said that she would not livestream again before the baby fully recovered. Finally, she said that she would ask Uncle Gua to take good care of Lan Hua. The fans also knew that Uncle Gua was the person who introduced her to Lani and taught her. He could be said to be her teacher. The fans were also very concerned about the health of the old and young. They left messages to comfort her and said that they would wait for her to come back. Although many fans said so, Fu Yun knew in her heart that her popularity would definitely decrease a lot if she stopped broadcasting. Many viewers had already formed a habit because they basically came to watch her livestream. If she stopped broadcasting, the viewers would not be able to watch the livestream. They would definitely lose patience in a few days, and then her popularity would quickly decrease. People always had to make choices. Although she could not bear to give up her popularity, in Fu Yun's heart, the baby was the most important. She wanted to focus on accompanying and taking care of the baby. The baby's illness this time scared her. It was even more frightening than when he suddenly cried in the middle of the night. Fu Yun felt that it might be because she had spent too much time on the livestream and operating the account that she had unintentionally paid less attention to the baby. That was why the baby felt insecure. She reflected on herself and was determined to change. That was her decision. However, she and the baby had only stayed in the old house for 3 days when Wenwen's baby started to make a fuss. He patted the back of Fu Yun's hand and pointed outside as he shouted, "Go! Go!" At first, Fu Yun thought that he wanted to look for Uncle Mei and Aunt Mei. Just as she carried him out of the door and turned in another direction, Wenwen said something again. No. The direction was wrong. They were not going that way. Where is the baby going? Fu Yun looked at Wenwen's expression and tried to walk in different directions. In the end, she still looked unhappy. Chiwen was anxious. Go. Go. Chiwen frowned. It was too difficult for a child to speak. He had already said the words that he wanted to say over and over again, but in the end, he still said them word by word. If he spoke faster, he would not be able to speak clearly. Fu Yun then realized that he wanted to go to the flower garden. Hence, she coaxed him. We'll just stay at home. We won't go there for the time being. Grandpa Gua will help us take care of Hua Hua. Broadcast. If you don't go over, what will happen to your live broadcast? It was not easy for you to accumulate so much popularity. If you don't broadcast now, everyone will leave. I'm not going to broadcast. Mommy will stay at home with Wenwen. When Wenwen recovers, Mommy will go and earn money. No. He was almost recovered. Chiwen was so angry that his cheeks were puffed up. This illness came and went quickly. Perhaps it was because he had let go of the pent-up frustrations in his heart and completely opened his mind. Chiwen's illness also recovered quickly. After resting for 3 days, he was already much more energetic. He only coughed occasionally. He believed that in less than 2 days, he would be able to fully recover. The entertainment industry and the live broadcast industry had many things in common. Popularity needed to be managed. Just like how a typical celebrity's popularity would fade if they did not have any new works for a long time, it was the same for live broadcasts. Chiwen was extremely worried. If one day his popularity dropped so much, wouldn't he be so sad that he would cry? "Baby, be good. Grandpa and Grandma miss baby. Let's go and accompany them, okay?" Fuyan coaxed him as she walked towards the Mei family's house. Before she reached the Mei family's house, she heard lively sounds coming from the Mei family's courtyard. Fuyan walked forward. A group of uncles and aunties were basking in the sun as they chatted. Fuyan walked into the courtyard and greeted everyone. Then, she asked curiously, "What are you talking about? Why was it so lively?" "Hey! Yunrua, you don't know. Something big happened in our neighborhood," an auntie said mysteriously. "What big thing?" Fuyan asked cooperatively. Another auntie interrupted, "In our town, a murderer was caught this morning." Fuyan took a deep breath. A murderer? Was it that scary? "Hey, isn't it just a suspect?" "That's right. It's just that he hasn't been convicted yet. Now that he's caught by the Public Security Bureau, won't he be convicted? My nephew works at the police station. I heard that he escaped from a big city and came to our town. Our transportation here is not convenient. We are far away from the big city and surrounded by mountains. Some of the mountains are too deep and we don't dare to go in without a few companions. Isn't this a good place to hide?" Fortunately, he was caught. Otherwise, it wouldn't be safe for us to go out. "That's right. I heard that this murderer is very cruel." The group of people once again began to discuss animatedly. The place they were in was relatively isolated. Once there was a piece of fresh news, it would spread quickly and be discussed for a long time. Perhaps many things were spread and lost the truth, but people enjoyed it. We are surrounded by mountains. Basically, we rarely see outsiders. Who doesn't know each other in the surrounding villages? The public security officers outside tracked him here and cooperated with our comrades at the police station. As long as the person didn't hide in the deep mountains and forests, how could they not find him? That's right. How can it be so easy to hide in the deep mountains and forests? There's no food and shelter. Can't they only go to town to buy things? There's no food in the fields in the middle of winter. They can't steal. When Chiwen suddenly heard such terrifying news, he couldn't be bothered to be angry. He pricked up his ears to listen to the gossip seriously. Fuyan also listened seriously and couldn't help but feel scared. Fortunately, she didn't meet him that night. Otherwise, she and the baby might have met with misfortune. She even had an intuition that perhaps she really had a brush with death that night. At that time, she really had an intuition that she was going to meet with misfortune. That kind of mysterious feeling still made her hair stand on end when she thought about it. In the end, it was her son's sudden cry that broke the treacherous atmosphere. Fuyan thought that the baby was really her lucky star. He was the one who pulled her back from the brink of death. At this time, she also had an intuition that her death was already over. Her life was completely free from the influence of the plot. She didn't have to be afraid and worry about when an accident would befall her. Fuyan couldn't help but lower her head and rub Chiwen's face with a warm smile. Chiwen, who was listening to the gossip seriously, was suddenly intimately rubbed against his face. Although he didn't know why, his body instinctively moved back. Chiwen thought in distress. There was no other way. This woman was too clingy. What could he do? The mother and son were so clingy that people couldn't help but smile. Fuyan returned to the flower bed on the 4th day. She could not resist Wenwen's insistence, so she could only bring him over. When Uncle Gua saw the mother and son, he was happy for a moment. Then, he pulled a long face and said unhappily, "Why are you here so soon? You don't need to be in a hurry to take care of this place. I can do it alone." Wen is so sick. He has to recuperate well. Fu Yun said helplessly, when Wen has been clamoring to come over. I can't do anything about it. Then she said, I've already brought Wen for a follow-up. He's almost recovered, but he still has a little cough. He'll be fine after stewing some rock sugar and pear for him to moisten his throat. It was not good for a child to take too much medicine. After confirming that he did not need to take medicine, Aunt May specially bought pear and rock sugar and asked her to bring them over to stew some water for the child to stop his cough. Wen, who was tied on his back, tried his best to poke his head out. A pair of big black eyes were revealed as he shouted at Uncle Gua, Master. Yes. Uncle Gua's stern face could no longer be maintained. He smiled like a flower. Yes. With Wen's appearance, Uncle Gua instantly stopped saying anything. He waved his hand and asked her to put Wen down. Then, he walked out of the flower shed. Fu Yun untied the child and placed him on the blanket in the flower shed. She scratched his smooth little face. You little bootlicker. Wen looked up at her with an innocent face. Mom? Yes. Fu Yun replied. Uncle Gua quickly brought a bunch of new toys over and asked Fu Yun to do her own things. He would take care of Wen himself. Fu Yun was not at ease letting Wen out of her sight. It was not that she did not trust Uncle Gua, but that she would always miss him when she was not watching him. Fu Yun was still reluctant to part with him. Wen had already waved his little hand. Broadcast. Then, he picked up a small running car and played with it by the side, ignoring Fu Yun. Fu Yun Rua. Was this still the same baby that stuck to her all the time? It had only been a few days, and he no longer needed her company. Fu Yun could only go to the small greenhouse. She quickly posted a status update, informing them that the livestream would begin in 15 minutes. During these 15 minutes, Fu Yun had familiarized herself with the greenhouse and the livestream equipment. Uncle Gua had been taking care of the orchids in the greenhouse for the past few days. Every orchid in the petri dish was growing well. They were green and full of vitality. 15 minutes later, she opened the live broadcast room on time. You're finally here. Yun, you're back. Heart to heart, I can't believe it. Yun has finally started broadcasting. The moment the broadcast started, the number on the popularity screen jumped up and only slowed down when it broke through the 100,000 mark. During this time, the number 1 on the fan list, the digital nouveau riche, also entered. Fu Yun was very surprised. She had already prepared for her livestream's popularity to be cut in half, but looking at the situation, it did not seem as bad as she had imagined. A bunch of bullet screen comments swarmed in on the screen, and some of them even overlapped. Fu Yun Rua was dazzled for a moment, and the digital nouveau riche also expressed his greetings. The words were surrounded by a circle of light, and it was very eye-catching among the crowd. After seeing most of the questions, Fu Yun Rua said, Long time no see. I'm Yun. I'm sorry to have made you wait for so long. Thank you for your concern. Zai is doing very well. She no longer had a fever 4 days ago, and her condition has improved in the past 2 days. Now, she just has a small cough. Fu Yun Rua seriously explained Wen's situation in detail, and then thanked the fans for their concern. Then, Fu Yun Rua could not help but say, Actually, I planned to wait until Zai had completely recovered before doing the livestream. However, Zai kept clamoring to come yesterday and wanted me to do the livestream. She was even unhappy if I didn't come. She knows me well. Woo-woo, Zai is so considerate. Mama loves Zai. Zai is so obedient, but you can't ignore Zai because of this. There were too many questions on the bullet screen. Fu Yun Rua directly chose to answer the questions that she had seen more. Yes, Uncle Gua is helping to take care of the children now. I'll be careful. I'll definitely take good care of our children. Huh? That's not right. Fu Yun Rua realized that she had been led astray by the bunch of children on the screen. Fu Yun Rua quickly corrected herself. I'll definitely take good care of my children. After chatting for a while, the audience's attention began to be diverted to other things. Yun Rua, let me see my 6th son. I haven't seen him for so many days. I really miss him to death. Yunrua, let me take a look at my children. It's been so many days. I wonder if they've grown up. Did they grow an extra leaf? My seventh son. The screen was filled with comments expressing their longing, asking for their children, brothers, and sisters to appear on the screen. At this moment, the digital nouveau riche also sent a message reminder. 11. Fu Yunrua answered one by one. The children are all fine. The eldest has grown up a little. Fu Yunrua counted their changes one by one. From the seeds of the orchids to the sprouts now, Fu Yunrua had witnessed their growth with her own eyes and was familiar with every change. Previously, she did not feel that she missed them. Now that she looked at these sprouts, she thought that her feelings were the same as the audience. Although these orchids were not as important as the babies in her heart, they were still very important. This time, Fu Yunrua broadcast for a long time. She originally only wanted to give a simple explanation and talk to the audience. However, as more and more viewers poured in, Fu Yunrua unknowingly said a lot. The audience listened with relish and interacted enthusiastically. They almost fought on the screen because they wanted more screen time for the orchids. They seemed to want to make up for 6 to 7 days of livestream viewership at once. When the livestream ended, Fu Yunrua took a look. There were more than 250,000 viewers. It was a little different from the 300,000 viewers she had before she stopped the livestream. However, this was much better than she had imagined. She thought that it would be good if there were tens of thousands of viewers. At worst, it would be back to square one. She did not expect that those familiar IDs were still there. This meant that the effect of her livestream was not bad. The audience was very loyal. Fu Yunrua secretly decided that she would do a better livestream in the future to repay the love of her fans. She walked out of the greenhouse and saw the babies and Uncle Gua squatting together at first glance. Fu Yunrua walked over quickly. When Wenrua saw Fu Yunrua immediately. He immediately threw away a block in his hand and stood up as if he wanted to walk towards her. However, the child's leg bones had not fully developed. As soon as he stood up, before he could take a small step, he trembled and squatted down one by one. Not only that, his small body lost its balance and leaned back. Uncle Gua, who was at the side, held him in time. Otherwise, he would have fallen onto the blocks. Fu Yunrua hurriedly went over to carry him up. She sat on the carpet and crossed her legs. She placed the babies on her lap and rubbed his chubby little buttocks. Babies, did you hurt from the fall? It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. Fu Yunrua saw that he seemed to be in disbelief and could not help but laugh in her heart. She comforted him with a serious expression on her face. Mommy will blow on it. It hurts so much. The carpet on the floor was thick and soft. Chiwen did not feel any pain when he fell. It was just that his self-esteem made him feel embarrassed. He did not expect that not only did he not know how to walk, he could not even stand properly. He had practiced for so long before. It was too embarrassing. Babies, don't be discouraged. Work hard to drink milk and eat more food. You will be able to walk very soon. Fu Yunrua encouraged him. The babies had just learned how to stand up by holding on to things. He could not stand for too long. There was still a distance before he could stand properly. When he could stand properly, he would not be far from walking. Babies are the best. Chiwen listened to Fu Yunrua's gentle voice and thought that since he was a baby, it was normal for him not to know how to walk. Mommy. Yes, Mommy is here. Baby Wenwen lay in his mother's arms. His 2 little feet dangled in the air and swayed comfortably. Uncle Gua saw that after Fu Yunrua's live broadcast, Wenwen's mother would take care of him. He got up and went to work, leaving the mother and son alone. Chiwen's bright eyes, which had just recovered, looked at Fu Yunrua. He did not know how much his popularity had dropped after so many days of live broadcast. Was Mommy very sad to see that his popularity had dropped so much? Thinking of this, Chiwen put his little hand on her. Broadcast? How was the live broadcast? It did not matter even if his popularity was not there. He could accumulate it again. At the mention of this, Fu Yunrua smiled and said happily, babies, our popularity did not drop much. Many people are concerned about us. They are also concerned about the babies. Chiwen listened and felt relieved. Then, he thought proudly that she was indeed his mother. She was so popular. After enjoying the gentle comfort from her mother, Wenwen turned over and climbed to the front of the exquisite semi-finished small castle in 3 steps. He waved his little hand and looked as if he had built this for him. He said proudly, "Kong." Fu Yunrua said in surprise, "Wow, is this the castle that my baby's built? It's so beautiful. Babies are so awesome. Babies are so awesome. You are the smartest babies that mommy has ever seen." Chiwen was so elated by the praise that his 4 white baby teeth were exposed. "Grandpa." After he was done laughing, he even brought Grandpagua out. Grandpagua had also helped. He would not take all the credit for himself. Fu Yunrua continued to praise him. This small castle made of building blocks was as tall as Wenwen's small body. It was a new toy that Uncle Gua had bought. Now that more than half of it was completed, the framework was already out. Only then did Chiwen pick up a piece of scattered building blocks in satisfaction and prepare to continue building the castle. Since his mother liked it so much, he wanted to show her the finished product. How could he only look at the half-finished product? Fu Yunrua was full of smiles and helped him from time to time. Suddenly, she thought of something and quickly picked up her phone. She chose an angle that did not show her face and recorded a video. In order to thank the fans for their concern for Wenwen, Fu Yunrua decided to record a short video without showing her face for everyone to see. After recording, Fu Yunrua sent it to the computer and edited it before uploading it to the homepage. In the video, Wenwen's back was facing the camera. He was sitting in front of the building blocks and seriously setting them up. Occasionally, when the position was too high, he tilted his head as if he was distressed and thinking of a solution. Then, he crawled away and pushed a small rubber stool over. Then, he stood up with the help of the small rubber stool and tried his best to raise his chubby hands and put them on it. His chubby little butt was especially eye-catching. After installing the last building block, Wenwen pointed happily. "Look." The video moved to the beautiful little castle that had been built and then ended. This short video, which was 1 minute and 38 seconds long, was uploaded. The comment section was very lively. "Aw, little cutie, did you grow up drinking cuteness? My home child. How is this is cute. My little one is really cute. Is this the castle that my child gave to his mother? My little one is really cute and handsome. He has outstanding talent and is smarter than others. Suck, suck, suck. My child. My little one." Ruarua, the people who liked the most in the comment section were those who asked Fu Yunrua to upload more videos of her little one. They all condemned her for being biased. They would throw a tantrum if she only shared the eldest one to the 11th one all day and left out the little one. Fu Yunrua was happy and proud. My baby is the cutest in the world. No one can resist his cuteness. Fu Yunrua's days returned to their usual pace. Every day, she broadcast for 3 hours. 1 hour was spent dealing with online matters. The rest was spent raising children and flowers. Fu Yunrua often received private messages or comments. Some of them wanted to start raising flowers but did not know what species to raise. Some of them had some problems with their orchids and asked her for solutions. There were also many orchid artists who shared their experience with her. The platform promoted her again. The popularity that she had lost last time slowly recovered and continued to rise. Because of the popularity of the live broadcast, many businesses in related industries came to her door and wanted to advertise in the live broadcast. When she first became popular, many businesses came to her door. For example, some bought and sold flowers, some bought and sold soil for cultivation, and some related tools. However, they were all brands that were not guaranteed. At least, Uncle Gua did not like them. Uncle Gua's understanding of Lanyi's industry could be said to be at the peak. He was clear about the internal situation over the past few decades. Fu Yunrua did not dare to accept those that he did not think highly of. Fu Yunrua rejected all the invitations at that time and said that she would not consider accepting advertisements. Anyway, she was not short of money now. The most important thing was to be responsible for the audience. And now, another client wanted to invite her to be their spokesperson. The client who came to her door this time was very valuable. When Fu Yunrua heard this name, she thought that wasn't this the brand that their flower nursery often used? This time, the client came to her through the platform. Fu Yunrua thought about it and went to ask Uncle Gua for his opinion. Uncle Gua, the person in charge of the horticultural home came to me and wanted me to endorse their family's cultivation base. The soil used in the flower nursery was basically from their family. If Uncle Gua could use it for a long time, it meant that the quality was very good. Fu Yunrua did not have to worry about these problems. However, she still wanted to confirm with Uncle Gua. When Uncle Gua heard Fu Yunrua's words, he did not think much and nodded directly. Who looked for you? Who did you discuss the contract with? The Tan family's son is an old fox. You're still young. Don't be fooled. Uncle Gua pondered for a moment. I'll go and talk to his father. Ah? Fu Yunrua was stunned. If she remembered correctly, the owner of the horticultural home was surnamed Tan. Was the Tan family's son the young master of the horticultural home? Was this still the Uncle Gua she knew? Uncle Gua wore gray clothes all day long and stayed in this small plot of land every day. If she had not bought a few sets of clothes to show filial piety to him, he would have taken turns to wear those few sets of clothes all year round. She never expected that Uncle Gua would actually know someone who seemed to be from a different world. What? Uncle Gua saw her expression and his face instantly darkened. Did she not believe him and think that he was boasting? No. Fu Yunrua closed her shocked jaw and flattered, Uncle Gua, you're too amazing. With you around, I'm relieved. Uncle Gua snorted coldly. Wait. Fu Yunrua nodded repeatedly. Uncle Gua took out his phone and dialed a number. Then, he said in a very aggressive tone, Old Man Tan, your family wants my family Yunrua to endorse? Let me tell you, if you dare to let Yunrua suffer, I won't let you off. Fu Yunrua. Was it really okay to say this? The facts proved that it was really okay. Not long after, Uncle Gua gave her a phone number and asked her to contact the person in charge of negotiating the contract. Fu Yunrua gave the number to her assistant, Tian Tian. 2 hours later, she received a call from Tian Tian and heard her excited voice. Her endorsement contract was actually the treatment of an A-list celebrity, and the conditions were very relaxed. It was simply a pie that had been smashed. In the end, Fu Yunrua hung up the phone with a mystified expression and looked at Uncle Gua with admiration. Uncle Gua looked reserved and proud. I used to be in the outside world. Fu Yunrua thought to herself, what kind of luck did she have to actually meet such a reclusive big shot and even become his student? Was her luck turning for the better after suffering? After being excited, Fu Yunrua thought about it again. Actually, there were already signs that Uncle Gua was not an ordinary person. There were so many expensive orchids in the flower shed. If he sold them, he would become a millionaire in minutes. And Uncle Gua had a student who was doing well in the entertainment industry. Then, what about his other students? Could it be that they were also some industry elites? Uncle Gua had been in Lani for so many years. His professional skills were at the peak of perfection. He was probably a legend in this circle. Therefore, it was normal for him to know the big shots in the relevant industries. It was just that Uncle Gua's usual behavior was too ordinary. This was also a remote mountain area that was isolated and backward. She often thought that she was just an ordinary flower farmer. What kind of luck did she have to actually learn from such an amazing person? Fu Yunrua thought to herself that she had to work harder. Although Uncle Gua had never admitted that she was his student, she learned Lani from Uncle Gua. She could not embarrass Uncle Gua. The village in the remote mountain valley was quiet and peaceful, far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. It was like a paradise, and even the pace of time was slow. The morning in the village was comfortable and tranquil, and the birds on the branches made crisp and melodious chirping sounds. A group of children suddenly rushed out of the alley, breaking the silence, and the village suddenly became lively and lively. They ran in the same direction happily, and before they reached their destination, the children's voices were excitedly shouting a name. Wen Wen. Wen Wen. After a while, more than 10 children all stood at the gate of a farmhouse. They stretched their necks and shouted, Wen Wen. Come out quickly. When. Not long after, a little fatty came out from behind the gate. At that moment, it seemed that all the light was poured on him. Tuanzi's big black grape-like eyes were bright and spirited. Her eyelashes were long and curly, and her skin was snow-white. Her small hands and feet were chubby, and the baby fat on her face made people want to pinch and poke to see if it was as good as imagined. As soon as the little fatty came out, he was surrounded by a group of children of different heights. When, let's go and play. When, play with us. When, let's play hide-and-seek today. When. More than 2 years passed by leisurely. Adults may feel that years passed in the blink of an eye, and there was no change except for the increase in age. The passage of time was very obvious in children. The little mythological beast changed from a mollusk to a reptile, to a toddler learning to walk with its short legs, and to a fast runner. It only took 2 or 3 years. This cute and adorable dumpling was Fu Wen. Chi-Wen admitted that Fu Yun had given him the name, but he was only willing to admit half of it. He thought that his name was Fu Wen, not Fu Wenwen. This name was not in line with his handsome face when he grew up. If the haters in his previous life knew about it, they would definitely laugh their heads off. Therefore, Fu Wen insisted that his name was Fu Wen. However, these children called him Wenwen all day long. He didn't correct them one by one, so he just let them be. Wenwen looked up at the group of children who were quarreling with each other in order to play with her. She sighed sadly in her heart. Being too popular was also a kind of trouble. At this moment, a soft and small hand quietly reached out and grabbed his hand. Wenwen turned his head and looked over. The little girl, who was a head taller than him, gave him an adorable smile. The 5-year-old Dian Dian said softly, Wenwen, let's play house. I'll be the mother, and you'll be the baby. A tanned little fatty squeezed over and said loudly, Wenwen won't play house with you girls. Wenwen wants to play Japanese with us. Dian Dian was startled by the loud voice and looked at the little fatty timidly. Then, it looked at Wenwen with tears in its eyes. The 6-year-old girl, shouted back, Wenwen doesn't play your game. It's not fun at all. It's not fun to play house. None of your games are fun. Wenwen, let's go catch some fish and shrimp. We'll give the fish and shrimp we catch to Sister Ruoro and make porridge. Hearing this, Fu Wen was a little moved. The streams and rivers here had not been polluted by industry, so the fish and shrimp they caught were edible. After washing them, they were placed in a pot with rice and cooked with some ginger and oil. The result was a pot of fragrant fish and shrimp porridge. The group of children who wished they could pierce through the sky often climbed trees to catch birds and eggs, went down to the river to catch fish, shrimp, loaches, and snails. Whenever they found something new, they would bring it all to the Fu family and gather there to eat. However, the new year had just passed, and the weather was still a little cold. The adults wouldn't let the children go into the water, so they could only dream about it. Wenwen didn't want his mother to worry, so he could only express his regret. They were still quarreling, and there was no decision for a long time. Stop quarreling. The cute little voice didn't have any power, but as soon as the voice came out, the quarreling children instantly quieted down and looked at the snowy little ball, waiting for him to make a choice. Wenwen said in a voice that he thought was cool, but was actually cute, I don't play these childish games. The children, ranging from 4 to 12 years old, all looked at Wenwen. Then, little Shirtu blinked and asked foolishly, then are we going to play a hero game? No. Wenwen said seriously, today we're going to play the emperor game. I want to be the emperor. I want to be the empress dowager. Dian Dian was the first to respond. She was quite cautious and wanted to be the mother of her favorite Wenwen. Yi hesitated and thought of the most impressive character in the TV series, then I want to be the empress. The group of children originally liked to watch cartoons, but Wenwen liked to watch TV shows that adults liked to watch, so they gave up their favorite cartoons and accompanied Wenwen to watch TV shows. A few days ago, they watched a TV series about the emperor, so they all wanted to play the character that left a deep impression on them. I want to be the prime minister. I want to be an official. Being an official is not an official position. Then I want to be a treacherous official. Little Shirtu saw that his friends had chosen the character they wanted to play, so he said, then Then I want to be a concubine. Yi said, you're a boy, so you can't be a beloved concubine. Little Shertu felt wronged, why not? Yi tilted her head. She didn't know why, but the concubines in the TV series were all girls. She said, you can't be one. Little Shitu's eyes suddenly became teary. He looked at Wen Wen and choked with sobs, I want to be the person closest to Wen Wen. However, the girl refused to let him mix into the group of girls. Little Shitu's tears were about to fall, but Wen Wen said seriously, then I'll make you my head of internal affairs. That's the person I trust the most. When little Shertu heard this, he immediately smiled through his tears, okay, I want to be the head of internal affairs. The children were assigned their roles and crowded around Wen Wen as they left the courtyard. Wen Wen assigned them lines according to their roles. No matter the age of the children, they all tried to remember the lines of the roles they were going to play and the order of appearance. Not long after, under Wen Wen's guidance, a treacherous officialdom reappeared. However, under the children's affectionate acting, there was no feeling of fighting and scheming or fighting in the harem. The adults passing by laughed every time they saw it. The children's serious and childish voices said the lines of the fight between the harem and the officials. It was really too funny. However, the children felt that they were super great. Not only did they remember the lines, but they also cooperated and acted it out. Although each of them only had 1 or 2 short lines, they were still very good at it. Moreover, they automatically added scenes for themselves. For example, the Empress Dowager and the head of internal affairs were competing for favor. For example, the loyal officials, in order to obtain the emperor's favor, had internal strife and almost fought. Wen Wen sat majestically on a small wooden bench prop, the dragon throne. She had a chubby little face and looked at the group of children who were acting so well that she couldn't watch them. She sighed sadly. It was really too difficult for him. Then, she seriously taught them how to play the roles again and again. The group of children played with relish until noon. At the call of the adults, they all prepared to go home for lunch. Xianxia, who was as thin as a black monkey, pulled Wen Wen and swallowed his saliva. Wen Wen, come to my house for lunch. My family slaughtered a chicken. I'll give you a big drumstick to eat. Xianxia's family never mistreated him. They never lacked food and toys. However, he was a premature baby. When he was born, he was thin and small. His family carefully raised him and even named him Xianxia, hoping that he would grow stronger. However, no matter how much he ate, he was still thin and small, like a malnourished child. Little Shertu also wanted Wen Wen to go to his house, but his family didn't slaughter a chicken in the morning. He didn't want to fall behind and shouted, Wen Wen, come to my house. I'll ask my grandmother to kill a big rooster for you to eat. At this time, a gentle and smiling female voice interrupted, thank you children for the invitation, but Wen Wen has to go home and eat with me. The children looked up and saw a graceful and beautiful figure approaching from afar. Her soft black hair was braided and hung diagonally on the left side of her face. It made her palm-sized face look even more delicate. Older sister Ruoruo. The children shouted happily. Fu Yun looked at the group of children with a smile and said softly, my family also made delicious food. Children, come to my house? They looked up at Fu Yun and giggled as they ran away. No need, older sister Ruoruo. Then, they ran away like a swarm of bees. Fu Yun looked at Wen Wen, whose cheeks were red from playing, and touched his little face. Although he wasn't sweating, it was still hot. Wen Wen, did you have fun? Fu Yun asked softly as she held his little hand and walked home. Wen Wen held Fu Yun's hand and unconsciously jumped up and down. Then, he realized that his behavior was too childish and seriously walked with small steps. When he heard Fu Yun's question, he curled his lips and said reservedly, just so. This year's underlings were too difficult to take care of. Although they listened to him most of the time, they occasionally disobeyed him. It was enough to give him a headache. As the king of the children in the village, from the age of 13 to the age of 1, Fu Wen often had this problem. These children are really too difficult to take care of. A little boy who was not even 4 years old said this sentence in an old-fashioned manner. Fu Yun was very amused and didn't expose this duplicitous child. Today was the weekend, and the primary school and kindergarten were on holiday. There were many more children who came to play with Wen than usual, and the little boy was obviously happier. "Mom, have you finished discussing the cooperation?" Fu Wen looked up and asked. He was very worried. Not only did he have to worry about his underlings, but he also had to worry about his mother's career. "It's done, little housekeeper," Fu Yun said with a smile. In 2 years, Fu Yun didn't seem to have changed much. No, there should be changes. The comfortable and peaceful life polished her temperament. During this period of time, Fu Yun's popularity had undergone an earth-shattering change, and she had become a first-tier anchor in the live broadcast circle. Among the orchids that she cultivated with all her heart, the 7th Yi orchid and the 10th star butterfly orchid had bloomed a month ago. The pictures of the blooming orchids attracted widespread attention and spread in the circle. At first, there was some popularity, but it didn't go out of the circle. Later, Fu Yun saw that in the past 2 years, she would take at least 2 photos every day from morning to night. There were about 5,000 photos of each type of orchid. She had an idea and imported these photos into the editor. She spent half a month carefully editing them into a video that was 3 minutes and 38 seconds long. The video started from the seeds of the orchids, to them breaking out of the ground and growing tender buds, to them becoming seedlings, growing buds, and until the flowers bloomed. They swayed, and there were thousands of poses. It was so beautiful that it took people's breath away. People seemed to have witnessed the miracle of life from the video and experienced a visual feast. As for the fans who had participated in the growth process of the orchids from the beginning or midway, they were even more touched. It was like a child that they had painstakingly raised had grown into the most beautiful thing in the world. They were proud and touched, and even shed tears. Fu Yun's video went viral. Not only on the forum, but also in other places, it was reposted again and again. And this hot trend was reposted and commented on by the semi-official and semi-private Lani Association official account. Life blooming was the most moving gesture. After that, it went viral. Not long after, it was reposted and liked by other official accounts, pushing her and the video to an even higher peak. The number of views of the video on the forum was as high as billions. Fu Yun's orchids under the lens were full of spiritual energy. The video made from thousands of such lively photos attracted the attention of the world with a stunning gesture. Just like the popular comments with many likes said, the author definitely loved orchids and loved life. I saw everything she loved and was moved by her love. Many netizens also commented that after seeing this video, they, who were originally frustrated, sad, or disappointed in life, slowly calmed down. It was as if they had been healed and had reignited hope. There were also netizens who said that the tinnitus caused by his anxiety disorder had been irritating him for a long time, and it had seriously affected his life. After watching this video, all the anxiety had magically disappeared. His ears no longer heard the irritating noise, but the sound of flowers blooming. Regardless of whether the netizens were telling the truth or not, this video really went viral. Even people who had no interest in flowers were not stingy in admiring the beauty of the flowers. A good piece of work had such charm. Fu Yun's number of fans also instantly broke through the 10 million mark because of this video and rapidly rose. Many passers-by fell into this trap because of this video. Less than 2 days later, a heavenly queen was about to release an album. It was an ancient-style Xianxia. Coincidentally, the identity of the MV's female lead was an orchid demon. When their team saw this video, they were shocked. Hence, they found Fu Yun herself, hoping to sign a contract for the commercial use of the video and use it in the MV. The Heavenly Queen's team offered very generous conditions. After they discussed with Fu Yun's manager, they quickly finalized the cooperation. Good things came in pairs. At the same time, the Lani Association also contacted Fu Yun, wanting to buy the copyright of the video for the association's publicity. The cooperation with the Heavenly Queen was discussed by the manager, and the cooperation with the Lani Association was led by Fu Yun personally. The Lani Association tried to buy the copyright of this video for the association's publicity. Fu Yun was very supportive of this kind of publicity, but she did not agree to let this video completely become the association's. Moreover, she had already authorized the Heavenly Queen. Fu Yun took out her other video. After she finished the first video, she started to make the second one. Because of her previous experience, her speed was even faster. However, she had not uploaded this video yet. The popularity of the first video had not passed, so the manager felt that it was not the best time to upload it. The Lani Association met Fu Yun with another orchid video. After watching the work, it was even more visually stunning than the first one. Especially since it had not appeared in the public before, they immediately decided to use this video as a publicity video. After the two sides agreed on the cooperation plan, Fu Yun would be the publicity ambassador specially hired by the Lani Association and use this video to promote the association. The copyright of the video would belong to her, but it would be tagged with the Lani Association's tag. The video would appear as a publicity video. After these two collaborations were completed, her fame would also rise to another level. When that time came, as long as she did not court death or make a mistake of principle, her status in the live streaming industry would be unshakable. When Wen heard Fu Yun say that the cooperation was successful, she was very happy. She could not help but grin, revealing her neat and white baby teeth. "Mommy is so awesome. Mommy is so awesome." Wen proudly stuck out her little belly. She was indeed his mother. She was so awesome. He was proud of her. Fu Yun was instantly overjoyed. No matter how much fame or money she had, it could not make her happier than Wen's praise. Fu Yun also praised, Wen is also the best. Mommy is the best. Wen is the best. Haha. The mother and son chatted and laughed as they returned home. Fu Yun Rua went to bring out the lunch she had prepared. Wen followed behind and went over to help serve the dishes. Fu Yun Rua skillfully gave him 2 pairs of chopsticks. Wen was still young, so Fu Yun Rua did not dare to give him anything that was too heavy or too hot. The mother and son placed the lunch on the dining table. Wen climbed onto the baby stool and saw the plate of meat on the table. He was so happy that he squinted his eyes. However, he was not in a hurry to eat. He first picked up 2 pieces of meat for Fu Yun Rua before he started to eat. He ate with relish, and his eyes curved into beautiful crescents. Fu Yun Rua saw that he was only eating meat and not vegetables, so she picked up some vegetables with her chopsticks and placed them in his exquisite and cute little bowl. Wen raised his head and looked at Fu Yun Rua with a cute face. He said in a childish voice, "Mommy, I love you." Fu Yun Rua tried hard to suppress the corners of her lips that wanted to curl up. She said with a straight face, "Mommy loves you too, but you still have to eat vegetables." Wen looked at her innocently with his black and bright eyes. He said coquettishly, "I love Mommy the most." As he said that, he put down his chopsticks and used his chubby little hand to make a little heart. Fu Yun Rua almost did not keep a straight face. She looked at his chubby little body and her wavering position became firm again. "If you love me, then eat vegetables." This was too difficult. He was only a 4-year-old child. Why did he have to face such a dilemma? Wen glanced at his mother and acted coquettishly. "Mommy, I don't like to eat vegetables." In her previous life, there was no meat to eat in the orphanage. Occasionally, there would be minced meat, but that was during the New Year. Wen had been hungry for a long time and had always been greedy for meat. Later on, when he had the means, he basically ate meat every day. If it were not for the fact that he did not gain weight easily, his manager would probably be angered to death by him every day. Therefore, he had never liked to eat vegetables. In fact, eating meat was also very good. Wen looked at her with his cute big eyes. Fu Yun Ruashi, she could not take it anymore. No. After Fu Yun swayed, she held her ground with difficulty. She was worried about Wen's height. Compared to children of the same age, she was actually half a head shorter. She did not meet the height standards of this age at all. She was extremely worried. She thought that the drugs in her body when she was pregnant with him had affected the child's genes. She used Uncle Gua's connections to bring the child to a private hospital owned by one of his students. After all the tests were done, the child's body was very healthy and there were no problems. The reason for the delayed growth was most likely due to their genes. Some children would indeed develop slower in the early stages. Adults did not need to worry too much about it. They just needed to be nourished as usual. If you're picky about food, you won't grow tall. If you're picky about food, you won't be able to grow up to be an adult in the future. Fu Yun threatened. Wenwen kept saying that he was an adult. If Fu Yun knew that he wanted to grow up the most, she would use this sentence to scare him. Wenwen thought that this woman was becoming more and more childish. He was not a 3-year-old child. How could she deceive him? How could he not grow tall? In the past, when he was young, he did not eat meat for a year. Although he was shorter than his peers before he developed, after he started to develop, his height increased rapidly. Wenwen was not worried at all. He would grow to be a tall man who was 183 meters tall in the future. Now that he ate a lot of meat, he would definitely grow taller in the future. If you don't eat vegetables, you won't grow tall. Look at the second grandfather in the village. When he was young, he was picky about food. He only ate meat and did not eat vegetables. Look, he's not even as tall as me. Fu Yun said seriously. Her 168 meters height was not outstanding in the north. It was a very average height. However, in the south, girls were generally petite. This height was considered above average. Moreover, her body proportions were good, making her appear tall and leggy. Really? Wenwen thought of the second grandfather in the village and revealed a hesitant expression. The second grandfather was indeed not tall. He was only 150 meters. Of course. Fu Yun bowed solemnly. Have I ever lied to you? Wenwen thought seriously. Could it be that he grew so fast because he ate too much vegetables when he was young? Wenwen was not sure. If he ate less vegetables now and did not grow as tall as he did in his previous life, that would not be good. He did not want to be unable to reach 180 meters, so he quickly nodded. I'll eat. Fu Yun's lips curled up slightly. She thought proudly, little boy, your mother is still your mother. After lunch, the mother and son strolled in the courtyard. Wenwen followed behind Fu Yun with his short legs. Suddenly, his black eyes turned and he ran up to hug Fu Yun's thigh. He looked up and said cutely in a small and cute voice, Mommy, I'm so obedient. Is there a reward? Fu Yun lowered her head and pinched his chubby and smooth little face. Wenwen, what reward do you want? Mommy, I want to eat braised meat. Fu Yun saw that he had eaten a lot of vegetables today, so she readily agreed. Okay. Wenwen immediately jumped in joy. Thank you, Mommy. I love Mommy the most. While the little chubby hand touched his lips and then sent a flying kiss. Fu Yun did not know whether to laugh or cry. This little clever boy. Okay, it's time to take an afternoon nap. Okay, the mother and son happily went into the house and took a good afternoon nap together. After waking up, Wenwen was called out by a group of children to play. Fu Yun tidied up the house and also went out. Since she wanted to make braised meat, she had to buy more than one type. She needed to buy some meat, such as pig trotters and pig head meat. Fu Yun went to the village entrance and told the uncle at the stall to leave some pig trotters and pig head meat for her in advance. Then, she went to Aunt May's house and told her that she would kill a chicken and a duck tomorrow and ask Uncle May to kill them. Fu Yun did not have time to raise poultry, so Aunt Tua May helped raise a few. The village was big, and every family raised a lot of poultry. It was not a big deal to have a few more. She gave some money as a reward for her hard work. Uncle May and Aunt May relied on the output of the fields all year round. Fu Yun used this opportunity to give them more money. They were not willing to accept it if she gave them money normally. Moreover, she did not know how to kill chickens, so she could only ask Uncle May for help. After Aunt May knew that she wanted braised meat, she agreed without hesitation. Early the next morning, the pork, chicken, and duck meat were all sent over. Fu Yun began to prepare the braised meat. The braised meat that she prepared under the aunt's guidance was preserved very well, and the taste was even more fragrant. Wenwen had eaten the braised meat made by an aunt in the village last year, and she liked it very much. Fu Yun specially asked the aunt if she could learn from her, and then specially sent a chicken to ask for advice. Fu Yun learned a skill, and because it was not good for children to eat too much strong food, she made it lighter. Unexpectedly, the taste was also not bad. However, Fu Yun still tried to make as little as possible. Occasionally, she would make some for Wen to satisfy her cravings. Fu Yun agreed so readily this time, but it had been almost a month. Aunt May had also killed a chicken herself and braised it while she was at it. The old man liked this kind of food. After Fu Yun began to braise the meat, the entire courtyard was filled with the fragrance, and the children were so attracted that they could not move. They did not go out to play, and all of them were in the courtyard, drooling as they smelled the fragrant smell. Dunzi swallowed his saliva and said enviously, Wen, your mother is so amazing. She knows how to cook delicious food. It smells so good. Little Shirtu and the other children nodded in agreement, and their eyes were full of envy. Wen proudly stuck out his little belly and said, My mother is the best. He secretly swallowed his saliva. It smelled so good. After the first plate of braised meat was made, Fu Yun took it out and asked Wen to share it with the children. She knew that Wen would not eat alone, so she was not worried that he would eat too much. Sure enough, although Wen was drooling over the fragrant braised meat on the plate, he did not eat it himself. Instead, he looked at the children and tried to keep a straight face. Go wash your hands first. After you're clean, line up from the shortest to the tallest. One by one, each person gets a piece. The children obediently went to wash their hands. After they checked Wen one by one, they lined up from the shortest to the tallest, and Wen gave each person a piece. The children who received their share happily stood at the side and cherished it very much as they ate with relish. In the end, there was only one piece left. Wen raised his head to look at the teenager, Dali, and then lowered his head to look at the piece of meat on the plate. Dali saw this and stammered, How about, I don't eat it. Wen, you can eat it. Dali looked at it a few more times with great reluctance, and then resolutely looked away. Wen said, Here you go. There's more in the kitchen. Dali thought about it and took the meat. Then I'll eat it. Eat. Dali took the last piece of braised meat. Wen held the empty plate, turned his head, and ran into the kitchen with small steps. Mom, I finished sharing. Fu Yun looked at the empty plate and praised, Wen is the best. Wen said aggrievedly, I didn't get any. Eh? Fu Yun was puzzled. She had clearly calculated that each person would get a piece. Perhaps she had miscalculated, or another child had come without her knowledge. It's okay. Mom has more here. As for why she did not suspect that Wen was lying to eat an extra piece, Fu Yun thought that her son was so obedient and would not lie at all. Even if he wanted to eat more meat, he would only ask her for it. Fu Yun picked up a piece with her chopsticks. Wen opened his mouth wide and tried his best to tiptoe. He took the initiative to move closer. Ah! The fragrant braised meat entered his mouth. Wen's mouth was full of fragrance. His small mouth wriggled, and he narrowed his eyes happily. Okay, go out and play with the children. Wen tried his best to raise his head to look at the stove. When he saw that there was so much braised meat, although he still wanted to eat more, there was no hurry. These were all his. Wen skipped out of the house in satisfaction. The children ate the meat and went to play happily. With Aunt May's help, Fu Yun finally finished braising all the meat. She looked at the braised food that looked and smelled good, and her heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. At first, Fu Yun thought that her culinary skills were not good and that she was not suitable to be a food streamer. But now, she realized that she was quite talented. After Fu Yun discovered Wen's foodie nature, she put in a lot of effort to make delicious food for him. She went online to learn how to make food and learned from the aunties in the village who were good at cooking. Her culinary skills improved by leaps and bounds. Whether it was fish, meat, pastries, or desserts, she could make them all delicious. She felt that even if she did not broadcast Lonnie in the future, she could still be a food streamer. After Fu Yun left some for Uncle Gua and herself, she distributed the rest to the neighbors, especially Aunt May's family and the auntie who taught her how to prepare the braised food. Therefore, when Wen ran into the kitchen after playing enough, he saw that the kitchen was empty. He was instantly stunned. Where was so much braised meat? Wen, we're leaving. Fu Yunrua's voice came from outside. Wen turned and ran out of the kitchen. Standing in front of the electric scooter, he looked around but did not see anything big. There was only a square item wrapped in a bag in the basket in front of him. He tried his best to smell the fragrance in the air, but unfortunately, the fragrance in the courtyard had not dissipated. He could not smell it. Wenwen looked up and asked Fu Yunrua, "Mom, did you forget to bring something?" Fu Yunrua looked at Wenwen and said strangely, "No, I brought everything." Wenwen panicked, "Braised meat." Fu Yunrua pointed at the tightly wrapped bag in front of her, "Isn't that it?" When Wenwen heard this, he widened his eyes in disbelief. He had so much braised meat, but there was only so little? Fu Yunrua glanced at Wenwen and knew what he was thinking. She said, "Mom gave it to someone. Your grandpa May likes to eat braised pig head meat with wine. Do you think we should give it to him? Grandma May taught your mom how to braise meat. Do you think we should give it to him? Also." Fu Yunrua pointed out everything. When Wenwen heard it, he felt that they should give it to him. In this way, he could only keep a little. Wenwen drooped his head. The days when he could eat braised meat to his heart's content had flown away just like that. This was not what he had imagined. Fu Yunrua drove Wenwen back to the flower garden. Uncle Gua saw Wenwen's listless expression and immediately asked, "What's wrong with Wenwen? Was he bullied by a child?" Fu Yunrua smiled and said, "Who would bully him? They're all protecting him. He's unhappy because he didn't eat enough braised meat." Uncle Gua's heart ached when he heard this. "Wenwen, don't be sad. Grandpa Gua will buy braised meat for you to eat." Fu Yunrua lifted the lunchbox. "I made some today, Uncle Gua. You don't have to buy it, and Wenwen can't eat too much." When it came to the child's health, Uncle Gua did not say anything. He quickly held Wenwen's hand and said, "Come, let's go and see how Xianxia is growing." When Wenwen heard this, she immediately perked up. An orchid. He had raised an orchid himself. Hence, Wenwen and Uncle Gua went to the flower shed while Fu Yun went to the kitchen to start cooking. Wenwen's small steps unconsciously quickened. She quickly ran to his small potted plant and squatted down to look at it. Seeing that the green seedling was in high spirits, he grinned happily. "You're so beautiful." Uncle Gua praised from the side, "Yeah, Wenwen is really amazing." Wenwen was even happier. He looked proudly at Lan Miao, who had finally survived. He knew that his mother was so good at raising orchids. How could he not be able to raise them? Ever since Wenwen learned how to run and jump, he was very sensible and wanted to help the adults. With his small body, he could not use the shovel and other tools that the adults used. He asked his mother to buy a set of small tools for him to dig the soil and plant flowers. But what he did not expect was that the flowers he planted would all die. His mother and Grandpa Gua did not take it to heart. They probably thought that it was already very impressive for a 2- or 3-year-old child not to destroy flowers. How could he know how to raise flowers? But Wenwen felt guilty. He did not know what went wrong, so he decided to focus on raising a flower first. However, one of the orchids he raised died after a few days. No orchid had ever lived for more than 10 days in his hands. Uncle Gua saw that Wenwen had destroyed so many orchids, but he was not angry. Children were very curious about new things and were keen to explore. Wenwen was happy when he suddenly froze. He picked up the small leaves and looked at them strangely. He remembered that he had accidentally pulled off a small section of a leaf 2 days ago. These few leaves were not missing a section. He looked carefully. He was too happy just now and did not notice. Now, the more he looked, the more he felt that this was not the orchid he had raised before. Wenwen raised his little face. "This is not my orchid." Uncle Gua was at a loss for words. Then, he said with certainty, "How can it not be? This is your little orchid. But one of the leaves has a mark. This one doesn't." Wenwen retorted. Uncle Gua was stunned. "What mark?" When he saw it, the leaves had already turned yellow. He did not notice it. "My orchid is dead," Wenwen said with certainty. He observed Uncle Gua's expression and came to an answer. Uncle Gua could not find any words to refute, so he said carefully, "It's Grandpa Gua's fault. You asked me to take care of the orchid so seriously, but I raised it to death." Uncle Gua took the responsibility himself. In fact, 2 days ago, When Wenwen's baby solemnly entrusted him to take care of his orchid, he knew at a glance that the orchid would not survive. He tried to save it for 2 days, but in the end, it withered. Uncle Gua was at a loss. Thinking that Wenwen was coming back, he quickly found a similar orchid seedling to replace it. He did not expect that Wenwen would see through him in the end. Uncle Gua coaxed, "Wenwen, it's okay. Let's continue to raise it with this one. Look at how strong this seedling is. It will definitely survive." Wenwen was shocked again and again. He was in a bad mood. He could not help but doubt himself. Was he poisonous? Otherwise, why would one orchid die after another? Clearly, his mother could raise so many beautiful orchids. He also had a professional like Uncle Gua by his side. He was influenced by him. Shouldn't he be lying down at the end of his life? Wenwen said listlessly, "There's no need. I'd better not spoil Huahua. Huahua was so cute. It would be heartbreaking if it died under his care." Uncle Gua's heart instantly ached. How can it be spoiling Huahua? Wenwen took care of Huahua so seriously. This was all an accident. Next time you will definitely be able to raise beautiful flowers. No matter how Uncle Gua comforted him, Wenwen's expression was still listless. When he saw the plate of fragrant braised meat on the table for dinner, his eyes immediately lit up. At the dining table, after Wenwen ate the stipulated 3 pieces of meat, he said seriously to Fu Yun, "Mother, the Huahua I raised died. My young heart has been seriously hurt. Can I eat 3 more pieces of meat to comfort my injured heart?" Fu Yunrua paid special attention to food and drink. Everything that children could not eat or eat was strictly controlled. Those that could not be eaten more, such as braised meat, were limited to a certain amount at a time. Although Wenwen was greedy, he enjoyed his mother's concern more. He was keen on fighting a battle of wits and courage just to eat more meat. Fu Yun looked at her son's serious little face. This little guy was simply too desperate for a mouthful of meat. Fu Yun relented and said, "You can eat 1 more piece. But if you eat these vegetables, you can eat 1 more piece." Fu Yun was like most mothers now. She had the same worries. Children were picky eaters. They only ate meat and did not like vegetables. They were unwilling to go to kindergarten. They played like mud monkeys rolling in the mud every day. However, when the child looked at you with pure and innocent eyes, took the initiative to kiss you, rubbed your face, and said softly, "I love mother the most," you could not be angry at all. Fu Yun could not figure it out. How cute, obedient, and considerate were they when they were just born. She was often worried that the child would be bullied because he was too quiet when he grew up. Now that she thought about it, she was really naive at that time. It was said that men changed 18 times when they grew up. He was not even old yet, but he had changed so much. Fortunately, she could control this mischievous child. When Wenwen heard Fu Yun's words, she immediately smiled and said, "Deal." Uncle Gua was very happy at the sight. He ate the pig head meat that tasted better the more he chewed. Seeing that Wenwen's food was restricted, he felt that it tasted even better. Fu Yun noticed that Uncle Gua frequently picked up the meat and also reminded him, "Uncle Gua, it's not easy to digest meat if you eat too much at night. Eat less." Now that the weather was hot, even if there was a refrigerator, it was not good to keep the meat for too long. Fu Yun did not keep much meat. At most, she could eat 2 meals. She would cook every once in a while. Every time, the old and young did not stop eating, and she had to watch over them. Uncle Gua. Wenwen snickered at Uncle Gua. Wenwen ate 2 more pieces of meat and was happy for the entire night. However, the next day, when he saw the pots of lively orchids and thought of his unfortunately dead orchids, his mood instantly turned bad. He squatted on the ground and held his chubby little face as he sighed sadly. It was too difficult for him. He did not know if his mother would let him eat 2 more pieces of meat to comfort him. Wenwen slurped his saliva as if he had not had enough. When he thought of the little meat left, he became even more worried. He had so much meat, but there was only a little left. At this moment, Fu Yun was live streaming, and many of the bullet screen comments asked about her child. Fu Yun Rua shared his interesting story with the audience, causing them to burst into laughter. "My child is really too cute. My heart aches for my child, but I can't help it. Ha ha ha. My child is really a big treasure. The audience loved to hear about the old and the young. Fuyan also loved to share with the audience. She wanted the whole world to know about her clever, cute, obedient, and sensible, smart son. The number of viewers who firmly occupied the #1 spot on the fan list smashed the sea of flowers again. Fu Yun was used to it and skillfully thanked them. In the past few years, she finally understood that this mysterious nouveau riche was really rich. Every time he appeared, he would definitely smash a sea of flowers. Under Fu Yun's repeated attempts to stop him, he finally restrained himself a little. At most, he would smash 10 flowers at a time. In the eyes of this nouveau riche, 1 million yuan was probably like 100 yuan. He would casually throw it out when he loosened his grip. Fu Yun thought about the unscientific nature of this world. There were many explosive news on the internet about a certain rich second or third generation spending tens of millions just to chase after celebrities. In the live streaming industry, she was not the first person to be rewarded with 1 million yuan. She was making a fuss over nothing. In the living room of a simple but luxurious villa, a tall man was lying lazily on the sofa. He crossed his slender and straight legs, and his ankles protruded from the edge of the sofa. The tips of his toes were occasionally raised. Siyu leaned against the soft pillow and looked at the phone screen horizontally in his hand. The host's pleasant voice was like jade beads falling on a plate. It was very comfortable to listen to. He did not think that he was a voice fetishist, but this voice was not pretentious. It was pleasant to listen to, and it was much more comfortable than those who pretended to be weak and coquettish. When he heard the host say that the flowers raised by the old and young had died again, Siyu felt the same way. He had a better impression of the chubby little boy who appeared on the host's homepage from time to time. He could not help but love the only human child who had mixed in with the group of orchid brothers. He could not raise the flowers alive either. This little boy was just like him. Hence, he started to tip him. After watching the live stream, he clicked on the host's homepage and flipped to the hottest video. On the screen, a leaf orchid emerged from the soil and grew, blooming with fresh flowers. This was the thin leaf orchid of the leaf orchid. The flowers were pure white, and the stamens were light yellow-green. It was simple but elegant. Siyu watched it over and over again. At this moment, a plump middle-aged man walked in quickly. His forehead was covered in sweat. Yuan Xian wiped the sweat off his forehead. Siyu. Siyu responded lazily and teased, "Why is Yuan Gu so free to come here?" Yuan Xian was relieved to see that Siyu was still in the mood to joke around. He discreetly observed Siyu's condition, afraid that something was wrong. "I accepted a variety show for you." Upon hearing this, Siyu raised his eyebrows. "Great manager Yuan, are you trying to exploit the masses of poor people?" Yuan Xian rolled his eyes unceremoniously. "How would I dare to exploit the great best actor? See? You're the one who's exploiting me." Siyu had accepted a drama last year to compete for this year's Triennial International Awards. It was a drama about the many sides of human nature. It took almost a year to film this drama, and every scene was strived to be as realistic as possible. As one of the male leads, Siyu acted as a person with an extremely dark and negative heart. In the end, he lost his life because he tried to show some kindness. The other male lead was a veteran best actor, and his acting skills were superb. The two best actors acted together on the same stage. Yuan Xian was stunned by Siyu's explosive acting skills, especially when they stopped filming. Yuan Xian looked at Siyu, who seemed to still be in the dark and gloomy mood, and felt worried. At the end of the scene, the unreadable look in Siyu's eyes was even more heartbreaking. It had been 10 days since the filming of the drama ended. Siyu had been staying at home to adjust his state of mind. Yuan Xian came over every 2 to 3 days, afraid that Siyu would be too immersed in the role and not be able to get out of it. This time, he came with a mission. This was the first time he had accepted an invitation to a variety show without Siyu's approval. This show is relaxing. It's a good chance to relax. Yuan Xian explained the content of the show to him. Siyu gave Yuan Xian a sideways glance, but did not say anything. Yuan Xian tried his best, but Siyu still did not say anything. Yuan Xian had no choice but to use his trump card. The location of the show is Qi Weiqing's teacher's hometown. You can pay him a visit. Siyu's eyes lit up when he heard this, but he still said reservedly, I'm a flower owner now. He had not seen little 11 for a while, but she was already a budding flower. It would not be long before she would bloom even prettier than little 5. Yuan Xian was speechless. To be honest, he did not understand the mentality of a flower owner. What was there to be proud of? It was not like he had personally raised her. However, he knew better than to say this out loud. It's fine if you don't go. Qi Weiqing wanted to ask you to pay his teacher a visit, but I rejected him. Yuan Xian was about to leave. Siyu said, since your big manager has agreed, how can I not go? Yuan Xian sneered in his heart when he heard this. He spoke as if he could order him to do anything. What ad** man? If this was not the big boss of his boss, he would not have served him. Wenwen was shoveling mud with a small shovel. His fair face was stained with mud, but he didn't notice it. With the encouragement of his mother and Grandpa Gua, he regained his confidence and decided to continue planting orchids. He felt that it might be because the environment was not right. He shouldn't have planted it in a flower pot. He should have planted it in the garden. Maybe the orchids he was raising didn't want to be canaries and yearned for the free and vast sky outside? Wenwen huffed and puffed. He finally planted the flower seedlings. He followed the instructions given by Grandpa Gua and his mother seriously. Then, he watched over it from morning till night. On the first day, it was green and looked very energetic. He was happy. On the second day, it was a little wilted. Maybe it hadn't adapted to the new environment yet. On the third day, the leaves were a little yellow. Wenwen was anxious. Was it wilting again? On the fourth day, the flower died. Wenwen squatted in the corner, deep in thought. His chubby face was solemn and he was deep in thought. Why didn't he realize that he had such a physique in his previous life? Maybe it was because he was busy surviving and didn't grow flowers, so he didn't realize it. But this shouldn't be. His mother became a professional and outstanding artist in Lanzhou in just 2 to 3 years. Even Grandpa Gua was very satisfied with his mother. He once praised her in front of him that his mother was the most talented person he had ever seen. Genes could be passed down in reverse? Fu Yun looked at Wenwen, who seemed to have suffered a huge blow, and she was speechless. She didn't know what to say to comfort him. This time, in order to let Wenwen successfully grow the orchids, she and Uncle Gua watched from the side. Their operation was clearly correct. Logically speaking, as long as it wasn't too delicate, it should be easy to grow. But why did it just wilt? Could it be that there were really people who were plant insulators? Among her fans, a small number of them seemed to be such people. They said that they couldn't even grow a plant. She thought that it was an exaggeration. Now, she felt that perhaps there really was such a plant killer? Fu Yun finally said, "Baby, are we going back to the village in the afternoon?" When Wenwen heard that, he immediately stood up and ran over with his short legs. Going back? Isn't that tomorrow? Fu Yunrua patted his little head. When we go back today, do you miss the children very much? No. Wenwen shook her head and said reservedly, just a little. Go and say goodbye to Grandpa. You haven't seen him for 2 days. Now, go and accompany him. Okay. Wenwen skipped to the flower shed. Fu Yun looked at Wenwen's lively and cheerful back view. His attention was diverted and he instantly forgot about the orchid grass. If Fu Yun thought about it, children should like to play with adults and children. Should she consider letting him go to kindergarten? Previously, she felt that 3 years old was too young and was not old enough to go to kindergarten. She would consider it again next year. Now that she thought about it, she could send him to kindergarten this September. She didn't know what kind of proof was needed to enroll in kindergarten. Did she need to register her baby? Her baby hadn't registered yet. In the afternoon, Fu Yun and Wenwen took an afternoon nap before returning to the village. When the children in the village saw Wenwen return, they were so excited that they jumped around. The little guy was obviously very happy as well. His eyes lit up and he happily went to play with the children. Fu Yunrua went to look for Uncle May and Aunt May. When she saw that only Aunt May was at home, she asked, "Where's Uncle May?" Fu Yunrua came back early with the child. It was only 3 o'clock. "He went to town for a meeting," Aunt May said casually. Uncle May was the village chief and could be considered a grassroots cadre. If there were any instructions from the higher-ups, he would also summon the village chiefs for a meeting. Fu Yunrua nodded. "Why are you looking for your uncle?" "I want to ask Uncle May. Wen doesn't have a household registration. If he wants to go to kindergarten, what proof does he need?" "I know about this. Just ask me," Aunt May said. "We're not that strict here. He can go to kindergarten without a household registration." Fu Yunrua was relieved when she heard that. "That's good." Aunt May couldn't help but say, Rua, the child's household registration problem has to be solved sooner or later. Even if it doesn't affect his kindergarten, it will affect his primary school and university." "I know." However, Fu Yunrua didn't know what to do. Her own household registration was still with the Fu family, so she couldn't register the child with her own household registration. "Are you going to continue like this?" Aunt May said lovingly, "Young people nowadays all yearn for the big cities outside. They don't want to stay in the mountains for the rest of their lives and live their lives in a daze. You're still young. One day, you'll fly to the outside world. I know you're a good child. You're a phoenix in distress. Our mountain can't keep you." Aunt May saw through it. "We all hope that you can face it bravely. Don't be defeated by the wind and rain. If you're tired, this is your last harbor." Fu Yunrua almost cried when she heard that. Although Aunt May didn't ask anything, she knew everything in her heart. She was really lucky to have met Aunt May's family and Uncle Gua. The education resources in the big cities outside are much better than in the mountains, Aunt May said earnestly. "So, for your own sake and for Wen's future, you should make plans early." Fu Yunrua nodded and said solemnly, "I'll consider it carefully." She had considered this problem in the past. She knew that even if it was for the sake of her child, she would leave this place and return to the big city one day. After her death 2 years ago, Fu Yunrua still thought about whether she should go out. However, at that time, her career had just started. On one hand, she couldn't bear to let go of her career. On the other hand, she couldn't bear to leave this place. She had a sense of belonging to this place. She had someone she couldn't bear to part with. Furthermore, the baby was still young. It wasn't time for her to make a choice yet, so she had always refused to think about this difficult choice. To her, Uncle Gua was undoubtedly the person who gave her a second life. The knowledge he taught her completely changed the trajectory of her life. He had no children, so she was most worried about him. Even if he had nephews and grandnephews here, if possible, Fu Yunrua wanted to do her best. Even if she had to go out, she wanted Uncle Gua to go with them. She just didn't know if Uncle Gua was willing. She couldn't bear to part with Uncle May and Aunt May. They had their son to take care of them. Fu Yunrua knew that they wouldn't leave their hometown. "It's good that you don't mind me talking too much." Fu Yunrua said coquettishly, "I know Aunt May is doing this for my own good." This topic was too heavy, so they quickly changed the topic. "Didn't the city summon the county leaders for a meeting previously? It seems that some television station is coming to our small place to film some program." I haven't heard of it." Fu Yunrua thought to herself. It was such a new thing, but she didn't seem to have heard anyone discussing it. "It's not like they're coming to our place. I heard that there's some confidentiality agreement. They can't talk about it everywhere." As the county next to them had snatched this spot, it was very far away from them. Moreover, the television station had requested that it couldn't be revealed for the time being, so there was basically no gossip here. Then now? Why did they call Uncle May for a meeting again? Fu Yunrua keenly caught the main point. Who knows? The old man has gone to several meetings because of this matter these few days. Aunt May wasn't too sure about the situation at the moment. When she asked the old man, he was very mysterious. She didn't know what he was up to. Fu Yunrua was also quite curious, but Uncle May hadn't returned yet. She sat for a while more before going back to cook dinner. At night, Fu Yunrua brought her son to the May family. Before May, the weather had already begun to warm up. It was as if they had just woken up and stepped into summer. It was still cold at night. The children were all wearing long sleeves and running around the village. As when one had to accompany Grandpa May and Grandma May, he didn't run around with his friends. Fu Yunrua was also worried. If he ran into a dark place and accidentally bumped into something, her heart would ache. The children ran around Fu Yunrua and her son, laughing and laughing. It wasn't until they entered the May family's house that the children laughed and dispersed. Uncle May and Aunt May were very happy that the mother and son had arrived. They hurriedly invited them to sit down and brought them food. Uncle May and his wife asked about Wen's well-being for a while before they talked about the topic they had talked about during the day. This spot has been given to our county. Uncle May's tone was very happy. Aunt May said strangely, "What? This spot can still be changed?" Uncle May took a sip of tea and kept them in suspense before he said leisurely, "I heard that this spot was given to that side because the leader there used his connections. However, it was said that when the television station came to inspect, the leader's brother-in-law also accompanied them. He drank too much during the meal and offended the television station." Uncle May's tone was subtle. He never expected that such a good thing would happen to them in such a way. When Fu Yunrua heard Uncle May's words, she couldn't help but think. Which television station and which program was it? She tried to recall the plot of the book she had read before. If the name of her former hometown appeared, she would definitely have a deep impression of it. On second thought, this was the end of the story in the book. In the first book, not long after the original owner died, Fu Yun's father received the news and was unable to hold on. He was bedridden. The female lead rejected the male lead's marriage proposal again and again because of this. Later, Fu Yun's father was bedridden for more than 2 years and unfortunately passed away. Feng Shuirua and her mother struggled to support the Fu family. Half a year later, an accident happened, and Feng Shuirua had no choice but to get married. After that, it ended with a wedding of the century. The second book started when her daughter was 18 years old. The years in the middle were not within the scope of the book's plot. Fu Yunrua had checked and found that because her ending changed, the trajectories of other people also changed. Fu Yun's father did not show any signs of being seriously ill. From time to time, he would appear in public in high spirits. At this point in time, there was no description of Feng Shuirua participating in any variety show. Therefore, this should be a program that was not popular. Fu Yunrua did not take this matter to heart. Wen sat on Fu Yunrua's lap and swung her little legs from time to time. When she heard that the television station was going to film a program here, she immediately pricked up her ears and listened carefully. "Which television station is it?" Wen looked up and asked. Uncle May immediately said, "Star TV station." Wen was deep in thought. Star TV station had already declined when he was in the entertainment industry. At this time, it should still be considered a little famous? Wen and Fu Yunrua were the same. They did not take it to heart, so they were also curious about which celebrities would be there. Anyway, even if he wanted to enter the entertainment industry in the future, it would be many years later. He was still a child now, so he had to enjoy the rights of a child. When Aunt May heard Uncle May's words, she immediately patted her thigh happily. "Then, won't we be able to see a big star?" "Io, can we see Feng Er?" Feng Er was the female lead of the most famous TV drama when they were young. She was still an active actress on the screen, but she usually played the role of a mother or grandmother. People of their age still liked to call her by the name of Feng Er in the role. Maybe? Uncle May was not too sure. "Io. I didn't expect that at my age, I could still learn to be fashionable. This is called chasing after celebrities, right?" Aunt May smiled like a flower. "Don't be happy too early." Uncle May said, "There are so many towns in the county. They might not necessarily come to our place. It's not far to go to the other towns." Aunt May did not care at all. "When the time comes, us old sisters will charter a car and go there directly. It won't take long." "You old woman." Uncle May did not say anything in the end. In fact, he also wanted to take a look. Feng Er was not only the idol of these women when they were young, but also the idol of these men when they were young. However, he could not say it out loud. Otherwise, the old woman would definitely say that he was ugly and mischievous. How could he covet the goddess? Fu Yunrua looked at Uncle May and Aunt May and thought that they were really cute fans. Looking at the way the two of them interacted, she was envious in her heart. She did not know if she would be able to meet such a person who would accompany her for the rest of her life. Fu Yun didn't livestream when she lived in the village. She had maintained this habit since half a year ago. Of course, because the two places were close, she would sometimes finish her livestream in the morning and go back after lunch. She wasn't idle in the village either. Sometimes, she would tidy up the yard a little and connect with the neighbors. It was said that distant relatives were not as good as close neighbors. Neighbors also had to interact frequently with each other so that their relationship wouldn't fade. Other than that, she had to deal with a lot of work matters. Now that Fu Yun's fame was at its peak, the platform arranged an assistant for Fu Yun after she became an A-lister. With her popularity, there were more things that came with it. Although the platform had a specialized department to help maintain it, Qi Weiqing suggested that she open a studio under the Panda platform. Some people's encounters were just different. If they were destined to be popular, they would be like fish in water no matter where they went. Qi Weiqing thought that she would become popular, but he didn't expect that she would achieve so much through live streaming. To be honest, it was much harder to stand out in the live streaming industry than in the entertainment industry. The number of people who could be considered A-listers in the live streaming industry could be counted with two hands. There were only a few people who were truly A-listers. In the entertainment industry, it was very common for a top celebrity to appear in 1 or 2 years. As for whether they could stabilize their position after they went up, at least 9 out of 10 of them would eventually fall, while one would barely maintain their A-lister position. Not everyone was like Siyu. In the past 10 years, only Siyu was an A-lister. After a movie became a top celebrity, not only did he not fall, but he also rose higher and higher. Others could only look up to him. At this time, it didn't matter if Fu Yun was in the entertainment industry or not. Qi Weiqing had already dispelled this idea. He suggested that Fu Yun set up her own studio. This would be beneficial for her future career development. This livestream was also very positive. Fu Yun also became the successor of the Orchid Arts Association. People who didn't understand this industry might not know. Tracing back, the discovery and maintenance of orchids predated the birth of writing. In later historical development, orchids became a symbol of literati and a symbol of spirituality. Even now, they were still sought after. The history of orchids could be said to have run through human history. In recent times, due to the extensive destruction of orchids, which almost led to their extinction, the country listed wild orchids in the protection law. Although Lani was a relatively unpopular knowledge nowadays, if one had the luck, it would be impossible for it not to become popular. It was like one of the pillars of a live broadcast. It was a food broadcast. Every time it was broadcasted, there would be millions of people watching it online. Fu Yun was also considering the matter of the studio. After she became famous, there were more things to do. She needed a professional team to help her deal with her work. Qi Weiqing had given her a lot of useful suggestions. If Fu Yun had accepted all of them, she would have definitely invited Qi Weiqing to her studio if it wasn't for the fact that Qi Weiqing had no intention of changing jobs. Fortunately, Tian, the assistant that the platform had arranged for her in the livestream room, was very capable. Over the past few years, she had helped her manage the livestream room in an orderly manner. Their temperaments were also compatible, so she did not need to find someone else to manage it. Fu Yunrua and Tian finalized the regulations of the studio before ending the video call. A year ago, Tian had specially come to meet her during the holidays. After meeting each other, they had a good impression of each other. Their worldviews were also compatible, so they were now good friends and often video called each other. Fu Yunrua turned off her computer, stretched, stood up, and walked out. She did not know where the little guy had run off to play. Fu Yunrua looked around and then went to Aunt May's house. Aunt May's house was currently bustling with noise and excitement. A group of women were sitting there and chatting. When they saw Fu Yunrua, they hurriedly waved for her to come over. Fu Yunrua smiled and said, "Aunties, what are you talking about? Why is it so lively?" "We're talking about the TV station." Yes, our town is also within their filming range. I heard that they'll even come to our village. Sigh, I don't know if those big celebrities are as good-looking as our Ruarua. Definitely not. I've never seen a girl more beautiful than Ruarua on TV. These words caused a wave of agreement. Fu Yunrua waved her hand. How can I compare to a celebrity? She felt that their filter was too thick and then asked, will our village be coming too? Yes. The news has spread in the town. I heard that the TV station will donate to the local. No wonder so many people are fighting over it. Then won't we be able to get a share of the money? No way, it's for charity. Fu Yunrua listened to their discussion and heard the word donation. Her heart skipped a beat. Back then, after she had earned a certain amount of savings, she had also suggested to Aunt May to donate some money to do something for the village. However, Aunt May had rejected her suggestion. Although most of the people in the village were simple and honest, if they knew that you had a lot of money in your hands, it was inevitable that they would be jealous. They were orphans and widows, so it was even easier for them to be targeted. It was fine to do good deeds, but they could not put themselves in danger because of doing good deeds. It was difficult to hide secrets in a small place. Fu Yunrua's donation would undoubtedly tell others that she had a huge sum of money on her. Moreover, the location of this village was not good. Even if they built a road, a few million would only be able to build a section of the road. It was a big project to build all the roads that connected all the villages to the town and outside. Fu Yunrua did not have the funds to support this project. Fu Yunrua dismissed the idea at that time. Now that she thought about it, she might be able to donate in the name of the production team. This way, Aunt May and Uncle May would not have any worries. Aunt May said to Fu Yunrua, Ruarua, our village still has a meeting at 7 p.m. It's on the ground at the entrance of the village. Remember to come then. Fu Yunrua nodded. Okay. What meeting was there at night? Fu Yunrua was quite curious. While the adults were chatting, the children were playing in the village. Their childish laughter spread far and wide in the village. Just as they were playing happily, a thin and small child walked over while crying. Behind him was an old man with a helpless expression. When Wen saw her little brother crying, she immediately stopped in her tracks and walked over. She said sternly, Zhuang, why are you crying? Then, she looked at Zhuang's grandmother suspiciously. Could it be that she had hit Zhuang? Zhuang's grandmother said helplessly, he was just robbed of a candy. He has been crying until now and insisted on coming to look for you. Zhuang said aggrievedly, I specially brought that candy back for Wen. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and was about to continue crying. Alright, don't cry, Wen said with a frown. Zhuang's crying immediately subsided. When Zhuang's grandmother saw this, she said kindly, then I'll leave Zhuang to you. Then, she left with a peace of mind. Zhuang was still sobbing. It took Wen a while to clarify what had happened. It turned out that Zhuang had gone to town with his grandmother today. His grandmother had bought 2 candies for him. He thought that they were very delicious and specially kept one to bring back for Wen to eat. However, on the way, it was snatched by a little tyrant from the neighboring village. He was very tall and strong. Zhuang did not dare to snatch it back and cried all the way back. When Wen heard this, he was furious. He said domineeringly, just you wait, I'll get back at him for you. How could he sit back and do nothing when his little brother was being bullied? Zhuang immediately stopped crying. He looked at Wen with stars in his eyes. At this moment, he felt that Wen's image was extremely great in his eyes. Are we going to fight? Dali, who had been paying attention to the commotion here, rubbed his palms together when he heard Wen's words. When children played, it was usually the children of the same village who played by themselves. They minded their own business with the children of other villages. Sometimes, they would even fight to occupy the place to play. Of course, most of them would play together. After all, most of their peers who were already in school were in the same class. Therefore, the children knew each other, whether directly or indirectly. Wen said, how can they be so violent? They were good children. How could they fight? Then, how are we going to get back at them? We have to be polite before resorting to force. Wenwen's expression was serious. First, we have to talk to them with emotion and then reason. The others were dumbfounded. They did not understand, but they felt that Wenwen knew a lot. Let's write a letter of challenge first and arrange a time to meet. We'll reason with them first. If they compensate us with the candy and apologize to Zhuang, this matter will be over. If they don't agree, then we'll fight. Wenwen said domineeringly. The other children nodded continuously. They understood. They were waiting for them to return the candy before fighting. Wenwen was amazing. In the past, when they fought, they would fight as soon as they met. Why would they care about being polite before resorting to force? Thinking back to the past, when they were robbed by the children of the neighboring villages, it would be best if they could get their things back. If they could not, they would only fight so that the other children would not dare to rob them again in the future. Who would have thought that they would have to compensate first? Dilly volunteered to write a letter of challenge. He was the oldest in the group of children. He was in the 6th grade of primary school and was the most literate among the children. Dilly wrote a letter of challenge and handed it to Wenwen for review. The words on the letter of challenge were written crookedly. Some words that he did not know were written in pinyin. However, it was still a qualified letter of challenge. They sent a vanguard to deliver the letter of challenge and then arrived at the appointed location at the appointed time. Wenwen looked around at the number of people on her side. The girls had all rushed back and were not allowed to participate. The main fighting force was the children between the ages of 8 and 10. Not long after, the other side brought more than 10 children. At first glance, the fighting strength of the two sides was about the same. The only biggest difference was the boss that they were escorting. The two armies confronted each other and were clearly separated. On their side, there was a white, short, and chubby child. On the other side, there was a strong, big child who was 1.6 meters tall. Are you the one who bullied my Zhuang? Wenwen tried hard to put her hands on her chubby waist. Although she lost in terms of size, she did not lose in terms of aura. As long as you apologize to my Zhuang and compensate us with the candy, we will let bygones be bygones. Big Mountain did not understand the meaning of the last 4 words. However, he did snatch candy. Today, he did snatch candy from a little kid. Big Mountain was the leader of the children in the neighboring village. He was a 12-year-old child and had inherited the position of the previous boss after he graduated from junior high school. He lowered his head and looked at the little kid who did not have any power at all. He was short, small, and cute. She glared at him with her big, round eyes. She looked so cute and fierce. He only felt his heart beating rapidly. Using an idiom to express it, it was a blow to the heart. What an exquisite doll. Are you the boss of the neighboring village? This was the boss who had issued a challenge to him? Wenwen proudly stuck out her little belly. Yes, that's me. Big Mountain looked at the beautiful little kid not far away and then looked down at his little brother who was of the same height. There was still snot under his nose and dirty chubby hands. After a moment, he lowered his head and lifted the chubby boy by his clothes. He walked to Wenwen and placed the chubby boy in front of Wenwen. Wenwen, ? Did he feel that it was embarrassing for him to bully the young? Was that why he brought a kid of the same height over to duel with him? The next moment, Big Mountain lifted Wenwen up and carried him by the waist. He turned around and walked away. Let's exchange. This little kid is yours and I want your boss. Wenwen, who was being held by the waist with his face down and back up, was confused. All the children? One face was confused. 2 faces were confused. 3 faces were confused. When the children saw that their baby Wenwen had been kidnapped by the enemy from the neighboring village, they were so angry that they immediately chased after him. Give Wenwen back. Put Wenwen down. Big Mountain ran quickly in front with Wenwen in his arms. He thought to himself, this is the little brother I want. I have to hide him at home as soon as possible. When the children saw that their boss had snatched the other party's little boss and ran away, they also ran with him in confusion. On the other side, the children whose baby Wenwen had been snatched away screamed and chased after him, wanting to snatch their Wenwen back. The exchange item, Big Mountain's little brother, Xiaoshan, was left behind. He looked at the group of people running away, leaving him alone with a confused expression. After a moment, there was an earth-shattering cry. Ah! I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. This child is too inconsiderate. In the farmhouse's courtyard, a sturdy woman brought a tall and strong child over and apologized profusely to the charming young woman opposite her. As she spoke, the woman slapped the back of Dashan's head. Hurry up and apologize to your Auntie Ruoruo. Fu Yan's heart clenched when she heard the slap. She hurriedly said, It's okay, it's okay. The child is just playing around. It's a misunderstanding. I'm sorry, Sister Ruoruo. Dashan touched the back of his head and then grinned. Sister, I'll give my younger brother to you. Can you give Wenwen to my family as my younger brother? Fu Yun, what nonsense are you spouting? The fat woman slapped him again. Also, call me Auntie. Sister is so pretty. That's how you are. You brat. The slap on his shoulder made a loud thud. Fu Yun almost couldn't help but stop him. Dashan was used to it. He pursed his lips and looked at the gentle and beautiful sister. He said casually, Mom, can you give me to Sister Ruoruo to be your son? Anyway, he wanted a beautiful younger brother. The one at home was dirty all day and loved to cry. How could he be as cute as Wenwen? I think you're asking for a beating. The woman was sure that Fu Yun didn't care about Dashan's rudeness. She pulled her eldest son's ear and scolded him as she left. Fu Yun sent the mother and son away. When she returned to the house, she saw Wenwen squatting in the corner. Wenwen was a small and round ball squatting in the corner. Hold it in. I can't laugh. Fu Yun covered the corners of her mouth and walked over. Alright, Wenwen, don't be unhappy. Brother Dashan has apologized to Wenwen. Wenwen will forgive Brother Dashan, right? Fu Yun walked to the fat ball and squatted beside him. Then she hugged him. Our Wenwen is the best. Wenwen fell into a depressed mood. He buried himself in Fu Yun's arms and twisted his small body awkwardly. He looked as if he was too ashamed to face anyone. It was too embarrassing. He was the big boss, but his position was snatched away by his opponent. How could he raise his head in front of his younger brother in the future? Fu Yun looked at Wenwen's awkward look and thought of the whole story. She could not help but burst out laughing. Wenwen immediately looked up at her, her eyes full of condemnation. Poof. I'm sorry, baby. Mommy didn't mean it. Wenwen complained angrily, how could you hurt my young heart? He was already hurt enough, but his mother still laughed at him. Fu Yun Rua quickly pulled a straight face and admitted her mistake sincerely, it's Mommy's fault. Mommy shouldn't have laughed. Baby, can you forgive Mommy? Humph. Wenwen snorted loudly. After being coaxed for a while, she reluctantly expressed her forgiveness. Fu Yun Rua looked at Wenwen's proud expression and almost could not help but laugh again. Fu Yun Rua did not expect things to develop so dramatically at first. She was chatting with Aunt May and the neighbors when a few children ran over crying and said intermittently that Wenwen had been snatched away. At that time, she thought that he had been snatched away by human traffickers. She suddenly felt dizzy and almost fainted. Wenwen gradually grew up and could not lack playmates of the same age. The flower bed was relatively remote. Fu Yun Rua was not familiar with the people in the village next to the flower bed. When she stayed there, she basically did not go out and stayed in the flower bed. And the flower bed could not easily let outsiders in, especially children who were at the age of mischievous. Do not underestimate the destructive power of children. They were young and curious. Wherever they went, not even a blade of grass would grow. Therefore, every weekend, Fu Yun Rua would bring Wenwen back to the village to stay for 1 or 2 nights. Fu Yun Rua was very assured that Wenwen would run around the village with a group of children. As a semi-enclosed village where everyone knew exactly how many chickens the owner raised and how many ducks the owner raised, even an outsider would be able to discover it. The furry children running around the village were all related to each other. When the adults saw them, they would look at them together. The children here ran around everywhere. When it was time, they would come out from every corner. The children were very safe in the village. In the end, her Wenwen was snatched away? Fortunately, under the adults' questioning, the children gradually made things clear. It was a false alarm. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. The villagers almost called their friends to carry hoes and sticks to chase after the human traffickers. In the end, Fu Yunrua went to the neighboring village with Aunt May and carried Wenwen back. No wonder the children in the village could not snatch her back. Dashan, the child who carried Wenwen away, ran home and closed the door. The group of children could not enter and cried outside the door. At that time, Wenwen and Dashan were staring at each other in the room. Fu Yunrua really did not know whether to be angry or laugh. After returning, Wenwen seemed to have suffered a huge blow and had been squatting in the corner of the room. If this was the anime world, there would definitely be layers of dark clouds above his head. Even when Dashan's mother dragged Dashan over to apologize, Wenwen hid in the room and did not come out. Brother Dashan likes Wenwen very much and wants Wenwen to be his younger brother. However, Mommy will not give Wenwen away. Mommy loves Wenwen the most. Bao Bao is just too popular. Bao Bao is so cute, smart, and alert. He is also the little boss of the children. Wenwen is really too amazing. Wenwen was comforted by his mother's comforting and flattering words. His depressed mood finally dissipated. He blamed himself for being too popular. Sigh, he had to bear troubles that he should not bear at his age. In order to let Wenwen completely let go of this matter, Fu Yunrua quickly diverted Wenwen's attention. She brought him to a meeting at night to listen to the gossip. As the village chief, Uncle Mei presided over the meeting. The wide ground was crowded with adults and children. They spontaneously brought their benches over from home. They wore simple and cool short sleeves and fanned themselves as they sat on the low benches and listened to Uncle Mei's loud voice in front of him. The content of the speech was about the rules that the villagers had to follow when the TV station was filming the program. For example, during the filming period, the villagers were not allowed to go up to watch and affect the filming effect. The children had to be restrained from causing trouble. There were also various requirements to cooperate with the filming of the program. Each person had 5 pieces of paper densely filled with words. Oh, then we can also be on TV? The villagers discussed. The program requires you to show reality and nature. You can do as you normally do and do what you are supposed to do. But there is one thing, you can't casually disturb others. The TV station rented a house in their village and the neighboring villages, a total of 4 villages, and lived together with the locals. Their Xianxia village also had a house. After discussion with the TV station, they rented Uncle Mei's house. When the time came, there would be celebrities living together. The villagers did not have any objections to this. In the village, only the village chief had the highest prestige. In the same village, they were all related. Other than his family, no one else would be convinced. How could such a good thing be given to their family? The most important thing is that after the TV station comes, there will definitely be many strangers coming to our place. You have to watch the children closely and not let them run around. Uncle Mei kept emphasizing the important matters and made sure that everyone remembered it in their hearts before announcing the end of the meeting. Aunt May was a little flustered. She pulled Fu Yunrua and said, "Sigh, I don't know if the big stars are easy to get along with. Will I not film well?" Fu Yunrua comforted her repeatedly, "It's okay, Aunt May. Just do as you usually do and treat them as juniors who are here to visit relatives." Okay. When Fu Yunrua went back, she still thought, do those folk variety shows have to do so many things behind the scenes? However, this had nothing to do with her. When the time came, she and Wenwen would be in the garden. Early the next morning, Fu Yunrua was picking vegetables in the courtyard when she suddenly sensed that there seemed to be movement outside the courtyard. She opened the door and saw a child squatting on the ground, throwing stones out of boredom. Big mountain? The child heard the movement and quickly stood up. He turned around and revealed a shy smile. "Sister Rua Rua." Fu Yunrua smiled. "Are you here to play with Wenwen?" Big Mountain touched the back of his head and stretched out his hand to Fu Yunrua. "Sister Rua Rua, stretch out your hand." Fu Yunrua stretched out her hand in confusion. Big Mountain put down Fu Yunrua's hand and turned around to run away quickly. His voice came from afar, "For little brother." Fu Yunruo looked down and saw 6 candies wrapped in glass paper in her palm. She looked up and saw that the little guy had already run away. Since it was an apology gift for Wenwen, she would leave it to Wenwen to handle. Thus, she took it into the house and gave it to Wenwen, telling her the origin of the candies. Wenwen took the candies and thought to herself, at least he knows what's good for him. He'll double the candies and apologize. He put the candies in a small bag and ran to look for Zhuang. The other party returned the candies. He had saved his face in front of his little brother. A Different Life was a variety show promoted by Star TV station. The content of the show was to show different careers and different lives. Each episode had a career theme. The guests would become relevant professionals and show people the different lives of different careers. There were also some missions and drama in the show. The purpose of the show was to give the audience a different life experience. At the same time, it also let the audience understand the difficulties of each career. In the beginning, this show only invited second-tier and third-tier celebrities. Unexpectedly, the first episode of the show became popular. The audience unexpectedly liked this kind of show. The 6 permanent guests became big shots because of this variety show. They had endless resources and became more and more popular. However, no matter how popular a show was, there would be times when it encountered a bottleneck. The variety show had reached this juncture. The program team was ruthless and paid a huge price to invite 2 heavyweight special guests. They also cooperated with Panda live streaming platform. This episode was presented in the form of a live broadcast, striving to be the most realistic representation. At the beginning of the show, the 6 permanent guests made a dazzling appearance. After throwing out a lot of laughs to warm up the audience, the first special guest was introduced. At the focus of the camera, a fair-skinned and beautiful woman in a white dress walked over. The warm breeze gently lifted the gauze dress, making her look like a fairy descending to the earth. The bullet screen on the screen instantly surged, and countless people excitedly commented, "Ah, goddess. She's really a fairy descending to the earth." The permanent guests were surprised and amazed. "It's Feng Shuirua." He Daoxing held his heart. "Ah, goddess. My heart is about to jump out." Hua Kai suddenly said, "If your heart jumps out, you won't be able to live." He Daoxing. "Kai, no one will think you're mute if you don't speak." Hua Kai spread her hands. "You say it as if it's not the truth if I don't say it." He Daoxing rolled his eyes at the sky. The bullet screen was filled with laughter. It was another day of being choked by the trolls. "There's a beauty who came from the heavens." Ouyang Xinghing praised the beauty with a genteel poem. Hua Kai opened her mouth to speak again, but Ouyang Xinghing quickly grabbed her shoulder and covered her mouth with one hand. He continued to recite like a poet. "Her face is like Wan Yin, her eyebrows are like distant mountains." Hua Kai. The audience burst into laughter again. Feng Shuirua smiled sweetly and walked to the front of the audience. She greeted the permanent guests and the audience in a friendly manner. Outside the scene, a black limousine was parked at the intersection. Inside the car, Yuan Xian reminded him worriedly, "This show is live. Remember to control your temper." The black car window was half lowered. Siyu saw the first female guest and frowned. Siyu clicked his tongue and smiled. "Are you sure you want me to relax and not feel disgusted?" Yuan Xian also saw the female guest and was very surprised. "From what I know, the special guest is not her." It was Xiao Wanning, whom he had worked with before. If he had known that it was Feng Shuirua, Yuan Xian would not have agreed to this variety show. Although the industry was full of praise for Feng Shuirua and had a good impression of her, Siyu did not like her. Yuan Xian had also done some research and knew that this woman was not as kind as she appeared to be. Moreover, the company she worked for had always kept a respectful distance from her. It could only be said that the production team had changed the female guest at the last minute without informing them. Yuan Xian frowned. He also did not expect Feng Shuirua to come to this show. "It's my fault." Now that she was at the scene, he was afraid that her reputation would be damaged if she left. After all, this was a live broadcast. Yuan Xian looked for the director to understand the situation. The production team's explanation was that something had happened to the special guest at the last minute. The production team had no choice but to invite Feng Shuirua to save the day. Yuan Xian was not polite at all. The production team changed the guest at the last minute without informing us beforehand. Are you looking down on Best Actor C or Apple Entertainment? Director Peng smiled apologetically. No, it was too rushed. We just changed the female guest in a hurry this morning. We didn't have time to inform you in advance. Director Peng was helpless. How could they reject Feng Shuirua? Although the industry knew that Best Actor C did not like to be on the same stage as Feng Shuirua, he could not afford to offend Feng Shuirua, who was backed by the Fu family and the Chang family. Yuan Xian gave the production team a warning before letting it go. They could only do this. After all, the contract did not specify who the special guest was, so the production team did not violate the contract. Siyu's public image was that of an approachable and modest person, but with her status, she was not easy to bully. They had to show their attitude and the production team had to consider carefully. Of course, Yuan Xian decided that he would never work with such a production team again. Just because Siyu did not seem to have a strong background, they had to swallow their anger? The production team was really blind. They did not even know who they should not offend. In any case, Yuan Xian had already given them a warning. If the production team only wanted to boost Feng Shui for the sake of ratings, and if they crossed Siyu's bottom line, then the production team would only have themselves to blame for what would happen in the future. While Yuan Xian was giving the production team a warning, Siyu appeared on stage. When Siyu appeared, her popularity exploded. The live broadcast platform servers almost couldn't handle it. The guest area was even more lively. They had never imagined that the production team would invite such a big shot. They had really put in a lot of effort. After all, Siyu had always kept a low profile and rarely participated in variety shows. As long as Siyu participated in a variety show, it would definitely be a hit. Sure enough, the number of people watching the live broadcast surpassed the highest in history and even showed signs of increasing. Hua Kai also stopped arguing. She held her face and screamed. Siyu. Ah. Am I seeing things? Is it really him? The others also turned into fans. They were really surprised. The production team was being mysterious this time. They did not even know who the special guest was. They only knew that it was a big shot. With Siyu's participation, their show would definitely reach a higher level. The pros outweighed the cons. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. They tacitly raised their hands and waved non-existent ribbons. Siyu strode down the aisle with his long legs. It was as if he was walking on a catwalk, attracting the attention of everyone. He smiled and greeted them in a friendly manner. Hello, everyone. Then he greeted the camera. Hello, everyone. A Different Life was one of the most popular variety shows in recent years. With the addition of 2 big stars in the latest episode, it had become the most popular variety show of the year. The theme of this episode was a return to the garden. It mainly focused on leisure and traveling and doing some simple tasks. The reason was that the guests had worked hard after filming so many episodes, so this episode was mainly for them to relax. Of course, this was what the guests were told. Given the nature of the production team, they definitely wouldn't let them relax so easily. After the guests officially met and exchanged greetings, they got into the production team's car and headed to their destination. 5 cars of the same model drove in the same direction in a row, followed by several smaller cars. It was quite a spectacular sight. There were 2 guests in each production team's car. Siyu and the big brother of the permanent guests, He Ling, sat together. Although He Ling wasn't as famous as Siyu, he was the big brother of the entertainment industry. After noticing Siyu's easygoing attitude, he chatted with her very naturally. There were 6 permanent guests in the show. 2 special guests would be invited every episode to film for half a month. The big brother of the permanent guests, He Ling, was a veteran actor. He was 48 years old this year and was elegant, mature and steady. The second brother, Ouyang Xingheng, was the IQ of the group. He was humorous and liked to tell cold jokes seriously. He and the fourth brother, Xianxia, were in the same car. The journey was long, and the two bored people in the car were seriously cracking lame jokes to see who would make the other laugh first. The two of them were cross-eyed, but they didn't make the other party laugh first. Instead, they made the audience laugh. The third brother, Xianxia, was an entertainment star who made his debut through live streaming. He sat together with the fifth brother, Huaibei, who had a straightforward personality. They had endless topics to talk about. The sixth brother, Kai, was the only girl in the group. She sat together with the special guest, Feng Shuirua. Feng Shuirua chatted with Kai in an easygoing manner. In the end, she was always choked by Kai, who was like the reincarnation of a bar spirit. Feng Shuirua's snowball fans felt their hearts ache. They began to criticize Kai in the comments section for deliberately embarrassing their Xianxia and bullying the guests. Kai also had a lot of fans. Everyone loved to watch her talk about other people. When they saw Feng Shuirua's fans attacking their own idol, the Rainbow fans couldn't take it anymore and quickly retaliated. Although Kai's fans were not as many as Feng Shuirua's fans, their fans followed their idols. They were all like reincarnated trolls, and they were not at a disadvantage even though they were outnumbered. In the end, due to the bumpy road, Feng Shui seemed to be suffering from motion sickness and seemed to be in a lot of pain. This caused the snowballs to flood the bullet screen with heart-wrenching comments, but the fight was not as bloody as it seemed. At the beginning of the show, the location of the live broadcast was the county town where they were heading to. However, it was still a 5 to 6 hour drive away from where they were going. The car swayed as it traveled along the mountain road. When Huaibei looked at the wilderness outside the car window and said worriedly, "Is the production team trying to sell us out?" Xianxia said calmly, "What's there to be afraid of? If they want to sell us out, they should sell Brother You first." When Huaibei nodded seriously. That makes sense. After a long journey, they arrived at a town that had not been baptized by industry. The streets and buildings in the town gave people the feeling that they were dusty and old. It was not as bright and beautiful as a big city. The streets were quite lively, and there were stalls and shops on both sides. At a glance, there was a dazzling lineup. The people had simple smiles on their faces. When they saw a group of strangers with different styles, they looked over curiously. However, they did not approach them. Instead, they stood and watched from afar. They curiously discussed, "Is that a big star? Io, that young man looks so energetic. I know him. That's the great emperor of all ages." At first glance, most of the people on the street were old and young. There were almost no young people. The older people were not so fashionable as to chase after celebrities. Most of them did not like to watch the youth idol dramas that young people watched. They only liked to watch anti-Japanese war dramas and popular dramas of their time. When they watched TV, they only remembered the roles of the actors and did not know their real names. The only one that left a deep impression on them was Siyu, who had played the historical drama of the great emperor of all ages from his youth to his old age. As for the others who looked familiar, they had only seen them in advertisements. It took them a long time to remember their names. However, some young boys and girls screamed in excitement when they saw this group of famous stars. Soon, the program team brought over a lottery box. The program team found 4 villages to stay in. 2 people were in a group and they drew lots to form teams. The guests had been wary of the program team causing trouble, but they did not expect the program team to be so obedient and not do anything funny. The guests could not help but think, is the program team so conscientious this time? Did they really just let them come to the countryside for a vacation? Ladies first. They let the special guest, Feng Shui, be the first to draw lots, followed by Feng Kai. After that, it was Siyu. The others also went up to draw lots in order. Everyone received a folded card with the program team's logo on the cover. Xianxia clasped his hands together and muttered, "Heaven and earth, please bless me and my goddess." Then, he closed his eyes and held his breath. His left eye quietly opened a crack and he nervously opened the card. Xiaoyao village. Then, he looked at Feng Shui expectantly. The permanent guests all wanted to be in the same group as the special guests and opened their cards expectantly. Kai took a look and opened her card. It seems that God did not hear your prayers. He Daosheng. The two of them looked at each other and gave each other a look of disdain. He Ling asked Ouyang Xingheng, "Where are you from?" "I'm from Dao village." Ouyang Xingheng was happy. "What a coincidence." "Me too." He teased, "It seems that we are in the same group." There were still 4 people who had not opened their cards. They were Xianxia and Wang Huaibei. That meant that the two of them had a 2/3 chance of being in the same group as Siyu or Feng Shui. Xianxia excitedly opened his card first. Xianxia village. Xianxia clasped his hands together and said in his heart, "Siyu. Siyu. Siyu." Feng Shui looked at Siyu with a smile and teased, "I wonder if I will be in the same group as brother Yu." Siyu smiled faintly and opened her card. Xianxia village. Siyu's card had the words Xianxia village, Mei family written on it. Below it was an address. "Yeah." Xianxia jumped up. Siyu said regretfully, "It seems that I won't have the honor." Feng Shui's smile didn't change. She looked at Wang Huaibei and smiled. "I'm happy to be in the same group as Huaibei." Wang Huaibei smiled. "I'm happy too." Director Peng wiped his sweat and pretended that he didn't see Feng Shui's expression. He thought that he couldn't afford to offend the Fu family and the Cheng family, but he also couldn't afford to offend Siyu, who was backed by Apple Entertainment. Director Peng said through the loudspeaker, "You have already decided where you want to go. Next, you will have to find a place to stay in the village." Each of the men had 1 suitcase, while the 2 women had 2 large suitcases. It was summer and they were all wearing summer clothes. The filming of the show would last for half a month, so the men were more casual. The women, on the other hand, had to bring skincare products and so on. Feng Shui had 2 suitcases and was worried about how to carry them. Wang Huaibei helped her carry them in a gentlemanly manner. Apart from that, each of them only had a maximum of 100 yuan. "Hey, how do we get to Xiaoao village?" He Daosheng mumbled. "Should we ask someone?" After splitting into groups, they quickly dispersed and went to the village on their own. "Brother Yu, are we going too?" Xianxia stood beside Siyu. He was a little nervous talking to his idol. Siyu was tall and straight. He carried the suitcase and looked around. "No hurry. Let's walk around first." Thus, Siyu leisurely strolled around the streets. Xianxia carried the suitcase and followed behind, looking very obedient. He looked left and right curiously. Siyu strolled around the streets and bought a bag of candy, 2 bags of fruit, a bag of bananas and a bag of apples with 100 yuan. The prices here were relatively low, but he bought enough. After paying 100 yuan, he didn't have much left. In the end, he only had 20 yuan left. After asking for the location of the bus, they found a car to take them to their destination. When the driver saw this group of strangers, he looked at them curiously. He was a little reserved at first, but the energetic young man spoke to him warmly and didn't put on any airs. After a while, the middle-aged driver let go of his reservations and chatted with Siyu. Feng Shui and Wang Huaibei had already arrived at Xiahe village. Feng Shui walked in the village and looked at the filthy environment by the roadside. She frowned slightly with her back facing the camera, but quickly smoothed out. When the camera turned to her, her eyes were smiling. Not long after, a group of filthy children looked at Feng Shui and Wang Huaibei as if they were monkeys. The children in the countryside didn't have many restrictions. During the holidays, they would go out and run around. In the morning, they were clean when they went out, but not long after, they were all dirty. When they saw the strangers in the village, they were very curious. However, they had been instructed by the adults not to get close to the strangers, so they just looked at them from afar. Feng Shui laughed. "It's weird to be looked at like that. I feel like an animal in the zoo." Wang Huaibei laughed. "They're looking at you because you're pretty, Shui Rua." To be honest, Feng Shuirua's appearance wasn't the most outstanding in the entertainment industry. However, she was as bright as the bright moon and her untainted temperament made her 8 out of 9 out of 10. Feng Shui waved her hand and said, "I'm just average." "You don't believe me? Wait, I'll go ask." Children are the worst at lying. After Wang Huaibei finished speaking, he looked at the children and tried to speak kindly. He waved at a child in the crowd and said, "Child, come here." The children took a step back and looked at each other. Then, they stared at them with wide eyes. Wang Huaibei saw that the children didn't want to come over and thought that they were afraid of strangers. He didn't force them. Instead, he said, "Children, don't you think this big sister Shui Rua is the prettiest?" The children stared at Feng Shui for a long time. Then, a young child's voice said, "Big sister Rua is the prettiest." Wang Huaibei looked at Feng Shui proudly. "Am I right?" The children's eyes are as bright as snow. The live broadcast room was filled with comments praising the beauty of the goddess. Feng Shui's lips curled up. Being praised always made one feel better. "It's big sister Rua, not her," a small voice retorted. Wang Huaibei and Feng Shui immediately looked over. The little girl who spoke immediately hid behind her friends and timidly revealed her eyes. The big boy in front of the little girl held his head high proudly. "You're not as pretty as big sister Rua." His words caused a wave of agreement. "Big sister Rua is the prettiest." Feng Shui's smile froze. A village girl compared to her? Her name was so similar to hers? The live broadcast room was filled with laughter. "That's right. The children's eyes are as bright as snow." Yes. The children are the worst at lying. This is the fastest scene I've ever seen. Let me tell a joke. The most beautiful goddess is not as pretty as a village girl. There were also anti-fans of Feng Shui in the live broadcast room. At this moment, they were mocked, but they were quickly covered up by the comments of the fans. Many of the fans said that the children had never seen the world and didn't know anything. They even mocked how beautiful a village girl could be. Wang Huaibei's expression was a little awkward. He didn't think that the children would be so rude. If it was recorded, it could be edited out, but this was a live broadcast. The children seemed to sense that the atmosphere wasn't right and immediately dispersed. Wang Huaibei laughed dryly. "The children are still young." Feng Shui smiled indifferently and said gently, "It's okay." Then she changed the topic. "We're almost there, right?" Yes. At this moment, Siyu and Xianxia were in a car heading to Xianxia village. "Hey, is there such a poor place nowadays? Looking at them trekking through mountains and rivers, I feel like I'm living in a different world." The audience who lived in the big cities all year round always felt that it was very far away from them, even though there were often charity projects that said that they were helping the children in the mountains and helping people get out of the mountains. Now that they were watching the live broadcast, they could feel it with their own eyes. When the celebrities arrived in town, they thought that it was already remote enough. They didn't expect that the place they were going to was even more remote. Especially when the live broadcast room explained that this place wasn't the most remote place. There were many more places that were even more remote. It was more than half an hour's journey from town to their destination on a three-wheeled motorcycle. They went around a mountain road and entered a village in the mountains. When they were there, they could see mountains all around them. The villages were most densely clustered in the large, flat col between the mountains. It was said that some villages were built halfway up and at the foot of the mountains. Xiaogao village was on the mountainside, and one of the groups was going to this village. Some of them had never left this place in their lives. Most of them had gone out when they were young, but in the end they returned to their hometown to retire when they got older. Life is much better now. In the past, before the road was built, we could only walk over the mountains to get to town. The government's policies are good. Since the road was built, it's much more convenient for us to travel. The distance has also been reduced by more than half. A bridge was built halfway up the two mountains to connect the two sides. It was about 500 meters long, so people didn't have to walk to the bottom of the mountain to continue walking. Unfortunately, their place was too remote. Even if the road was built, it wouldn't be of much use. People and cars didn't have to pass through here. There was nowhere to go, and there was nothing worth investing in the mountains. The only comforting thing was that the environment hadn't been destroyed. The air was fresh, and it was very comfortable when the wind blew on their faces. The driver sent them to the entrance of Xianxia village and enthusiastically helped to unload their luggage. Walk along this path for a while, then turn right. The third building is the Mei family's house. Thank you, brother. Xiyu paid the fare, then carried their luggage and walked in the direction the driver pointed. Xianxia sighed. Brother you're amazing. You can talk so much with uncle. If it were me, I wouldn't know what to say. Their relationship instantly became closer. If they hadn't insisted on paying the fare, they would have waived the fare. Xiyu's attitude was gentle. You're still young. You can learn slowly. The two of them walked one after another to the front of a farmhouse. Xianxia tried to look up. They would be staying in the house for half a month. His heart relaxed, and his face was full of surprise. It looks good. He thought that in such a remote area, their living conditions would be worse. He didn't expect it to be so good. It was a 2.5-story house with ceramic tiles on the outside and a large yard. It was neatly maintained and looked clean and tidy. The production team really did something this time. Xianxia believed that the production team really allowed them to take a vacation. Xiyu didn't say a word. The yard door was ajar. Xiyu didn't directly push the door open. Instead, he knocked on the door. Come in. A loud voice came from inside. Xiyu pushed the door open and entered. A benevolent-looking woman came out of the house. When she saw the two of them enter, her eyes lit up. She said warmly, "Oh, you're finally here. Welcome, welcome." Xiyu said warmly, "Hello, Auntie. I'm Xiyu. You can call me a you." Xianxia also greeted her politely. "Hello, Auntie. I'm Xianxia. You can call me Xiaosu." "A you, Xiaosu. You can call me Auntie Mei." Auntie Mei looked at the two young men and warmly invited them into the house. "Don't just stand in the yard. Come in and rest." Auntie Mei looked at the house full of people and smiled warmly. She had been very nervous in front of Yunrua. Now that she was facing them, Auntie Mei was able to stand her ground. She completely treated Xiyu and Xianxia as her nephews who had come to visit her family. She didn't feel uncomfortable at all. "Auntie Mei, this is a little gift from us." Xiyu placed 2 big bags of fruits on the table. "You're already here. Why did you buy fruits?" Auntie Mei said angrily and smiled even more warmly. Xiyu's attitude was modest and friendly. "It's my duty. I'll have to trouble Auntie Mei and Uncle Mei to take care of us during this period." Auntie Mei's smile became even brighter. She brought the two of them to the 2nd floor. "There's only me and the old man at home. We'll stay on the 1st floor. If there's anything, you can look for me and the old man. This is my son's room. These 2 rooms are empty. You can stay here for the time being." Auntie Mei only had one son. When they built the house, they didn't build much. There were only 2 rooms on the 1st floor. One was for the 2 old men and the other was for storing miscellaneous items. There were only 3 rooms on the 2nd floor. After her son got married, they would be more well off. When they arrived, it was already evening. The guests had a relaxing night and had a sumptuous farmhouse dinner. Just as they were about to spend the day relaxing, a mission card was presented to them. The nearby villages became lively because of the celebrities' arrival. Everyone excitedly went to watch and discuss from afar. However, they lost interest in less than 2 days. The celebrity also had 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. After looking at her for a long time, there wasn't anything special about her. Furthermore, she was clumsy when it came to household chores and farm work. If she lived in a village, she wouldn't even be able to support herself. Furthermore, they couldn't even recognize the crops, which made them a laughingstock. Compared to the bustling outside, the flower bed was as quiet as ever. Fu Yunrua wanted to take a look at the celebrities who came here to film the show to see if they looked familiar, but she realized that her eldest brother's flower bud seemed to have mutated. For this reason, Fu Yunrua devoted all her energy to her eldest brother. Fu Yunrua's initial live broadcast of planting flowers was to cultivate mutated orchids. But later, she changed to planting more than 10 orchids. However, she never gave up on the idea of inducing mutation and tried it during the cultivation process. Unfortunately, Laowu and Laoqi did not mutate even when they fully bloomed. The other few orchids also did not show any signs of mutation. Only the eldest brother's lotus petal orchid, Fu Yunrua, was keenly aware of the difference. To be cautious, she carefully observed it for 3 days. After confirming that it had indeed successfully mutated, she called Uncle Guo with a trembling voice. The moment Uncle Guo walked in, Fu Yunrua said excitedly, "Uncle Guo, can you see if the lotus petal orchid has mutated?" Even though she already had the answer in her heart, Fu Yunrua still wanted Uncle Guo to confirm it again. Uncle Guo carefully observed for a while before straightening up. He said with relief, "It has indeed mutated." Fu Yunrua was so excited that her face turned red. She had actually succeeded in cultivating it. "Take good care of it." Uncle Guo walked out of the greenhouse with his hands behind his back. His footsteps were much lighter. As soon as he left the greenhouse, Uncle Guo could not help but immediately take out his phone to call his nemesis. "Hello, old Mo." Fu Yunrua stayed in the greenhouse for a while before she could not sit still and went to look for her son. At this moment, Wenwen was wearing a cute straw hat and was tossing around in the vegetable field. This straw hat was specially made for Wenwen by Uncle Mei. It was very suitable for her to wear and was not heavy. The brim of the hat could also block most of the sunlight. Under the exquisite little hat, her small face was flushed red and looked even more exquisite and cute. Wenwen Rua felt that she would be causing trouble if she helped to take care of the flowers, so she decided to help take care of the vegetable field. He saw that the vegetables in the vegetable field were wilted and the ground was so dry that it was cracking, so he used the water pipe to fetch water over. He turned on the tap and used the sprinkler to water the vegetable field. The sky full of water mist sprayed above the vegetable field. He saw that the water vapor seemed to refract colors in midair and wondered if there would be a rainbow. Then he turned the sprinkler to the highest point in the sky. Fu Yunrua came out and saw her son playing with water happily. She hurriedly went over to turn off the tap. "Didn't mommy say that you're not allowed to play with water?" Fu Yunrua squatted in front of Wenwen and slapped his chubby little butt. "Little mischievous brat." Wenwen widened his eyes and had a sad and indignant expression on his face. "I'm not playing with water," he shouted, "I'm watering the vegetables." Fu Yunrua turned her head and saw that the vegetable field was wet. It was obvious that she had watered too much. God, could these vegetables still survive? Yes, baby is the most obedient. Mommy has wronged baby. Mommy is wrong. Fu Yunrua touched his little clothes. They were a little damp, so she carried him into the house and prepared to change his clothes for him. Mommy knows that baby wants to help mommy, but the next time you want to water the vegetables, you have to ask mommy to help you. Wenwen hugged Fu Yunrua's neck. "Alright, on account of your sincere apology, I'll forgive you for spanking my butt." After Wenwen changed his clothes, Fu Yunrua happily shared with Wenwen about the mutated orchids that she had planted. Wenwen was also very happy when he heard that. Then, when he heard Fu Yunrua say that she wanted to spend more time taking care of the orchids, he tilted his head and suddenly thought of something. "Then aren't we going back to the village?" Fu Yunrua thought that Wenwen would definitely miss her little friend after not seeing her for a long time, so she nodded and said, "Yes." Wenwen said considerately, "Mommy, you have something to do first. I can play here." Fu Yunrua heard her son's childish words and hugged him emotionally. "It's okay. Mommy still has time to accompany baby. Baby is the most important." At this moment, Uncle Guo walked in and said, "You do your thing. I'll bring Wenwen over." They would send him over in the morning and pick him up in the afternoon. There would be no delay. Fu Yunrua thought about it and agreed. Wenwen had so many little friends and elders in the village, so she couldn't be more at ease. Uncle Guo would send him over in the morning and she would pick him up in the evening. There wouldn't be much delay on the way. Therefore, the next day, Uncle Guo wanted to bring Wenwen back to the village. Wenwen thought that he hadn't seen his little brothers for a while and that he could play with them while his mother was busy during the day. Therefore, after confirming that his mother would come to pick him up in the evening, he happily agreed. Uncle Guo drove the small tram to send Wenwen back to the village. As soon as the tram arrived at the entrance of the village, Wenwen saw his group of little friends. As soon as the tram stopped, he quickly climbed out of the tram and ran towards his little friends. "Grandpa, I'm going to play," Uncle Guo responded. He had something to do in the village, so he didn't go back. Instead, he went to another place. Wenwen successfully met up with his little friends. Zhuang, little Shirtu, and the others were happy to see Wenwen. The group of little friends quickly played together. They were playing hide-and-seek. Wenwen couldn't think of anything else to play at the moment, so he played along. Wenwen knew that there was a hiding place that ordinary people couldn't find unless they walked out on their own. Therefore, he definitely wouldn't be caught. Wenwen hurriedly ran away with his short legs and quickly avoided everyone. Then, he hid under a wooden board behind a haystack in the old house. He only needed to estimate the approximate time to get out. Next time, he could continue to hide here. Wenwen thought that he was really too smart. Every time, his little brothers couldn't find where he was. He was the only one who hadn't been found. They all looked at him with admiration. Wenwen waited and waited. Before the time came, he heard a sound from outside. Wenwen held his breath and unconsciously widened his eyes. His secret base had been discovered? The next moment, the wooden board was lifted and a low voice with a smile was heard. "Oh, look, what did I find?" A slender hand reached over and grabbed his clothes from the back, lifting him up easily. "Whose little cutie is this?" A handsome face appeared in front of him. Wenwen's eyes suddenly widened. See you? Siyu had come here to pack some firewood. The firewood in the kitchen was almost gone, so he took the initiative to go to May's house to get some firewood. On his way back, he sensed a slight movement near the old house. He thought that the production crew had thrown a small animal nearby for them to eat, so he cooperated and came over to check it out. In the end, it turned out to be a little cutie. Siyu sized up the chubby little ball in front of him. After making sure that he could accept the small amount of dust on him, he carried him in his arms. The little ball was soft and had a milky fragrance. His skin was snow-white and his facial features were exquisite and cute. He was worlds apart from the other children he had seen recently. Siyu originally thought that he didn't have any feelings for children. Perhaps it was because he had recently fallen in love with the old and the young, so when he saw such an adorable and obedient little ball, he felt a little fond of it. "Little kid, why are you hiding here?" Siyu walked out with the child in his arms. He gestured to the cameraman to try his best not to focus on the child. Even so, the camera zoomed in on the moment when Siyu lifted up the wooden plank. The cute little doll was squatting in a ball like a frightened little animal. She looked over with her big round eyes and her chubby cheeks looked like they were carved from jade. At that moment, the screen went silent. Then, a dense barrage of comments flooded the screen. "Ah! Whose family's cutie is this? Whose family's cutie is this? I'm suffocated by his cuteness. You're not alone. You're not alone. Cameraman, hurry up and take pictures of the cutie. I want to see the cutie." This bold and red sentence attracted a lot of agreement. The fans' rebellion was just a cutie's distance away. Siyu's fans held their faces and screamed for the cutie to appear on the screen. As for Siyu, who was he? They did not know him. Wenwen did not know what was going on in the live broadcast room. He stayed in Siyu's arms, his little body stiff from nervousness. When he heard Siyu's question, he stammered, "Hide and seek." His trembling voice was recorded in the live broadcast room. When it reached everyone's ears, it instantly made them cry out in joy. They all at DCU to be as warm as a spring breeze to the little cutie. They didn't want to scare her. "Oh, hide and seek." Siyu carried the baby in one hand and the dustpan in the other. The firewood was steady. After walking for a short distance, Siyu noticed that the children around them were looking in their direction. Many pairs of eyes were fixed on the little dumpling in his hand, as if they were eager to snatch it away from him. He put the little dumpling down and rubbed his little head. "When you play hide and seek in the future, remember to hide with your brothers and sisters." Such a young child, hiding in a place where no one could easily find, what if an accident happened? Siyu straightened up and walked forward with the dustpan. Wenwen rubbed his head and looked at the tall figure walking away. His cheeks were rosy. Siyu had actually rubbed his head. Wenwen's little heart was thumping. It was Siyu. So he was here to film the show? In his previous life, when he was in the entertainment industry, Siyu had already left it. He had never had the chance to meet him. Even though he was unscrupulous in his pursuit of fame, Siyu had always been someone he looked up to. He saw Siyu as his idol and hoped that he could reach his level of success. Fu Wen had been at the bottom for many years and finally had the opportunity to become the second male lead in a drama. The drama became popular and his character was likable. He thought that he would also become popular, but because he was in the way of others, he was suppressed and kept quiet. Later on, someone edited a video of him and commented that his acting was similar to Siyu's. The company that Fu Wen signed with wasn't famous and he wasn't famous either. He wasn't trained in acting and the company didn't arrange any classes for him. In order to hone his acting skills, he specially studied Siyu's acting. He had already studied all the roles that Siyu had played. Perhaps he had imitated Siyu's acting too deeply and unconsciously revealed some of his acting skills. This gave Fu Wen's manager an idea and he suggested that Fu Wen follow this path. At that time, he wanted to stand out too much and was persuaded by his manager to start marketing his character. He deliberately imitated Siyu's mannerisms and acting style to market himself as Little Siyu. Although he was ridiculed by the public, he took advantage of his popularity to land a few dramas. In the end, he successfully made a comeback and became famous. He had the ability and acting skills to begin with. After deliberately imitating Siyu, he really had the temperament of Siyu. Although most of Siyu's fans were scolding him, Fu Wen didn't care. He wanted fame. He wanted to climb to the top and not be bullied so easily. After he won the Best Actor award, he completely got rid of the title of Little Siyu. This period of marketing had become his only dark history. Fu Wen's previous life had always been controversial. His anti-fans were polarized. Love made him live and hate made him die. He didn't care about any of this. But now that he had met Siyu in person, Wen suddenly thought of a question that he hadn't deliberately thought about. What was Siyu's attitude when he found out that someone had used him to climb to the top? Did he look down on Siyu or was he indifferent? Wen thought that Siyu must hate him. No, he probably didn't take it to heart, right? He remembered that he had spoken to Siyu's former manager at a banquet. At the time, Manager Yuan had retired from managing artists and was one of the major shareholders of Apple Entertainment. Back then, Manager Yuan had been quite amiable with Wen, who was still known as Little Siyu, so he probably didn't mind, right? But if Wen had been in Siyu's shoes and someone had used him to create hype, he was afraid that Siyu would be disgusted. His hand unconsciously tugged at the corner of his shirt. After Siyu and the invisible cameraman left, the children swarmed forward and surrounded Wen. Wen, Uncle Yu carried you so high up in his arms. We thought that we couldn't snatch you back. Wen, how did you end up with Uncle Yu? Wen was immersed in his own thoughts for a while before he was interrupted by a group of chattering voices. He heard the children's curious questions and replied, "He found me." Wow. Uncle Yu is so amazing. Dian clapped her hands. We couldn't find Wen. That's right. We couldn't find where Wen was hiding every time. Uncle Yu is amazing. After the children finished exclaiming, they saw that Wen was unusually silent and hurriedly asked, Wen, what's wrong? Little Shirtu asked with concern, did you think that Uncle Yu was a bad person and got scared? Don't be scared, Uncle Yu is a good person. He's a big celebrity. Dian seriously patted Wen's back like an adult comforting a child. Wen, don't be scared. Uncle Yu is a very good person. He even gave us candies. That's right. Wen perked up. I'm fine. However, at this time, he was a little worried. The children couldn't see anything and thought that Wen was really fine, so they continued to play the next round of hide and seek. The person who was looking for him covered his eyes and shouted, 1, 2. The group of children laughed shrilly and scattered. Wen also ran with his short legs. He subconsciously wanted to continue hiding in the same place as before, but his footsteps couldn't help but deviate. He remembered that the celebrity who came to their village to film the show lived at Grandma May's house. Wen couldn't help but run to Grandma May's house. On the way, an adult saw Wen and kindly asked Wen where he was going. Wen replied in a bright and childish voice, I'm going to Grandma May's house. When he reached Grandma May's house, he stopped and hesitated for a moment, but still didn't dare to push the door open. He dawdled for a long time and quietly pushed open the half-closed courtyard door. He leaned against the door and quietly looked inside through the gap. His eyes darted around, but he couldn't see anything through the small gap. Just as he was hesitating whether to push open the door a little more, suddenly, the door was pulled open. Without support, Wenwen lost his balance and fell forward. Wenwen's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously waved his small hands, wanting to grab something. Then, he bumped into a hard and soft pillar and subconsciously grabbed it. Then, he hugged it tightly with his two small hands. It was so close that he almost fell and rolled. The pillar moved and Wenwen subconsciously hugged it even tighter. His feet were suspended in the air. He lifted his two chubby little feet and subconsciously wrapped them around the pillar. HHHH, the best way to hug a thigh square root. I also want such a cute baby to be my leg accessory. At this moment, I don't know who to envy. Xiu had long noticed this little ball. His big round eyes looked curiously inside. As soon as he opened the door, he lost his support and fell over. He fluttered like a duckling and his small hands grabbed onto his pants. Xiu could have moved his feet away, but he didn't know why. When he felt the pull of his pants, he pressed down on his pants to prevent them from being pulled down. Feeling the soft touch on his feet and the weight of his chubby body, he lifted his feet and shook them. How much longer do you want to hug me? Wenwen looked up and saw Xiu looking down at him. His chubby face turned red. He hurriedly put down his feet and hands and took a few steps back. I'm sorry, Wenwen said nervously. He secretly looked up at him, then quickly lowered his head and stared at the ground. He thought embarrassedly that he was really embarrassed. Xiu raised his eyebrows and squatted down. Little guy, come here. Wenwen raised her head and glanced at him. She hesitated and did not go forward. Are you afraid of me? He hurriedly shook his head. He wasn't afraid. It was just that Wenwen didn't have the confidence to face him. Xiu said again, come here. Wenwen walked over with small steps. Xiu held his armpits with both hands and stood up to lift him up. Wenwen's entire body soared into the air, and his vision quickly rose higher and higher. He was even taller than Xiu. Wenwen's eyes widened. His chubby little feet moved in the air a few times, then he looked at Xiu quietly. At this moment, Aunt May walked out of the house. When she saw Wenwen, she smiled like a flower. Wenwen, you're back. She walked over and smiled kindly at Wenwen. Your mother even called me. She was about to look for you. Aunt May was happy to hear that Ruoro had asked her to take care of Wenwen when she returned to the village to play. When Wenwen heard about his mother, he immediately looked over. What did mother say? You have to eat lunch and sleep after that, Aunt May said with a smile. She repeated Fu Yun's instructions. Grandma will make your favorite pork with egg rolls. Wenwen's eyes lit up. He said softly, thank you, Grandma. Xiu saw that Aunt May knew the child and carried him with one hand. Xianxia, who was in the kitchen, heard voices in the courtyard and walked out curiously. When he saw Xiu carrying a delicate child, he was delighted. Brother Yu, where did you kidnap this child from? Xianxia walked in front of the two of them. Looking at the little fellow's healthy red clouds and bulging milk, his fingers were itching to pinch. He raised his hand, wanting to pinch it. Xiu raised his hand to stop him and said sternly, you can't touch a child's face. Really? Xianxia looked at him reluctantly. Okay. Wenwen looked at Xianxia with some curiosity in her eyes. There was another benefit of going back to the past. She could see many celebrities who had disappeared or semi-retired 10 or 20 years later and were now popular. He remembered this Xianxia. Later on, when he participated in the show, he even covered one of his classic songs. Aunt, I'll take Wenwen to buy soy sauce then. Aunt May saw that Wenwen did not reject Xiu and looked at him with sparkling eyes. She knew that Wenwen liked him very much, so she agreed happily. Okay. Xiu lifted Wenwen and put him on his shoulder before walking out of the courtyard steadily. Wenwen held Xiu's shoulder with one hand and looked around curiously. It was the first time he sat on someone's shoulder. He was not worried about falling off at all. He only felt very safe. It was the first time he saw the scenery from this angle. The familiar village felt very novel. Although his mother often hugged him, she was still a weak woman and could not put him on her shoulder. At this moment, Wenwen felt a little emotional. Perhaps this was the feeling of a father. However, he quickly discarded this thought. There was no need for a third person in the family. It was enough for him and his mother. He did not need that scumbag man. Wenwen lowered his head and looked at Siyu's side profile. He pursed his lips and said softly, "I'm sorry." Siyu turned his head and looked at the little boy. He saw the anxiety in his eyes and smiled. "It's okay." He thought that Wenwen was apologizing because he had accidentally bumped into him. He did not know that he was referring to something else. He thought that this little boy was very sensible despite his young age. "Then, are we friends?" Wenwen's voice was filled with anticipation. At this moment, he only thought that if he could become friends with his idol, his life would be more complete. He would never do anything bad in this life. He wanted to be an open and aboveboard person. He wanted to be his mother's pride. Siyu's voice was strange. "You want to be friends with me?" Wenwen nodded seriously. "Yes." However, Wenwen had forgotten that he was still a little boy who was not even 4 years old. He wanted to be friends with Siyu. It was hilarious. Of course, it was also because the person who proposed to be friends with them was a little boy. If it had been an adult, Siyu's fans would have scolded him for trying to ride on their idol's popularity. Shameless. However, at this moment. "I also want to be friends with the little cutie. Count me in." "Yes, yes. If brother Yu doesn't want to be friends with you, we'll scold him." Siyu's voice contained a hint of laughter. "Okay." Wenwen immediately revealed a big smile. However, after he was done laughing, he remembered that he had to be more reserved and not reveal his emotions. He quickly restrained himself. He could not help but cover his mouth with his hands. His eyes curved into beautiful crescents and he could not help but curl his legs. He proudly thought about how he was friends with his idol. On the way, he met his friends. They asked Wenwen if he still wanted to play hide-and-seek. Wenwen said loudly, "I don't want to play anymore. I want to eat." When the other children saw this, they stopped playing and went home to get ready to eat. They would continue playing with Wenwen in the afternoon. The two of them quickly arrived at the village's small store. Wenwen saw Grandpa May, who often gave him snacks, and greeted him sweetly. Second Grandpa May chuckled. He immediately took out a milk candy and stuffed it into Wenwen's hand before placing it into his trouser pocket. Siyu bought a bottle of soy sauce. When they went back, Wenwen did not want him to carry him. Although he liked him, he believed that they were friends of equal status. How could he let his friend carry him? Thus, he righteously rejected him. Then, he volunteered to help carry the soy sauce. He thought that soy sauce did not match his idol's style, so he would do the hard work for him. Siyu looked at Wenwen's small body and placed the soy sauce bottle on the ground. Wenwen carried it with one hand, but he could not lift it. Wenwen was surprised. Was the soy sauce bottle that heavy? A glass bottle of soy sauce only weighed about 1 kilogram. He hugged the bottle with both hands and lifted it with great difficulty. He took 2 steps, but perhaps because of the weight, he wobbled. Siyu, who was half squatting beside him, propped his chin up and watched his new friend carry the soy sauce bottle like a little penguin. He could not help but reach out to poke him. His wobbly body immediately lost its balance and sat on the ground. Wenwen sat on the ground with the soy sauce bottle in his arms. His small face was still in a daze. The audience in the bullet screen laughed and condemned Siyu for being so naughty. Didn't he see how difficult it was for the child to walk? Siyu could not help but laugh. This child was quite funny. At times, he seemed mature beyond his age, but at other times, he was completely like a child. In the end, Siyu carried the child home with the soy sauce bottle. In other words, it was the child who brought the soy sauce home. Wenwen nestled in Siyu's arms, his face as red as a monkey's butt. He had embarrassed himself in front of his idol. During lunch, the live stream was turned off. Siyu and Xianxia were more relaxed. Xianxia ate in big mouthfuls and complained, "This program team is too much. The missions are so difficult that I'm about to break down." Not only did they have to complete the missions, but they also had to pay attention to the jokes. Hence, they had to act more exaggeratedly and be careful not to say anything wrong. Generally speaking, no variety show was easy. Especially since they were in the countryside, they had never done farm work or raised poultry. They were exhausted from the missions. Wen ate the delicious egg dumplings and listened to the gossip of the program team. He felt the same way. That's right. Variety shows, especially those that involved physical labor, were very tiring. Every time after the show ended, he would be so exhausted that he did not even want to move a finger. Aunt May did not forget to put some vegetables in his bowl. Wen, you can't just eat meat. Eat some vegetables. Wen instinctively wanted to act coquettishly. However, Grandma May's stance was not as firm as his mother's. Grandma May surrendered when he acted coquettishly. Then, he met Siyu's eyes. He put his chopsticks to his mouth and bit off the vegetables. After chewing a few times and swallowing them, he said seriously, "I'm actually not picky about food." Yes, he could not let his idol think that he was a picky eater. Okay. Siyu nodded and used the serving chopsticks to pick up some vegetables for Wen. He filled his small bowl and said seriously, "Then eat more." Xianxia snorted and covered his mouth to stifle his laughter. Wen was speechless. Why did he feel that his idol's personality was a little mischievous? No, it must be an illusion. After lunch, Siyu and Xianxia chatted in the courtyard. After a few days of interaction, Xianxia was very natural in front of Siyu and spoke casually. Wen took a stroll in the courtyard to digest his food while listening to their conversation. After half an hour, Aunt May came over to take Wen to his room for a nap. Wen had a very regular schedule. Every day, he would take a nap half an hour after lunch. Uncle May and Aunt May were naturally worried about Wen going to the old house alone. Wen claimed that he was an adult and wanted to sleep alone, so he took a nap in Aunt May's son's room. Wen was very familiar with the May family's house, so he was used to it. Although he was still thinking about his idol downstairs, his biological clock made him fall asleep quickly. His little tummy rose and fell, and he started snoring. When Wen woke up, the house was quiet. He rubbed his eyes and climbed out of bed. He opened the door and went downstairs. Aunt May was the only one in the courtyard. Siyu and Xianxia were nowhere to be seen. When Wen's eyes wandered around. Where are Uncle Siyu and Uncle Su?" Aunt May laughed and said, "They're out on a mission." Aunt May had specially gone to see how the TV station filmed the show, but these celebrities were just doing what they were used to doing. She didn't understand what was so interesting about it, so she didn't pay any attention. Wen knew that he couldn't disturb them. He regretted it for a while. He wanted to spend more time with Siyu, but he wasn't in a hurry. He heard that they would be filming for half a month. Then, he hopped out to play with his friends. Before he could jump out of the courtyard, Wen suddenly froze. He squatted down and covered his head, as if he was too ashamed to see anyone. He had been a child for so long that his thinking had become that of a child. Why didn't he think that Siyu was doing a live broadcast in the morning? How could he filter out such a huge live streaming device and only have eyes for his idol? Was he in the picture? How many shameful things had he done? Then wouldn't he be publicly executed? He had even shamelessly said that he wanted to be friends with Siyu. He would probably be mocked and scolded by his fans just like in her previous life. Wen buried her face and curled up like an ostrich. She refused to admit that she was the silly one. The shouts of his friends came from outside the courtyard. Wen looked up. Forget it. Anyway, he had long been trained to be thick-skinned. Those curses would not hurt him at all. Moreover, his mother did not allow him to watch too many electronic devices. He did not even have enough time to watch dramas every day, so how could he have the time to watch variety shows? If he didn't look, he wouldn't be able to see anyone scolding him. He would just pretend that they didn't exist. In any case, he was still young. He could talk about the future in the future. Maybe in 10 or 20 years, people would have already forgotten about his dark history. After Wen figured it out, she continued to run out and replied in a cute voice, "I'm coming." The group of children in the village soon gathered together and it was very lively. Not long after, a group of children ran towards them. Dali and little Shirtu looked and saw that it was Dashan from the neighboring village and more than 10 of his followers. Little Shirtu and the others thought that Dashan wanted to snatch the children again, so they quickly surrounded Wen and hugged her tightly. They looked at them vigilantly. Wen, who was squeezed so tightly that she almost could not breathe, was speechless. "What are you trying to do?" Dali shouted, "I'm warning you. Wen is from our village. You can't snatch her. Beat the hell out of you." Dian clenched her small fists and shouted fiercely. "I won't snatch Wen," Dashan said as he glanced at Wen, who was completely covered. Dali and the other children were still very vigilant when they heard this. They thought that Dashan wanted to make them lower their guard and then snatch Wen away again. Wen went through a lot of hardships and finally squeezed out of the protective circle. There was a layer of sweat on her face and her cheeks were rosy. Dali and another older child stood on either side of Wen like guardians and stared at them with bright eyes. Wen looked up and asked seriously, "What are you doing here?" Although Dashan had returned the candy many times over, it did not mean that Wen did not remember that Dashan had carried her away. Dashan looked at Wen and his eyes lit up. "I've already given you the candy. Will you bring me along to play?" Wen was speechless. "Wait, that candy was the membership fee, not an apology gift?" Dashan suggested, "Let's play together. The more the merrier." The children were very proud. "Wen won't play with you." Dashan tilted his head. "Why?" Yi puffed out her chest and said, "You're all dirty. Wen won't play with dirty children. You don't wash your hands. Your clothes are dirty. Your faces are dirty too." They spoke one after another. Dashan turned to look at his younger brother and compared them to the other side. Indeed, the children there were dressed very neatly and clean. Their hands and faces were very clean. On his side, the young ones had snot hanging from their noses. Their faces looked like they had not been washed for years. Their hands were also black and their clothes were dirty too. Wen won't hold hands with children who don't wash their hands. Dian raised her head proudly. In order to be able to hold hands with Wen, she asked her grandmother to wash her hands every morning, noon, and night. Every day, her hands were washed until they were white and tender. "Then we'll go wash up too," Dashan ordered and the group of children rushed into the river. Dali and the rest saw them running away and followed. The children rushed into the river like a swarm of bees. The water level of the river that ran through the entire village was very low and the current was very gentle. Even children of 4 or 5 years old could stand steadily in the water. The group of children were simply and roughly washing their faces, hands, and feet. Someone accidentally splashed water on another person, and that person splashed back. Not long after, the group of children started to have a water fight. Dali and the rest watched and were ready to join in. Then, they also ran over and started a water fight. The sound of a large group of children gathered together seemed to be able to shake the sky. Wen. Not long after, a wet Dashan walked in front of him. Wen. He reached out and held Wen's small and soft hand. A cold and wet feeling came over, and Wen subconsciously raised her head. Dashan said confidently, "I've washed my hands clean." Then, he said straightforwardly, "I don't want to be the boss anymore. I'll be your younger brother. In the future, you'll be the boss of our lower river village." Wen. After he ruled the children of Upper River Village and became the boss, he used his cuteness to commit murder and unified the neighboring village? When Dali heard Dashan's declaration, he immediately accepted happily. "Okay, you recognize Wen as your boss. We'll be good brothers in the future." Wen, I don't want to." It was already very tiring to take care of the children of one village. Did he still want to take care of 2 villages' children? It was too tiring. However, the excited Dali and the rest did not hear his protest. They happily accepted the children of the neighboring villages. It was in the children's nature to love excitement. The more people there were, the more excited they were. Not long after, Wenwen was also affected by their emotions. He threw away his awkwardness and happily played together. Unknowingly, an afternoon passed. Wenwen had a smile on his face and his cheeks were rosy. Seeing a young and beautiful woman pushing a small tram at the intersection, Wenwen's eyes lit up. He happily ran over with his short legs. "Mommy." Fu Yunrua responded sweetly from afar. When the other children saw Fu Yunrua, they happily surrounded her and kept calling her sister Rua Rua. Fu Yunrua responded with a smile and spoke softly to the children. "Thank you children for taking care of Wenwen so well. Sister Rua Rua, are you and Wen still coming tomorrow?" Little Shirtu asked reluctantly. Fu Yunrua looked at Wenwen's red face and said with a smile, we'll come when we're free." Only then did the children disperse in satisfaction. Wenwen had already climbed to the front seat of the small tram and held the front of the car with her small hands. Fu Yunrua pushed forward and asked with a smile, "What did Wenwen play with the children today?" Wenwen recounted the games they played today one by one. Then, she proudly raised her head and said proudly, "They're so childish. Actually, I don't like to play these games." Fu Yunrua couldn't help but laugh. Yes, Wenwen is so considerate. She patiently played with the children. Wenwen is so great. As they spoke, they arrived at the entrance of the Mei family's courtyard. "Come, let's go say goodbye to Grandma Mei." Only Aunt Mei was at home in the house. Fu Yunrua shouted from outside the courtyard. Aunt Mei, who was wearing an apron, came out of the kitchen. "Rua Rua, you're here." "Grandma." Wenwen jumped out of the car and looked inside. It seemed that Siyu and the others hadn't returned yet. "Aunt Mei, thank you for taking care of Wenwen." "Hey, it's not hard. I didn't watch much. The child went to play in the village." Aunt Mei waved her hand. "She just went to take a look from time to time. Then I'll take Wenwen back to the flower garden first." Aunt Mei hurriedly said, "Aren't you going to eat first?" "No, it's done over there." Fu Yunrua still remembered that there were other people at Aunt Mei's house. "Besides, it's not convenient for you." Aunt Mei thought about it and didn't insist. She only said that she must eat at home next time. Fu Yunrua agreed. After chatting for a while, Fu Yunrua left with Wenwen on the small tram. The car had just driven for about 10 meters when Siyu, Xianxia, and the others walked over from the other side. Before they entered the courtyard, Xianxia stretched his neck and sniffed hard. "Aunt Mei, what delicious food did you make? It smells so good." Aunt Mei was still at the entrance of the courtyard. When she heard this, she smiled and said, "I made braised pork trotters." "Wow." When Xianxia heard this, he almost drooled. Siyu looked around the courtyard and didn't see that cheerful little figure running out. "Where's Wenwen?" "His mother brought him home," Aunt Mei said. Then she turned around and went back to the kitchen to continue cooking. Xianxia followed beside her and kept saying sweet words, making Aunt Mei beam with joy. Siyu tilted his head and glanced outside. At this moment, the back of the tram that he had inadvertently caught a glimpse of was no longer on the path. Wenwen chattered along the way. He used his cheerful little voice to share the day's events with Fu Yunrua. He had too many things to tell his mother. His mouth only stopped for a moment when they were eating. After that, his little mouth was still chattering until he lay down on the bed and was about to go to sleep. He originally wanted to mention to his mother that he might be recorded in the live broadcast, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. He didn't want his mother to worry. If his mother found out, she would definitely go online to watch the show's replay. If she saw many netizens scolding him, wouldn't she be so angry that she cried? His mother might even ask the production team to delete or censor the video. Although his mother loved to share about him on the live broadcast platform, most of the time it was written or spoken. Occasionally, his recent photos would be censored to protect his privacy. Wenwen decided to skip this detail. In the end, he couldn't help but talk about his idol. "I saw Siyu." Fu Yunrua gently knocked his forehead. "You have no manners. You should call him uncle." Fu Yunrua originally wanted to say brother, but she suddenly remembered that if she remembered correctly, Siyu was a few years older than her. She remembered the name Siyu. It was probably because in the original novel, the female lead had faintly seduced him but failed. In the end, because the companies they belonged to opposed each other, their relationship became bad. Siyu could be said to be the mountain that pressed down on the heads of the male and female leads. He was also the only person who had never suffered in the hands of the male and female leads. If he hadn't suddenly retired and completely left the entertainment industry, the male and female leads wouldn't have become legends of their time. Of course, this was what Fu Yunrua concluded from the obscure descriptions in the novel. After all, it was a novel about the female lead. How could there be a detailed description of things that made the female lead suffer? Fu Yunrua thought that this was the configuration of a hidden big boss. But after sighing, she threw it to the back of her mind. After all, this had nothing to do with her. Wen touched his forehead. Alright, it was Uncle Yu. He remembered that he hadn't said goodbye to Uncle Yu today. Early the next morning, Wen had to return to the village. If Fu Yun couldn't leave because of the live broadcast, she could only ask Uncle Gua to send Wen to the Mei family. She looked at Wen's back view as he left happily. She finally experienced the disappointment of a fully fledged child who no longer needed his mother. He used to be so clingy. The baby was only 4 years old. Did he no longer need her so soon? She was heartbroken. Wen didn't know about his mother's sadness and disappointment. After being sent to the Mei family's courtyard, he climbed out of the car and waved his chubby paws obediently. Goodbye, Grandpa Gua. Then he turned around and ran into the courtyard with his short legs. Siyu was stretching in the courtyard while chatting casually with the cameraman's assistant. When he saw the little boy running over happily, he smiled. Little boy, come here. Wen looked at the live broadcast camera that was on and carefully walked around the front. Then, she stood at the position closest to Siyu and raised her head to greet Siyu in a childish voice. Good morning, Uncle Yu. He turned to look at the cameraman who didn't seem to have any presence. Good morning, Uncle. Good morning too, Wen. Siyu's voice unconsciously became gentler. You're here so early. Did your mother send you here? He heard the sound of the tram outside. Wen shook his head. No, Grandpa Gua sent me here. I'm going out for a walk. Do you want to come? Wen said loudly, yes. The two of them left the courtyard and walked along the path towards the fields. The rice grains were heavy and some of them were already golden yellow. It was almost harvest season. Seeing this made people feel the joy of a harvest. Siyu walked slowly to take care of the child's short legs. However, Wen walked very quickly. For every step he took, he had to take 3 steps. Wen looked up for a while and felt his neck ache. From his perspective, Siyu was really tall. She was like a giant, taller than him when he grew up. He estimated that she was about 188 meters tall. He enviously looked at that pair of long and slender legs, then looked at his own short legs. He compared the huge gap between the two sides. He only reached a little above his knees. It would be great if he could grow to this height in the future. Just as he was thinking seriously, his line of sight suddenly rose higher and higher. Wen was stunned, and her small hand subconsciously supported the big hand that was holding him. What is Wen thinking about? After Siyu walked for a while, he realized that the little fellow who was hopping behind him had suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her eyes were staring blankly into space. Siyu thought that he was tired from walking, so he didn't want to make things difficult for his short legs. He turned around, bent down, picked him up, and placed him on his shoulder before continuing to walk. With a serious expression, Wen said, I want to grow up quickly. He turned to look at Siyu and said admiringly, I want to grow up to be as tall as you. Siyu encouraged him, you can. As long as you eat well, you will definitely grow up to be as tall as me in the future. I'm too short now. Wen sighed. Although he was confident, being shorter than his peers made him depressed. You're still young. Uncle was this short when he was your age. Wen emphasized, I'm 4 years old. He had already passed his 3rd birthday, so he was 4 years old. 4 years old? Was he that short when he was 4 years old? Siyu glanced at his short legs. Judging from his height, he was just like a 2-year-old child. However, he could speak so fluently, so he might really be 4 years old. Thus, he comforted him. Uncle was this tall when he was 4 years old. Upon hearing this, Wenwen was very happy. This meant that he had the opportunity to grow up to this height. Although Wenwen was not in the picture, he could not help but feel that Siyu would definitely be a good father in the future when he heard the childish conversation between the adult and the child. Then I want to eat more vegetables. Wenwen made a great wish. Even his idol had said that he needed to eat more vegetables to grow taller. This meant that there must be a reason. He would not be picky about food anymore. I want to grow up quickly. What's the point of growing up so quickly? It's so good to be a child. You can live a carefree life and only care about eating, drinking, and playing. Children were simple and happy. They did not need to think about anything and only cared about themselves. Although Siyu's childhood was relatively short, he had also lived a carefree life for a period of time. I want to take care of my mother. Wenwen sighed like a little adult. My mother is childish and naive. She's always foolishly trusting others. I have to protect her well. Otherwise, what if she gets cheated? Siyu could not help but laugh. Such a young child seriously worrying about his mother was really heartwarming and amusing. What about your father? At the mention of this word, Wenwen frowned. I don't need him. That man is very, very bad. He clenched his little fists. If I see him one day, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Who asked him to bully his mother? Humph. Upon hearing this, Siyu thought that this child had not even met his own father. That was really too irresponsible. How could he bear to abandon such a cute child and abandon his wife and son? He was simply a scumbag. That's really too bad. Yeah. Wenwen nodded vigorously. After taking a walk, Siyu brought the child back to the Mei family's house. The Mei couple surrounded Wenwen and asked about his well-being. It was obvious that he was very doted on in the Mei family. After breakfast, Siyu and Xianxia went to do another task at the request of the production team. Wenwen was called by a group of children to play with him again. He was thinking about something and appeared to be a little absent-minded. Then, he could not help but ask his underlings, do you know who else is doing the show? Wenwen's curiosity was piqued. Since there were A-list celebrities like Siyu who were doing the show, who else was there? Wenwen thought about the most popular celebrities of this era, but after so many years, he could not remember which seniors were there. The children looked at each other and did not know how to answer. At first, they had gone to watch the show for 2 days out of curiosity to see how the celebrities filmed the show. However, because their parents had repeatedly warned them not to get too close to strangers, they had not interacted much. The children did not chase after celebrities, so they could not even tell who the celebrities were. In their eyes, these so-called big celebrities were not even as attractive as Candy. At first, the family would discuss this at the dining table, but they only cared about eating and did not know what the adults were discussing. Seeing that they could not answer a single question, Wenwen was speechless. Alright, he could not expect too much from the children. After all, in the children's world, other than eating, drinking, and playing, they could not see anything else. The adults' world was too complicated for the children to understand. However, one of the children could not bear to see Wenwen disappointed and could not help but say, there's a vicious queen. Vicious queen? Yes, yes, yes. The children remembered and quickly said, the vicious queen in Snow White. She asked us who was the prettiest. We said it was Sister Ruoro. One of the children suddenly thought of something. Will she kill Sister Ruoro like she killed Snow White? When the children heard this, they immediately panicked. In the story, the vicious queen heard the magic mirror say that Snow White was the prettiest, so she fed Snow White a poisonous apple. Their eyes were suddenly filled with tears and they were extremely scared. When Wenwen heard the children's words, he was also very worried. He did not know which female celebrity they had unintentionally offended. If it was someone with a bad temper, she might hold a grudge. His mother was so stupid. If she unintentionally made an enemy, wouldn't she be bullied? However, he looked confident on the surface. He waved a small hand and comforted them, no, there's no vicious queen in reality. However, the children were still very uneasy. Wen could only say, then we'll be dwarves. When the time comes, we'll just protect our mother well. When the children heard this, they were immediately happy and expressed that they would protect the princess well. Dian Dian said worriedly, Wen, we don't want Sister Ruoruo to eat the poisonous apple. You must look after Sister Ruoruo and don't let her eat something given by strangers. Wen patted his chest and promised, I will. Thus, the children continued to play with peace of mind. As Wen played, he felt that he had forgotten something. When he saw two strangers walk over, he remembered that he wanted to see the celebrities. Xianxia village and Xiahe village were adjacent. At this moment, they were playing in the area between the two villages. At this moment, Feng Shuirua, who was wearing a white dress, turned her head and spoke to the audience in the live broadcast room with a gentle expression on her face. Alright, I know you want to see Brother Yu. Aren't I taking you there now? No, we're just ordinary friends. When she saw the group of children playing, Feng Shuirua walked towards them with a kind smile on her face. She said gently, Children, may I ask if the Mei family of Xianxia village is this way? The children looked at her and then dispersed in a hubbub. The vicious queen is here. When Feng Shuirua saw this situation, she was very helpless and even felt a little sad. She said to the camera, Actually, I quite like children. I just don't know why they run away when they see me. She lowered her head slightly in disappointment, revealing her lovely side profile. The snowballs who were watching the live broadcast felt sorry for her and comforted her. They all scolded the countryside children for being so unlikable. It wasn't until the photographer's assistant reminded her that there was still a child who hadn't run away. Only then did Feng Shuirua look over. A cute little dumpling stood there foolishly, staring blankly at Feng Shuirua. When Feng Shuirua saw the child who had not run away, she was pleasantly surprised. She quickened her pace and walked over. She bent down and smiled gently. She reached out as if she wanted to touch his little face. Little boy. Feng Shuirua had seen the video clip of Siyu's live broadcast that night and knew that this was the child who had appeared on Siyu's live broadcast. She thought to herself, as expected, the children that Siyu likes are really adorable. When Wen saw Feng Shuirua, he was completely stunned. He never thought that he would see the old woman when she was young here. Feng Shuirua. That woman's mother was also an old woman who he hated to the core. She did not seem to have changed much after 20 years. She was just younger and had a different temperament. She did not seem to have aged. He would always remember the way she had looked at him then. She had looked down on him as if he was a rat in the gutter, full of disdain and disgust. From then on, Fu Wen had gone crazy and desperately tried to climb up the social ladder. He was still resentful of the way that woman had looked at him as if he was trash. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not shake her at all. That woman was a lady from a wealthy family. He was also born in a wealthy family. She also had a husband who had been in love with her for many years. She was also a legend in the entertainment industry. Later on, he found out that every time he showed signs of becoming famous, he was suppressed time and time again. He was also covered in black material that could not be washed away. It was all because of this old woman. He did not know why she would notice an insignificant person like him. She did not succumb to fate and eventually struggled to find a way out of the encirclement of evil. Later on, he met Chang Shuai, a woman who had the same temperament as that old woman. They even looked similar. When she found out that she was the old woman's daughter, she hid in the dark and tirelessly caused trouble for her, just like how he had once been framed. However, there was a difference in the end. He had no background and could only be trampled on. The other party had a strong background. She had the Feng family and the Chang family as her backers. She also had pursuers with strong backgrounds to protect her. In the end, he was still defeated. However, this woman was smiling at him gently and affectionately. She even reached out her hand to touch his face. Wen only felt endless evil sweeping towards him. The soft touch on his cheek made his hair stand on end and his mind tense up. He subconsciously tilted his head and fiercely bit her hand. Feng Shui looked at the child in front of her. She could only see him more clearly when she got closer. His facial features gave her a sense of déjà vu. It was so familiar that she could not help but feel evil. She was thinking when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her finger. She cried out in pain and subconsciously pushed the child away. Fu-Wen was pushed back a few steps and fell hard on the ground. Wen. After the children ran away, they realized that Wen did not run with them. They could not leave Wen alone to face the evil empress and run back. Then, they saw the evil empress push Wen to the ground. You dare to hit Wen. Dali and Dashan clenched their small fists and rushed up angrily. I'll beat you to death. The photographer's assistant saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly went up to stop them. Don't hit, it's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. The children did not care about any misunderstanding. They only saw that their Wen was being bullied. They waved their small fists angrily and started punching and kicking. The photographer did not dare to fight back. He could only stop them. It was already very difficult for him to stop two half-grown children. He even took a few punches on his body. He could not stop the other 7 or 8-year-old children who rushed up. Hit you. Hit you. Xiaoshan, who was not even 4 years old, also rushed up and hit Feng Shui with his head. If Feng Shui tried to dodge, she was also hit many times. Dian and some other little children surrounded Wen. They raised their heads and closed their eyes as they cried loudly. The scene was very chaotic. Wen, who was sitting on the ground, was stunned when she saw the situation. Siyu and the others who rushed over saw the scene. A group of older children were wailing and attacking 2 adults. Another group of little children sat on the ground and cried loudly. Xiao Tuanzi, who was surrounded in the middle, was confused. Not only did the program crew and celebrities who were doing missions nearby rush over when they saw that the situation was not right, but even the villagers who heard the crying came over. Siyu strode forward and immediately carried Wen. The men in black from the program crew quickly carried the children away. Dashan and the others kicked and bit as they struggled. What's wrong with you guys? It's fine if you're filming a show, but why are you bullying the children? When the villagers saw that their children were in conflict with the program crew and that the adults were shamelessly carrying the children away, they disregarded the consequences and defended their children. They looked at this group of outsiders with vigilance and dissatisfaction. If it weren't for the fact that they only separated the children and didn't touch a single finger, they would have gone up and beaten them up first. When the children saw that the adults had arrived, they became more confident. They quickly struggled to get off the ground and swarmed to the adults to complain. Second uncle, they're bullying Wen. They're hitting Wen. Grandpa. They're hitting people. The program crew and the local villagers were in a confrontation. The director's assistant asked with a bitter face if they should turn off the live broadcast. After this incident, the live broadcast was in an uproar and several hot searches on Weibo instantly exploded. The director weighed the pros and cons and immediately decided to continue the broadcast. Originally, due to the lack of conflict in the program, the traffic had not exploded. Although the program could be cancelled if it was not handled well, it was still an opportunity. Director Peng smiled apologetically. Fellow villagers, don't misunderstand. We don't mean any harm to the children. However, the villagers were still dissatisfied. Even a fool knew that adults shouldn't bully children. The children glared at them with hostility. Big Mountain said loudly, she hit Wen. We saw it with our own eyes. Everyone's gaze shifted to Feng Shui. Feng Shui was in a very sorry state. Her snow-white dress was stained with countless dirty marks. Her hair was messy and her small face was pale and weak. She was on the verge of tears and weakly and pitifully explained, I didn't hit him. I just accidentally pushed him a little. Her fair fingers inadvertently revealed a circle of teeth marks. It was very obvious. In order to protect Feng Shuerua, the photographer, who was in an even more sorry state, explained, that child bit Miss Feng, so Miss Feng accidentally pushed him. Wang Huibei saw the obvious wound on her finger and couldn't help but condemn her. Children shouldn't bite people randomly. The villagers were even more dissatisfied. Second uncle said, we've taken care of Wen since he was born. He's been obedient and sensible since he was young. He also takes good care of the children. What did you do to Wen to make him bite you? Feng Shui became even more delicate. Her bright eyes were filled with tears, and people couldn't help but feel their hearts soften. She said softly, "I only touched his face. I'm sorry. I didn't know that children don't like other people touching them. I'll be more careful in the future." When Feng Shui showed her attitude, Snowball's hearts ached and they angrily flooded the screen. "If I was bitten by a naughty child, I wouldn't just push him away. I'd ask him to give me 2 slaps. How do you teach children? This child is so annoying. Disgusting. Xianxia doesn't care about her status and wants to get close to you. It's your honor, okay? You don't know what's good for you." "That's right. How can a country bumpkin get so close to Xianxia unless they're lucky? I feel sorry for Xianxia. Her fingers are connected to her heart. She bit him so hard. This naughty child deserves a beating." What era is it now? People are still divided into different classes? If Xianxia wants to get close to someone, does that person have no choice but to kneel down and accept her kindness? It's right for a child to be vigilant, okay? Scolding a child like this, has your conscience been eaten by dogs? There were also people who couldn't stand it and started arguing with Feng Shui's fans. Nonsense. We pinched Wen Wen's face, but he didn't bite us. Big sister, you don't even know our Wen Wen. Without an adult accompanying you, a stranger like you came to get close to a child. If he didn't bite you, who else would he bite? Big sister? Feng Shui's face almost fell. Being called big sister by an auntie who was several rounds older than her made her extremely uncomfortable. That's right. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, and Mom all said that we can't talk to strangers casually. We can't let strangers get close to us. Otherwise, if we get carried away, we won't be able to go home. Deli said righteously. I knew it. This woman has a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks. One look and you can tell that she's not a kind person. She even dares to bully a child. Pointy mouth and monkey cheeks? Feng Shui's face contorted for a moment. Her most outstanding feature was her small oval face. She looked delicate, cute, and lovely. Miss Feng, that was a very gentle push. Siyu's gaze was deep as she looked at her coldly. After Siyu carried Wen Wen up, the first thing she did was to check his entire body. Then, she saw that his fair and chubby palms were bruised. The wounds on his 2 small palms under the camera's lens were shocking. Only then did Wen Wen feel a burning pain in his palms. Perhaps it was because he had subconsciously used his hands to support himself when he fell and accidentally scraped them. His skin was very tender, and it broke open with just a slight scratch. Traces of blood seeped out, and there were even some bruises. It was a scary sight. Wen Wen hadn't suffered such a big grievance in a long time. After being spoiled for 2 to 3 years, he couldn't suppress his emotions and tears welled up in his eyes. When he saw Feng Shui's weak and innocent posture, Fu Wen's heart was filled with hatred. It was as if Chang Shui was putting on an act in front of him. It was like this every time. Regardless of whether he had bullied her or not, she would always act pitifully and innocently. This caused the netizens to attack him indiscriminately. Indeed, like mother like daughter. He could imagine the netizens' malicious words at this moment. Wen Wen was afraid that others would see the twisted hatred in his heart. He lay in Siyu's arms and curled up into a small ball. His small body trembled from time to time as if he was afraid. However, after hearing his idol's words, he suddenly didn't hate her anymore. He was now a child who was loved by someone. He looked up and raised his 2 small hands. Feeling wronged, he whined, "It hurts." Siyu blew on it for a while. "It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt." Brother you? Feng Shui couldn't believe it. They were from the same program, so shouldn't they be on the same side? Unfortunately, she was thinking too much. Siyu's thin lips curled into a mocking smile. Miss Feng, one must know their place. You know that children don't like you, yet you still deliberately approached them. It's hard not to suspect your intentions. He was implying something. It said that children are the best at distinguishing between kindness and evil. Miss Feng, since you're so unpopular, shouldn't you reflect on yourself? Siyu's words were directly pointing at her. She clearly hated children, yet she pretended to be kind and approached them. She had scared the children and caused them to be bitten and beaten. Wasn't that what she deserved? That wasn't all. When Siyu found out that Wen had bitten someone, he asked his cameraman for a piece of tissue and carefully wiped his mouth. He even warned him, "You have to know that diseases come from the mouth. Don't bite anything carelessly. What if you get a stomachache?" Feng Shui's face was really pale. She was on the verge of collapse from Siyu's words. The others didn't dare to say anything. Even if they wanted to please Feng Shui, they couldn't afford to offend Siyu. Director Peng couldn't stop wiping his sweat. He thought that Best Actor C's mouth was really vicious. He suddenly regretted not turning off the live stream. Compared to Feng Shui's live stream that was filled with hostility, Siyu's fans were much more rational. Their tone was full of ridicule. "I wanted to say it just now. Zai is such a cute child. There must be a reason for her to bite someone. Only Feng Shuerua would be able to push the blame onto a child. Brother Yu is right. Zai let Brother Yu hug her the first time she saw him. She even took the initiative to hug his thigh. Don't you know that Zai doesn't like you? How dare you insult a 3 or 4-year-old child? Feng Shui's fans are only of this quality. Are you bullying Zai because she doesn't have any fans? If anyone dares to insult her again, I'll cut off their heads." When the villagers saw that there were reasonable people in the production team, their attitudes became much more amiable. However, they still looked at Feng Shui with an extremely unwelcoming gaze. Wen is such a likable child. Who in our village doesn't know that? She bullied our children. If you don't give us an explanation, we won't let this matter rest. Exactly. Do you think we're easy to bully? More and more villagers rushed over and surrounded the production team. Director Peng was sweating profusely as he tried his best to lower his voice. Siyu looked on coldly. When he saw that the production team had been scolded enough, he stood up and continued, "This is Miss Feng's fault. The production team has also failed in their duties. How about this? Let Miss Feng apologize to the children. The production team will also compensate. What do you think?" When the villagers saw that Siyu was on their side and Wen was so close to him, they were willing to give him face. Under pressure from Siyu and the production team, Feng Shui tearfully apologized. The children first looked at Wen without saying a word. Wen turned his head and stole a glance at Feng Shui. His little face was timid as he looked at Feng Shui with obvious fear in his eyes. He said in a trembling voice, "I forgive you. You didn't mean to push me. I lost my balance." After he spoke, he hurriedly buried his face in Siyu's arms. The children also reluctantly expressed their forgiveness. Feng Shui was taken away by the production team. When she returned to her room alone, her face instantly contorted and she fiercely clenched her fists. "Siyu." At this moment, her phone rang. She picked it up and paused for a moment before answering the call. She sounded aggrieved and dejected. "Brother Chong." Siyu carried the child to the clinic and prepared to treat the wound on his palm. Although it was only a flesh wound and would heal after a few days of rest, it still made his heart ache. Wen sat on the bench obediently like a soft ball. Siyu held his 2 small wrists and did not allow him to move. He watched as the doctor cleaned his wound with disinfectant. Wen stretched out his hands and felt a sharp pain. He could not help but tear up. He opened his mouth and hissed silently. His 2 feet were dangling in the air. Siyu could not help but feel a tingling pain in his heart. This unprecedented feeling made him frown unconsciously. Wen saw Siyu's face darken and thought that he was too delicate. He quickly held back his tears and looked at him carefully. He said softly, "I'm not crying." Siyu looked at the child's careful expression and his face softened. "Yes, the baby is great." Wen's face lit up. Yes, he was great. Other children cried when they fell, but he did not cry. Aunt May heard the news and rushed to the clinic. When she saw his 2 little hands wrapped up like buns, her heart ached. She thought that she would be back soon after going to the fields to work. She did not expect to hear someone come to her and tell her that Wen had been bullied. She rushed over, but the crowd had already dispersed. When she heard that Wen was at the clinic, she hurried over. Siyu comforted her and explained the situation objectively. Aunt May had a bad impression of that female celebrity and scolded her for a while. Then she hugged Wen and was about to cry. Wen, where do you feel pain? Tell Grandma. Wen shook his head. No, I don't. Siyu remembered that when he went over, Wen was sitting on the ground. He wondered if his little boat was injured. Hence, he carried Wen and placed him on his lap. Then he pulled down his pants and revealed his chubby butt. Siyu observed for a while. There's a bruise. The bruise was very obvious on his white and tender butt. Aunt May also went over to take a look. Her heart ached. Wen was suddenly carried over. Before he could react, he felt a chill on his butt. The two adults stared at his butt and waved for the doctor to apply medicine. His little face instantly turned red, and it even spread to his neck. It was too shameful. Wen couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into tears. Siyu suddenly heard a loud cry. He was stunned and thought that the wound on his butt. He quickly rubbed it. Huh? It felt good? He could not help but pinch it lightly. It was slippery. Wen's cries paused, and then she cried even louder. He was too ashamed to face anyone. Aunt May understood Wen's self-esteem better. She quickly carried Wen and helped him pull up his pants. Don't cry, don't cry. Grandma won't look anymore. Wen cried sadly on Aunt May's shoulder. He did not want to care about Siyu anymore. He was too bad. Siyu finally understood why he was crying. He touched his nose and thought that this little guy had quite a strong self-esteem. Aunt May carried Wen home. Siyu followed beside her and glanced at her from time to time. The little guy finally stopped crying, but he was still sobbing. Aunt May placed him in the living room. After comforting him, she went to the kitchen to cook. After this incident, the whole morning passed. Aunt May thought that Wen had suffered greatly and hurriedly made delicious food for him. Siyu saw that the little guy's cheeks were red from crying. His small nose and big eyes were also red. Hence, he spoke to him gently. He did not expect the little guy to be so angry. He turned his body and faced him with the back of his head. He said he would ignore him. Humph. Siyu was speechless. He did not know how to coax a child. He had never done that before. He did not have any toys with him. After thinking for a while, Siyu turned around and went upstairs. Wen pricked up his ears to listen for movements behind him. When he heard footsteps leaving, he secretly turned his head to look. However, he did not see anyone. He was even angrier. He did not know how to coax him. He decided to cut ties with Siyu. He would not be his friend in the future. He would not be his idol. When Siyu went downstairs, he saw the back of a little boy who was as angry as a blowfish. He walked over and squatted down beside Wen. Wen turned his body, but he could not help but secretly look at him. He looked as if he wanted to coax him. Siyu smiled in his heart and coaxed, I was wrong just now. Wen is a little adult. I shouldn't have taken off your pants and treated you to candy. Forgive me, okay? Siyu had bought a bag of candy to bribe the children in the village. He still had some left in the room. Now, he was using it to coax the child. Wen was even angrier when he saw the candy. He complained, you gave candy to Xianxia and the others, but not to me. Xianxia and the others had already told him that he had given candy to all the children, but not to him. Siyu was speechless. For the first time in his life, he felt a headache coming on. Were children so difficult to coax? It's my fault. I shouldn't have forgotten about Wen. Only God knew that he did not know that there was such a child. Wen snorted loudly. I'm angry. His little paw struggled to take the candy from Siyu's hand. He wanted to have what the other children had. Siyu cooperated and put the candy on his paw, which was wrapped like a small bun. However, the little boy put the candy in his pants pocket and did not look at Siyu kindly. Siyu was speechless. After half a day, Aunt May came out of the kitchen. She had steamed a fragrant meat pie and egg custard and filled Wen's personal bowl with a bowl of soft and fragrant rice. Wen sniffed with his little nose. It smelled so good. His eyes immediately lit up. Wen's hands were injured and could not hold a spoon. Siyu volunteered to feed him. Wen looked at him. He did not want Siyu to feed him. This was his dignity as a man. He said stubbornly, "I'm not hungry." However, he stared at the steaming meat pie and egg and unconsciously swallowed his saliva. He looked like he wanted to eat it. "Are you really not hungry?" Siyu scooped up a small piece of meat with a spoon and mixed it with the rice. "I'm not hungry," Wen said reservedly. However, his round tummy did not give him any face and started growling. Siyu glanced sideways at his rumbling tummy. Wen held his tummy and tried to salvage his dignity. "I'm actually not hungry, but my tummy has its own ideas." Siyu almost could not hold back his laughter. He asked seriously, "What does your tummy think?" Wen rolled his eyes. "It says it wants to try it and see how it tastes." Siyu held back his laughter. He scooped up a spoonful of meat and egg rice and blew on it before bringing it to his mouth. "Okay, let your tummy have a taste." The strong fragrance of the meat wafted into his nose. He could not hold back and leaned over to take a bite. Siyu suddenly thought of something and moved the spoon away. Wen's mouth moved along with it. His small body almost lost its balance, but Siyu caught him with one hand. Wen was speechless. He looked up at Siyu with accusation in his eyes. How could he be so bad? Siyu remembered that the little guy had bitten someone and had not rinsed his mouth. He could not wipe it clean with a tissue. Therefore, he put down the spoon and picked up the little guy with one hand. "Rinse your mouth first before you eat." Wen swung his short limbs in the air and went to rinse his mouth first. Aunt May smiled at this heartwarming scene. Then, she returned to the kitchen to continue cooking. As she was cutting vegetables, she suddenly slapped her forehead. "Oh no, I forgot to inform Ruoro about Wen's injury." Aunt May quickly took out her phone and called Ruoro. In the living room, Wen sat back on the stool and finally ate the meat patty. His small mouth squirmed and his eyes narrowed unconsciously. "It was so good, little belly, how does it taste?" Wen looked at Siyu. After confirming that he was not laughing at him, he said reservedly, "Little belly says it's okay. Do you want to try it again?" "Yes." Fu Yun received a call from the Song Empress after the live broadcast. The MV they worked on was going to be released tonight and she specially called to inform her. Fu Yun said that she would forward it and support it. After the two sides exchanged pleasantries, the studio called. Tian was very efficient. Her studio was already up and running. She asked when she, the boss, would be able to meet the other employees. Fu Yun said that she would arrange the time. Panda streaming platform was in the capital. Her studio was also in the capital. However, because it was inconvenient for her to leave, the studio was temporarily managed by Tian. The two talked about work for a while before hanging up. She saw that it was almost noon, so she prepared to cook. Until she finished eating, Fu Yun was still thinking about Wen, this little rascal. He played so much that he forgot about her, his mother. Just as she finished washing the dishes, Fu Yun received a call from Aunt May. She smiled and thought that her baby was still thinking about her. After Fu Yun picked up the call, she heard Aunt May's voice and called out sweetly, "Aunt May." However, after hearing Aunt May's words, her smile froze on her lips. Then, she tried her best to remain calm and said to Uncle Gua, "Uncle Gua, I'm going back to the village." "What's wrong?" Uncle Gua walked out. "Nothing, I'm just going to take a look." Fu Yun did not want Uncle Gua to worry. After saying goodbye, she pushed the trolley and left in a hurry. Siyu was feeding the child spoonful by spoonful. He was addicted to feeding. He felt that the child would open his cute little mouth immediately after eating a mouthful and crying for food. It was really interesting. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Wen's eyes lit up and he quickly jumped up and ran out. "It's Mommy." Halfway through, Wen ran back and looked at the camera assistant and live broadcast equipment in the corner. He instructed, "Don't film Mommy." It was only when the assistant said that the camera was turned off that Wen turned around and ran out in relief. He thought that it was enough for him to bear the malicious comments on the internet alone. If his mother was also on camera, she would definitely be scolded even more. He did not allow others to scold his mother. Siyu looked at Wenwen's little back view as he jumped out happily. He thought that he was really heartless. He treated him so well and even fed him. In the end, when his mother came, he abandoned him. Siyu looked at the last piece of meat in the bowl and decided not to give it to him. Siyu scooped it up and put it into his mouth. At this moment, Wenwen and his mother came in. Siyu inadvertently looked up and met a pair of familiar eyes. With a clatter, the spoon in his mouth fell out. Wenwen pattered forward. When she saw that his bowl was empty, she immediately complained, "You secretly ate my meat." Her idol was actually such a person. He secretly ate his own meat. Siyu covered up his momentary loss of composure and said to Wenwen in a serious manner, "Didn't you say that you didn't want to eat anymore? I'm following the principle of not wasting food and helping you solve it." After a pause, Siyu said, "I don't mind your saliva." Humph. Wenwen snorted like a little piglet. "I'm the one who dislikes you." His meat. There was only a small bite left, but it had been eaten by Siyu. Wenwen could not help but run over to Fu Yun to complain. "Mommy, look at how he's bullying me." Fu Yun could not help but chuckle. Looking at her baby's energetic state, she felt much less worried. She looked up at the man sitting down and thanked him sincerely. "Thank you for helping to take care of Wenwen." "You're welcome." Fu Yun saw this legendary celebrity and thought of how he had just helped Wenwen eat the meat, and her impression of him improved. How could she not understand her own son? Her son was very close to this person, so he did not take his so-called bullying to heart. She looked at him curiously and thought that he was indeed the person who made the male and female protagonists helpless. He was indeed handsome and had an extraordinary aura. However, when she thought of the first time she saw him being caught and eaten, she instantly felt that he was very close to her. She thought that Siyu's loss of composure was because he had been caught red-handed. She considerately pretended not to see it. She thought to herself that she never expected the legendary Siyu to have such a personality. However, she did not have time to think further. Her attention was all on Wenwen. When she heard that Wenwen was injured, she did not care about her safety. She drove the electric car as fast as she could and arrived at the Mei family's house in 10 minutes. When she walked into the courtyard, she saw Wenwen running out of the house before she even entered the house. The temperature in the courtyard was higher, so Fu Yun brought the child into the house first. Wenwen stuck to Fu Yun's side and stretched out her two small hands for Fu Yun to see. "Mommy, it hurts." Fu Yun looked at her tightly bandaged hands with a distressed expression and said, "Mommy will blow on them for you. It won't hurt anymore." She wanted to see how Wenwen's hands were injured, but it was so well bandaged that she could not take them off to see. Siyu looked at Wenwen, who was acting coquettishly beside his mother, and there was an inexplicable look in his eyes. Siyu said casually, "His butt is injured." When Fu Yun heard this, she hurriedly carried Wenwen up and placed him on her lap. She wanted to pull down his pants to take a look. Wenwen blushed, but he did not struggle and cooperated with her to take a look. After so many years, Wenwen was already used to it. Anyway, in his mother's eyes, what had he not seen before? If he did not show it to his mother, she would be so sad that she would cry. Since she would compromise in the end, he might as well lie down. Fu Yun looked at his white and tender buttocks. Fortunately, there was only a bruise and it would disappear in a few days. He didn't cry? Siyu clicked her tongue. She was unhappy that the little guy was so picky. At this moment, Aunt Mei walked into the house. "Ruoro, you're here." She looked at Fu Yun embarrassedly. "I'm sorry, Ruoro. I didn't take good care of Wenwen and caused him to get injured." "It's okay, Aunt Mei. It's normal for children to stumble." Fu Yun saw that the baby only had a superficial injury and felt relieved. She began to ask about the incident. "Aunt Mei, what's going on?" She did not explain clearly over the phone. She only said that Wenwen had been pushed by someone. She was confused. Did he have a conflict with the children when he was playing? Fu Yun thought about it and felt that it was unlikely. She knew how popular her son was among the children. No children would bully him. Aunt Mei hurriedly told Fu Yun the news she heard. When Fu Yun heard that it was a conflict with the production team, her expression turned ugly. An adult bullying a child? Who would do such a thing? Who was it? Fu Yun asked. She was not by her son's side when he was bullied. She did not protect her son in time. Fu Yun felt very upset. If it wasn't for the fact that the production crew had already apologized and they had already gotten justice, Fu Yun Rua would have really gone to their door to ask for an explanation. Fong, what was it again? Aunt May did not remember. Siyu reminded her, Fong Shui Rua. Then, she looked at her reaction. Sure enough, Fu Yun's expression changed when she heard this name. She did not expect that Feng Shui Rua would actually participate in such a variety show that would cause her to suffer. She even came to see her. She had been hiding for so many years. Was her peaceful days going to be over? She did not want to face the male and female leads and the original family. It was too upsetting. Fu Yun Rua was living comfortably here. She really did not want to live a bad life. To her, the existence of the male and female leads and the original family made her feel bad. At this moment, Aunt May remembered to make the introductions. Ayu, this is Yun Rua, Wenwen's mother. Then, she looked at Fu Yun Rua. Rua, this is the famous celebrity Siyu. Do you know him? Fu Yun Rua put aside her thoughts and looked at Siyu. Seeing that he was also looking at her, she smiled at him in a friendly manner. I know him. I've seen your movie. It's very good. Thank you. Siyu had been silently observing this woman. She was polite to him and completely treated him as a stranger. Did she not remember him or did she not recognize him? Fu Yun Rua did not chat with Aunt May for long. Wen, who was lying in her arms, was already drowsy. He had eaten a little late for lunch. Usually, he would have digested his food and taken a nap at this time. She picked up Wen and was about to leave after informing Aunt May. Siyu, who had not spoken much, said lightly, let the child sleep here. Fu Yun Rua looked over with her starry eyes. She was a little surprised that he would take the initiative to speak. After all, they were just strangers. She said politely, there's no need. My house is not far away. We can go back directly. When Siyu heard that the child did not need to leave on the scooter, he did not say anything and just nodded. Siyu watched as Fu Yun Rua carried the child and disappeared at the entrance of the courtyard. In the end, he did not call out to her. He wandered and found Aunt May. He pretended to be casual. Aunt May, Wen is 4 years old, right? When is her birthday? He paused and added, the little guy suffered today. Should we celebrate his birthday to get rid of the bad luck? Wen is born on the 27th of February in the Gregorian calendar. She will be 3 years old this year, Aunt May said. Siyu tapped his knuckles. Oh, that's a pity. Then, he praised Aunt May. No wonder Wen is so cute. She has an outstanding mother. This place is full of outstanding people. Only a place like this can raise such a talented person. Aunt May smiled like a flower as if she had been praised. She said with pride, isn't that so? Our Rua is much prettier than those female celebrities. Indeed, Siyu agreed. In Aunt May's opinion, Siyu was a person who had seen the world. If he was full of praise for Rua, it meant that this girl was really outstanding. She was even happier. However, Rua is not considered one of us. She must have been a city girl in the past. I don't know how she came to our place and stayed here. This girl is kind-hearted and has a good personality. Everyone in our village likes her. Aunt May continued to praise her. After saying a lot, Aunt May suddenly remembered something. Look at me. I keep talking to you. Go and rest. Otherwise, you won't be energetic in the afternoon. It's my honor to listen to Aunt May. Siyu's attitude was friendly, but he did have the habit of taking afternoon naps. Therefore, he did not refuse. Then I'll go upstairs first. Siyu went upstairs to his room. However, he was not sleepy at all. He received too much information at once. If he had not been trained to control his emotions and not reveal them easily, he would have lost his composure. Yun Rua? Fu Yun Rua. The timing matched as well. She didn't even need to think with her toes to know that she had a son without his knowledge. Perhaps he was close to that child not only because of his natural fondness for cute children, but also because of his father-son nature? Xiu held his forehead. So, Wenwen was actually his son? He had a son? At this moment, his phone rang. Xiu took it and saw that it was a call from his agent. After he answered the call, his agent said helplessly, "I told you to pay attention to your image. Can't you wait until the live broadcast is over?" Yuan Xian knew that Feng Shuirua was unhappy because he had appeared in front of Xiu on the show. However, he did not dare to ask for too much. He only hoped that he would maintain his image during the live broadcast and did not care about him in private. However, he had rudely insulted Feng Shuirua in front of millions of viewers during the live broadcast. This had caused an uproar online and the company had a hard time dealing with public relations. Xiu was indifferent. After his agent finished complaining, he said, "Send me the information you found on Fu Yunrua." When Yuan Xian heard this name, he was surprised for a moment and almost did not remember who it was. Fortunately, he had some recollection. He responded first and then asked curiously, "Why did you suddenly think of her?" Xiu did not explain the reason. He only urged him to send the information over and then hung up. Not long after, he received a scanned document on his phone. Xiu browsed through the information on his phone for a while. It was all information from before she disappeared. Xiu still remembered that he had erased all traces of her. So she ended up here? What happened after that? What did she go through here? How did Wenwen come into this world? How did she grow up? Xiu looked at Fu Yunrua's photo. She always used bright makeup to disguise her fragility. Her eyes were filled with hostility and she looked like a hedgehog with spikes all over her body in an attempt to protect herself. The person in the photo and the person in the photo were two extremes. Her aura was peaceful and her face was clean but not dull at all. It was as if she had natural makeup on and was dazzlingly beautiful. The person in the photo and the person in the photo looked like two different people. If Xiu hadn't seen her eyes, he wouldn't have known that he had such a deep impression of her. It was so deep that he remembered her with just one look. If the information wasn't real, he wouldn't have recognized her that night. She was the same person who had been full of aggression in the information. What bothered him a little was that he had recognized her, but she didn't recognize him. Shouldn't it be easier to recognize him? Fu Yunrua. Xiu muttered to himself for a moment and dialed a number. The call was immediately connected and a respectful voice was heard. "Boss." Xiu said calmly, "Investigate a person." When Fu Yun carried the child back to the old house, Wenwen had already fallen asleep on her shoulder. She placed Wenwen on the bed and turned on the air conditioner. The temperature in the house quickly cooled down. Fu Yun lay beside Wenwen and covered herself with a blanket. She was not sleepy at all. She took out her phone and could not help but check on the production team. As she had not paid attention to it before, Fu Yun did not know who the guests were. She stayed in the flower garden all day and did not know about the news from the outside world in time. At this moment, she deliberately paid attention to it and realized that there was news about the production team everywhere, whether it was on Weibo or the live broadcast forum. The production team used the television station and the live broadcast platform in parallel. The live broadcast content of the day on the live broadcast platform would be uploaded 3 days later. The television station edited 2 hours of video every week. The rhythm and content were richer, and with some behind-the-scenes dialogue, it made it more interesting. Therefore, after the audience finished watching the live broadcast, they would watch the television station's program again. Today's live broadcast content was not completely uploaded online, but some clips were edited by netizens and circulated online. Fu Yun saw that there was no related news on the trending searches, so it might have been suppressed. However, she could still find some information by searching for keywords. Especially when she saw the edited video, Feng Shuirua approached Wenwen and was bitten by Wenwen and pushed down. She was even angrier. How could she not understand her son? He did not like people other than her to pinch his face. When others wanted to pinch his face, he would naturally reject them in a childish voice after speaking. Adults usually would not provoke children anymore. Some netizens' malicious comments made her even angrier, and they even attacked her. Fu Yun knew that those were Feng Shuiruo's fans. However, there were also a considerable number of netizens who spoke up for them. Both sides were arguing fiercely, and they were not at a disadvantage at all. Fu Yun looked at the netizens' IDs. Most of them were Siyu's fans. Fu Yun saw the clip of Siyu arguing with Feng Shuiruo, and her impression of Siyu became even better. She did not know why in this book world where everyone loved the female lead, there was Siyu who did not care about the female lead at all. However, because of this, her impression of Siyu became even better. While Fu Yunrua was searching for information on the internet, Xianxia also returned from the production crew's lodging. There were a lot of objections online about the accident that happened in the morning, especially about the immortals fighting. In order to settle the matter peacefully, the production team sent out a notice to the guests to have a meeting to see how they could achieve a win-win situation. However, Siyu did not appear until the meeting was over. Feng Shuiruo was the same. She used the excuse that she was not feeling well and stayed in her room. It was obvious that both parties' attitudes were firm. Feng Shuiruo was humiliated and was even forced to apologize. How could Feng Shuiruo's manager, Sister Wen, allow her own artist to suffer? She wanted the production team to give her an explanation. Siyu did not want to appear, so he could only contact his manager. His manager's attitude was also very firm. In short, he felt that his artist did not do anything wrong. There was no way he would apologize. Siyu could do whatever he wanted. The production team was speechless. They knew that the two companies did not get along well, but they did not expect it to be to this extent. There was a topic of discussion, but the production team could not control it. Feng Shui's entertainment company and the capital behind it started to put pressure on the production team. Siyu's company, Apple Entertainment, also put pressure on the production team. The production team was in a difficult position, so they could only mediate. They could not afford to offend Feng Shui's backer, and they could not afford to offend the entertainment giant, Apple Entertainment. And the bigger crisis was whether their production team could continue filming or not. That was also a problem. After they clashed with the locals, it was obvious that the villagers' enthusiasm for them had died down. Especially in Xianxia village and Xiahe village. If Siyu had not stood on the side of the villagers, they might have all been chased away. Although remote areas were remote and many villagers were xenophobic, there was also an advantage. They were very united. Offending one person was equivalent to offending the entire village, or even several villages. The production team's staff and permanent guests could not help but feel a little resentful. Why did Feng Shui provoke a child for no reason? He was already an adult, but he was still arguing with a child. What did a 3 or 4-year-old child know? Moreover, this child was quite cute. Siyu knew that he was a public figure and his every move was watched, but he still spoke without thinking. The production team decided to ignore the two companies for now. They would wait until the fight was over and see which side would win. The most important thing now was to send the gifts as an apology. The production team staff quickly bought the things and sent gifts to each family. After receiving the villagers' promise that they would not pursue the matter was settled. They gave Wen the most gifts as an apology. Not only were there 2 cans of milk powder worth a few hundred yuan, but there was also a pile of toys and a big bag of candy and fruits. These were all sent to the Mei family. Xianxia looked at the pile of gifts on the table and scratched the back of his head. Then he went upstairs and knocked on Siyu's door. Siyu's handsome face was expressionless. He walked out and sat on the sofa in the living room. What's wrong? Xianxia sat on the sofa on the right side of the wall and spoke to Siyu. Brother Yu, your company will protect you, right? There was also a wooden sofa in the living room on the 2nd floor and a glass coffee table in front of the sofa. Ever since Siyu and Xianxia had moved to the 2nd floor, there was always a clean cup and a pot of tea. Siyu poured 2 cups of tea and pushed 1 cup in front of Xianxia. He slowly picked up the cup and took 2 sips. The tea was not expensive. It was just crudely stir-fried tea leaves, but it had its own unique flavor. Xianxia took a few sips absent-mindedly. He was personally biased towards Brother Yu. Furthermore, the child who had been bullied was a child that he liked very much. However, he did not have much say in the production team. He saw that most of them were unhappy with Siyu. Most of them were on Feng Shui's side, so he felt stifled. In the past, he had liked Feng Shui very much. He felt that she was kind and beautiful. Her every frown and smile was likable. However, he now felt that Feng Shui was not as pure and kind as she seemed. Xianxia was really worried about Siyu's situation. Although Siyu was an S-lister, he did not put on airs at all. He treated him like a spring breeze and took care of him like a younger brother. Siyu's only disadvantage was that he did not have a strong background. Although he had Apple Entertainment, if the company did not protect him one day, he would be in danger. Especially since Siyu did not have his own studio. He was an artist under Apple Entertainment. Siyu glanced at him. Seeing that he was worried, he said confidently, "Don't worry. I'll be fine." Apple Entertainment would not dare not protect him. Xianxia looked at him enviously. Was this the confidence of a superstar? If he offended someone, the company would probably give up on him after weighing the pros and cons. When would he be able to stand at such a high position? What did the production team say? Siyu asked. He knew that they had been in a meeting for half a day, but he was not in the mood to listen. It was nothing more than how to control the public opinion and resolve this matter perfectly. Xianxia briefly explained the attitude of the production team. As for the attitude of the others, he was careful not to say anything. He did not want to sound like he was tattling behind their backs. Siyu nodded as he listened. His expression was still calm. Xianxia was affected by his attitude and felt less anxious. Siyu looked at the time and muttered to himself, she should have slept enough. She should be awake by now, right? Adults usually took a light nap for 20 to 30 minutes. If they slept too much, they would feel dizzy and tired. Children would take a longer nap, perhaps 1 to 2 hours. It had been 2 hours since the little girl went to sleep. She should be awake by now, right? Huh? Xianxia did not understand what Siyu had said for a moment. Siyu asked, how long do children usually take an afternoon nap? Xianxia was unsure. An hour? 2 hours? Siyu nodded and did not say anything. Then, he stood up and walked downstairs. Xianxia was confused and followed him downstairs. Aunt May was doing housework in the yard. Siyu greeted her and then asked very naturally, should I send these gifts from the production crew to Wenwen's family? Aunt May nodded without hesitation. Of course. She would not be greedy for Wenwen's things. These were all things that Wenwen deserved. She put down the dustpan in her hand and wiped her hands on her apron as she walked over. Wenwen and Ruoro should be awake by now. Let's send them over now. Siyu said, let me do it. These things are heavy. Yes, let us do the heavy work. Xianxia appeared from behind Siyu. He patted his chest and promised. Then, he went to pick up the bags on the table. Aunt May was happy to see the two young men so enthusiastic. I'll leave it to you then. Although what had happened today had affected her impression of the TV station's celebrities, she did not have any opinions about the two young men living in her house. Xianxia smiled. Of course, of course. Siyu turned to look at Xianxia's silly smile. She snorted in her heart and looked at him with disdain. However, she did not say anything. She carried the other bags and prepared to leave. Aunt May stood at the entrance of the courtyard and gave them directions. Go straight down this road. Do you see that old house with high walls? Xianxia followed beside Siyu and could not help but ask, Brother Yu, have you seen Wenwen's mother? Xianxia thought that if she could give birth to such an exquisite and cute child like Wenwen, she should be quite good-looking. Siyu did not say anything. Xianxia did not need to hear the answer, so he did not care. The old house was very close to the May family's house. The two of them were tall and had long legs. They arrived in a short while. Siyu stood in front of the courtyard door. For the first time in his life, he felt a sense of trepidation as he approached home. Xianxia did not know about Siyu's inner turmoil. Seeing that he did not knock, he stepped forward and knocked on the door. He even shouted inside, Is anyone home? Fu Yun was playing with her son on the bed. She was originally reading the news on the internet on her phone. When she saw that she was sleepy, she closed her eyes. Then, she was woken up by Wen, who was full of energy after a good night's sleep. Wen's little face was red. When Fu Yun poked her waist, she twisted her little body and quickly turned over. She lay down and laughed happily. When they heard a sound outside, the mother and son stopped. Wen pricked up her ears and listened to the sound. Then, she said to Fu Yun in a childish voice, "It's Uncle Su." Xianxia? Fu Yun had just checked the news of the program and had an impression of the celebrity who was Siyu's partner. She hurriedly got out of bed and quickly tidied herself up. She tied up her messy hair again. Then, she led Wen, who had already slipped out of bed and put on her shoes, out to open the door. Outside the door stood two men with different styles. "Mr. Yu." Then, they looked at Xianxia. "Hello." Fu Yun felt that calling him Mr. C did not sound good, so she thought for a moment and called him Mr. Yu. Seeing the big and small bags in their hands, she asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Siyu simply said, "It's an apology from the program team." Fu Yun did not want to accept it when she heard that it was from the program team. However, her own Wen had suffered. If she did not accept it, she would be at a disadvantage. She only felt uncomfortable in her heart. When Xianxia saw the woman who came to open the door, his eyes lit up. The woman in front of him was like a lotus flower. Even if she was wearing an ordinary t-shirt and casual pants, it could not hide her beauty. Xianxia said warmly, "Hello, you're Wen's sister, right? We're here to give the program team an apology. I'm really sorry that Wen has suffered." Xianxia spoke sincerely. Fu Yun did not want to throw a tantrum. She knew that it had nothing to do with them, so she did not hold any grudges. She stepped aside and invited them into the house. "You're welcome. I'm Wen's mother." "Eh?" Xianxia widened his eyes in surprise. "Really? I really can't believe it. You look like a 17 or 18-year-old university student." Fu Yun could not help but laugh. Being praised for being young always made her feel good. Although she was indeed young, she had given birth early. "Sister, I'll call you sister. My name is Xianxia. You can call me Little Xian or Little Su. I'm 22 years old this year." Siyu's attention was originally on Wen. However, when she saw Xianxia and Fu Yun chatting happily, she felt a little strange. This strange feeling might have stemmed from the fact that she was the mother of her son. Siyu could not help but cough lightly. When she saw Fu Yun looking over, she said calmly, "Take a look and see if you're satisfied with these things. If you're not, I'll get the program team to send more over." Siyu also took a look. When she saw that they were low-quality toys bought in bulk from a convenience store, she could not help but frown. She thought unhappily that the program team was too perfunctory. How could they give these things away? Fu Yun did not have any expectations for these things. She only said politely, "It's okay. The program team is very considerate." Wen also came over to take a look. When she saw the toys that he had stopped playing with, she immediately looked away in disinterest. He had a lot of such toys at the flower bed and at his house here. He had already piled them up and stopped playing with them. Fu Yun put away the milk powder and toys. She was prepared to give them to the children in the village as a favor. She took out the apples and grapes to wash and plate to serve the guests. Xianxia was very enthusiastic and fought to wash them. He even praised Fu Yun, "Your yard is so beautiful. Those flowers are so beautiful. I've been in the village for so long, and I like your yard the most. It's so poetic." "It's nothing. I just took care of it casually." Wen squatted at the door. When she saw Xianxia's strangely enthusiastic attitude towards his mother, she immediately sized him up. Uncle Su couldn't be thinking of wooing his mother, right? Wen shook her head. Uncle Su was younger than her mother. It was not suitable. Her mother was suitable to be pampered, not pampered. It was enough for her mother to pamper him alone. Then, she saw Siyu squatting beside him. He still looked very tall. Wen blinked and tilted her head. "Uncle Yu?" Why was she looking at him like that? Siyu was carefully sizing up Wen's appearance. A son resembled his mother. Wen's facial features were 70 to 80% similar to Fu Yun's. But after careful observation, he also looked a little like him. His nose was as tall and straight as the Xi family's. It was just that he was still young and looked round and cute, so it was not obvious. When he grew up, they would resemble each other. Xiu reached out and pinched the bulging baby fat on his face. It was soft, tender, and smooth. Then, his pair of peach blossom eyes that looked like Fu Yun's became even rounder. Xiu thought to himself. This brat actually didn't look like him. The men in the Xi family basically looked like their fathers. His genes actually couldn't beat Fu Yun's? Wen covered his chubby face and glared at Xiu for a long time. Then, he stood up and ran towards Fu Yun's legs with his short legs. Fu Yun lowered her head. What's wrong, baby? Wen complained, Mother, Uncle, you pinched my face. Fu Yun immediately turned her head and said politely, Mr. Yu, Wen doesn't like people pinching his face. Xiyu's expression froze for a moment. Then, he stood up calmly. I saw some dust on Wen's face, so I touched it. He paused and apologized sincerely. Since Wen doesn't like it, I'll be more careful next time. Wen's eyes widened. He obviously pinched his face. How could he lie? Fu Yun was stunned for a moment. She looked at Wen and then at Xiu. She inexplicably saw the grievance in Xiu's calm expression. Perhaps Wen had misunderstood. She knew it. How could the great best actor pinch a child's face on purpose? Hence, she said apologetically, Sorry, I misunderstood. Wen held his chubby face and couldn't help but doubt himself. Could it be that Xiu really didn't pinch him, but helped him wipe away the dust? So he only touched his face and he misunderstood? The more Wen thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Although his idol might have some bad taste, he definitely wouldn't lie. He ran in front of Xiu and looked up. He said guiltily to Xiu, I'm sorry, Uncle Yu. I misunderstood you. Xiu said in all seriousness, Yes, it's all right. However, he was thinking in his heart that he was still so silly. He didn't inherit the shrewdness of the Xi family at all. Xiu silently glanced at Fu Yun. This woman didn't inherit the good things, but instead, she inherited all the bad things. With such a silly personality, even a woman could bully him. How could he compete with those old foxes in the business world in the future? He pondered about the heavy responsibility of educating his son. Perhaps he had to work harder to accumulate more family assets. Otherwise, the family assets wouldn't be enough for him to be cheated. No matter what, he had to ensure his son's wealth for the rest of his life. As a newly appointed father, Xiu expressed that he was very worried. Fu Yun asked the two of them to eat fruits. Then, she tore the grape skin and fed Wen the grape flesh. Fu Yun saw that Wen wasn't spitting out the seeds. Don't always chew and swallow the seeds. Be careful that you don't grow grapes in your stomach. Fu Yun didn't know where Wen's habit came from. Would the grape seeds taste good if they were eaten together? She wasn't used to eating the seeds. Xiu, who was eating the grapes absent-mindedly without spitting out the seeds, was speechless. Wen said proudly, No way. Grapes won't grow in my stomach. These words could only deceive a 3-year-old child. He was a 4-year-old child. He wouldn't believe such childish words. Grape seeds don't taste good. If Wen was an adult, Fu Yun wouldn't care if he spat out the seeds. However, he was still a child. His digestive system was more fragile. Fu Yun was worried that he wouldn't be able to digest it well. It's delicious. Fu Yun had no choice but to take the seeds and feed them to the grape flesh. Wen shook his head unhappily. He ate with his small mouth and didn't forget to protest, I want to eat the seeds. No. Mommy, you're bad. Xiu watched the mother and son bicker happily. He looked at Wen and felt satisfied. Yes, she was like him in this aspect. She ate grapes without spitting out the seeds. They chatted as they ate fruits. Everyone was more familiar with each other. They spoke more casually and their relationship instantly improved. After eating the fruits, they played in the courtyard. The environment here was better and there was more space. Wen couldn't sit still in the house. His hand was injured. Fu Yun was worried about letting him go out to play, so she kept him in the courtyard. Xianxia and Wenwen were watering the flowers at this time. Wenwen's hand was still bandaged. Hence, he instructed seriously in his childish voice. Xianxia listened to his instructions and watered the flowers. Fu Yun didn't stop them and let them play. Fu Yun saw that the two of them didn't show any signs of leaving. She couldn't help but ask Siyu, "Don't you have to film the show in the afternoon?" "No, we'll continue tomorrow." Today's storm hadn't been completely suppressed. Furthermore, if Feng Shui said that she wasn't feeling well and needed to rest, could they force her to continue filming? Siyu crossed his arms and leaned casually against the door. He was extremely charming and didn't need to be retouched. He turned his head to look at Fu Yun and said casually, "Haven't you thought of finding a father for Wenwen?" Fu Yun knew that Siyu liked Wenwen, so it was normal for her to be concerned about him. Hence, she said graciously, "I won't consider it for the time being. If Wenwen is happier now, I won't remarry." Fu Yun could also sense his rejection of the word father. She thought that Wenwen would be curious as to why other children had fathers when he grew up. She thought of many reasons for this, but none of them were useful. Wenwen didn't even like having one more person in the house. Remarry? Siyu almost choked. The corner of his mouth twitched. I mean, the child's biological father. Haven't you thought about what you'll do if the child's biological father comes and fights with you for custody? Siyu really did have this idea at the beginning, so he directly laid his cards on the table with Fu Yun. He knew that if he really wanted to fight for custody, Fu Yun wouldn't have any chance of winning. However, seeing how the mother and son interacted with each other and relied on each other so deeply, he could imagine that if he really forced Wenwen to leave Fu Yun's side, Wenwen would definitely reject or even hate him as a father. He still remembered that Wenwen hated his father, whom he had never met. This was the most disadvantageous method, so Siyu dispelled this idea. However, Siyu, who had always thought of every possibility, didn't know what to do for the first time. In the end, he could only cultivate his relationship with the child like he was doing now and take one step at a time. When Fu Yun heard this, she waved her hand and said, "How can that be? He died a long time ago. How can he climb out of his grave and snatch the child from me?" She thought that since she didn't see what that person looked like, that person must be the same. Besides, Wenwen looked so much like her and didn't look like anyone else at all. As long as they didn't do a DNA test, how could they find that man? Of course, she couldn't say the truth. She could only say this. The dead Siyu. Ha, a woman full of lies. Fu Yun Rua brought her child to stay in the village at night. She never refused her child's request. Of course, she was not picky about food. What's more, when Wen's little hand was injured, Fu Yun Rua let him sleep here if he wanted to. At night, she bathed him and changed his dressing. When she saw the terrible bruise, she felt even more distressed. After the two of them were done, they enjoyed the night breeze in the courtyard. Fu Yun Rua sat on a small stool and looked at her phone. Wenwen Rua leaned against her and squeezed his little head over to look. Fu Yun Rua logged into the back end and sent a notice that her live broadcast would be suspended tomorrow and would be broadcast the day after tomorrow. Tonight was the time for the release of Lu Ji's new album MV. The most important and beautiful scene in it was borrowed from her video, so she would be tagged in the thank you list. She would also forward it immediately, and the studio would also forward it. So logically speaking, it should be better to do a live broadcast the next day. However, Wenwen Rua was the most important. Fu Yun Rua felt that her fame was enough, she would let nature take its course. Wenwen Rua saw the number of followers Fu Yun Rua had and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, it had reached half of the number of fans he had at his peak. Fu Yun Rua looked at his serious expression and couldn't help rubbing his little head. She teased, "Can you understand it?" Wenwen Rua nodded and said proudly, "Of course. Don't underestimate him. Among his peers, he was a genius. He knew more than primary school students." "You're so mischievous." Fu Yun Rua scratched his nose. The album was released at 9 o'clock. It was only 7 o'clock now. It was still very early. Fu Yun Rua thought for a while, then took her son out for a walk. She specially set an alarm at 8:45. When she came back, she would be able to log in and forward it as soon as possible. The villagers loved to gather at night on the village's ground. It was spacious, there were trees, and there were no buildings around. The cool night wind blew, taking away the summer heat. In this hot summer, it was a kind of enjoyment. The villagers would bring along their small stools, wave their palm leaf fans, and talk loudly about family matters and gossip in and out of the village. When Fu Yun and her son arrived, it was already very lively. She could hear the loud voices of her uncles and aunts from afar. She didn't know what they were talking about, but they were laughing heartily. The villagers greeted them happily when they saw them. Ruoruo, Wen, you're here. They exchanged pleasantries with Wen and were also very concerned about Wen's injury. Wen was surrounded by a group of elders who were of the same generation as his grandparents. They were all concerned about his well-being. His crisp and clear voice was cute and adorable, and it was indescribably delightful to hear. Sister Yunrua. Xianxia stood up and quickly greeted her. Come and sit down. Fu Yun was looking at her son with a smile on her face. When she heard Xianxia's voice, she turned her head and saw Xianxia standing in the crowd and waving at her. When Fu Yun looked over, she saw Xiyu sitting in the middle of a group of uncles and aunties. These two people were exceptionally conspicuous in the crowd. She walked over, and Xianxia hurriedly gave the small stool to Fu Yun. Then, he squeezed onto a stool with Xiyu. Sister Yunrua, you brought the child out for a walk? Yes. Fu Yun replied. I didn't expect you to be here too. Fu Yun didn't expect to see these two celebrities so down-to-earth. They even came to participate in the village's large-scale gossip event. It seemed like they were doing well. Xianxia smiled and said, it's quite interesting. This was a lifestyle that he had never experienced in his previous 22 years of life. He had never met a group of people like this in his life. A group of people carried small stools and chatted as though they were having a meeting. When the event ended, they carried the stools back to their homes. After Xianxia participated on the first day, he felt that it was very novel. Every night, he dragged Xiyu over. If Fu Yun couldn't help but glance at Xiyu, Xianxia could still understand. After all, he was still young and was a little childish. However, when Fu Yun saw Xiyu being surrounded by a group of uncles and aunties, she felt like laughing for some reason. Wen finally broke through the layers of concern and came to Fu Yun's side. His small body leaned against Fu Yun's and he first called out to his mother. Then, he greeted Xiyu and Xianxia. The villagers quickly changed the topic to the family matters in and out of the village. Xianxia asked curiously, Sister Yunrua, I didn't see you guys coming before. Do you not live in the village often? Yes, I work at another place. I live there more often. It's more convenient. Fu Yun said. Originally, she felt that other than when it was raining and cold, she would live in the village with her son. However, it was indeed inconvenient to go back and forth every day. Hence, it became like this. She would return to the village once every 7 or 10 days. Xianxia said, Oh. That's really tough. It's not tough. It's okay. Uncle Gua takes good care of me. Xiyu listened to them casually. Fu Yun was the eldest daughter of the Fu family. How could she be reduced to working in such a small place to earn living expenses? He subconsciously frowned. She was being bullied too badly. Wen stood at the side. His big watery eyes looked at Xianxia from time to time. Once again, he felt that he wanted to be his stepfather. He walked over to Xiyu's side with his short legs. He held onto his knees and tried to tiptoe to whisper to him. However, he was too short. Even if he stretched his body, he could not reach him. Xiyu carried the child. Wen stepped on his thigh. Xiyu lowered his head and cooperated. Wen hugged Xiyu's neck and whispered in his ear. Uncle Yu, does Uncle Su want to be my stepfather? Xiyu. He immediately looked over. His gaze was sharp and full of criticism. Him? He wanted to be his son's stepfather? What was he thinking? Xiyu said with certainty, no. Wen immediately felt relieved. He did not want to have another person in the family to compete with him for favor. Xianxia and Fu Yunrua were chatting happily, but suddenly, a chill rose from his tailbone, and he immediately shivered. Xianxia touched his back. Why did he suddenly feel cold? He turned his head and happened to meet a pair of deep eyes. Xianxia quivered and immediately sat upright. What's wrong? He unconsciously stuttered and felt an inexplicable pressure. Fu Yun also looked over. When she saw her son and Siyu hugging so intimately, she thought to herself that she did not expect her son to like Siyu so much. This was the first time she saw Wen take the initiative to get close to someone other than her. Even Uncle Gua, Uncle Mei, and Aunt Mei. Wen rarely took the initiative to get close to someone other than her. She felt a little jealous. When will your show end? Fu Yun asked Siyu. She only knew that they would be filming for about half a month. She was not sure when they would be leaving. Siyu said lightly, 10 more days. Xianxia secretly calculated. That's right. They would be leaving in 10 days. When he did not see Sister Yunrua and Wen, he suddenly felt reluctant. When Wen heard this, she also felt reluctant. They still had 10 more days. Fu Yun smiled and said, then I'll see when it's convenient for you. I'll treat you to a meal to thank you for liking and taking care of Wen. Fu Yun did not have anything to repay them. She only wanted to treat them to a meal. When the time came, she would invite Uncle Mei, Aunt Mei, and Uncle Gua. Everyone would be lively and it would not be a waste of their fate to know each other. Fu Yun knew in her heart that their interactions were limited to this. After all, they were not people from the same world. Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up and he agreed. Okay. Then it's settled. You can set the time and let me know a day in advance. At this moment, her phone suddenly rang. Fu Yun took out her phone and saw that it was time. She turned off the alarm and stood up. I should go back. Wen immediately jumped down from Siyu's arms and walked towards Fu Yun. Siyu was not used to the sudden departure of the soft little heater in his arms. He stood up. Xianxia, who was beside him, looked puzzled and did not react. Siyu said, we should go back too. Yes. Xianxia hurriedly stood up and walked out of the crowd with Siyu. They greeted the villagers and left. Fu Yunrua and her son were going the same way as Siyu, so they walked together. Wen skipped along the path without a care in the world. Siyu and Fu Yun walked together. They were not far from each other. She looked at him puzzledly. She felt that he did not seem to want to talk tonight and was not in a good mood. However, they were not close after all, so she was embarrassed to ask too much. Siyu indeed did not feel like talking. When he saw Fu Yun, he thought of himself, who was already dead in the eyes of the mother and son. This made him depressed. They had already passed by Aunt Mei's door. Fu Yun saw that Siyu was still following her and looked puzzled. Siyu said plainly, I'll send you to your door. Xianxia, who was about to enter the house, heard Siyu's words. He slapped his head and turned back. Yes, we should send Sister and Wen to their door. No need. It's just a few steps away. We'll be there soon. Fu Yun did not expect that she would receive such treatment and refused repeatedly. They had walked this path many times and were already familiar with it. There was no need for them to do this. However, since the two of them insisted on sending them, Fu Yun could only let them do it. When they reached their door, Fu Yun and Wen said goodnight to them but did not invite them in. It was late at night and they were orphans and widows, so it was not convenient. Siyu stood at the door and instructed, close the door. Fu Yun nodded. Wen poked her head out from behind Fu Yun and waved her chubby little paws. Uncle Yu, good night. Uncle Su, good night. Siyu and Xianxia responded and watched the door close. They only turned to leave after hearing that they had safely returned to their house. Fu Yun closed the door and held Wen's hand as they entered the house. She immediately logged into her account on her phone. It was 2 minutes to 9 o'clock sharp. Fortunately, she made it in time. Wen jumped up and down at the side. Mom, I want to watch it too. I want to watch it too. Fu Yun had no choice but to agree. She sat down and hugged Wen in her arms. The two of them watched it together. Fu Yun saw that it was 9 o'clock sharp. Lu Ji's Weibo account and the forum's account were the first to publicize the new MB. She immediately switched between the two accounts. In less than 2 minutes, hashtag Lu Ji's MB hashtag S trending topic ranking rapidly rose to the top of the trending topic. The topic immediately exploded. Although it was because of the studio's publicity, it could be seen that it was very popular. It was Fu Yun's first time watching the MB. The image was beautiful, and there was also the charming voice of the Queen of Heaven, Lu Ji. The effect was very good. Fu Yun couldn't help but listen to it 3 times. She listened to the song once, watched the story of the MV once, and listened to it while watching. It was really a feast for the ears. It's so nice. Fu Yun couldn't help but praise. Wen heard this and pointed at the screen. It's nice. He was talking about the part of the video that Fu Yun produced. Fu Yun smiled. In Wen's eyes, she was very good. She kissed his little face. Wen immediately covered his little face. He had already grown up, but his mother still loved to kiss him. It was too embarrassing. Fu Yun looked at the comments for a while. Basically, they were all praises. She felt relieved. Then, she put her phone aside and went out to get some water. She was ready to wipe her hands and feet and sleep. On the other hand, after Siyu returned to the Mei family's house, he didn't stay idle in his room. His subordinate was very efficient. Soon, he found the information about Fu Yun for the past 4 years and sent it over. After Siyu finished reading it, he felt a little uneasy. However, he quickly suppressed this strange feeling. Buy me some toys that 3 or 4-year-old boys like to play with and send them over. Siyu thought of the pile of toys that the production team had sent and thought that his son was worthy of the best. Yes. Also, custom make more than 10 sets of children's clothes. Siyu thought of the children's clothes. He could tell that Fu Yun was very attentive to the children. The designs were ordinary, but the materials used were not cheap. However, it couldn't be compared to custom-made children's clothes. Siyu hesitated for a moment. Also, custom make some clothes for Fu Yun, as well as bags, shoes, and cosmetics. He thought that he wasn't trying to curry favor with this woman. He was just trying to build a good relationship with her. After all, she was his son's mother. He couldn't be too shabby. If Feng Shui's woman was still here, they might meet again. Although Feng Shui's appearance and temperament were completely superior to that woman's, he didn't mind crushing her in terms of external appearance. His son's mother deserved the best. Siyu thought about it and felt that it was inappropriate. Then, he changed his mind. Forget it. Just send the children's clothes over. Forget about the woman's clothes. In such a remote place, people who didn't need to wear fancy clothes would attract attention. Furthermore, if he sent these things for no reason, they would definitely not accept them. Just do it first. You don't have to send them over. After Siyu gave his instructions, he hung up the phone. Yes. In a luxurious office, a young man in a suit and leather shoes put down his phone with a strange look on his face. The man beside him, who was also in a suit and leather shoes, saw this and asked, "Boss, do you have any other instructions?" Yes. He nodded and then said to his partner strangely, "We're going to have a wife." What do you mean? The man said slowly, "Just now, because of a woman, boss changed the order 3 times. Just to give her clothes, jewelry, and cosmetics." He couldn't help but look at the neon lights in the night sky outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. He wondered if the sun would rise from the west tomorrow. His partner instantly understood. You're going to have a wife soon. Their boss, who had always been decisive, was acting strangely because of such a small matter. This meant that the woman had a special place in their boss's heart. They had worked for their boss for so long, but they had never seen him personally say that he wanted to give a woman these things. Siyu didn't know that his subordinate had guessed so much. He had just hung up the phone when his manager, Yuan Xian, called him. What's the matter? Siyu asked. I want to remind you that the Chang family is also involved. They want to pressure the company to deal with you. Siyu frowned. His personal affairs were a mess and he didn't have the time to care about this. Do as you deem fit. Yuan Xian complained, "You're so free." They were so busy that they couldn't sleep well. Siyu said, "I'm not free." He was very busy. Yuan Xian asked suspiciously, "You didn't cause me any trouble, did you?" Siyu said casually, "How could I cause you any trouble?" Why didn't Yuan Xian believe him? The company's public relations department was so busy that they were still working overtime. Wasn't he the one who had caused the trouble? Yuan Xian was worried. "I'll go over in 2 days." He had to watch over it personally. Siyu ignored him. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, "What about the Fu family? What's the situation now?" The Fu family? Yuan Xian naturally paid attention to them. After all, they were Feng Shui's backer. They haven't done anything yet. "Don't worry, I've asked someone to keep an eye on them." Siyu replied, "Keep an eye on the Fu family. If there's anything strange, tell me." Okay. Yuan Xian hung up the phone. He was a little suspicious. Why did he feel that Siyu was paying too much attention to the Fu family? At this moment, someone called him. Yuan Xian responded and left. He must be thinking too much. The next day was a good day. Fu Yun didn't have to go to the flower bed, so she changed into a dress. She wore a retro long dress. Her long hair was braided, and the braid fell diagonally to the left of her chest. Because of work, Fu Yun never wore a dress at the flower bed. She always wore jeans and casual pants. She only wore a dress when she was in the village. Every time Wen saw Fu Yun wearing a dress, her eyes would sparkle. She would praise her sweetly. "Mommy is so beautiful." Fu Yun also praised, "Wen is also handsome today." Fu Yun made Wen wear denim shorts with suspenders and a white short-sleeved shirt. She looked exceptionally handsome. Of course. Wen raised her head proudly. "It's because I have such a beautiful mommy that I can give birth to such a handsome baby." Yes. That's right. The mother and son laughed and flattered each other. They were very happy. At this moment, a few children ran over. They leaned against the door mysteriously and shouted, "Sister Ruoruo, Sister Ruoruo." Fu Yun heard the commotion and walked out. What's the matter? She saw that only Dali, Dunzi, and a few older children had come. Dali whispered, "Sister Ruoruo, let's take you somewhere." "Where are we going?" Fu Yun saw that the children were acting mysteriously and was a little curious. Wen ran over. "I want to go too." Dunzi looked at Wen's small body and felt a little awkward. However, looking at his big, watery eyes, they couldn't say no. But the mountain roads weren't easy to walk on. "Sister Ruoruo, bring a basket." Fu Yun didn't know what these children wanted to do, but she still went to the kitchen to get an exquisite bamboo basket. This was made by Uncle Mei for her to carry things. In the end, Wen also followed. The mother and son followed Dali and the others into the mountains. Wen followed with her short legs and asked curiously, "Where are we going?" Dali whispered, "We're bringing you to our secret base." After walking for about 20 minutes, Fu Yun and the others arrived at the secret base that the children were talking about. "Are these mulberries?" Fu Yun looked at the mulberry trees in front of her. There were ripe purplish-black fruits hanging on them. There were mulberries in the village, but they were eaten by a group of children before they were ripe. It wasn't easy to see such ripe mulberries. The children went up to pick the fruits and put them in Fu Yun's basket. "For Sister Ruoruo and Wen. Wen is injured, so you have to eat more. However, you can't tell anyone." This was how Dali and the others apologized. Yesterday, Wen was injured by the evil empress. They felt that they were responsible and only cared about themselves. They didn't notice that Wen didn't run away. Therefore, they shared their secret base with Wen and the others. Fu Yun didn't reject the children's kindness. "Then I'll pick the fruits with you. However, we have to eat them together. There are so many fruits. Wen and I won't be able to finish them. It would be a pity if they spoil." "Yes, yes." The children were very happy when they heard this. Wen also happily went up to help pick the fruits. Of course, he wasn't happy about the mulberries, but the process of picking them. This small piece of mulberry looked like a lot at first glance, but in fact, not much was picked. The bamboo basket that Fu Yunrua brought was filled. The children's trouser pockets were bulging. Their hands were also full, so there was nothing left. Okay, let's go home. When Fu Yun spoke, the children ran forward happily. Let's go back and eat mulberries. Fu Yun also smiled and quickly followed. The program. Team's live broadcast continued filming today. However, because of yesterday's incident, the atmosphere in Feng Shui's team was a little stiff. Feng Shui looked haggard and worked hard to cooperate with the filming. Occasionally, she would inadvertently reveal her weakness, which made people feel protective of her. According to the script, today's theme was to change partners. Originally, the program team wanted Siyu and Feng Shui to be partners so that there would be topics to talk about. However, after yesterday's incident, the program team quickly changed partners. Xianxia and Feng Shui were in the same team, while Siyu and Wang Huibei were in the same team. Wang Huibei had a good impression of Feng Shui, so naturally, he couldn't stand Siyu, who was insulting his goddess. He couldn't help but pick on her. However, Siyu countered with little effort and blocked his words. Wang Huibei suddenly remembered something and said casually, I remember the children said that there was a sister Ruoro in their village who was prettier than Shui Rua. I didn't really believe it. I heard that sister Ruoro is from Xianxia village. Brother Yu, have you seen her before? Is it true that she's extremely beautiful? Sure enough, the screen was filled with mockery. A village girl? How can she be compared to Shui? The names are so similar. How disgusting. Could it be that she purposely changed her name to ride on Shui's popularity? Siyu raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at Wang Huibei, who seemed to be very honest. Then, she said, the children are the worst at lying. You're right. Wang Huibei laughed dryly. Then I'd really like to see it. Siyu said, there's no need to see it. Not everyone wants to be disturbed by unimportant people for no reason. Wang Huibei was speechless. The assistant cameraman quickly moved the camera away to capture the scenery. He didn't want to capture Siyu's mocking face and attract more hatred. Speaking of which, Siyu's mouth was getting more and more impolite. The assistant cameraman was distracted by the director's repeated instructions. Naturally, he didn't notice that a group of people had suddenly appeared in the distance and were getting closer and closer. Brother, calm down. Calm down. I can do this shot. Goddess. A fairy who accidentally entered the mortal world. That's the woman. I want to know everything about her in 3 minutes. Mommy is this little sister. I'm willing to be a lesbian for her. I can do it. She's so beautiful. Under the HD camera, a young girl holding a bamboo basket walked towards them. Her retro dress swayed slightly as a group of children circled around her, smiling innocently. The sunlight shone on her fair and exquisite face, making it seem like she was covered in a layer of golden light. The moment she looked over, the audience only thought of one word. 10,000 years in a glance. Fu Yunrua held the bamboo basket and focused all her attention on the children who were chasing each other around her. Looking at the carefree smiles of the children, she couldn't help but smile. Her smile was warm and pure. When she saw the children suddenly stop and look ahead, she also looked over. Not far away, Siyu and a familiar-looking male celebrity were standing together. The cameraman was also there, and it was obvious that they were filming a show. She stopped in her tracks. She didn't want to disturb them, so she didn't greet Siyu. Instead, she said to the children, let's walk around here. Wenwen saw that Siyu and the others were filming a live stream. She looked at her mother nervously and couldn't wait for her mother to leave. When she heard her speak, she hurriedly pulled on her skirt and walked around. Siyu saw Fu Yunrua and a group of children appear, and the camera was focused on them. She frowned and stood in front of the camera to block it. Then, she glanced at the cameraman indifferently. Wenwen had said that she wouldn't let her mother appear on camera. Siyu also didn't want Fu Yunrua to be attacked by Feng Shui's group of brainless fans. The cameraman reacted and hurriedly moved the camera away. The audience watching Siyu's live stream was mesmerized by the beautiful scene. Suddenly, the camera was blocked by a broad back. The audience sighed regretfully. Then, they all asked Xiu not to block the camera. They wanted to see the fairy. In the end, you didn't block the camera. However, the fairy wasn't on the screen. Cameraman, hurry up and film the fairy. I'll give you an extra drumstick. Boo-hoo, I haven't seen enough. It's too cruel. Luckily, I was rational enough to take a screenshot. Hand over the screenshot and we'll spare your life. No matter how much the audience screamed, the camera remained focused on Xiu and the scenery. Sisters, you can watch Wang Huibei's live stream next door. It turned out that the cameraman had also noticed the appearance of a group of people and quickly moved the camera over. When the audience saw the eye-catching bullet screen, they remembered that Wang Huibei was also present. They immediately swarmed over. The number of viewers on Xiu's side dropped sharply, while Wang Huibei's side rose sharply. Wang Huibei also saw the girl walking over. She was wearing ordinary clothes that could not hide her outstanding appearance. In terms of appearance and temperament, she seemed to be above Feng Shui. There was astonishment in his eyes. He even had the thought that those children were right, but this thought only flashed through his mind. How could an ordinary girl from the countryside compare to the royal Feng Shui Rua? Many of Wang Huibei's fans also liked Feng Shui Rua. The more they ridiculed her before, the more they slapped her in the face. The audience that rushed in quickly took over the screen and started to lick his face in the bullet screen. Most of the audience who had been slapped in the face were as quiet as chickens. Only a few fans maintained their original views and continued to ridicule her. She could not compare to Mai Shui at all. There were even some conspiracy theories. Could it be that this woman wanted to use Xue as a stepping stone? She must be crazy to be famous, right? Then, as if they had found a reason, they quickly ridiculed her. However, the public opinion was not one-sided this time. The group of viewers who were obsessed with beauty were not at a disadvantage at all. Oh? Then your aesthetic standards are really special. To be honest, with Feng Shui Rua's looks, there are many people in the entertainment industry who are more outstanding than her. I don't know what the brainless fans are so excited about. That's right. In the past, I thought that her otherworldly temperament added points. Now that she's compared to this little fairy, it's the difference between a pirated version and a genuine one. What pirated version? Isn't this the difference between a high-quality product and a low-quality one? Instead of awkwardly praising her looks, why not praise her acting skills? At least an ordinary person can't compare to a movie queen like you. 23333 These valiant viewers were mostly Xiu's fans. Xiu had never concealed his opinions of Feng Shui Rua, causing his fans to have an average impression of Feng Shui Rua. They even hated her a little. In fact, due to Xiu revealing his poisonous tongue, the originally passive moons also became poisonous tongues, and their fighting strength increased exponentially. This was probably what they meant by boiling powder with the steam. Wang Huibei saw her leading the children in a different direction and hurriedly chased after them. Please wait. When the children saw two strangers running over, they hurriedly protected Fu Yunrua and Wenwen behind them. They put their hands on their hips and shouted fiercely, "What do you want?" Wang Huibei stood a meter away and revealed a friendly smile. Don't misunderstand. We don't have any bad intentions. He looked at Fu Yunrua. Are you Miss Rua? The little protectors looked at them warily. Why are you looking for Sister Rua? They still remembered that these outsiders had bullied their families when yesterday. Were they going to bully their sister Rua now? Fu Yunrua glanced at the camera that had been pointed at her and politely said to the cameraman, "Hello, can the camera not be pointed at me? I'm not used to being photographed." The cameraman was stared at by a pair of beautiful eyes. He hesitated for a moment before moving the camera away and pointing it at Wang Huibei. Fu Yunrua then looked at Wang Huibei. May I ask why you're looking for me? Wang Huibei was at a loss for words. He didn't know what to say. It's nothing. He glanced at the bamboo basket in her hand and laughed dryly. We're going to pick mulberries. Fu Yunrua lowered her head and looked at the bamboo basket. She thought that they had stopped her because they wanted to eat mulberries. Then, she asked the children, "Uncle wants to eat mulberries. Can we give them some?" The children hesitated. They didn't really want to give it, but when they saw Xiu walking over, they thought about how Uncle Yu had given them candy and treated Wenwen so well. Thus, they said generously, "Let Uncle Yu try it." When they looked at Wen Huaibei, they said reluctantly, "Let this uncle try it too." Fu Yunrua laughed, but she still agreed seriously. Then, she grabbed a handful and gave it to Wen Huaibei and the two cameramen. Finally, when she gave it to Siyu, she gave it twice. Siyu's hands were big enough that she could still hold it after giving it twice. Fu Yunrua smiled and nodded at Siyu as a greeting. She didn't say anything. After giving it, she left briskly with the group of children. Siyu watched as Fu Yunrua and the children's figures quickly disappeared from her sight. Then, she turned to Wen Huaibei and saw that he was staring blankly. She clicked her tongue. Then, she turned around and left with a smile. "Let's go wash the mulberries. They look delicious." The audience was originally discussing excitedly. They had just seen little cutie Wenwen, and only then did they notice that little cutie and little fairy sister looked extremely similar. With one look, they could tell that they were related by blood. Were these siblings? What kind of immortal parents could give birth to such good-looking children? Did they save the world in their previous life? However, when they heard Siyu say something that deserved a beating in a smug tone, they were immediately envious and jealous. They also wanted their little sister to give them mulberries. Although Fu Yunrua only appeared on screen for a while, related topics quickly appeared on Weibo's forums. #little fairy ## immortal siblings ## gorgeous little sister ## mulberry lady #. Such topics quickly appeared on the trending searches and their popularity soared. The hottest topic was a 10-second video recorded by a netizen. The side profile killer, the eyes killer. The fans who saw it quickly fell into a pit. Countless people fell into the video loop and couldn't get out. They ran to the production team and requested for little sister Xianxia to appear on screen. Fu Yunrua didn't know about the commotion on the internet. She brought the children home and took out the mulberries in the basket and the ones in the children's pockets. She washed them and placed them on a fruit plate. When they went to pick the mulberries, the children were mysterious. However, when they ate them, they were generous. They called the other children who usually played with them over and shared a few with each of them. The group of children ate until their mouths and tongues turned black. Then, they laughed and stuck out their tongues and made funny faces. Wenwen also ate until his mouth turned purple. However, he felt that it didn't look good. He quickly went over and asked Fu Yunrua to help wipe his mouth. Fu Yunrua didn't wipe it clean after wiping it, so she got some salt water for him to brush his teeth and rinse his mouth. Only then did the color disappear. After the children finished eating the fruit, they played hopscotch with Wenwen in the courtyard. Fu Yunrua also lined up to jump for a while under the children's invitation. Only when her phone rang did she quit. Fu Yunrua wiped her sweat and picked up the phone. "Hello, Tian, what's wrong?" Rua, you're on the trending searches." Fu Yunrua was surprised for a moment. She thought that it might have been recorded when the production team was doing a live broadcast. However, she didn't know how she got on the trending searches. Her first reaction was, could it be that her identity had been dug out by the audience? Was she being attacked by the entire internet? Fu Yunrua thought of the book that described her in the past. The entire internet was filled with malicious words as if she was an unpardonable sinner. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Should we deal with it? Although we haven't dug out your identity on the platform for the time being, if you fall off the horse, we have to do some public relations in time. Tian always remembered that Fu Yunrua didn't like to show her face. Although she could rely on her looks to become more popular, she preferred to rely on her skills. Tian was now in charge of Fu Yunrua's studio. She was also paying attention to the movements on the internet. When she saw the trending searches, she didn't care at first. However, when she saw that Fu Yunrua was the main character in the video, she immediately called to ask. "Why are you being photographed?" "It was an accident. I was accidentally photographed." Fu Yunrua heard Tian's relaxed tone. It seemed that the situation on the internet was not what she thought. She originally didn't want to go up and take a look. No one would come all the way here to do anything to her. She asked, "Is the internet good or bad?" "It's basically all positive." Tian said, should we take this opportunity to announce your identity? Tian saw Fu Yunrua's popularity on the internet. If they did it well, taking advantage of this popularity to announce her identity would be of great help to Fu Yunrua's popularity. Don't. Fu Yunrua refused. It's good like this now. If possible, try to let the topic sink as soon as possible. Fu Yunrua didn't want to show her face in public. She didn't want her private life to be exposed to the public. How good was it now? She could live a quiet life. No matter whether the things on the internet were good or bad, they wouldn't disturb her. Alright. Tian felt that it was a pity that she couldn't take advantage of the free popularity, but she still respected her opinion. Then we'll pay more attention here. Okay, sorry to trouble you. By the way, Rua, I've already sorted out the school information you wanted for you. I've also asked someone to keep an eye on the house you want to buy. I'll inform you as soon as there's a house. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Fu Yunrua thought that Wenwen was so smart that he could go to kindergarten in September. She originally wanted to let her child study here, but after thinking about it, she should start preparing for the future. Wenwen would study here until next year. He would only be 4 years old next year and would be in kindergarten in the capital. 1 year's time was enough for her to arrange everything in the capital. In the dead of night, she carefully thought about Aunt May's words. For herself and her child, she really couldn't continue to stay in this cave. It was time for her to go out. She just didn't know how to say it and persuade Uncle Gua to go with her. After hanging up the phone, Fu Yunrua remembered that Tian said that it was a positive trending topic. She was quite curious and went to take a look. She browsed through the netizens' comments and trending topics and felt quite awkward. Although she had always felt that this face was very good, she felt that the netizens' praises were too exaggerated. There was actually a topic about Miss Mulberry. Could it be because she was holding a mulberry at that time? Fu Yunrua looked for a while. Other than licking her face, the netizens were asking about her identity. No one recognized her. She couldn't help but think that the netizens were really forgetful. She remembered that the original her had appeared on camera online and was even on the trending topic. However, the comments were all mocking and insulting. It was clearly the same face. Was there such a big difference? She used the webcam to look at herself in the mirror. The only difference was whether she put on makeup or not. Was there really no one who recognized her? She looked up the news in the past and found that she didn't know when, but all the news about her had disappeared on the internet. It was as if she had never existed. Fu Yunrua didn't know what to feel for a moment. However, she didn't immerse herself in this emotion for long. Wenwen ran over and hugged her leg. She looked up at her and asked with concern, "Mom, what's wrong?" Fu Yunrua put aside her thoughts and touched Wenwen's face. "Mom is fine." Then, she stood up and took Wenwen out to play with the children. When the guests were resting, Feng Shuirua naturally saw the trending topic. She also saw that the children were talking about Sister Rua, who was prettier than her. She pinched her palms so hard that red marks appeared on her fingertips. She didn't know what was going on recently. Everything she did wasn't going well. It wasn't like this in the past. Ever since she participated in this show. She shouldn't have participated in this show. This show and the people here didn't match her horoscope. Feng Shuirua looked at the smiling woman on the phone and her eyes turned red with jealousy. She was just a village girl. How could she have a better temperament than the one she had raised for so many years? No, it must be the effect of the camera filter. How could she be better than her? This face really disgusted her. However, when they walked out of the room, Feng Shuirua didn't notice anything unusual. She smiled and spoke gently to Xianxia. Then, she inadvertently and sincerely praised, "I just saw the trending topic. The Sister Rua from the village is really much prettier than me." Xianxia smiled foolishly and didn't say anything. He agreed with her in his heart, but it wasn't good to nod in front of the person involved. Feng Shuirua's smile didn't change. She pinched her palms again and said gently, "This is the sister of the child from yesterday, right? I was wrong about what happened yesterday. I thought about it carefully. I should formally apologize to the child's parents." Feng Shuirua lowered her eyes and bit her full lower lip. You know them, right? Can you take me to see them? Xianxia hesitated and thought about it. He felt that it was right. Sister Ruarua was obviously very angry because of Wenwen's injury. If Feng Shui apologized in person, Sister Ruarua wouldn't be so angry. Okay. The two of them walked towards Xianxia village. However, before they reached Fu Yunrua's house, they met Siyu and Wang Huibei's group. Siyu raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw them. Brother Yu. Brother Huibei. Xianxia was quite happy to see the two of them. Siyu said, if I remember correctly, you guys should be doing a mission in Xia village? Xianxia looked at Feng Shuirua and scratched the back of his head. Brother, Sister Shuirua said that she wants to apologize to Sister Ruarua in person. Feng Shuirua tucked her hair behind her ears and took a step forward. She looked at Siyu with her bright eyes and said, I think that we should apologize to Wenwen's parents. Siyu looked at her ambiguously and suddenly asked, did you see the trending searches online? Feng Shuirua smiled faintly and said sincerely, yes. Wenwen and his sister look very much alike. It's just as the internet says. They are a pair of immortal siblings. Siyu looked her up and down and smiled mockingly. If I remember correctly, you came looking for me time and time again because you wanted to find your sister? When he said the last two words, there was an inexplicable meaning in his tone. The sister that she was so worried about was right in front of her, but she couldn't recognize her? Siyu had only interacted with her once. At that time, he hadn't been fully conscious. Even so, he had recognized her at first glance. How could this woman, who had said that she cared about her sister and had been with her for more than 10 years, not recognize her after watching the video? If she had anxiously come looking for her sister after watching the video, Siyu might have thought better of her. But in the end? Siyu looked at this hypocritical woman and felt that it was really laughable. He did laugh twice. He really didn't understand how such a stupid woman could be doing so well. Feng Shuirua didn't react immediately. 3 years ago, she had chased after Siyu and asked him about Fu Yun's whereabouts. Later, she had disappeared for too long and the family had deliberately downplayed her existence. Now, the outside world thought that she was the only daughter of the Fu family. Feng Shuirua hadn't thought of her for a long time. Siyu took the initiative to mention it to her. Feng Shui was stunned. Then, she said in surprise, you really know about my sister? Where is she? Siyu ignored her and looked at her coldly. You are so hypocritical that it disgusts me. Then, he looked at Xianxia and said, let's go. Oh? Oh. Xianxia was confused, but he still followed Siyu. He didn't even have time to film the program. Wait. Feng Shuirua was about to chase after them when she suddenly thought of something and her face changed. Ruarua. Fu Yunrua? Wang Huibei didn't know what they were talking about. When he saw that Feng Shuirua's face was pale, he asked with concern, Shuirua, what's wrong? Feng Shuirua came back to her senses. Nothing. She still didn't look well. Let's go back. Okay. Wang Huibei looked at her with concern. He wanted to ask more, but when he saw that she didn't want to talk, he didn't ask. Feng Shuirua went back to her room and locked herself in. She immediately turned on her phone and looked at the video. Fu Yunrua. It was her. It had only been 4 years. How did she change so much? How could she not recognize her? Her impression of the woman was that she had sharp eyes, a bad temper, and was full of thorns and aggressive. Because she didn't sleep well, her skin was in poor condition, and she always wore heavy makeup to hide her haggard appearance. This woman, on the other hand, had a completely different aura. She looked like a completely different person. Feng Shuirua suddenly remembered why she felt that the child looked so familiar that it made her hate him. Wasn't he a replica of Fu Yunrua when she was young? It seemed that when she first met her stepsister at such a young age, her eyes were filled with hatred and hostility when she looked at her and her mother. Feng Shuirua suddenly calmed down. She thought of something and her lips curled into a smile. Younger brother? No, this was a son, right? Xianxia followed Siyu back to the Mei family. He was still confused and kept thinking about the conversation between Siyu and Feng Shuirua. Older sister? Who were they talking about? Didn't the Fu family only have one young lady? Wasn't that the rumor in the industry? The Fu family had more than one young lady? The marriage between the Chang family and the Fu family was a match made in heaven. Feng Shuirua entered the entertainment industry because she didn't want to rely on her family's background, so she used her mother's surname. In fact, even if Feng Shuirua kept denying it, everyone in the industry knew that Feng Shuirua's backing was the Fu family and the Chang family. Otherwise, how could Feng Shuirua be so successful in the industry that even those who slept with her didn't dare to approach her? Why would they give her all the good resources? This was also the rumor circulating among Feng Shuirua's fans. They even proudly boasted that their idol was the cleanest female celebrity in the entertainment industry. She was the real Ms. Perfect. Although it wasn't exposed, it was still a rumor. Could it be that the Fu family had more than one young lady? That seemed to be the case. There was a piece of news that said that Feng Shuirua had a stepsister and that she was often bullied by her stepsister. Xianxia fainted. High society was really complicated. Siyu didn't know what Xianxia was thinking. He returned to his room and called his agent. Keep an eye on the situation online. Yuan Xian's first reaction was, "What did you do this time?" Siyu was speechless. He clicked his tongue and said, "Keep an eye on Feng Shuirua. You can deal with any news that involves Fu Yunrua." Yuan Xian nodded and then asked suspiciously, "Are you hiding something from me? Why are you so concerned about Fu Yunrua recently? Even if she is the first and only woman you have ever touched, you didn't care about her before." Siyu was speechless. "Shut up." Yuan Xian chuckled. "You used to be so picky. When I mocked you for being a virgin, you didn't get angry. Now that you aren't a virgin anymore, why are you so shy? This isn't like you who is pure and has few desires." Siyu chuckled. "Me? Shy? No matter how pure and simple I am, it's still better than you having so many people around you. You're already so old, but you don't even have a child." Yuan Xian laughed. "You speak as if you have a child." Siyu was speechless. Yuan Xian was speechless. F***ck. Don't tell me you're really pregnant? Yuan Xian roared. B** starred. How dare you hide such a big thing from me? You ************. He was so angry that he didn't care about offending his superior and directly scolded him. Siyu moved his phone away. "Okay, that's all. Goodbye." Yuan Xian's irritable voice stopped abruptly. Siyu casually put his phone aside and rapped his knuckles on the table. After solving these problems, Fu Yunrua wouldn't be cooped up here anymore, right? He had planned ahead. The filming would end in 10 days, so he had no reason to stay here for long. Furthermore, it wasn't realistic for him to stay here. In order to persuade her to leave with the child, other than persuading her with emotions and reasoning, the most direct way was to resolve her concerns. In the past, he had allowed that couple to jump around in front of him. Every time he wanted to do something to them, there would always be a voice in his heart that stopped him from doing so. His intuition had always been very accurate, so he had always allowed that lucky couple to make their presence known everywhere they went. Later on, he noticed that whenever someone tried to harm them, it would be a blessing in disguise for them, while the person who went against them would be extremely unlucky. But now, Siyu ignored his intuition and decided to completely resolve the problem. If they were unlucky, so be it. He could afford to be unlucky. His son was as silly as his mother and only knew how to be bullied. If he didn't get rid of them first, was he going to let them bully his son? Fu Yun brought Wen back to the flower garden early the next morning. Uncle Gua saw that Wen's little hands were wrapped in gauze and his heart ached. He insisted on getting to the bottom of it. After Fu Yun explained, he aggressively went to find the production team to settle the score, but was stopped by Fu Yun. Even so, he still scolded for a while. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't curse in front of children, he would have scolded even more fiercely. After Fu Yun comforted Uncle Gua, she started the live broadcast. After a day and 2 nights of publicity for the Heavenly Queen Lu Ji's MV, Lu Ji specially thanked Fu Yun during the press conference. She also benefited from it, so the popularity of the live broadcast increased a little. Although it wasn't obvious, in her studio's resume, she had worked with top people before. This benefit was long-term. Fu Yun didn't intend to tell her fans that the eldest's lotus petal orchid was showing signs of mutation. At first, she wasn't sure. After confirming it, she wanted to give them a surprise. However, there were many professional orchid artists among her fans. It didn't take long for them to realize it and asked excitedly on the screen. Since someone mentioned it, Fu Yun didn't hide it and confirmed the fans' guess. The fans were stunned. They had watched the 12 brothers grow up since they were seeds. The eldest had actually mutated. The eldest was indeed the eldest. For a moment, almost everyone's attention was on the eldest. They all wanted to see how the mutated lotus petal orchid would turn everyone upside down. Her private messages were even more lively. There were many orchid lovers among her fans, and there was no lack of rich people. Not long after she started raising the orchids, there were people who wanted to buy the orchids she raised, but she didn't sell them. Now, the price was high. Her orchids had become celebrity orchids. Each of them had many fans, especially the fans who came from her videos. Most of them were Lao Wu's fans. If these orchids were formed into a group, Lao Wu would temporarily be the center. Now, the taciturn eldest stood out and became the most eye-catching star with the most potential. In her private messages, most of them wanted to buy the lotus petal orchid. The price was high and not low. The highest price was 10 million yuan. It was enough to show the attraction of the mutated orchid to orchid lovers. No wonder Brother Qi had once lamented to her that professional farmers were either so poor that they had to eat dirt or so rich that they were overflowing with oil. She really experienced it today. Fu Yun politely rejected their request to buy it. She was not short of money now, and she was even more reluctant to sell the orchids that she had spent so much effort to cultivate. After Fu Yun Rua replied to some of her fans' inquiries, the person in charge of the Lani Association also came looking for her. This time, they wanted her to participate as a video guide for the publicity. The promotional video not only quoted her video, but also promoted Lan Yi's history in the form of a blockbuster. The person in charge felt that Fu Yun's video production was very spiritual and wanted to ask her for guidance. If Fu Yun was interested, she would naturally agree. However, the headquarters of the Lani Association was in the imperial capital. It was not convenient for Fu Yun to attend the event at the moment. She planned to take the child to the capital at the end of July and August and return at the end of August. It would be just in time for kindergarten to start. When Fu Yun Rua came out, Wenwen was sitting on a small stool. Uncle Guo was holding a cup of ice cream in one hand and a small wooden spoon in the other. He was feeding Wenwen the ice cream mouthful by mouthful. Wenwen narrowed her eyes as she ate. Her short legs were swinging happily. Fu Yun Rua walked over and pulled a long face. Ahem. Wenwen immediately jumped down. Mommy. Uncle Guo put the ice cream behind him and tried his best to put on a dignified face. Is the live broadcast over? Fu Yun Rua nodded. Then, she glanced at the old and young pair and reached out her hand. Give it to me. Wenwen touched her fingers. Mommy, I didn't eat much. Uncle Guo also said, yes, Wenwen is very obedient. He only ate half of it. I'll eat the other half. Okay, Fu Yun Rua replied. Then she said, don't be greedy. You'll get a stomachache. She looked at Uncle Guo. Uncle Guo, you too. The old and young pair's spleen and stomach were not good. Although the weather was so hot that they wanted to eat cold food, they couldn't be greedy. Eating too much was not good for the body. After Fu Yun Rua instructed the two of them, she went to do her work. Anyway, they were under her watch, so she wasn't afraid of them turning the tables. After Siyu finished broadcasting the morning program, she received news in the afternoon that the things she wanted had been sent to town. She went out for a trip. In the end, the travel-worn manager, Yuan Xian, came along with the car. He looked like he hadn't slept for a few days. There were big dark circles under his eyes. When he saw Siyu, it was as if he had seen his enemy. His eyes were about to pop out. Siyu scared. Why are you here? Yuan Xian sneered. Can I not come? If I don't come, will you go to heaven one day? Shocking. Best Actor C actually has an illegitimate child. What do you think of this title? The place where they were standing was empty. Other than their own people, anyone who came close would see them. Yuan Xian didn't have any scruples when he spoke. Nothing. C didn't like these 3 words. She couldn't help but frown when she heard them. You clearly know that you are being watched and have information that can be used against you. Why didn't you discuss such a big matter with me? If I wasn't sharp, you wouldn't have told me, right? See, you said, it's not too late to find out now. Besides, if she really wanted to hide it from him, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to give herself away. Yuan Xian looked around. See you. Where's your son? See, you frowned. They don't know yet. Yuan Xian was speechless. What kind of weird plot was this? What's the matter? See, you didn't explain to him. Instead, she asked, is my face unrecognizable? Why can't I remember it? Yuan Xian looked at her handsome face. Maybe she didn't even look at you? See, you was speechless. Yuan Xian thought about it and felt that it was impossible. Then, he found another reason. Maybe she's face blind. She can't tell if the person in front of her is a human or a dog. See, you snorted. That woman wasn't face blind at all. She just couldn't see clearly who the person in front of her was. Yuan Xian said with certainty, it's the child who appeared in your live broadcast. He looked at the screenshot. She looks so cute. She doesn't look like you at all. How did you recognize her? Do you want to do a DNA test? See, you looked at him indifferently. Not everyone is like that woman. She can't even recognize people. Yuan Xian sneered. How much do you care that you keep mentioning it? See, you snorted. Why would he care about that? Are these things for children? Let's go. I want to take a look too. See, you didn't refuse. Watch your words. I know. Do you think I'm you? The black caravan slowly drove into the village and stopped in front of the Mei family's house. The villagers and children came over to watch curiously. See, you smiled faintly. My manager is here to see me. Yuan Xian was fat, but he was agile. He took out a big bag of candy and gave it to the adults and children. He smiled and said, I'm CU's manager, Yuan Xian. Brothers and sisters, you can call me Brother Yuan. Thank you for taking care of CU. I didn't bring much, so I'm just giving you some imported candy. I hope you don't mind. You're too kind, Brother Yuan. The children's pockets were filled with candy as they ran away happily. After receiving the candy, the adults treated Yuan Xian and CU even more kindly and friendly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they didn't surround them anymore and left one after another, leaving them alone to talk. The chauffeur, Yuan Xian, and CU carried the bags into the house. When Aunt Mei saw so many things, she initially thought they were for CU. When she found out that they were all for Wen, she was stunned. This. No matter how ignorant she was, she knew that these things weren't cheap. Why were they all for Wen? For a moment, Aunt Mei couldn't help but think that Yu had taken a liking to Ruoro and wanted to please Ruoro by sucking up to Wen. You don't have to give the child so many things. If you really mean it, just give her some small trinkets, Aunt Mei reminded. Ruoro won't accept so many gifts. Yuan Xian laughed heartily. Sister, CU's original intention was to buy 1 or 2 small toys and 2 sets of clothes. It was the company's idea to buy so many things. We don't have any other intentions. You don't know, but when we saw Wen appear on the live broadcast, our hearts softened. She's such a lovely child. Isn't that so? When Aunt Mei heard Yuan Xian's undisguised praise and fondness for Wen, she immediately smiled like a flower. Wen is such a lovely child. You don't know. Yuan Xian excitedly chatted with Aunt Mei. After a while, he brought up 2 or 3 interesting things about Wen when she was young. He even showed them photos of Wen when she was young. CU was speechless. He originally had a problem with Yuan Xian taking the credit for buying the gifts to the company, but now he just wanted to give him a thumbs up. He was indeed a famous old fox in the entertainment industry. Siyu held a thick photo album in his hand. He didn't have any objections. He looked at the white and cute little guy in the photo and was entranced. No wonder he was his son. He was so cute. After talking for a long time, Xianxia suddenly slapped his thigh and said, "Hey, big sister, should I send the gifts over now? These are the gifts from my company to the child. They really like Wen. When they knew that I was coming over, they wanted to come over as well, but they were afraid that it would be rude, so they could only ask me to send the gifts over. See, you give me one gift after another. That's how we accumulated so many gifts." Aunt May didn't think that these gifts were exaggerated anymore. Each and every one of them was a gift from other people to Wen. Their Wen was so lovable. Aunt May was very proud. "Hey, there's no one in the old house now." Ruoro and Wen went to the flower garden. Siyu immediately looked over and asked, "They're not there?" Ruoro has a job after all. If they live in the village, it's not convenient for them to travel back and forth every day with the child. They only come back to stay occasionally. Aunt May didn't mind. Ruoro came back to the village at least 2 or 3 times a month. When she was free, she would also go to the flower garden, so she didn't think much of it. Xianxia glanced at Siyu and said, "Then can we go to the flower garden to look for them?" Aunt May waved her hand and said, "Don't. Old man Gua has a bad temper. He doesn't like people going to his flower garden. Even if you go, you won't be able to enter." "Gua? Flower garden?" Siyu raised her eyebrows and said, "Is it old man Gua Zheng? The orchid he raises?" "Hey, that's indeed his name." Aunt May kept calling him old man Gua and almost forgot his real name. "The orchid he raises. That's such a coincidence." Xianxia clapped his hands. Aunt May asked curiously, "You know each other?" "Old man Guojing has a student called Qi Weiqing. He's our colleague. When he heard that we were coming here, he specially asked us to visit the teacher on his behalf." Siyu nodded and said, "But I've been filming the show and haven't had the time. I was thinking of visiting him after filming." Aunt May didn't expect that they had such a relationship. She suddenly realized and said, "After all this fuss, we're all on the same side." Xianxia nodded and said, "Yes, we're all on the same side. That's such a coincidence." Aunt May saw that they were even closer. Aunt May had treated them with some politeness before, but now she completely treated them as her own juniors. "Old man Wood definitely won't stop you from going in," Aunt May said cheerfully. "I'll take you there tonight." It was convenient for them to have a car, so they arrived after a 10-minute drive. Aunt May still remembered that Siyu still had to film the show, so she thoughtfully waited for them to arrive at night. "Then I'll have to trouble you, big sister." The atmosphere here was harmonious and cheerful, but the atmosphere on the other side wasn't so good. Feng Shui, Ruo Jing, and Wang Huaibei, as well as another group of guests, He Ling and Ouyang Xingheng, were all smiling and doing missions together. She was the moon surrounded by the stars and was coaxed by the 3 men. The audience screamed in envy. They also wanted to be surrounded by handsome men of different styles. The screen was harmonious. Suddenly, a tall man wearing sunglasses and a suit with long legs entered the frame. He pulled Feng Shuerua into his arms overbearingly. "Ah!" Feng Shui screamed and was about to reject him when a deep voice came from above her head. "Shuer." Feng Shui looked up and saw that the man had taken off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of deep and affectionate eyes. "Brother Chang." Feng Shui exclaimed in surprise when she saw Chang Zhiyu. "Why are you here?" Chang Zhiyu's heart ached as he hugged her. The anger in his heart turned into tenderness when he looked at Feng Shui. "I'm here to see you." Feng Shui's fair cheeks flushed red. "I'll be back soon." "Why did you have to come all the way here? If I didn't come, wouldn't others bully you even more?" As he spoke, he narrowed his eyes and glanced coldly at the crew. Feng Shui lowered her head slightly, then looked up at Chang Zhiyu and smiled. "Of course not. The crew takes good care of me." "You." Chang Zhiyu sighed helplessly and looked at her gently. "It's because you're too kind that you get bullied." Then he said domineeringly, "That's all for today. We're not filming anymore. What are you talking about? Feng Shui frowned and looked at him. I'm filming. Okay. Chang Zhuyu immediately changed his words. I'll watch you from the side. Then he stepped aside, crossed his arms, and watched from the side. Feng Shui smiled apologetically at the crew and said, let's continue. The crew looked at each other and felt uncomfortable, especially when there was someone staring at them like a tiger watching its prey. The guests felt even more awkward. Even their movements and expressions stiffened. At this moment, the live broadcast room was filled with screams and screams. Everyone was shouting that this was a living, domineering CEO. So sweet. The cameraman understood the audience's feelings very well. From time to time, he would glance at Chang Zhuyu and Feng Shui. Occasionally, they would inadvertently look at each other and the audience would shout that they were full of dog food. When the show finally finished filming and the crew was about to leave, Chang Zhuyu called out coldly, wait. Director Peng wiped his sweat. Young Master Chang, what can I do for you? Chang Zhuyu said coldly, shouldn't the crew give me an explanation? This? Brother Chang. Feng Shui tugged at his sleeve and looked at him pleadingly. Chang Zhuyu looked at Feng Shui and sighed. In the end, he couldn't persuade Feng Shui. Get lost. He looked at Feng Shui affectionately. Feng Shui smiled at him and asked with concern, are you okay? I'm fine. You, on the other hand, have been wronged, Chang Zhuyu promised. Shuier, don't worry. I will get justice for you. Feng Shui asked anxiously, don't tell me you. Chang Zhuyu said coldly, I won't let see you off. When he thought of what had happened to him, his face turned pale. When Chang Zhuyu saw that his woman was being bullied by Siyu, he immediately ordered his subordinates to teach Siyu a lesson. However, Apple Entertainment didn't give him any face. On the surface, they tried to shirk responsibility and protect Siyu. Chang Zhuyu had no choice but to look for Yuan Xian personally and give him a stern warning. Yuan Xian didn't buy it at all and looked at her as if she was slandering and making trouble for no reason. He said righteously, who doesn't know that our Siyu is the most gentle and polite to people, especially to women? He's the most respectful and considerate. How could he possibly insult and ridicule others without caring about their reputation? Live broadcast room? I don't see it in the live broadcast room. Yuan Xian lied through his teeth. Siyu's performance in the live broadcast room is obvious to all. You can't slander our Siyu just because she doesn't have a good temper. Apple Entertainment isn't a pushover. Chang Zhuyu said coldly, does that mean Apple Entertainment is going to protect him? Young Master Chang, are you kidding? Siyu is the pillar of Apple Entertainment. Who else can we protect if not him? Chang Zhuyu left angrily. Since he couldn't pressure Apple Entertainment, he had to expose his dirty secrets. However, this person was too clean. His private life was clean and he didn't have any bad habits. He never acted like a big shot in the crew. He was humble to his seniors and took care of his juniors. He wasn't close to any female celebrities and had a good reputation. Other than when he was filming, there was no news about him at all. Since he couldn't find anything that could be used against him, he had to create some dirt. He found a studio and a VIP account, but they didn't dare to accept the job when they heard Siyu's name, even if they offered double the price. Siyu's name was taboo in these studios. Who would dare to expose such groundless dirt? When he first became famous, his studio had accepted the job, but in the end, the entire studio had disappeared. Some VIP accounts had also said some groundless things to attract attention, but in the end, they had been sued and even lost their underwear. Apple Entertainment was a big shot in the entertainment industry. If they wanted to protect someone, who would dare to offend them? As long as Apple Entertainment didn't give up on him, as long as he didn't make any mistakes, he would be able to stand tall in the entertainment industry. Chang Zhuyu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He was the young master of the Chang family and the only heir. How could he not do something to a mere celebrity in the entertainment industry? He had simply used his own money to set up a studio and asked his assistant to form an army of trolls. However, he realized that he couldn't even post anything. How much did he have to pay to be restricted? Chang Zhuyu was so angry that he almost died. Of course, he wouldn't tell Feng Shui about these things. His Shuier was kind-hearted and definitely wouldn't want him to do these things. Feng Shui looked at him worriedly. I'm fine. You don't have to. Shuier, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Then, he changed the topic. Bring me to see the naughty duckling you told me about. Okay. See you and the others had dinner at around 5 o'clock. At 6 o'clock, Aunt May said, let's go over now. Aunt May knew their schedule very well. At this time, they would have just finished dinner when they arrived. Xianxia's eyes lit up when he saw that they were about to go out. He asked, can I go? Next time, Xiu said. Aunt May comforted him. The place we are going to doesn't welcome too many people. You can go and take a look next time. She thought that since Xiaosu and Ruoruo were very close, he wouldn't be rejected if he visited. Okay. Just as they were about to leave, someone shouted from outside, Aunt May, are you there? Yes, what's the matter? The old couple at the entrance of the village is quarreling again. Hurry up and go take a look. Right away. Aunt May looked at Xiu and Yuan Xian. This? Yuan Xian immediately said, Sister May, you go ahead. Xiu and I will follow the GPS. We can find the place. Aunt May was still worried, but the people outside were urging them. She gave them Fu Yun and Ruoruo's phone number. If you can't find the way, call Ruoruo. Okay. Aunt May left in a hurry. Xianxia couldn't care less about what they were going to do. He hurriedly followed Aunt May. He was more interested in the gossip in the village. It sounded like a fierce fight. He wanted to go and take a look. Wen Wen's chubby hands were supporting his waist as he took a stroll outside with his round tummy. Grandpa doted on him, so he was too proud and accidentally ate too much. His mother ordered him to walk for at least half an hour. His legs were very tired. Wen Wen lowered his head to look at his short legs, but all he saw was a watermelon-like tummy. Sigh, he suddenly missed his 8-pack abs. It was okay. He was still young. When he grew up, he would be tall and strong with defined abs. Fu Yunrua and Uncle Guo were working in the kitchen. Uncle Guo was preparing to cook mung bean paste. The weather had been getting hotter recently, so he wanted to cook some mung bean paste to relieve the heat. Fu Yunrua was washing the cupboards and cleaning the kitchen. The door to the flower garden was already locked, so they didn't have to worry about Wen Wen running out. Wen Wen paced back and forth in front of the bungalow. Suddenly, he noticed a faint light. He turned his head to look outside, then ran to the edge of the metal fence and stood on his tiptoes to look outside. He saw bright headlights flashing, and then a huge car came from afar. Soon, it stopped in front of the flower garden. Wen Wen looked over curiously. It was so late. Who would come here? It seemed like they were here. Were they here for Grandpa Gua? The car stopped and the door opened quickly. Wen Wen saw 3 people getting out of the car one after another. The bright lights shone on their faces. Wen Wen recognized a particularly conspicuous tall man and shouted happily, Uncle Yu. Xiu heard the childish voice and walked over to the barbed wire fence. He saw the little boy looking up at him with his big, sparkling eyes. His expression softened. Wen Wen. Wen Wen said softly, why are you here? Xiu's lips curved, and his voice unconsciously became gentle. I miss Wen Wen. Wen Wen laughed so hard that his teeth could be seen. He couldn't help but cover his face and peek at him through his fat fingers. Oh, his idol said that he missed him. So shy. Actually, he also missed his uncle a little. When Yuan Xian saw Xiu squatting down and talking to the child, his line of sight happened to be blocked by Xiu. After knowing that this child was Xiu's son, his heart itched to meet him. He squeezed out a space with his fleshy body and pushed Xiu to the side. Then, he smiled like a wolf and said, hello, little girl. Your name is Wen Wen, right? I'm your Uncle Yu's friend. Call me Uncle Yuan. Wen Wen looked at Yuan Xian in confusion. She recognized that he was the person who had left a deep impression on her. He remembered that this was Xiu's manager, and this manager was looking at him with an amiable expression. Wen Wen? When Fu Yunrua heard the commotion outside, she walked out and shouted, Mom. Wen turned and ran over. She held her hand and said excitedly, Mom, it's Uncle Yu. They're here. Wen pulled Fu Yunrua out and headed towards the direction of the metal gate. Wen pointed outside impatiently and said, Uncle Yu. Fu Yun looked up and saw 3 people standing outside the door. One of them was someone she knew. She said in surprise, Mr. Yu, why are you here? Then, she looked at the 2 people standing beside Siyu. One of them was wearing sunglasses and looked tall and burly. He seemed to be a bodyguard. The other was a short and fat middle-aged man who looked approachable. Who are these 2? This is my manager, Yuan Xian. This is my assistant, Xiao Wu. Siyu introduced them briefly and then said to Fu Yun, aren't you going to invite us in? Fu Yun hesitated and said, I'll ask Uncle Gua first. Although it was impolite not to open the door for guests, Fu Yun always knew that Uncle Gua didn't like outsiders coming to the flower garden. Now, there were 3 people who she wasn't familiar with. Fu Yun wasn't the owner of this place, so she couldn't make the decision. Siyu didn't say anything. Instead, Yuan Xian said in a friendly manner, it's only right. There were old people, young people, and weak people here. It was right to be vigilant and not open the door easily, especially at night. We're Qi Weiqing's colleagues. He knows that we're coming here and specially instructed us to visit his teacher, Old Master Gua, on his behalf. Could you please tell Old Master Gua? Fu Yun immediately thought that Brother Qi was Apple Entertainment's manager, and Siyu was also a star of Apple Entertainment. Wasn't his manager and Qi Weiqing's colleagues? Thus, she said, please wait a moment. Fu Yun held Wen's hand and went back to the bungalow. Wen turned to look at them a few times, but didn't pester Fu Yun. If they insisted on coming in, Grandpa Gua would be unhappy. He only thought that if they couldn't come in, he would stand outside and talk to Uncle Yu. Uncle Gua asked, what's the matter? He also heard the commotion outside the door. Fu Yun said, Brother Qi's colleagues said that they're here to visit you. Fu Yun simply repeated what they said. She didn't doubt the authenticity of these people. After all, Siyu was here, but whether they could come in or not still depended on Uncle Gua's approval. Uncle Gua immediately frowned. They were here to visit so late? He wasn't happy. But after all, they were his students' colleagues. He could give Qi Weiqing some face. But in front of Qi Weiqing's colleagues, he still had to give him some face so that he wouldn't have a hard time in the company. Let them in, Uncle Gua said. Fu Yun responded, then turned and walked out. Wen was so happy that she skipped and ran in front of him. Fu Yun opened the door for them. Sorry for making you wait. Siyu, Yuan Xian and the other 2 immediately walked in with big and small bags. Fu Yun thought that these were things that Qi Weiqing asked his colleagues to bring to Uncle Gua. She didn't say anything and even took the initiative to help. But they didn't ask her to help. The group of people walked into the bungalow. Uncle Gua saw them and didn't know any of them. Only the rascal looked familiar. Siyu said humbly, Teacher Gua. Uncle Gua snorted and still kept a straight face. Yuan Xian went forward to introduce himself again and brought Qi Weiqing's instructions. Then, he took out a bunch of nutritional products. Qing asked us to bring these to you. Please accept them. Uncle Gua said unhappily, I don't need these things. Take them back. He didn't even look at them. He didn't like the messy things outside. Yuan Xian smiled. These are Cheng's kind intentions. He's not here, so we can't make decisions for him. Our mission is to bring these things to you. Don't make things difficult for us. Fu Yun poured tea for them. Seeing Uncle Gua's duplicitous look, she advised, Uncle Gua, these are Brother Qi's kind intentions. If you don't accept them, they won't be able to explain to Brother Qi. Uncle Gua snorted and didn't say anything else. However, Fu Yun didn't expect that this matter was related to her. Yuan Xian happily brought a bunch of things to Fu Yun. These are from Qing and our company's staff. They are for Wen. Please accept them. Fu Yun Rua was extremely surprised. There was actually Wen's share. She repeatedly refused. No need, no need. How can I let you spend money? Thank you for your kindness. Fu Yun could tell that these things weren't cheap just by looking at the packaging. How could she accept such expensive gifts? And there were so many of them? Fu Yingrua still wanted to refuse, but Uncle Gua said, accept them. These are the kids' kind intentions. Uncle Gua thought that Qi Weiqing had bought these things for Wenwen. He saw Wenwen as his own grandson, so it was natural for his student to treat Wenwen well. At most, he would give him a pot of valuable orchids. He wouldn't let Qi Weiqing suffer a loss. Fu Yun said awkwardly, it's too expensive. Wenwen stood in front of Siyu, looked up and asked, Uncle you know Uncle Qing too? Although Wenwen had a lot of opinions about Qi Weiqing in the beginning, he later found out that he wasn't his stepfather. In the end, he also found out that his mother didn't abandon him. Wenwen's grudge against Qi Weiqing disappeared. He even felt embarrassed for his hostility towards Qi Weiqing. After that, he became much closer to Qi Weiqing. Siyu responded. He was unhappy that Yuan Xian said that these things were bought by Qi Weiqing. He was clearly the one who bought them. But he knew in his heart that if Fu Yun and the others knew that he had asked someone to bring these things over, they would definitely not accept them. After all, in her eyes, they were just friends who had known each other for a few days. He never thought that there would be a day when he had to rely on his relationship with Qi Weiqing. He felt even more unhappy. However, with Wenwen's soft and small body in his arms, his mood instantly brightened. Wenwen sat on Siyu's arm and curiously looked at Yuan Xian a few more times. The Yuan Xian in his memory was more than 20 years in the future. Although he took good care of himself at that time, he was still much older than now. His hair was already gray, and the wrinkles on his face were faintly visible. At that time, Yuan Xian had a benevolent appearance and was very imposing. At that time, he was one of the authoritative figures in Apple Entertainment. Siyu lowered his head and saw Wenwen's bulging stomach. He couldn't help but stare at him. Wenwen noticed Siyu's gaze and hurriedly took a deep breath, wanting to shrink his stomach. However, after trying for a long time, his face turned red, but his stomach showed no signs of shrinking. Wenwen said with a wooden face, children are all like this. When I grow up, I won't have a small stomach anymore. Siyu held back his laughter. Okay. He was very considerate of the child's face. Wenwen is really a handsome and smart child. Yuan Xian's attention had been diverted to Wenwen. At this moment, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He tried to reach out to Wenwen, wanting to hug him. Seeing that Wenwen didn't reject him, Yuan Xian happily carried Wenwen over. The smile on his face deepened. This child was much more likable than Siyu, this dog of a man. Siyu saw that Wenwen didn't reject Yuan Xian's closeness and clicked his tongue. He thought that Wenwen was too careless towards strangers. In the future, he would have to add this to his education curriculum. Wenwen wrapped his arms around Yuan Xian's neck and thought that 20 years later, he would never have thought that there would be a day when he would be hugged by a big shot. Oh, and Uncle Yu. He was an idol that he had never seen before. In the future, he would never have thought that he would have such a fortuitous encounter when he was reborn. At this moment, Wenwen suddenly felt that he had reached the peak of his life. Uncle Gua suddenly said to Siyu, in the past, you were the one who took away my orchids, right? Siyu. He coughed softly and didn't say anything. Although he was thick-skinned in front of Yuan Xian, he felt guilty in front of old Mr. Gua. Uncle Gua immediately snorted coldly. Fu Yun looked over and said in surprise, Mr. Yu, you're the one who can't raise orchids? She had a deep impression of this person whom she had never met before. Every time Uncle Gua mentioned this person, he would get angry for half a day. Later on, Wenwen also had the same constitution. She had a deeper impression of this person. In the past, she had thought that the story of raising and dying an orchid was exaggerated. However, after seeing the consequences of when raising orchids, she didn't find it strange at all. Indeed, the world was big and full of strange things. Wenwen looked over in surprise and her eyes widened. Uncle you can't raise orchids either? Me too. What a coincidence. He immediately opened his arms to Siyu and Siyu carried the child over. The two of them, who were in the same boat, had a lot to talk about, so they huddled together and whispered to each other. I've raised orchids for more than 20 years, but I've never succeeded in raising them. Wen looked at him sympathetically. I've been raising them for 6 months. I didn't succeed in raising orchids in a pot, and I can't raise them outside either. I'm going to raise them on the rooftop next time. Uncle Yu, do you want to come with me? Wen invited him enthusiastically. I think I must be raising orchids in the wrong posture. Xiu immediately agreed and praised him. You're so smart. I've never thought of changing the posture to raise orchids. Xiu basically raised orchids in a pot and in the greenhouse in his courtyard. He suddenly felt that he must be raising orchids in the wrong way. If he changed the posture, he would definitely be able to raise orchids. Wen puffed out her chest proudly. Thus, the two of them happily agreed to go to the rooftop to raise orchids together. Fu Yun was speechless. Looking at their proud expressions, it was as if they had already raised orchids successfully. Yuan Xian sighed. They were indeed father and son. At this moment, their expressions were in sync. Time passed quickly and it was already time. Xiu and Yuan Xian tactfully said their goodbyes. Fu Yun suddenly thought of something and said, let's drink a bowl of mung bean soup first. The mung bean soup in the kitchen was already cooked. Fortunately, they had planned to drink a portion for the 3 of them tomorrow, so they cooked more. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough to share. Fu Yun took out 6 bowls and scooped out a bowl full of mung bean soup. Yuan Xian and Uncle Gui each took 2 bowls out. When there was only 1 bowl left, she was about to pick it up, but Xiu had already picked it up and carried it out first. In the end, Fu Yun didn't take anything and walked out empty-handed. Then, she went to call the driver, Xiao Wu, who was standing outside, in. After Xiao Wu came in and put down the things, he considerately stood outside and left them to talk in the house. The 6 of them sat at the square table with a bowl of mung bean soup in front of them. It was rare for it to be so lively. Wen sat on her exclusive high stool and looked around. She was in a very good mood and tiptoed. He saw that there was only so much mung bean soup in a small bowl and it wasn't full yet. Then, he looked at the others and saw that their bowls were all full. He pouted and said in a childish voice, Mummy, I want a big bowl full. Fu Yun said, your watermelon stomach can't hold it anymore. Yes. Wen lifted her shirt. Mummy, touch it. It's gone down. Fu Yun reached out and touched it. Yes, it's gone down a little. It's just enough to hold what's in your bowl. Wen. He was about to cry. Xiu looked at this and that. Then, when Fu Yun wasn't paying attention, she scooped a small spoonful of the mung bean soup in her bowl over. Wen's eyes instantly lit up. She smiled happily at Xiu. Yuan Xian happened to see this and cursed in his heart. What a scheming dog. Xiu scooped a little bit over again. The 3rd time, Fu Yun caught him red-handed. Fu Yun. She didn't see any increase in Wen's bowl, so she didn't care. However, she still said, Wen has eaten enough tonight. You can't eat any more. Otherwise, your stomach will hurt. Xiu lowered his head and acted as if he didn't do anything. Wen also quickly picked up the small spoon, afraid that her mother would throw it away. Wen used the small spoon to scoop up the mung bean soup at the bottom of the bowl. It was already cooked and blooming. It was soft and sticky, sweet and super delicious. Fu Yun casually glanced and saw that Xiu was drinking the mung bean soup. He ate the mung bean soup first, then drank the soup in 1 gulp. He didn't stir the soup and eat it. She looked at Wen and then looked at Xiu. She thought to herself, no wonder this little guy liked Xiu so much. Their little habits were similar and their temperaments were congenial. After drinking the mung bean soup, Xiu and the rest left. When they walked out, Xiu saw that there were so many orchids outside and was a little envious. However, on second thought, he was also someone who had orchids. Soon, he would be planting flowers with Wen. Xiu suddenly felt that these flowers were no longer attractive to him. These 2 days, he had been so occupied by Wen's matter that he didn't even think of watching the live broadcast and seeing his son with orchids. He secretly made up his mind to watch the live broadcast tomorrow. The car drove away from the entrance of the flower garden. In the car, Yuan Xian said to Xiu, I finally know why you didn't have any doubts at all. Xiu raised his eyebrows. Other than looking different from you, Wenwen's actions are 100% similar to yours. Siyu felt proud when he heard this. How could his son not look like him? I'm 100% sure that he's your son now. Yuan Xian clicked his tongue and sighed. How did you not inherit all the good from your son? Siyu sneered, what's wrong with me? I obviously inherited all the bad from that woman. Haha. Who would believe that? Although there were many similarities, this kid was 100 times more likable than his father. Oh yes, there's something I need to remind you of, Yuan Xian said. Young Master Chang is here too. Siyu looked over. Him? Yes, that's him. He's Fu Yunrua's ex-fiancé. Siyu snorted. Fu Yunrua had bad taste. How could she fall for a crazy man like Chang Zhuyu? She was already so old, yet she still acted like the domineering male leads in idol dramas. However, she was so domineering that it made people speechless and amused. Or did she like this style? Siyu thought, what kind of weird taste was this? It's good that he's here. We can settle this once and for all, Siyu said. Feng Shuirua hasn't done anything stupid, right? Not yet. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. How could this woman sit still? Or was she up to no good? However, with Yuan Xian watching over him, Siyu was very relieved and did not mention this matter again. Even if it was just for Wenwen's sake, Yuan Xian would not let Fu Yunrua get hurt. The car first sent Siyu back to Mei's house, then drove to town. Yuan Xian and the driver booked 2 rooms in a hotel in town and stayed there temporarily. However, Yuan Xian thought that town was too far away from the village and it would not be convenient to travel back and forth. He had to keep an eye on the production crew and keep in touch with Wenwen. When the time came, he would see if he could rent a villager's house. Yuan Xian decided to discuss this with Sister Mei tomorrow. End of chapter 37. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.